Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain.
My Element Academia 2. Chapter 31, Sparring and Study Session. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OC. Reviews. The Toxic Love Machine, because I have plans for our blonde arrogant boy, K Evil Laughter. Shonen King 94, yup. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. Sparring and study session. Reo was still fast asleep from last night. It was 11 a.m. in the morning, but luckily it was Saturday. He was soon awoken by a small peck on his cheek. Reo turned around to see Momo fully dressed. Morning, sweetie, she said. Reo yawned and stretched himself, then said, good morning. He then got a good look at Momo and noticed what she was wearing. Wait, is that one of my dress shirts? Reo asked. He looked closer and noticed that the buttons on the cuffs were undone. That made him realize that it was his shirt. That is my shirt, he said. Yay, I wanted to wear something a bit more comfortable for today, Momo said with a smile. You may not seem like it, but you have great taste in clothing. It even smells like you too, hee. Reo took a few minutes to get himself ready for the day where they would have their study session. He put on a quick change of clothes after getting a nice shower, soon smelling something familiar. You're wearing that perfume I got, aren't you? Reo asked. Yay, it's really nice, Momo said. I can't thank you enough for it. Reo smirked, and soon pinned Momo to the door, kissing her by surprise. Reo debated to add more pleasure by caressing her boobs, squeezing them, making her moan in his mouth. Her succulent breasts were soft, warm and big, just how he likes it. He then started unbuttoning her shirt, with Momo smiling and knowing what he was gonna do. We'll be late for seeing the others, Momo said. Don't worry, we still have time, Reo said. He undid the last button revealing Momo's bra and stomach. He then started sucking on Momo's right breast. Momo enjoyed the sensation. She didn't know why, but it felt so good to her. However, she wanted more, and so she unclasped her bra and it dropped to the floor. Shall I please my creation goddess further? Asked the brunette, causing Momo to push his head between her breasts once more. Reo smiled, motorboating his girlfriend's tits and sucking on them as she moaned loudly. Reo smiled as he sent a small shock through Momo's body as his tongue went around her nipple, which was starting to harden from the pleasure. Reo then started flicking her nipple with his tongue while he squeezed her other breast, sending excitement down her body. The ravenette then started to squeeze Reo's butt, much to his pleasure. Looks like I'm not the only one who has a sexy ass. The brunette caked lightly, about to give Momo another kiss before they heard a knock on the door. Reo, said Izuku, get your ass out here, I can hear literally everything you're thinking, remember? The two lovers looked at each other and blushed as Momo spoke. I guess we're gonna have to continue this later. Reo smiled, kissing her. Of course, I never leave a job incomplete. After grabbing her bra and putting it on, with Rio's help, the two soon headed downstairs, a bit surprised to see Ochako wearing Izuku's shirt and the greenette was blushing while cuddling with her. I guess we're not the only ones who had a good night, smirked Reo. Shut up, mister, throw a condom at my face, grumbled Izuku. The teens soon started chuckling, confusing everyone as they sat down at the table, eating breakfast as they made their plans for the day. Okay, everyone, said the creation girl, attempting to clap her hands together while wearing the baggy shirt, we must find a way to balance our schedule today, since we have training. We could study for 2 hours, go to training for 3, then study for 2 more, said Kirishima, who had a number of bruises. That way, we get more work in, we can train for a while, and still have time for dinner. Ochako nodded, yeah, that's actually a good idea. Once everyone finished breakfast, they split into groups of 4. Iida ended up helping Ochako, Mina, Ojiro, soon being followed by Shiro. Shoto worked with Kaminari and Sato, who were quite easy to tutor. Thanks to his knowledge of heroes and their quirks, Izuku was able to teach Tokiyami, Shoji, Su, and Kota about the history of quirks, as well as the pre-quirk era, and the heroes that started off then, like Iron Man, General Rex, Phantom, and Firestorm. Reo and Momo were teaching Jiro, Aoyama, and Hagakure, the latter there since not only did she need help, but the brunette was the only one who could see her when he needed or wanted to. Of course, only Kirishima was being tutored by Bakugo, who blasted him with an explosion every time he got a question wrong. After the other groups rotated for 2 hours, they all stretched and ate, with Reo speeding to his room and returning wearing his hero costume while holding several watches and a suitcase. Okay, guys, here you go, said the teen, handing each elemental a watch, and though Bakugo said he didn't want it, he took it anyway. Izuku and Momo followed them, since Izuku was going with them and Momo just wanted to watch them train. Once they all reached the training facility, Reo gave Momo a watch, just in case she wanted to join them, and spoke, okay, if you look at the watches on your wrists, then you should see an icon or something that relates to you. Tell me if you don't so I can fix it. The elementals looked down at their watches and saw their screens and icons. Shoto smiled as he saw a snowflake surrounded by fire, representing both halves of his quirk. Izuku's noticed his watch had an update, and saw the face of his costume, green bunny ears and all. Bakugo grew a small smile at his icon, which was an explosion with a crown inside of it. Tokiyami's icon was different from the others, he simply had a black screen with 2 yellow eyes looking back at him. Mina had a large, pink alien emoji with a crown atop it, which Reo had given her since her first hero name was denied. Kaminari had a couple of lighting bolts across it, forming a X, with a picture of the blonde's face. Jiro's icon were headphones that had detailed sonic circles coming out of the speakers. Hagakuri's icon were actually letters, since she was invisible to everyone mostly. Reo asked Momo in a very threatening manner, what is this? The Ravenette held up her right wrist, revealing her icon, a Minecraft crafting table with a crown on top of it. There was a small chuckle from Izuku, who was soon bursting into laughter along with Mina. Oh god, laughed the Pinkett, that was totally worth it. Izuku continued laughing as he spoke, Mina, dared me to mess with your stuff, it was pretty easy once Maya let me in. The blue-haired elemental sighed, Momo, can you give me your wrist? I can change it manually if needed. The Ravenette nodded, extending her arm as Reo twisted the dial a couple of different ways before nodding. Momo looked back at her icon and saw many different items around a humanoid figure, which she recognized as the female goddess of creation, Thesis. Smiling at Reo, she kissed his cheek, earning a blush from the teen. Oh okay, let's get to training, said the brunette, still blushing as he attempted to snap out of his daze, let's start off with the easiest solutions. Kaminari, how long can you use your quirk without overloading? The electric blonde rubbed the back of his head, it depends on how much electricity I use, I can't use too much at once, as you all know. No shit, jamming way, chuckled Jiro, you look hilarious when that happens though. Okay, I've got a solution for you, but first, everyone tap your watch's side. They all nodded as they did so, with different colored bulky armor covering their bodies before it started to thin down, revealing each of their hero costumes. Momo's costume was a bit different, with her original open costume being replaced by a red and black leotard, with the top stopping at her breasts, and exposing her back, with gold straps across its left shoulder, while there were thin yet durable elbow pads that also counted as fingerless gloves, and the knee pads were the same, connecting a couple thin layered boots. There was also a computer on the left gauntlet, allowing Momo to see blueprints of her creations and monitored her vitals, as well as how much lipids she had left. Her encyclopedia and belt were the same, but the small book was in a pocket that was strapped to her right thigh, while the belt was filled with snacks to fuel Momo's lipids. Momo looked at Reo in confusion before he whispered in her ear, I hope you don't mind, I wanted to make you a new hero costume that wasn't as distracting. Plus, I've seen some creeps try and get a peek when you weren't looking. Momo nodded, while I appreciate the concern in the costume, I wish you would have asked me first, besides, I like it. Really? Said the surprised teen, if you want, I can give you the case for the original outfit, instead of you always using the nanites. Momo nodded, maybe later, okay. For now, let's focus on training. Reo nodded, looking at Kaminari, okay, so I may have a solution for you. Instead of producing and absorbing electricity, why not use it to enhance your physical abilities, like strength and speed? Kaminari looked at him and smiled, bro, that would be awesome. But how exactly do you do that? Izuku spoke up, try coating yourself in electricity, then pull it into yourself without deactivating your quirk. The electric teen nodded, allowing yellow lightning to surround him, and after a full minute, he pulled the electricity into himself, causing sparks of lightning to surround him as the world began to move slower, at least to him. Told you he could do it. Really, cause you're the one who said it might take a while for him to get it down. Kaminari looked up and saw both Reo and Izuku with their quirks activated, keeping up the same speed as the electric elemental. Keep practicing, bro, chuckled Reo, you may even get faster than me one day. The three speedsters stopped using their quirks as they returned to normal speeds, with Reo turning to Mina and Jiro. Okay, Jiro, said the brunette, I'm gonna be honest, you're probably gonna need the least amount of training, since you're pretty good at using your sound waves in battle. I have two suggestions though, try and find a way to make a larger blast, since most enemies will be able to withstand your jacks, and try to increase the durability of your jacks. You could possibly make them hard enough to break diamonds if you try hard enough. Mina, I've seen you use your quirk, and I think that instead of focusing your acid from just your hands, you should try to produce it from other parts of your body, like your feet or something. Also, if you can make your acid harden to a certain degree, then you should try that as well. The two nodded, soon starting their quirks, with Kaminari joining them as he started running laps around the training room. Okay, Bakugo, sighed Reo, you're trying to make your explosions bigger and more powerful without the use of your gauntlets, right? Bakugo scoffed, of course, nature freak, but I need heat in order to sweat, and it's a bit hard to do that when it's cold. That's where I come in, said Shoto, I will be providing you with heat from my flames, and you'll be producing larger amounts of sweat than before. If anything happens, Rio's here for that. The blonde-haired explosion user grunted, come on half and half, the faster this is over then the faster I don't have to work with you anymore. Shoto shrugged before looking at the others, I'll take what I can get. Reo shook his head, okay, Hagakuri. I want you to try practicing becoming visible. If you can do this, then your nanites will become visible with you and cover you up, preventing anyone from seeing you naked. Yeah, thanks for that, chuckled Hagakuri, but my quirk is literally called invisibility, why would I be able to become visible? My best guess is that the doctors just saw you and lazily put invisibility on your quirk registration sheet. It would explain why you're an elemental of light, though. That makes sense, chuckled the invisible girl, my mom did mention that she could refract light, so I probably can too. Thanks, Reo. She soon began running off, practicing trying to become visible. Last but not least, Izuku and Momo, smiled the teen, you two are gonna spar, but the difference is that you're gonna use your quirks at full power. Momo, try to create as many items as possible while fighting, and Izuku, focus on your shoot style. Tokiyami, you're with me, smirked Reo, I need your help with something, plus we're gonna see how long you can control Dark Shadow. The four split up, and once they were far enough from everyone, Tokiyami spoke. This is about you controlling your new element, darkness, correct? Questioned the raven-headed boy. Reo chuckled, what gave me away? Tokiyami looked at the teen and said, well, I did notice you looking at a few books about controlling shadows in the last chapter actually. Hey, I only got so much tape. Zero shouted. Well yay, I wanted to expand my reach with elements, and I need to control it before someone else gets hurt, Reo said, and you're my best bet. Asterisk. The boy nodded as Dark Shadow appeared, the best I can tell you is that using darkness requires a lot of concentration, and complete control of your emotions. If you end up angry while using it, I could cause a similar situation with Endeavor, sighed the Bluenet, I just wish there was a way we could share our experience. Reo then had an idea, and flashed over to the suitcase he brought with him, opening it and smiled as he returned to the bird boy, handing him a bracelet. Tokiyami looked it over, debating whether or not he should put it on. What is this, Reo? The Bluenet smiled, I'm glad you asked, Tokiyami. It's a secret project that I've been working on called FS10, but to put it simply, it's a fusion matrix. Seeing as Dark Shadow was starting to be confused, he continued, okay, ever hear of the Patara earrings? Well, these are the technological version of them, allowing the two users to temporarily share a body as well as share and combine abilities, and give the fusion a bonus ability. They've gotta be compatible with each other though, otherwise it won't work properly. Well, the quirks have to be compatible with each other. For example, a fusion between Endeavor and All Might would seem compatible, but when you look close, you realize that their strength would cause so much destruction with a single attack, and once you combine Endeavor's rage, you get a living nuke. You've gotta be careful with the fusion. The two users also share the same memories from their experience as a fusion, and from what I know, they give themselves names that are a combination of the two users. Tokiyami and Dark Shadow looked at him in understanding before the former asked, is it safe, and how do you know if we're compatible? Oh, that's easy, shrugged the multi-elemental, I have a blood lock on my door, and I asked Nezu and Granny Chio let me get blood samples for this as long as I returned them once I was finished. The symbiotic duo looked at each other and nodded, with Tokiyami putting on the device, we will try out this fusion, Reo. We're intrigued, and I would like to see the outcome. Reo smiled as he put a device on his wrist, okay, once you see the light turn green, it means that we're compatible and paired to its counterpart. Tokiyami nodded, looking down to see a red light turn green, now what? Reo smirked as a blue and black light enveloped them both, gaining the attention of the other students. Once the light died down, they saw a teen male with a blue bird head, a black beacon streaks on its head, wearing a black cover on his body, that had lightning streaks across the top with blue flames on the bottom, and blue snowflakes across the middle, with crystals in the center of them. Well, this is new, said the figure, what should I call myself? What happened? Shouted everyone, rushing over to make sure the two, one, were alright. Reo, what did you do? Asked Momo and Reo, knowing he had something to do with this. Oh, hey, said the figure, I'm not Reo, but I'm not Fumikage. My name is Fumeo. Fuck, said Kaminari and Izuku, the two understanding what happened now, why the hell did you fuse? Fumeo, however, was too busy enjoying his new body, abilities, and personality, I live in the shadows, I dance with the flames. I move freely with electricity, yet I am calm like the ice and water. I am a cool breeze that cannot be broken, for I am dark element. As Fumeo spoke, different versions of Dark Shadow appeared around him. One was made of fire, another was in the form of electricity, one was a combination of ice and water, with a liquid body and black ice gauntlets and armor. There was also one made of air with crystal armor, and the last was the classic form of Dark Shadow, who was admiring the others. They could only be described as Burning Shadow, Air Shadow, Water Shadow, Shock Shadow, and of course, the original Dark Shadow. As they all appeared, everyone grew slack-jawed at the 5 versions of Dark Shadow, and Mina and Kaminari had stars in their eyes, along with Izuku. Bakugo scoffed, this just proves how weak you both are. If you need to combine your abilities just to train, then you're just pathetic. Everyone looked at Fumeo, then at Bakugo, waiting for something to happen. You can have your opinions of me, said the fusion, we have just met, so I will let it slide. I would like to say that you would be wise to not assault me. Bakugo lunged at him, what did you just say, you bird-brained fucker? Fumeo simply walked away, practicing with his new abilities while everyone else noticed Bakugo, the blonde being pinned to the ground by his own shadow. I would kindly ask you all to go back to your training. Bakugo, Shoto, follow me, said the teen, releasing the blonde as he and the half-redhead followed him, and the rest returned to their activities. What the fuck did you do to me, growled Bakugo. Ah, I simply made your shadow a physical body, said Fumeo, every fusion has a bonus ability that they naturally master, mine is shadow manipulation. Shoto nodded in understanding, so that's how you were able to stop Bakugo without looking, despite just being created. The dual elemental then started to come up with various ideas about his own fusion, smiling to himself as he did. Oi, half and half, shouted Bakugo, would you quit daydreaming and start up your quirk? We're gonna be sparring against Shadow Freak. Shit, said Shoto, his fire dancing across his arm, you just had to attack him, didn't you? Fuck you, icy hot, said Bakugo, let's just kill him. The explosive blonde blasted towards the fusion, and despite Shoto's warnings, blasted Fumio with a large explosion. There was a bit of smoke before Fumio spoke, but was no longer found. You have improved, yes, but you lack two crucial things. What the hell? Shouted Bakugo, mini explosions going off in his hands before his hands and feet were frozen in place by black ice, with Shock Shadow very close to him. You lack control, and the ability to make quick decisions, said Fumio, becoming visible as he explained. Right now, I am not only using two different quirks at once, but I also have multiple concisenesses trying to debate which ability to use and how to use it. Reo wanted to freeze your entire body, Zandaka wanted to throw you like a rag doll, Tamada and Fumikage wanted to quickly electrocute you, and Kokoro wanted to use explosions against you. If you can't make quick decisions in a crisis, or in a simple robbery, then you're gonna end up getting someone, or yourself killed. Bakugo growled at him, allowing some sweat to build up in his gauntlets as he looked at Shoto, who was currently fending off Air Shadow, who was redirecting his flames and blocking his ice with the crystals. Smirking, the teen melted one of his hands, freed himself, and looked at Fumio, pressing his hand against his chest, grabbing the pins on the grenade gauntlets. Bye-bye, motherfucker, chuckled the teen, pulling both pins as a massive explosion covered half the training ground and sent Fumio flying into the wall. Shot came running, noticing the explosion. Why did you do that? We were supposed to be partners. Fuck that, scoffed Bakugo, I'm not about to risk anything with the guy who not only stopped a All Might killer, took on Endeavor to a draw, and defeated the other members of the Big Five. Shoto wanted to come up with a comeback, but the Pomeranian was right, he had done all of that. It's fine, cause I already have a plan, said Bakugo, shocking everyone, since they were looking at him like he was crazy. Are you feeling okay? Asked Shoto, you just said that you, the angriest person in class that rushes into shit, you have a plan. Fuck you, icy hot, said the mixed elemental, I hate that Deku and Nature Freak taught you about jokes and how to cuss properly. Anyway, I noticed that Shadow Freak had only been able to use two abilities at a time, probably from just being created. If we can exploit that, then we can easily use that to our advantage. The formerly scarred boy looked impressed, nice idea, but we better get going. He's getting up. Both boys looked to see the rocks moving, and going back into the wall, rebuilding it until it looked like it was never broken. The five shadows all hovered in the air, helping up the injured body of Fumio, who stood. Thank you, everyone, nodded the fusion, I will call you all again soon, but for now, I need to deal with my opponents. The shadows nodded, disappearing while Shock Shadow floated around Fumio, who was patting his head. Shoto and Bakugo looked around, noticing the lights start to flicker, with the fusion calmly speaking. Tell me, have either of you read Norse mythology? Asked Fumio, with shock growing as he covered his leader. Bakugo growled, and prepared an AP shot towards the fusion, who was soon covered in Shock Shadow's blue, electric body. Feel the power of Thor, shouted Fumio and Shock Shadow. Die, you fucker, shouted Bakugo, unleashing the AP shot, hoping to at least knock the elemental fusion backwards. Unfortunately, it never connected, as a massive, blue hand grabbed Bakugo by his waist, with the Pomeranian glad that his current suit is shock absorbent. As smoke dispersed around the area, Shoto and Bakugo were both speechless at the sight before them. There stood both Reo and Shock Shadow, with the latter quite literally covering the former, and the others could tell, since they saw 4 eyes, and 2 of them were blue, while the other 2 were fully yellow, and Shock Shadow was grinning madly. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that the electric shadow was also as big as half the UA dorm building. The massive electric shadow smirked, you're gonna get it, little man. Shock threw Bakugo at Shoto, who caught him, but had to make some ice to soften the blow. Let me go, you idiot, shouted Bakugo, attempting to get up before he felt a cold hand on his shoulder. Your plan won't work if he has no need to use his other abilities, Bakugo, said Shoto, I have a plan, and I think that you may like it. On the other side of the training facility, Izuku and Momo had been sparring more, with the Ravenet attempting to hit the Greenet, but failing thanks to recent training with Rumi, as well as danger sense, but it soothed Momo's pride since she knew about the quirk. Not that they were really trying to hit each other. So, how long have you and Ochako been together? Asked Momo, surprising the teen, who got hit in the chest with a bow staff. I think Ochako and I need to talk about what we're gonna tell everyone before I tell you anything. Blushed Izuku, who got up, what about you and Reo? I noticed you were wearing his shirt earlier. I still am, the tech is providing camouflage, though it doesn't feel like it's there. Shrugged Momo, stretching as she looked at the 2 elementals battle the fusion, causing her to facepalm. What's up? Began Izuku, groaning as he saw the massive elemental shadow, the hell. Kaminari soon came over, lightning sparking around him as he spoke, what's up guys? Oh my god, that bird is massive. How when the fuck is this possible? The ratio of the building does not equal the amount of size that they are currently occupying, plus Reo should have felt the drawback of his quirk by now. Momo stared at him, then at Izuku, who translated for her. He's shocked by how Fumio can take up that much space, plus the drawbacks of absorbing that much electricity should be taking a toll on him. Kaminari's only talking like that cause he's energized himself more. The Ravenet nodded, and checked the time on her watch, we're gonna have to leave soon, hopefully they'll be done by then. Yeah, it's not like Shoto and Bakugo would really injure Fumio, right? Asked Izuku, who stopped laughing as he finished his sentence, it's gonna be the other way around, isn't it? Yep, said both Momo and Kaminari. Rag, shouted Shock Shadow, trying to grab Shoto, who kept unleashing ice constructs to subdue the electric being. Eat this, you birdbrain, shouted Bakugo, aiming for Fumio as his hand formed a circle against his other palm. AP shot. Minigun. Large explosions began hitting Shock, who winced in pain at the feeling, swatting at Bakugo, smacking him down onto the ground. I can handle it from here, said Shoto, creating a giant ice wall that trapped his two opponents. Melting point, said the teen, unleashing the biggest amount of flames that he possibly could, causing the ice to melt. No, shouted both Shock Shadow and Fumio, who were soon overwhelmed by the amount of water and passed out, but not before sending a small shock to the other elemental students he was fighting. The blue and black light appeared once again, showing both Tokiyami and Reo, with Dark Shadow being knocked out as well. Shoto and Bakugo groaned as they were soon picked up by Izuku, who carried the two to the dorms to rest and shower. Reo and Tokiyami were next, but thanks to Ryo's high tolerance to electricity, he was able to carry his fusion partner to the sofas, while Momo, Mina and Hagakure carried Dark Shadow. The rest followed, and as soon as they were able to, the four elementals joined everyone for dinner and continued to study with them. Suffice to say, this continued for the rest of the week, and the results were worth it. Monday. Aizawa walked into the classroom, looking at all his students with his regular, monotone eyes. Congratulations, I've just received results for your written exams, and you'll be happy to know that every one of you has passed. The class cheered, soon shutting up as their teacher's eyes glowed red. I wasn't finished yet, said the hobo pro, you all still have to pass your practical, and it's gonna be worse than hell. I'm sending you off now, your practical is tomorrow, don't fuck it up. With that, Aizawa left, crawling into his yellow sleeping bag as he watched his students head to lunch. Lunch. The Deku squad, with their newest members, Tokiyami and Su, was busy eating lunch, consisting of soba, curry, katsudon, mochi, stew, and sushi. So what do you think we should expect on the practical tomorrow, Ribbit? Asked Su, it seems like it would be harder than usual. The group turned to Reo, the only one of them to actually live at UA before them. Seriously, just because I lived here most of the time, doesn't mean they tell me everything. Huffed the brunette, receiving playful looks from the others. Okay, fine. They might just do the same thing since the previous years, make us fight some zero-pointer robots. Tokiyami, who had been able to better sense his emotions, noticed Ryo's lack of enthusiasm. Reo, you are our ace in the hole, you know what we would be doing for our exam. Why are you not happy? Think about it for a second, said the teen, getting everyone's attention. I've lived here most of my life, so I know what to expect. On top of that, Gramps has kept me out of anything that has to do with our classes since I got in. If they're such a prestigious school for heroes, then they wouldn't be so predictable. They would find some way to get the drop on us, and they would know that I would tell you about past years. They're planning something else, I can feel it in my gut. Also, I'm supercharging my brain right now. The group of students looked at each other and nodded, with Momo speaking first. Reo, don't worry. Whatever it is, we'll get through it. It's not like we haven't done anything like this before. Izuku was next. Yeah, we're gonna pass, so don't worry. You have more experience with this matter, so I will follow your leadership, Reo, said Iida, chopping the air. Plus, you're the most powerful in the class, Ribbit, you don't need to worry, smiled Su. Yeah, and it's not like you've been wrong about anything else like this, cheered Ochako. You are the most experienced one of us all, Reo, nodded Shoto. Reo smiled, thanks, everyone. I guess I'm just being paranoid. The elemental reached for his soda, about to drink the rest of it before it was thrown in his face, covered by a pink aura. He sighed, let me guess, blonde, arrogant, an asshole, and the dark side of the school. The rest of the squad nodded, with the brunette shaking his head. What do you want, Manama? The blonde walked closer to the teen, levitating some screws in his hands. I failed my exam, you idiot, and it's all your fault. You should have lost the match at the festival, at least then you would have been out of my perfect life. Manama then threw the screws at the elemental, turning his skin metal at the exact time that Kendo tried to knock him out as well. Reo sat in his seat, sighing as he got up with electricity sparking around him. So you're blaming me for your loss. That's not on me, you put that on yourself the second you made the deal. He then caught the screws in midair, melting them almost instantly. Now, I don't care about you or your perfect fantasy that you call a life, cause nothing is perfect, trust me, said the teen, I have no interest of fighting you, cause we've done this dance too many times already. Go sit down before you make a fool out of yourself. Manama growled, running towards the elemental as he yelled, I'm gonna destroy you. Reo sighed as he turned around, and this is why you don't have friends. He then captured Manama in a crystal statue, walked up to him as he grabbed his head and looked him in the eye, with Manama smirking, spitting at Rio's eyes. Damn it. Fuck, shouted the brunette, covering his eyes as he doubled over, what was that shit? It burns. Manama soon broke free of the crystals, grabbing his hated rival by his head as he pried his eyes open. See, he is just like the rest of us, shouted the blonde, he is no more powerful than a simple first year, yet he claims to be a Big Five member. Who is really the strongest now? Reo opened his eyes in pain, revealing his now colorless eyes, causing everyone else to gasp. He is nothing but a blind idiot now, shouted Manama, laughing as he punched Reo over and over again until he was unconscious. Meanwhile, what's happening? Asked Izuku, confused about the entire thing since Manama had just been dragged away, with his classmates keeping him pinned down. I am also confused, what did you do? Asked Iida, the rest of the Deku squad having similar thoughts. Okay, I'm gonna explain, but I'll let you in on a secret. Smirked Reo, whose eyes were completely fine. Did you really think he was gonna lose so easily? I have made a few attacks that are not physical in the slightest. Instead, they're mental. For instance, during the fight last week, I sent a wave of electric wind around me, causing others to be mentally overwhelmed, hence the name, Overwhelm, like Conqueror's Haki. I can also make people see their worst fear, which I picked up from Naruto. I would have to be in direct contact with them to make it work, though, and even if I don't have to, I can make a design on my eyes that look like a Sharingan, but I call it Chakringan. I have what I like to call my Geopulse, formerly geolocation, and it works like observation Haki. I can combine that with my aerokinesis, allowing me to not only sense the movements and locations of others on the ground, but also in the air. I can even tell if Mirio is using his quirk depending on whether or not it goes straight through his body. What did you just do then? Asked Momo, very curious. Well, you know how I said I got my Chakringan? Asked the brunette, receiving nods from everyone. Well, it comes with a bonus. I first saw this when I was looking in the mirror, but I can put people under what is called a genjutsu, but I need to look in their eyes. It makes them see and live things that they want to see, with the person who activated it in the genjutsu as well. I thought you would need to touch him first, questioned Shoto, what's different? Well, they both use the Chakringan, so I'm gonna rename them to Nightmare Gaze, and Dream Coma, chuckled Reo, but Dream Coma can be used from a distance, with the same way Overwhelm is used. I just need to use 2 attacks at once to make it have any effect. What did you and Manama see then? Asked Sue, a bit worried. Nothing interesting, just me about to put the blonde idiot in a fear-induced Chakringan genjutsu, but he used Mina's quirk to spit in my eyes and blind me before punching me until I was unconscious. The girls put their hands over their mouths in fright. Look, I'm fine, I promise, smiled Reo. Besides, I can release him from the dream coma anytime I want. Wait, so we could be in the dream coma and not realize it? Asked Izuku, receiving a nod from the elemental ghost. Do you really think that I would do it without you knowing though? Questioned Reo, which everyone shook their heads. The teen and the rest of the group nodded at each other before finishing their foods and heading to their hero class, soon followed by their training. At the end of the day, Reo smiled to himself, laying down beside his girlfriend. No matter what, I'm gonna pass this exam. I have completed the training chapter. Shout out to whoever correctly matches them, by the way. Also, a guest will be appearing in the chapter after next. This chapter has been beta read by Blazing Fire Star Kid 01, or as you all know him from the reviews, Shonen King 94, yes, they are the same person. Powerhouse, out. 62 Chapter 32, Non-Canon Petty Chapter 1. Read this. Manga spoilers for anime watchers. Hello, everyone. It's Powerhouse, and I'd like to take a small break from our regular chapters and just be silly for a bit. If you can guess by the title of the chapter, these are not canon, meaning these don't have to be read, and the characters will be acting petty, but in a funny way. Some things that I don't explain here will be explained later on, but I originally got this idea from YouTuber and TikTok creator, Shinobi Ray, but I wanted to make it into my own version of it. I hope you all enjoy. Number 1. Izuku walked through the dorms, with a smile on his face as he headed to Rio's room for a guy's night, since the girls were out shopping with Najire and Sumai. He then opened the door, seeing both of his cousins, Shoto and Reo, talking, while Bakugo, Kirishima, Shiro, Kaminari and the others were playing on the various consoles available to them. I wanna know how such a good hero is such an asshole as a father, groaned Reo. I mean, he is not doing anything to make it easier for himself. Yeah, he's not making it easier for himself, chuckles Shoto, turning to Izuku as he speaks. Hey, Izuku, you made it. Izuku waved. Yeah, just called my mom for a chat. What were you talking about? The brunette shrugged. Not much, just the top 10 heroes. Bakugo soon joined the conversation. Not to any of you lower extras will reach there. I'll be number 1 the second I get my license. Gunfire. You two wanna tell him, or should I? Asked Reo, looking at Izuku and Shoto. Go ahead, shrugged Shoto, grabbing some popcorn. Izuku smirked, grabbing a soda. I'll jump in later. Okay, chuckled Reo, turning to Bakugo. Okay, Bakugo, you need to understand something. What the hell do you want, nature freak? Grunted Bakugo. I'ma be realistic with you for a sec, sighed the blue-haired teen, you're never becoming the number 1 hero. What the hell are you talking about? Asked the confused boy. You're never reaching your goal. What? Okay, everyone here, who watches anime, asked Reo. Literally every hand went up, including Iida. Glasses, what have you seen? Asked Bakugo. I have watched Haikyuu, smirked the engine user. I mean, that's an anime, but not what I'm talking about, said Reo. Bakugo, you ever notice how every time you lose a fight against Izuku, you end up having some deep feelings or some shit? Yeah, what are you talking about? I'm gonna spell it out for you, chuckled Reo, you're not the protagonist. Huh? Asked the explosive teen, what does that have to do with anything? Okay, I'm gonna have to go deeper into it, chuckled Reo. Shiro, don't fix the 4th wall for these types of chapters. Got it, shrugged the tape user, grabbing another soda. Now, here's the mind breaker, smirked Reo, the real reason you're never gonna become number 1, is because you haven't gone through a traumatic experience, and you have parents or a family member. The hell? Everyone looked at Reo in confusion, that makes complete yet no sense. Of course it does, started Reo, at the end of the day, we're all anime characters. Every other anime protagonist and duertagonist, either canon or not, had to go through one or both of those things to reach their goal in life, and you gotta be super op. That's doesn't prove, began the blonde. Naruto and Sasuke, said Reo. So what? Asked Bakugo. Gon and Killua, chuckled Reo, Luffy, Vegeta and Goku, need I continue? Luffy isn't an orphan, argued Shoto. To be fair, he's never actually met his dad, so. I get your point, why do you think I'm not reaching my goal though? Asked the spiky blonde. Oh my god, shouted Reo, I'm gonna be real with you, literally no one else here has the chance of reaching their goals yet. That got many glares in his direction. Look, I respect you all, really do, defended the elemental ghost, but I'm being honest, I'm a protagonist, I've lost both parents, I'm op, and I've almost died. I'm gonna be the number one hero far before you all. Look, if we're following that logic, then I shouldn't be that far behind you, Reo, said Kirishima, well, I'm not op, but I've got the other two. Nah, I'm closer, said Shoto, my mom poured boiling water on my face when I was 4, and I had lost a brother. If we're being realistic, I'm actually closer, smirked Izuku, I went most of my life quirkless, and you all know about bullying from the internet, my dad was gone for so long, he might as well be dead, plus, he's not even shown in the canon manga, so yeah. On top of that, and I can say all of this since this ain't part of the main story, my canon counterpart has 5 of 6 quirks unlocked, and I'm probably gonna have Bakugo's quirk, so I'm very op. Reo nodded, the man speaks facts, but he isn't getting the same quirks in that order for our universe. How do you know about that? Asked Izuku. 1. I'm a OC, so I can speak for the author. Smirked Reo. 2. Fa Jin is awesome, but he's not letting that happen, since Powerhouse has got a similar quirk for another person. Wait, I'm op, smiled Kaminari, I could be number 1. No way, said our 4 main characters. You're about as useful as Mineta, Dunce face. Kinda true, since Reo has his element, but that would make the same thing true for my fire and ice. Well, you have character development, so you're fine. Izuku's right, besides, I replaced Mineta cause he is garbage. Don't beat yourselves up about it. Back to the point, said Bakugo, I'm gonna surpass you all. Let's just leave him to his fantasy, groaned Izuku, he's not gonna listen anyway. Powerhouse here, this was a trial run, and if these aren't as funny as you hoped, please tell me how I can improve. Next one will be on the Big 5. 62 Chapter 33, Exam Surprises. Disclaimer, I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OC. Reviews. The Toxic Love Machine, you're gonna love this, and yay, Manama is in deep shit. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. Exam surprises. It was the day of the exams, and the entirety Class 1A stood outside in their hero costumes, including Reo and Momo wearing their upgraded ones, as they waited patiently. I can't wait to get out there and destroy some bots, smirked Kirishima, hardening his fists and pounding them together. Yeah, this is gonna be easy. Nothing could go wrong, shouted Kaminari, earning groans from everyone else. What? Izuku spoke up, number 1 rule in life. Never say, nothing could go wrong. Oops, said the electric blonde, watching as the staff of UA walked out and stood on a stage. Hello, students, smiled Nezu, from underneath Aizawa's binding cloth, it is I, your adorable and fluffy principal, Nezu. Today, you will be taking your practical exam, where you must defeat your opponent, or escape. However, due to recent events, there were some last-minute changes to your finals, and your opponents are not who you think. In the crowd, Rio's face paled as he noticed the wristbands on the pros' arms and legs, recognizing them from working with PL and May. Ah, it seems that a few of you have figured it out, chuckled Nezu, your opponents will not be those robots, but us. The class almost fainted from what they just heard. Is that even fair? Asked Izuku, concerned for everyone, we don't have that much experience compared to you all. Aizawa looked at him, normally, it wouldn't be, but seeing as more villains appear in each arc, plus the fact that a single student can defeat 4 third years and 1 pro, it would be the logical thing to have your opponents be pros instead of robots. Besides, what you all lack in experience, you make up for in skill and power. I need more tape, said Siro. Nezu nodded, now that you understand, I would like to introduce your newest classmate. The class watched as a lilac-haired teen in sleek, black armor step out, wearing a capture scarf and a black mask around his mouth, also holding knives near his waist, as well as 2 bolas coming out of a holster on his back. Shinso, shouted Izuku, you made it into the hero course. The teen nodded, just standing beside him as he looked at the pros. I have no intention of making any friends, said Shinso, I appreciate what you told me during the festival, Midoriya, but now you all are simply obstacles in my path. I will, however, work with you this once, on teams. Everyone shrugged, their attention turning back to the heroes, while Izuku smirked and accepted the challenge. If he passes the exam, Shinso will be spending the rest of his time at UA in Class 1A, starting today, said Nezu, for now, we will separate you all into groups and inform you of your opponent. After everyone's opponents were shown, these were the results. Reo Monroe Todoroki, Shoto Todoroki, and Momo Yaoyorozu vs Eraserhead N. Honta Siro, Mezzo Shoji, and Hitoshi Shinso vs Snipe and Midnight. Koji Koda and Kyoka Jiro vs Present Mike. Suyu Asui and Fumikage Tokiyami vs Ectoplasm. Denki Kaminari and Mina Ishido vs Principal Nezu. Rikido Sato and Ejiro Kirishima vs. Smintas. Masharao Ojiro and Tenya Iida vs. Power Loader. Toru Hagakure and Yuga Aoyama vs. 13. The final matchup seemed like the worst possible one, especially considering who the opponent was. As if on K, a hulking figure landed on the stage, smiling as his hair pointed at the sky. "I am here," shouted All Might, causing a few people to sweat to battle young heroes. Izuku looked at his matchup in horror and annoyance, with Ochako doing the same, while Bakugo made mini explosions, two exited to register anything else. Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugo, and Ochako Uraraka vs. All Might. The two frightened students groaned as Aizawa spoke, "This is your final for a reason, this isn't playtime, as of now, consider us villains. Don't hold back." Ryo spoke up, "That's bad wording, you know how I can get, UNC. Aizawa looked at him as he walked, "That includes you, Ryo. I don't want to see you half-ass trying, just don't go overboard." "Yes sir." Ryo, Shoto, and Momo vs. Eraserhead N. Ryo, Shoto, and Momo all stood in their arena. "So, what's the plan?" asked Shoto. "We're at a disadvantage here, we don't know our other opponent, he's guarding the exit, and we're up against our teacher, who has taught us everything we know." "He's got a point, Ryo," said Momo, "you've got the most experience, and you were also recommended, despite turning it down. Got any ideas?" The class representative held his chin in thought. "Okay, we're up against our teacher, who can turn off quirks, and an unknown person. To start off, we could continuously use our quirks, but that runs the risk of Momo's lipids running out. We could go for the alternate option, Shoto and I use our quirks while we all stay together, and the second our quirks stop working, we'll know where Eraserhead is, but we still need to deal with the other issue." "I've got a solution," said Shoto, "we block out the line of sight with our eyes, while Ryo stays invisible. That way, we can know when Eraserhead is close, and keep an eye out for the other person." "That's a good idea, Shoto," smiled Momo. "Okay, I'll be the lookout," while Ryo paused and looked around him. "What's going on?" asked Shoto, receiving a shush. "We're being watched," said the multi-elemental, pointing to the telephone wires above them. The trio looked up to see what could only be described as a battery, laughing and cackling as green electricity ran around its body, appearing in front of them as it moved around. "You're joking," smirked Ryo, "this is our opponent, a mini battery. I'm unimpressed." "BZZT, why no, you could take me seriously, BZZT, the battery spoke, surprising the trio. "What the heck?" said Ryo, turning visible, "what are you?" The battery cackled, "I'm nothing you've ever seen before, BZZT. The small being then jumped away, using the power lines as a pathway. "Not sure what that was about," said Momo, "let's go, we need to find Eraserhead." The three nodded, running as Ryo became invisible. Viewing area. "What was that?" asked Izuku, who had been watching in curiosity, "was that a quirk?" Nezu stayed silent, and smiled, which Izuku chose to not ask anything about. Snipe chuckled beside him, "Let's just say that this will be interesting for the little fellers." Ryo ran beside Momo and Shoto, who had his flames present, keeping watch and using Geopulse to sense Aizawa, or that battery from earlier. Suddenly, Shoto's flames stopped working, "He's here." Momo and Ryo turned around, with Ryo noticing he was visible, "The hell? Nice plan, staying invisible while keeping watch," smirked Eraserhead, grabbing Ryo with his scarf, "but I came prepared." Ryo growled as he activated the Eraserhead counter, soon producing a large flame from his left gauntlet, and blocking Eraserhead's view before releasing a smoke bomb, blinding the pro. Eraserhead smirked as the smoke dispersed, showing a giant ice wall, "You won't hide for long." As the trio ran, Ryo thought to himself, "What happened? He saw me while I was invisible." "Not sure, but we've got incoming," shouted Momo, pointing at a large figure. It was a hulking red being, and it would have been normal to see, except the fact that it had 4 arms and it had a strange, circular device on its shoulder. "What the hell?" shouted Ryo, "that's 3 opponents." The being smirked, "The name's 4 arms, my partner is Buzzsaw. Enough chit-chat, bring it." Shoto walked up, "I can handle him, he won't be able to move soon." 4 arms smirked, "Careful what you say, Shoto, you could regret it." Shoto ignored the warning and covered his hand in frost, ice forming as he moved his hand, forming his heaven-piercing ice wall. Ryo looked at him, "Niece, but we need to go, he won't stay there for long." Picking up Momo, Ryo and Shoto made ice slides, heading somewhere else. They soon got to an alley, stopping to breathe. "What is going on?" asked Momo, "That's one enemy too many," and Eraserhead erased Ryo's quirk. Ryo looked at the ground, firing a magma blast at it, making a few marks. "Okay, what do we know?" asked Ryo, making a rectangle. "We've got our teacher, who knows all our abilities and powers, an unknown simulation area, and multiple different variables with different abilities. Not to mention we don't know how to outsmart them," sighs Momo. Shoto smirks, "You said that Eraserhead knows our abilities, right?" The two nodded as he continued, "Right, but what if it wasn't as who he was fighting?" Ryo caught on, "You're lucky that I brought spares." "Cool plan, but you forgot about something," said a dry, cold voice. "You're right," said the brunette before realization dawned on him, "Ah, what are you?" As he spoke, he turned his head, seeing a hooded skeleton-like face, but it was see-through, and given the fact that it was going through the wall, it was intangible. Ryo noted this, and turning his hand intangible, grabbed the thing's face and shocked it, causing it to fall forward and turn tangible, revealing itself as two large wings were spread out across the ground, and it actually looked like a two-toed blue skeleton moth, with a device on its chest. Ah, groaned the moth as it lay there, that sucks, Big Chill isn't great with the electricity. Shoto and Momo were weirded out, but Ryo, being as curious as ever, chose to slowly walk to it, electricity crackling around him. Okay, what are you, said the teen, your buddies are giving us a hard time, and despite the fact that we know your weakness, I don't trust you. Good thinking, boy, smirked he moth, breathing cold air, it wouldn't be right to trust an unknown enemy, so I'll give you that. Seeing as it won't say much more, Ryo looked at the device, walking closer to it, what's that, a bit of support gear. Hope you don't mind, but I'm gonna make sure you can't use it again. Wait, don't touch it, yelled the moth, you have no idea what you're doing. Ryo smirked, if he was being told not to mess with his enemy's stuff, he was gonna mess with it, sue him, but Nezu is the one who caused his curiosity. Grabbing the device, he tried pulling, but nothing happened. Sending a small electric charge through it, he saw a green background and a black hourglass figure, but shrugged at it, and sending a little bit more electricity through, even as the device attempted to shock him but to no avail, he soon got blasted away by a green light, caught by Shoto. Did it work? Groaned Ryo. What did you do? Said a voice, getting the trio's attention. They looked and saw a small white figure with the device on its chest, wearing a backpack, and by the way it spoke, its voice was being echoed. Look, we need to find Eraserhead, this thing is stalling us, says Shoto, walking to the creature and freezing it, come on. The three slid awa, with Ryo invisible again as he carried Momo, who spoke. Any idea how was Eraserhead able to erase your quirk? Asked the creator. Ryo sighed, my guess is thermal vision, as long as he sees the shape of my body, he still can use his quirk. What if you made it where you don't have body heat? Asked Shoto, earning a look, if he can't see it, he won't be able to erase your quirk. I can try, it's a good thing my suit is lined with thin layers of lead, otherwise he'd see my skeleton. Ryo took a deep breath, and using all of his concentration, made his body so cold, that you could see the frost on him, despite being invisible. A bit colder than I hoped, but I'll manage, said Momo, pressing a button on her suit, much better. Making yourself colder was a logical tactic, said Eraserhead, appearing in front of them, but your luck ends here. Seeing as he was unable to erase Ryo's quirk, he leapt away from the electric blast, standing on a roof. Momo, Shoto, shouted Ryo, blasting Eraserhead with a large blast of air, sending him into the air. The two nodded, and as Momo threw flashbangs at the pro, Shoto raised his right hand, unleashing a large amount of flames, giving them a chance to plan their next move. No more running, said Ryo, pulling out 3 devices, put these on, we're going with Shoto's idea. The two grabbed the devices and put them on their wrists, dodging out the way as the other was blasted away by sound waves. That worked, said the figure, which was the small white creature from earlier, Echo Echo is awesome. Unleashing a loud yell, Echo Echo caused the trio to wince, caught in the attack. Ryo looked at Momo and Shoto as they held their heads in pain, and turned intangible, sending a shock at the creature, and gasped as he detroit it. I'm okay, said a voice, thank goodness for clones. The elemental looked to see another Echo Echo, perfectly fine, and sighed in relief. Though, it would be best to pick someone else for this job, maybe 4 arms or Diamond Head, chuckled Echo Echo, slapping its chest. In a flash of green light, a large, muscular tiger-like creature with one thick claw coming out of each wrist. Let me tell you something, Omnitrix, growled the tiger, pointing its left claw at its chest, Wrath is not Diamond Head or 4 arms. Wrath is however, better for the job here. What? Asked Shoto, confused as hell. Wrath looked at the trio, let me tell you something, Shoto Todoroki, Momo Yaoyorozu, and Ryo Todoroki Monroe. Wrath may not be Wrath's intended choice, but Wrath will break you, cause you just bit off one piece that's thicker than your eye can chew. That doesn't even make any sense, shouted Momo. I know. Ryo was still processing what it said before, that thing said 4 arms. That's the name of the other guy. In the viewing rooms, Izuku stood wide-eyed as he slowly realized something, having watched the fight alongside everyone else. Principal Nezu, is that who I think it is? Asked the shocked teenager, when did he join you all? Nezu smiled, he's our new teaching assistant, Midoriya. Expect to see more of him soon. The greenette gulped, looking at the bold, gold letters on the data chart as the question marks turned into a single, clear word. Battle. Shit, shouted Ryo, firing various elemental blasts, why did they bring Omni into this? After a blast of compressed air hit him and knocked him back, Ryo and Omni Wrath, the blue net allowed lightning to surround him, running to the device he dropped and putting it on, narrowly avoiding Wrath, who ran towards him on all 4s. Maya, shouted the elemental, being pinned to the ground, activate triple threat protocol. Access granted, said Maya, initiating fusion. A red, white, black, and blue light covered the area as Eraserhead appeared again, and his eyes went wide as he saw the single being. There stood a male with long hair in the form of a ponytail, mixed colors in it including red and white tips, a black left side, and a blue right side. He also wore a blue, open jacket, with black armor on the top, shoulders, and elbows, similar to Ryo's costume. The elbows guards, however, had been connected to his fingerless gloves, with a computer connected to the right glove. There was also a gold strap across the left shoulder, with a larger one connected to his weights. He wore black and blue combat pants, with a strap around his right thigh holding a book close to him, with red boots that extended to his knees, doubling as knee guards. What the hell? Shouted the teacher, not expecting this in the slightest. Viewing room. The entirety of the people viewing the recent addition to the fight just stood there, jaws open, including the UA staff, and Class 1A, as well as Nezu. What the hell is that? Shouted Mike, causing others to wince. That's gotta be cheating, right? Midnight nodded. That shouldn't be fair, this is entire new person. Nezu shook his head. To say this action is unfair is to be hypocritical. We did the same thing with Omni, did we not? He hadn't originally been in the finals, yet he was added to specifically give Reo a harder time and get his team used to unknown opponents. Now, we see an unknown way to defeat said opponent, and you say it's unfair. That doesn't seem right. Midnight opened her mouth to say something, before closing it and huffing to herself. Sorry to interrupt, began Kaminari, but who's Omni? Nezu smiled before turning to Izuku. I think you should ask Midoriya. He has been in contact with him before, as well as talked to him about his quirk. All eyes were on the greenette, who gulped. Well, Omni let me analyze his quirk, and he said it was called one-man army, allowing him to transform into various creatures. Izuku lied about the quirk, it was just a cover story for quirklessness, but some knew that. He said he only had 18 aliens, but I'm not sure where Echo came from. The group nodded before Ochako asked, Hey, Izuku. What about the guy on the screen? Izuku chuckled as eyes were on him once more. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you all. So, Ryo's been working on a project called FS10, or a fusion matrix, allowing people to fuse into a single person for a temporary amount of time. The fusion also has a bonus ability that they naturally master, but since Ryo just combined 3 people, some probably had to modify the program a little bit. He looked at Mina. How come we don't have fusion matrices? Well, Ryo's trying to make a program where your fusion matrix is inside your watches, allowing you to fuse without Ryo being there all the time. It also means everyone, including the teachers, would need one just in case. Is it safe? Asked Ojiro, asking the million-dollar question before receiving a nod from Tokiyami. I was the first person to try it, and I only ended up exhausted afterwards, just like Ryo. Thank you for the very detailed explanation, Midoriya, smiled Nezu. Now let us watch the battle continue. Everyone nodded as Shinso thought, I really am so far behind them. Battle. The teen looked at himself in shock, looking over his body closely. Eraserhead sighed and shook his head. I should have expected this. The kid watches so much anime, it's in his fighting style. The hobo teacher looked at the fusion. Who are you? My name is Triple Threat, chuckled the man, but I'm also called Resham, and I will be ending this fight. Triple Threat's right side of his face then became surrounded in white eyes, while the left was surrounded by white fire, with multicolored electricity cracking around him as he formed a large diamond staff in his hand. Omni, a hand, shouted the teacher, putting on his goggles and grabbing the fusion with his scarf before it could move again. Wrath yelled at Eraserhead, let me tell you something, Shota Aizawa, pro-hero Eraserhead. Wrath is Wrath, and no one tells Wrath what to do. Wrath is gonna come over there of his own choice. The Erasure user groaned as the tiger came over, could you switch forms? I'm not too keen on you right now. Let me tell you something, Eraserhead. If Wrath changes again before Wrath returns to human, Wrath will only have 1 minute left. We better make it count then, said Eraserhead, turning back to his new enemy. He's gone. Wrath sniffed the air and clawed the air, feeling a cold breeze, as well as a shock and some heat. Resham then appeared behind Eraserhead, pinning him down with his face to the ground as he spoke and his eyes turned blue. No hard feelings, UNC. Just taking care of Omni without interruptions. The fusion then chopped his neck, knocking his teacher out before being pinned against the wall. Wrath was hoping he would get to fight you, smirked the tiger, as he pointed a claw at Resham's chin. Such a brute, sighed Resham, his Momo side showing as his eyes turned black and he turned intangible and fell, hitting the floor as he turned the ground into water, splashing Wrath. Rag, growled the Apoplexian, Wrath hates water. That was the idea, smirked Resham, getting behind him and repeating the process while messing with him. Transmutation has its perks. Not liking the water, Wrath then slapped his chest, becoming a familiar, blue and black velociraptor with wheels on his feet, and a sleek mask covering his face. I know this one, XLR8, right? Asked Resham, you were on the news. XLR8 nodded, I'm famous quickly. Glad that you recognized me, but catch me if you can. He then sped off, leaving a blue and black trail behind him as Resham smirks, this is gonna be fun. Blue, white, and black electricity crackled around him, with the fusion zooming off, ending up beside the alien 2 seconds later. You're fast, but we're burning daylight, smirked Resham, slowing down time, I rarely race against another speedster. XLR8 smirked and got faster, prompting Resham to do the same. The Kinesilaran jumped up as he barely dodged an elbow to his face, sending a fist of his own that was also avoided. He looked and saw a large building in front of him, before looking back at Resham, whose eyes became filled with electricity, causing him to gulp. Resham smirked as he looked at XLR8, before a larger amount of electricity surrounded him, trailing black, red, and blue behind him as he ran up the walls, making a large turn and breaking the windows before zooming back down, extending his arm, and knocking XLR8 into the air, running off, and returning with cuffs as he pushed the alien down, wrapping the capture cuff around his leg. The alarm then sounded, signifying their passing. Resham smiled as he nodded, zooming into the viewing room and passing out in the corner, a multicolored flash of light following him as Momo, Shoto, and Reo all appeared, leaning on each other as they slept peacefully. So, chuckled Power Loader, is anyone gonna get Omni and Eraserhead? Zero, Shoji, and Shinso versus Midnight and Snipe. Shinso, Shoji, and Zero were currently hiding behind a pillar of marble, with Shoji keeping watch, making a plan with the others as well. Okay, I think I have an idea, said Shinso. If you can isolate Midnight, Zero, then I might be able to use my quirk on her, while Shoji covers me. Zero nodded, turning his head to see before almost being hit by a rubber bullet, forcing him back behind the pillar. Come on, little doggies, shouted Snipe before looking at Midnight and nodding. Midnight smirked as she tore the sleeve of her costume, activating her quirk as pink mist surrounded her and Snipe, who was safe thanks to the gas mask he wore. Shinso, meanwhile, had seen this and smirked. They just gave us our opening. Shoji, focus on making eyes and ears. Zero, come on. The multi-armed teen nodded, as Zero and Shinso came from behind the pillar and ran into the pink mist, with their mouth guard and helmet protecting them from the sleeping gas. Shinso grabbed his capture tape as Zero shot a bit of tape around Midnight, missing as it got Snipe instead. The gunslinger looked at the two boys and shot a rubber bullet at Zero, hitting the boy's helmet and destroying it, exposing his face to the pink sleeping mist, knocking him out. Shinso looked at Snipe and scowled before dragging Zero back behind a pillar, looking at Shoji. New plan, I can't get close, so we'll have to work from here. Shoji was about to ask what he meant, before Shinso turned a dial on his mouthpiece, small plates on it changing directions before the lilac teen nodded. Snipe, behind you, shouted Midnight. I got him, shouted Snipe, before he stopped moving and stood straight. Take off your mask, and throw it far away from you, said Midnight, before seeing Snipe throw his mask off, far from his body and passed out from the sleeping mist. Shoji saw this and grew confused. What just happened? Shinso pointed at his mouthpiece. As he turned the dial, I simply used my new persona chords. I can modify my voice to sound like anyone else, forcing them to answer the voice they think is their allies. Shoji smirked before nodding. Okay, that sounds pretty cool. Shinso smiled beneath the voice modifier. Thanks, but do you have a way to deal with Midnight? Shoji shook his head. No, maybe you can try the same trick again. It might work. Seeing that they had no other ideas, Shinso turned the dial on his modifier, with the lilac-haired teen speaking. Aunt Nimari, said Shinso with Ryo's voice, I just told everyone your secret. Good luck. Midnight froze. No, it does work. Now surrender. Midnight obliged, and with glazed eyes, deactivated her quirk as the students came out, Shoji soon wrapping the cuffs around her arm. Pass, sounded the alarm, the boys smiling as Zero snored. Hagakure and Aoyama versus 13. Hagakure and Aoyama held onto the railing for dear life as 13 used her quirk, attempting to suck the two in. Whoa, shouted Hagakure, hold on, Aoyama. Aoyama smiled as he sparkled. Mon Amy, do not fret, for we have the advantage in this situation. The invisible girl gasped. You're right, 13 wouldn't really harm us, since we're students. We can use that. She looked at her partner. Let go, trust me. Aoyama looked nervous, but nodded, flying backwards into the vacuum. Ah, said 13, turning off her quirk and getting knocked down by Aoyama. The sparkly blonde smiled. Face my sparkles. He blasted a large amount of light from his stomach, knocking 13 down as she groaned. Damn it, said the space-themed hero, looking around. Where'd they go? Unknown to her, Hagakure and Aoyama were right behind her, the two invisible. This is a magnificent trick, whispered Aoyama. When did you learn this? During elemental training, smirked Hagakure. Ryo taught me how to become visible, while I gave him some tips on a project of his. Such a kind soul, I will have to show him more sparkles. Shish, we need to be quiet, said Hagakure. Get the cuffs, I'm gonna get as close. At that moment, 13 turned around and grabbed Hagakure, holding her in the air. Got you, chuckled 13, looking a bit menacing. You're the sneaky one, so I can get you out of the way. The invisible girl chuckled. Really, cause where I'm looking, you're defeated. 13 looked confused as she looked at her arm and noticed the cuffs around her leg, with Aoyama down near her on the ground. Nice moves, kid. 13 set her down as Hagakure smirks. Gotta do what I do best. Pass. I finished the chapter, and it took at least a week. Also, for my Omni fans, he does not have Echo yet in J-Star's story. I just gave him to Omni for my story. Next chapter, all hell breaks loose. This chapter has been beta read by Shonen King 94. Powerhouse, out. 62 Chapter 34, all hell breaks loose. Reviews. Throwaway account 01, stop reading my story if you're gonna be super disrespectful. If we both have similar ideas, okay, but that doesn't mean you should be petty and shit just cause. Curly Boy 01, XYZ Dragon 1234, and the Toxic Love Machine. The winner will be revealed when the next quirk appears, but after Black Whip. All hell breaks loose. Izuku was panicking. Not only did he have to fight his teacher and idol, as well as the fact that there may be a secret surprise in store for his team, meaning they had to be on guard. As he walked towards the tasting area, Ochako snapped him out of his thoughts. You okay, Izuku? Asked the brunette. I mean, besides the fact that the three of us are fighting All Might. The greenette chuckled. Yeah, just a bit worried. I've seen All Might during fights, and if I'm right, he usually uses one of his Detroit smashes for minor opponents, and seeing the fact that he gets carried away a lot. He continued his mumbling, snapping out of it when danger sense blared. Move to the left, and flip your incoming opponent. Izuku complied, moving as he saw Bakugo lunging at him with an explosion, and Izuku groaned, grabbing his arm around flipping him onto the concrete. Quit trying to hit me and get your head in the game, scoffed Izuku, walking to the mock city with Ochako beside him and Bakugo groaning as he walked behind them. Meanwhile, Izuku had been making a plan. Since they were highly outmatched against All Might, he figured they would have a better chance of running to the exit. Ochako thought for a while, won't he chase us instead? He has insane speed, plus from what I saw about the sludge villain incident. Bakugo walked in front of them, he won't chase us if we fight him. The couple looked at him incredulously before they shouted, you're crazy. All Might's speed and power is too much for us. The blonde chuckled evilly, that doesn't mean shit. If I can beat the number one hero, I'm sure to pass you Deku. Izuku was about to respond, when the alarm for the exam rang. Damn it, said the greenette, he's coming. Uraraka, get into the air, shouted Bakugo, your quirk isn't suited for this type of combat. A bit hesitant, the brunette nodded, making herself weightless while curling into a ball, with her eyes going wide. He's here, shouted Ochako, a burst of wind knocking her down as a hulking figure appeared. Haha, that is correct, heroes, shouted All Might smiled at them, I am here. Bakugo smirked to himself, blasting forwards as he charged forwards, being stopped as a hand grabbed his face. Bakugo, said Izuku, lightning charging around him as he slowed time around him, running to Bakugo to try and free him from the pro's grasp. As he ran, he noticed something that shocked him. All Might slowly turned his head, looking at him and smiling, throwing the explosive blonde at him in slow motion, unleashing a punch that knocked Bakugo backwards and into Izuku, causing time to return to normal. The rivals groaned, Bakugo soon getting up and walking back to the pro, with Ochako coming back soon after. Bakugo, shouted Izuku, stopping him, we can't fight All Might, he's too powerful. Ochako nodded, we need to get to the exit. Bakugo scoffed, I don't need any help from you two, especially not you, Deku. No, shouted Izuku, I don't usually give a fuck about your egotistical shit, but this is it. We're in the middle of an exam against All fucking Might, and you wanna take him on alone. I refuse to let you be the reason we fail. I'm trying to become a hero, while you pull shit like this. What do you even hope to accomplish? Bakugo looked at him, what the hell do you think, nerd? I've been trying to keep you at arm's length. Up until the beginning of school, you've been quirkless. I've been trying to surpass you, icy hot, nature freak, and All Might. If I can't do that, then why am I here? You're the one thing I hate, you're just a nobody that shouldn't exist. I don't care what you do, I'm gonna do this on my own. Deep down, Izuku was hurt. A small part of him hoped that Bakugo could get over himself, or become his friend again. The other part of him was angry, causing something within him to be unlocked. Izuku mumbled something, loud enough for Bakugo to hear, but soft enough to be incoherent. Bakugo looked back at him as a chill ran down his spine. Ochako looked at him, you okay, Izuku? He nodded as his hair shaded his eyes, don't you dare blame everyone else. The blonde turned around, what? Ochako backed away, her eyes going wide as she looked to her left. I said, Izuku began, don't you dare. Both teens looked at Izuku, who almost never got angry, so they were shocked. As he got closer, Bakugo noticed something about Izuku. He had full cowling active, but the lightning seemed more powerful, as well as brighter than before. Get down, shouted Izuku, immediately in front of Bakugo as he pushed him down. Congrats, kid, said a female voice, you've got my quirk now. Lightning crackled around Izuku, and if you looked carefully, you could see his eyes filled with green electricity. What are you doing, nerd? Shouted Bakugo, moving away from the electric teen after feeling sparks on his hand, your quirk just hit me. Izuku looked at him, ready to be a team player. Bakugo scoffed, looking away, I'm only doing this to pass. He looked over at his teammates, what's the plan then? Looking at his hand, Izuku spoke, if we can't fight All Might, we'll play keep away. I've somehow gotten faster, much faster, so I can use this to get All Might away from the two of you. Bakugo, you're on defense, you protect Ochako in case I get taken out, as soon as I start running, you two head for the goal. Bakugo opened his mouth to ask something, before Izuku nodded, yes, you can blow shit up. Bakugo grinned evilly, let's do this. At that moment, All Might had appeared, performing a California smash, with Izuku grabbing both of them and speeding off. As they were carried, Ochako and Bakugo noticed that their costumes, at least the bases of them, were catching on fire, and on instinct, activated their armored suits. My costume is toast, shouted Bakugo now fully armored, be more careful, Deku. My bad. Once they were set down, Izuku ran off, massive amounts of green lightning trailing behind him, with Bakugo and Ochako heading for the goal. Viewing room. That's impossible, shouted Reo, receiving looks from everyone who didn't know what he was talking about. What are you blabbering about? Groaned Omni, wearing his ID mask. Do none of you see it? Groaned Reo, Gramps, please tell me you understand. Nezu shook his head, what on earth are you talking about? Izuku can't be that fast, shouted Kaminari, who finally understood. Hello. What are you two talking about? Said Jiro, hitting their heads, with Kaminari groaning while Reo continued his mumbling. I didn't think he had a quirk, I thought it was the lightning. Was I wrong? Maybe he didn't have a quirk, but it became classified as one. Do I need to get a refresher? Mill ask Izuku about this later, mumbled Reo, soon interrupted when Momo kissed him. Better, she asked, which she received a nod, care to explain. Reo took a deep breath and explained, there's a reason why Kaminari understood, it's the same reason why Izuku has so much lightning around him. I literally saw it in his eyes. That lightning is from the Flash, the speedster from America. I'm not sure why Izuku has it, but that shouldn't be possible, since Flash didn't have a quirk, because they hadn't appeared yet. What about evolution? Asked Nezu. It's very possible that while he didn't have a quirk, he may have had descendants who evolved from his metahuman genetics. You may be onto something, but we'll worry about that after the exam, said Aizawa, everyone nodding. Turning back to the screen, Reo watched Izuku run ahead of All Might, and smiled. You got this, Izuku. Izuku continued running from All Might, the muscular man close behind him. This speed is impressive, young Midoriya, said All Might, running side by side with his successor. Shit, shouted Izuku, forcing himself to use 35% of One for All, the electricity around him becoming brighter as he ran ahead of the blonde, who became surprised as ever while watching his successor gain so much speed ahead of him. This kid is fast, smiles All Might, running even faster as he slowly realized Izuku's plan. Contemplating on going back and stopping Ochako and Bakugo, All Might simply decided to get rid of the biggest threat, but by doing it with style. Turning around, Izuku noticed that All Might had left, and would have turned as well, before feeling massive pain from danger sense. Move. Izuku immediately ducked, but soon felt a giant fist in his stomach, causing him to spit up blood. Fuck, thought Izuku, flying into the wall as he groaned, tapping his ear, he's headed your way. I'll catch up. Izuku stood, and thinking his bones would be broken, he was a little surprised when any injuries were completely healed. I'm not sure what's going on, but I like it, smiled the greenette, zooming off to help his teammate and girlfriend. Meanwhile, Ochako had been running to the goal, being protected by Bakugo, who was unleashing a flurry of explosive blasts at All Might. I knew Deku couldn't hold him back for long, grumbled Bakugo, pulling a pin on one of the gauntlets, it just shows that he's weak. Ochako continued running, but shouted, he bought us some time. Can't you be grateful? Ignoring her, Bakugo blasted All Might once again, using his AP shot, machine gun, slightly pushing the blonde man backwards, at least a few inches. Continuing his assault, Bakugo was about to raise his other gauntlet to blast All Might again, but as he did, the pro grabbed the gauntlet, breaking it in the process. Bakugo scoffed, raising his arms and unleashing a massive explosion, all the while feeling the recoil of his quirk. His costume was designed to negate the drawbacks, but without the gauntlets, he couldn't handle massive blasts that well. Blasting backwards, he landed beside Ochako, who froze. The brunette hadn't been in a fight like this, and she was both frightened and brave, for just doing anything at all when she could have been taken out easily. That's it, thought Ochako, there's always been an opening, we just haven't been able to find it. Turning around, Ochako ran towards All Might, stopping right in front of him. He turned as he saw Ochako, young Uraraka. What are you doing here? The brunette smiled, sorry about this, All Might. He was confused before he felt himself being lifted into the air, and heard a yell, followed by explosions, as well as a burst of wind. Bakugo soon came into view, and smirked as he put both his hands out, I got you, All Might. Using the rest of the strength he had, Bakugo made a massive explosion that covered the area as Ochako moved out the way, with Izuku appearing behind him, jumping as he punched All Might in the face, performing a supersonic punch as the blonde pro smiling to himself, hearing the words, Speed Smash. Before blacking out, one final thought going through his mind. These kids are gonna be great heroes. As the explosion engulfed him, All Might laid on his stomach, with Ochako putting the cuffs around him, with the signal for their passing sounding. Izuku smiled, looking at his teammates before it went black. The greenette opened his eyes, returning to the familiar black void. Hello, little ninth, chuckled a female voice. Izuku saw a woman with brown hair, a red, purple, and black hero costume that had lightning designs on the legs, waist, and arms, with a single lightning bolt on her chest. Don't worry about speaking, you haven't mastered OFA to that point yet, said the woman, I'm NYA, the second user of One for All, and the great-granddaughter of the Flash, Barry Allen. You may also know me as the hero Blur. Before you say anything, I do have a quirk, it's called Speed Force. It allows me to manipulate my lightning, either for speed, attacks, or just slowing down time. Izuku gained an even more puzzled look on his face, seeing how he could use his speed to slow down time before. Now, I know what you're thinking. I could already do that before. That's cause ever since 8 received One for All, my lightning has become strong enough to slow down time, even without revealing its full ability. The fourth appeared, smiling, you are close to unlocking your third quirk, little ninth, but the disturbance in One for All is getting stronger. We will have to go soon, but we will give you an explanation first. NYA spoke up, when you unlock a new quirk then your mind will immediately have the knowledge to use it properly, but from then on, you have to adapt to it. It also means that once you unlock the other quirks, you'll be able to speak with the users as well. Izuku wanted to ask what else to expect, but was soon flung into the real world. The first thing Izuku felt when he woke was cold. Not the type of cold on your skin, but everywhere. Looking to his left, he saw Ochako, Momo, Reo, Shoto, Toshinori, Aizawa, Nezu, Hisashi, and Inko, who looked like she was about to cry, and Recovery Girl. What's going on? Asked Izuku, getting their attention. My baby, said Inko, hugging him happily while tears started. Are you okay? Are you hurt? The green-haired teen shook his head. I'm fine, Mom. Good, said Aizawa, could you explain what the hell was that? Principal Nezu, Toshi, everyone in here knows, right? Asked Izuku, earning a nod. I believe I know what you're talking about. I found out when All Might told Momo and Uraraka, said Shoto. Aizawa and Hisashi were confused. We don't know about the secret, mind filling us in. Izuku sighed. I was born quirkless, never had a power. I was bullied, not that the teachers at Aldera cared. Ryo's the only one who ever showed me genuine friendship. One day, we were going to train, when we got attacked by a villain you all may be familiar with, the sludge villain. It tried taking over Ryo and getting me hostage, but All Might stopped him. Fast forward to later that day after I jumped in to save Bakugo, and All Might found me in Ryo. He told me that I could inherit his quirk, one for all. I accepted, and we started to train at the beach while cleaning it up for the entrance exam. Izuku, what are you talking about? Asked Hisashi. I don't understand. No, you don't, shouted the greenette. I was quirkless and you didn't care. You ran out on me and mom. The only reason why I haven't kicked your ass back to Jakku is cause I don't want to get expelled. During the sports festival, something happened. Some of you know this already, but a past user spoke to me. He said I had unlocked his quirk, Danger Sense, and that 6 more would appear. At first, I thought he was mistaken since I'm the 9th holder of this quirk, but I wasn't sure at first. There are currently 9 users, 3 quirks active including the transfer quirk, and 2 formerly quirkless holders. Which means I should get 7 in total, minus Danger Sense and Speed Force, so 5 left. Is Izuku even more powerful? Asked Inko. Yeah, said Ryo, seeing as he'll eventually have more quirks, he'll be the most powerful person in the school. I know because he's already faster than me. Izuku looked at him. How do you know that? I'm your cousin that was raised with you since you were 4, and I have a secret myself. I got spirits in my head, most of you know this, but there's something else. Recently, I've been getting training from another elemental, and not Tamata, Kokura, or Zandaka, the elemental of darkness. Instead, he has green hair, elemental abilities, and one for all. Please don't say it, groaned Aizawa, knowing what comes next. That's right, UNC, chuckled Ryo, if we count Izuku, Omni, and my trainer, then we've got a multiverse on our hands, huh? Finally done with the rewrite. School is a pain in the ass, but I'm still active. Here you go everyone. I'll work on my DP crossover story next. I'm working on the next chapter of this story with Shonen King 94, but I gotta ask, should I add in the I-Island arc? I actually haven't seen the movie, mainly cause I can't find it in English. 62 Chapter 35, Quirk Ideas. Author's note, hey, guys. I've decided to rewrite the last chapter, since I have better ideas than giving Izuku a devil fruit. I will ask if you all can tell me which quirk should be part of OFA for the 3rd user. Redirect allows the user to redirect all types of energy, including radioactive, kinetic, and sound. Karma basically what Boruto and Kawaki have, but it changes the user's personality instead of erasing it. 5 seconds allows user to rewind or fast forward in time for 5 seconds, may possibly increase with OFA 62 Chapter 36, Class Trip. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OC. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. Class trip. Momo was at Ryo's dorm again relieved that the exam was over. Ryo was giving her a relaxing shoulder massage. Man that was intense, Ryo said as he continued the massage. Yay but we all pulled through thanks to your help, Momo told him, you really amaze me with what you can do. Thanks Mo, Ryo said as he smiled. You know, I think there was something we were doing before, all this happened, Momo said. Ryo smirked knowing what he was talking about. I think I remember, Ryo said, something like, this. He then pinned Momo to the door, the raven-haired girl giggling. Maya, lock the doors and make sure nobody disturbs us, Ryo said. Affirmative. Ryo then kissed Momo while caressing her boobs, earning a moan of approval from his creative queen. Your nipples are getting hard, he said teasingly. That's because you're always groping me there, Momo said, but I'm not the only sensitive one. She took the opportunity to grope the hormonal elemental's butt, squeezing it softly earning a moan from him. She giggled at this reaction. You have a nice ass, she said. The two then continued their love-making, teasing and filling the room with moans, from the both of them. The next day, our heroes were taking a class trip to the mall to find some materials they needed for the camp trip. Momo had dragged Ryo over to a store while Ochako went with Izuku. How long do you think it'll take before we have to tell them? Asked Izuku, heading to a clothes store while holding Ochako's hand. Well, Momo and Ryo probably know, but we should tell everyone sooner than later, cause Mina's gonna be bugging us later, giggled the brunette. Okay, but let's get what we need for the trip, okay, smiled the green-haired teen. Ochako nodded, pouting as she looked in her purse. I'll pay for you, okay Mochi, smiled Izuku, using his nickname for his girlfriend before looking out into the distance. You okay? Asked Ochako, you spaced out for a minute. I'm alright, OFA just kept me preoccupied. Come on, relax, smiled Ochako, let's go shopping, we can even get some hero stuff. Smiling, Izuku allowed himself to be dragged to a nearby clothes store, laughing the entire time. Meanwhile, Ryo and Momo were currently in academy, sports and outdoors, looking for some camp gear and sleeping bags. What about these? Asked Momo, holding some hiking boots, they may not be stylish but that's kinda the point. Sure, said Ryo, grabbing a black sleeping bag and holding a yellow one as Momo gave him the boots, I'll pay for these and head over to Marshall's, meet you there. Momo nodded, heading over to look for some bigger bags. Soon after paying, Ryo began to head to Marshall's, before heading to the food court for a quick refuel, soon spotting Izuku. Hey, Reo, shouted the greenette, sitting down with nachos in his hand, where's Momo? Academy, she likes being prepared for any possibility, chuckled the elemental, what about Ochako? She went to go snack on some mochi, I'm meeting her at Ross. Taking a bit of popcorn in his mouth, Izuku smiled, well, I wanted to talk to you about something anyway. Reo grew curious, it wasn't like Izuku to talk to him in private about many things. It's my dad, sighed the greenette, he's trying to get me to open up, but he's been out of my life for so long, he just left after you know what. Plus, he and mom divorced, and I think she's dating Toshi now. The elemental looked down as he spoke, I'm no good here, but as much as I hate him, just try to get to know Hisashi. If he doesn't act like a father should, then you'll know what to do. Izuku smiled, thanks man, I needed that. The two then shared a bro hug, with Izuku slipping something into Ryo's jacket pocket. Same time, Shigaraki sat down at the bar, a bit pissed as he looked at the three people in front of him. I heard that you were ugly, but seeing you in person is much worse, said the first male, who had black hair and was covered in scars that were visibly stitched to his skin. Ooh, hi, said the female, sounding like a teenager while smiling, fangs showing, can I join your group? I wanna be like Mr. Staney. I wanna kill Mr. Staney. What's your name? Shigaraki asked the girl. I'm Toga. The decay user looked at the burnt man, what about you? I go by Dabi, shrugged the burnt man, unimpressed. Shigaraki turned to the person that brought them, a gray-haired man who wore stylish clothes and jewelry. Jiren, get them out of here, scoffed Shigaraki, I don't need a teenager and some burnt piece of trash. Gibbon chuckled, you'll need them, and you know it. The teal-haired male growled, if you were anyone else I'd kill you, Jiren. Ah, but you need me and that's why you won't. Kurogiri, who was drying glasses chimed in, Tamura, I suggest hearing them out. They could prove to be very useful. Taking a sip of his drink, the hand-covered teen stood, his hands wide open, quiet, Kurogiri. I don't need trash like these two, I've already got anarchist. Dabi grinned slightly, blue fire in his hands, now you're speaking my language. Toga grabbed knives from her sleeves, I can't wait to see your blood. The three then lunged forwards, about to attack before Kurogiri opened some portals, the attackers' hands appearing above each of their heads. I may be a villain, but I will not allow fighting in my bar, said the warper, narrowing his yellow eyes, I suggest you all stand down before your hands are removed. The three villains all looked at each other before removing their hands from the portals, and Shigaraki grabbed a jacket and put the hood on. Where are you going? Asked Dabi, curious. Not answering, Shigaraki left, keeping his hands in his pockets. Kurogiri sighed, Tamura needs time to think, he will come around. For now, how about a drink? Shigaraki walked through the mall, thinking about past events. He had lost before, thanks to Reo, who he hated with a passion, and Stain had mentioned convictions, and how he didn't have any. As he thought about this, he noticed two familiar green and blue heads sitting in front of him. The person with green hair seemed to jerk a bit, almost alarmed as he neared them, but just sat there. Once he was close enough, he was about to put his hand on each of their shoulders, keeping his pinky and ring fingers in the air. Reo was quick and pulled himself and Izuku away, knowing who it was. Sorry darling, but we don't work that way, he said. Hey, guys, smirked Shigaraki, get up, let's have a little chat. You know Shigi, Reo said, unafraid, you should know that Izuku and I were given permission to use our quirks in self-defense. Try anything funny, and we kick your ass. Literally, Izuku said. The two of them kept their quirks activated in case something happened. I'm not here to kill, Shigaraki said, smirking, not today anyway. Then what are you here for? Asked Izuku, lightning sparking around both him and Reo, you're not exactly known for being peaceful. I wouldn't be so sure, smiled Shigaraki, make one wrong move and I could very easily kill everyone in this mall in less than 10 minutes. Play along for now, if anything happens, we use our speed to our advantage, said Izuku. Got it, said Reo. What did you want to talk about? Asked the elemental Bluenet, you wouldn't attack us out in the open, especially after what I did to your Nomu. Well, I hate everything, but what pisses me off the most is the hero killer Stain. He's not with your stupid league, asked Izuku, genuinely surprised. I never acknowledged it, it just ended up on the news, said the chapped man. What I find interesting is that my Nomu had practically destroyed that city, but Stain was the one who got the glory. I want you two to tell me why. I was the only one in Hosu, began Izuku, but Stain had convictions, he had reasons for his methods. You only destroy what you hate, but Stain originated from All Might in this society. He had ideals that he never abandoned, unlike you back at the USJ. As Izuku spoke, a light bulb went off in Shigaraki's head. The hatred of Stain and the fascination with Izuku and Reo, it all revolved around All Might. Yes, that's right, smirked Shigaraki, at the end of the day, that's where I ended up, so what am I worried about? These heroes are able to smile without a care in the world, all thanks to All Might. It's like he could save anyone. Shigaraki tightened his grip on the boys, who had stopped using their quirks for the time being, thanks Izuku. Glad we had a little chat, now I need to talk with Reo. Oh goody, groaned the elemental, the chapped boy is done with his speech. What do you want, trying to recruit me for your pity group? Maybe just kidnap me. Shigaraki chuckled, his chapped lips cracking, that's not a bad, by far the biggest threat, besides All Might. I could get rid of you now, and no one would know. Try it, I guarantee that you'll leave here with burns, paralysis, and frostbite all at once, growled Reo, the temperature around him decreasing while his blood started boiling, literally. Izuku powered up one for all in his finger, prepared to unleash a fully powered Delaware smash at Shigaraki. I'm kidding, grinned Shigaraki, releasing the two. Sensei would be displeased if I didn't keep my promises. Have fun with your girlfriends, little cousins. Don't follow me or I'll get angry. You won't like me when I'm angry. Shigaraki, shouted Reo, are you working with Paradox? That depends on who you're asking, smiled the villain. If I were you, I'd make sure I don't get killed, since Andy wouldn't be happy, and neither would the heroes. Shigaraki then walked off, blending into the crowd as he disappeared, worrying the two. Later, the police and a couple pros had arrived once they had been contacted. Toshinori and Inko came as well, worried for their kids. Are you two okay? Asked Inko, checking over the two of them with motherly care. You're not hurt, are you? Fortunately we're fine, Izuku stated. Yay, he didn't try anything funny, Reo said. Good. Fortunately you had permission to use your quirks in self-defense, Inko said. Ochako and Momo saw them and were relieved. Ochako gave Izuku a massive bear hug. I'm so glad you're safe, she said. They all noticed something. Inko was holding Toshinori's hand. Am I seeing what I think I'm seeing? Reo asked. Yeah, said Izuku, I just can't believe that I was right. What are you all talking about? Asked Inko, not quite putting all the pieces together. Mom, asked Izuku, looking dead serious, am I gonna have a stepdad soon? At that, Toshinori spat out blood, while Inko simply blushed madly. Izuku, said the green-haired woman, blushing as she helped Toshi up, what gave you that idea? Toshinori sighed, it's alright Inko, they were gonna find out eventually. Young Midoriya, your mother and I have been seeing each other ever since the internships. Izuku was silent for a few seconds. Izuku, Inko asked, a bit worried, baby. Izuku then fell to his knees and started crying tears of happiness. Ochako chuckled. I think he approves, she said. Reo smiled, helping Izuku up as the two shared a look. Hey, UNC, said the elemental, can we talk to you real quick? Toshinori chuckled, sure, boys. I have time to spare. The three walked over to the concession stands, buying some ice cream for their dates, as well as themselves. What did you want to talk about? Asked Toshi. You know we trust you, right? Asked Izuku, and my mother is very precious to us. Of course, said Toshi, knowing where this was going. Good, so we'll get to the point, said Reo, if you break Auntie's heart, or hurt her in any way. We'll make you feel pain worse than anything Nezu, all for one, or Gran Torino could even hope to make you feel. Are we clear? Said the two, their quirks activating as red and black lightning surrounded them both. Toshinori nodded, oh of course, boys. I'll make sure that Inko is loved and cared for. As the two teens backed away, they smiled, great. Let's finish getting our things. The 8th OFA user just smiled nervously, how did they go from killer intent to angels in seconds? Remembering something, the blue-haired boy smiled as they returned to their ladies. Mint chocolate chip ice cream for my queen, smiled Reo, eating a bit of his coffee-flavored ice cream. Hey, you know the Expo coming up? Momo nodded, the Expo has a bunch of awesome inventions there. It's great, why? Yeah, well, chuckled Reo, producing 2 tickets to the Expo, how would you like to go with me? Momo gasped, nodding softly as she kissed her boyfriend, wrapping her arms around his neck as they smiled at each other, with the Ravenet giggling for some reason. You know, we think pretty similar, smiled Momo, reaching into her purse for 3 tickets to the Expo. I was going to ask you, and get a +1. The two chuckled as Momo handed Izuku the tickets, why don't you two take these? You can have a date, and invite someone along with you. Izuku smiled, what do you think, Mochi? Wanna party in the USA? Sure, smiled the brunette, nice reference. Then I guess we can also go, smirked Toshi, holding 2 tickets, how about it, Inko? The green-haired woman nodded, it's a date, then. We can also keep an eye on the lovebirds. Lucky for us, we have the week off to relax before the camp, smiled the 4 students. Reo smiled, it's settled, we'll head to Island tomorrow. Yeah, Shigaraki smiled to himself as he returned to the bar, it was right in front of me the entire time, I just didn't notice. I have to say, Stain, thank you. I'll carry out your convictions, but on my terms. Opening the door, Anarchist simply asked, find what you're looking for yet? Yes, smiled Shigaraki, Dabi, Toga, you can stay. I have a good feeling about you too. The 2 villains smiled evilly, with Kurogiri nodding in approval. Meanwhile, the 3 couples, along with Shoto, who found them, had walked around, gathering everything else they needed, but Izuku and Reo couldn't keep their minds off a few things that Shigaraki said. Hey, Mom, asked Izuku, do you have a brother or sister? Inko, whose smile stood on her face, paused as she sat down. I did, but my brother, his kids, his wife, and in-laws died in an accident, sighed the woman, why do you ask? Izuku sighed, Shigaraki called Reo and I his cousins. Did your brother have any kids that sound familiar? Inko shook her head, sighing as they walked. Let's just head home, okay, said the green-haired woman, the others remaining silent as they followed her. Hey, guys, smiled Omni, walking up to the students as they returned from their shopping trip. Sue walked up to him, confused as she asked, hello, Omni. What are you doing here? I wanted to bring Eri to see you all, smiled the disguised teen, she's finally out of the hospital, and she wanted to thank a couple of you. Izuku walked up, where is she? I really missed that adorable unicorn. With Aizawa, just make sure she's not around Bakugo too much. Reo smiled. Is she using the healing water I sent you? Omni nodded, with the rest of the class walking into their dorms while chatting before Mina spoke up. Hey, Omni, the pink-skinned girl asked, getting everyone's attention. I can't help but think you're hiding something from us, specifically your looks. That's 'cause I am. Figured you'd ask me eventually, Mina, said the Omnitrix-wielding teen, greeting eyebrows raised towards him. Izuku and Reo looked at him, nodding in agreement as they chuckled. Oi, if you're gonna show us who you are, remove your damned mask, bastard changer, shouted Bakugo. The shapeshifter smirked, pulling off the mask as a blue light covered him, revealing messy green hair, freckles, and a smug grin on his face. The name's Izuku Midoriya. Continue to call me Omni, though. Everyone in the room had their mouths open, slack-jawed with the exception of Reo, Bakugo and Izuku. Bakugo immediately grew angrier than ever, shouting at Omni, fuck no. I refuse to deal with a second Deku. We already have to deal with one useless moron, we don't need another. Get used to it, Baka, chuckled Omni, I've got no way home. Ag, shouted Bakugo, soon being electrocuted and passing out, courtesy of the resident elemental. Get over yourself, no one cares about your petty shit anymore, grumbled Reo, soon passing out himself, along with Izuku. Reo, Izu. Omni changed into XLR8, and picked the two up. I'll take them to Recovery Girl, notify Aizawa and I'll keep you posted. Recovery Girl's office. What happened to these two this time? Groaned Chio, getting the beds and equipment ready. They just passed out, not sure why, shrugged Omni, turning back to normal. This is very similar to Rio's mini coma after the USJ, said Recovery Girl, typing away as she looked at her patient's brainwaves. That's strange, I'm receiving brainwaves from more than one person in each of their minds. Not surprising for Reo, he has 3 people in his head, but Midoriya has 9 other minds in his head, and they're not hostile. As she spoke, the two teens became covered in their signature electricity. Something is wrong, shouted Chio, looking at the Omnitrix bearer, Get Aizawa and Nezu. As he ran his XLR8, Omni hadn't seen the black tendrils emerge from Izuku's body as he floated in the air, smoke filling the room, forcing Chio to open a window. Reo had similar effects, freezing and melting things around him as crystals emerged from his skin, acting as an exoskeleton while he floated as well, with any nearby liquid surrounding his body. As if that wasn't enough, the blue-haired teen was screaming, covered in darkness that flickered away every other second. Omni soon returned, Aizawa and Nezu in his arms while he turned back to human, panting as he wasn't quite used to quick transformations yet. Aizawa immediately activated his quirk, and while the effects of the two boys stopped, their brainwaves started going haywire, the minds combining and disassembling themselves repeatedly. Aizawa, shouted Chio, stop, you're making it worse. Nezu frowned, what can we do then? I'm not sure if these two will be able to stay stable for much longer. Back up, I've got a crazy idea, sighed Omni, turning the dial as he landed on a familiar silhouette, I'm not gonna have much power after this. He slammed the dial down, turning into Diamond Head and encasing the two boys in crystal, before slamming the dial once more and turning into a slim black figure with a single eye, tendrils emerging from his head as he sprouted a tail with his finger, and the tendrils having golden plugs on the ends of them as a white stripe ran down his chest. Feedback, smiled the alien, his voice sounding like static as he held onto Reo and Izuku's chest with his tendrils, just who I needed. Feedback then started to absorb the electricity, making Reo and Izuku stable once again, with the effects around them no longer active. Okay, I'm gonna go tell everyone it's alright, said Feedback, call Momo if you really need me. The conductoid left, leaving the adults and the patients as Aizawa blinked, having used his quirk for too long. What now? Asked the underground pro, we don't know how long this'll last. Nezu sighed, for once, I do not know. Both adults turned to him in surprise as Toshinori came through the door, panting as he spoke. Something is wrong with One for All. With Reo. What the hell is going on? Shouted Reo, bending over as he held his mind, despite being inside it. We're trying to figure that out, said Kokura, her fiery hair becoming dim. We have an idea, but it's a long shot. Do it, drowned Reo, I can't take much more. Tamada held his shoulder, no verbal sign of pain from him while it was obvious he was injured. Don't be reckless, said the triple elemental, I know what's happening. Reo simply looked at him with a, tell me, already. Face. It's Zandaka, said Tamada, she is using your ability to command the elements against yourself. She's deep in your mind, where we cannot go. You will have to face her alone. I don't get it, groaned Reo, what does she want with me? She already has power, so why me? Tamada and Kokura exchanged a look before nodding as Tamada sighed. We wanted to wait till you were older, but I guess we can no longer put it off, said the male. Zandaka, as you know, is the elemental of darkness. But what you don't know is that she doesn't just appear in your mind like us, but she slowly takes you over, with your physical being staying the same while your personality becomes even more negative, eventually leaving nothing but her. Okay, so she's basically a Shiki from Boruto, smirked Reo, attempting to ignore the pain for the time being, still haven't answered why she wanted me as her host. Your natural ability, as well as talent, to use the elements, spoke Tamada, you alone have one of the most powerful quirks in history, right below One for All and All for One. If you wish, you could learn how to transmute things without any fusions, move mountains, and even turn back time. Zandaka has been in your mind since she appeared during the sports festival, so she has noticed that you have the potential to use every element in existence by adulthood. Ryo sat there, silent as he processed everything, how he would be taken over, the potential of his quirk and himself, and most of all, how much everyone around him would be in danger. He might hurt someone, maybe worse. It wasn't fair, he just bonded with everyone. Momo, Izuku, Aunt Inko, Uncle Might, Shoto, Tokiyami. The teen stopped his train of thought, what about Tokiyami? He's a darkness elemental, and he doesn't show any sign of being negative, just broody. Maybe he was special, and Zandaka couldn't corrupt him for some reason. You two can hear my thoughts, so what do you think? Asked Ryo, a bit optimistic. Well, I think that Dark Shadow is the reason why. Smirked Kokura, Dark Shadow is alive, so it's possible that Zandaka needed to serve a permanent place for his quirk to properly work. It would also explain why Dark Shadow gets stronger when there's no light. Okay, so I just need to give her another purpose? Asked Ryo, a smirk appearing on his face. I'll need to get Izuku up, but no problem. Looking into the distance, Ryo shouted, Izuku. A green light shined as the older version of Izuku appeared. Hey, what's up? Asked Izuku, confused as to why everyone was yelling. Go wake up Izuku, the younger one, said Ryo. I can't, since I don't have one for all, but you do. Go help him, see what's going on in his mind. How the hell do I get into his mind? Asked Izuku, with Ryo pointing at a chain that stretched out to the void. Oh, okay. What are you going to do? Ryo stood, smiling as he formed his costume, minus the blazing hair. I'm gonna go kick ass. He then drew a circle, grabbing some blades and other weapons before smiling, falling backwards and into the depths of his own mind. Okay, so do I just follow the chain? Asked Izuku, getting shrugs and a nod. You two are no help at all. We were a bunch of help with your girlfriends, chuckled Kokura. Izuku simply blushes as he leaves. Izuku's mind. What the fuck just happened? Said Izuku, looking at 3-1 for all users, NYA, a bald man that he vaguely recognized, and the fourth user. Wow, for a hero, you're pretty rude when it comes to saying hello. Chuckled NYA, before getting a few glares. Fine, sorry. A girl can't even enjoy being the youngest anymore. Forgive us, little ninth, but we had to pull you into your conscious before we handle the disturbance, said the unknown man. You mean how every time I use one for all, my head keeps ringing like someone smashed a giant church bell against it? Asked Izuku, receiving nods as the users pointed to something in the distance. We're not sure how it's possible, but there are two other versions of one for all in this single dimension. Sighed the fourth, while one of them are used for good, the other is not, causing a feedback loop. On the other side, there stood 10 people, with a few of them being recognizable to the greenette, including a familiar, blonde, muscular teenager, duplicates of the fourth user and the bald man, and another green-haired teen that was all too familiar, along with 6 other figures that were unrecognizable. How do we stop the loop? Asked Izuku, sighing as he felt like he knew the answer. Yay, that's the weird thing. Chuckled NYA, this, -1 for all, seems to have 10 users. I think in order to balance it out, we have to have a 10th user as well. What? Shouted Izuku, wouldn't that mean I wouldn't have one for all much longer? The users fell silent and nodded before another voice appeared. Hold up, shouted a familiar green light, we gotta get you up, Izuku. Who are you? Shouted Izuku, backing up slowly, with the older person chuckling. You don't recognize me? Asked the figure. Ryo did mention this would be confusing, but I'm you, with one for all and another quirk I was born with. What? Said Izuku, you're the version of me that's training Ryo to control his quirk more. Yeah, and you already had a quirk. Yeah. This is bullshit, groaned Izuku, am I the only version that had to get one for all to get a quirk? I don't know, kid, but we need to wake you up, sighed Midoriya. I'ma refer to him as Midoriya until I figure something out. What ideas did you have? Izuku sighed, I have to pass on one for all to someone. I can see why you're against it, but in order to do that, you need to wake up. Did you have anyone in mind? There's one person, and I've already given him my blood, so he might agree. It's alright, any way to wake you up then? Asked Midoriya, before feeling himself fade, never mind, but I gotta go. If I'm in your mind when you wake up, you'll be in worse condition than now. Izuku nodded, smiling softly as he watched himself fade away. Oh, last thing, smiled Midoriya, Ochako likes back massages. Izuku just blushed as he heard snickers from behind him as he woke. Opening his eyes, Izuku groaned as he accidentally blinded himself, gaining the attention of Inko, Toshinori, and Ochako. You're awake, shouted Ochako, hugging the teen while Inko smiled, partially crying. Sorry I worried you all, it's just my quirk acting strange, chuckled Izuku, but both Inko and Toshinori could tell he wasn't telling the complete truth. Young Midoriya, what are you not telling us? Asked the skinny man, before noticing tears in the boy's eyes. I can stop the problem, I know how, began Izuku, but I don't want to. Everyone looked at him in shock, until he spoke again. It's not like that, it's just. I'd have to pass on one for all, and I finally got a quirk, why do I have to lose it? I just want to save people, is it too much to ask for a power of my own? I'm so sorry, Izuku, cried Inko, hugging her crying son as everyone joined the hug, it's Izuku sniffling a bit. I know who I want to give it to, but will he be alright with it, said Izuku, looking away. Everyone then noticed that Izuku was looking at Ryo, who was currently still unconscious on the bed, with Momo and Shoto asleep on his bed. He hasn't woken up yet, asked Izuku, silence filling the room as he got his answer. Izuku got up, immediately feeling the numbness in his legs as he groaned, pulling out the IV in his arm and running out the room, coming back seconds later with a vial of blood in his hand. Izuku, what are you doing? Shouted Inko as she watched Izuku's hand with the vial in it move as a blur, before he put it in the IV that was connected to Reo, before pulling his hand back. I'm saving my cousin, Mom, smiled Izuku, I don't care if he hates me, I became a hero to save people, right? So that's what I'm doing. Inko held her heart as she watched the blood flow into her nephew's arm, before smiling, you're such a brave boy, Izuku. I'm sure you can still be a great hero. Izuku smiled softly as he hugged his mother, thank you, Mom, you have no idea how much I wanted to hear that from you. The mother and son continued to embrace each other, not noticing the red streaks across Ryo's body. In Ryo's mind, at the same time, as he plunged deeper into his own mind, Ryo could feel Zandaka getting closer and closer, forcing him to try to stay focused due to her overwhelming power. Damn it, how hard is it to find a power-hungry, Ishiki knockoff, darkness spirit, groaned the teen, my powers may be stronger in my mind, but I'm at a disadvantage here. Zandaka's been doing this for years, and she's trying to take me over next. He then continued walking forward, before hitting his nose against something hard. Ow, groaned Ryo, rubbing his nose, what the hell, is this a wall? Wait, a wall in my mind, thought the teen, that means. Holding his hand against the wall, Ryo concentrated on going to the other side, before smirking. Time's up, you bitch, shouted Ryo, punching the wall with a metal fist as he smiled, feeling something in his hand. It seems that you're much stronger than I anticipated, chuckled Zandaka, it makes me want to control your precious body even more. The two looked at each other as Ryo chuckled, I'm gonna end you, right here and now. That's only if you don't collapse from exhaustion, shouted Zandaka, this is where you have no advantage, for mental fights are my specialty. The two clashed, both smirking as their anger and power grew. The battle of the mind has begun. Sorry for the late update, should have done this ages ago. For everyone worried, I have a solution about one for all that will make it twice as good as I thought. As for Ryo and Zandaka, consider this a mini arc before it's time for Island. This chapter has been beta read by Shonen King 94. Powerhouse, out. 62 Chapter 37, Forming Bonds. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OC. Review. Blazing Fire Star Kid 01, you're in for a surprise. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. Forming bonds. Hey, you're not bad for an ancient bitch who takes over people's minds, chuckled Ryo, producing a dagger from his wrist. I could say the same for you, even if you were a child with little experience compared to me, smirked Zandaka, but here's the difference in our abilities. Surprising the blue-haired teen, Zandaka grabbed both the sword and dagger, stabbing Ryo in his stomach and shoulder, forcing him to spit up blood. Damn it, groaned Ryo, I forgot I could get hurt here. As he held the wound, he felt it slowly close up, despite him not doing anything. What the hell, thought Ryo, this shouldn't be possible, there's no way I could heal right now, since I'm not using water. He looked up at Zandaka, who simply continued to slash away at emptiness, before feeling pain in his head. AGGH, shouted Ryo, holding his head in pain, what the fuck is going on? Zandaka chuckled, you're experiencing the pain of having your mind rewritten. Of course, it'll be replaced by me and my experience, making you the perfect vessel for me. Ryo groaned, as long as I'm here, you'll never get my body. Electricity surged around him as his body started to glow, surprising Zandaka as he instantly appeared in front of her, slamming a fiery metal fist into her face. Red Hawk, shouted Ryo, scorch marks appearing on the darkness elemental as she screamed in rage. You dare mock me with your childish cartoon attacks, shouted Zandaka, I am a god. None shall harm me unless I say so. The brunette froze as his eyes were shaded by his hair, his breathing becoming soft as he growled, you think this is a joke, that I don't care what happens to my body and soul. Anime allows to show my passion, how much it's impacted on my life. Don't you dare treat me like a joke. Bringing his hands up, Ryo smiled, I heard that when you're in your mindscape, you're considered a god. So what does that mean for you? Zandaka could only gasp as she heard her opponent, realizing that she had made a terrible mistake. Shadow Clone Jutsu, smirked Ryo as multiple clones of himself appeared, come on, guys. Let's end this. Some of the clones smiled as they each raised a single hand in the air, with an orb appearing as they shouted out their moves. Lava style, wind style, earth style, lighting style, ice style, water style, hydroshock. Zandaka gulped, this is gonna hurt like a bitch. Quote. Rosin's hurricane, shouted the clones, unleashing massive orbs at Zandaka, causing her to be burned, shocked, frozen, blown away, and drowned all at the same time while knocking her into the next group of clones, who were crouched in the hermit pose. Fuck my eternal life, groaned Zandaka, before blasts of energy had consumed her, giving the same effects as the Rasenshurikens. Kamehameha. Being knocked away again, she noticed something familiar about some of the clones she faced, which just so happened to be 3 of them. The first had an electric staff in his hands, smirking as he motioned to the second, who held 2 swords, one of metal and the other of ice, while biting down on one made of magma, while the third stood on one leg, with the other raised in the air as it was covered in flames. I hate this bullshit, I'm calling hacks, groaned Zandaka, before being hit very quickly and painfully. Diable Hambi, Flambe Shot. 360-pound caliber Phoenix. Thunder Tempo. Being knocked away a final time, the clones disappeared in a puff of smoke, revealing the true Reo, smiling. How does it feel, to be so close to victory just to have your plans destroyed by a child? This is impossible, shouted Zandaka. It should have taken you years to master your mental abilities, not mere months. Sometimes things don't work out the way you planned, chuckled Reo. Now you have a choice. Either I absorb you right now, ending my chances of being your vessel, or we work as partners, just like how Tamada and Kokoro are partners with me. How do you intend on absorbing a god? Asked Zandaka. We're in my own mind where I'm basically a god as well, have you even been listening? The female elemental grumbled to herself as she sighed. Fine, I accept. We shall be partners from here on out. But know this, if you even remotely take advantage of this partnership, I will treat you like Black Zetsu treated Madara, understand? The teen chuckled as he felt himself fade. So you do watch anime. Anyhow, I understand and don't worry, that won't happen. Watch over everything while I'm in the real world, okay? I gotta go. Zandaka smiled as she watched him fade inside. Now how do I tell him about Paradox? This is a pain, that boy ruined the test. Tamada and Kokoro were simply snoring from the amount of energy that had been used just now. Reo could have said literally anything else when he woke up and saw most of his family and friends sleeping near each other, but he just smiled and sat up while yelling. I'm back bitches. It didn't take long for Momo and Izuku to wake up and tackle him to the ground, hugging him as they never wanted to let go. Shoto soon followed, along with Inko, Toshi, Mirio, Sumai, Najire, Tamaki, most of Class 1A, who he wasn't sure why she was here but didn't complain, Mirko, Eri, Hawks, and 2 other people he didn't recognize in the slightest. Not that I don't want some hugs every now and then, chuckled Reo, but I'm literally only breathing due to intangibility, so. He knew everyone heard him, but sighed anyway, knowing he wasn't getting up. I thought you died in front of me, cried Momo, I'm never letting you go. I'm sorry I didn't notice sooner. I grew up with you, I should have known this would happen, cried Izuku. Most of his friends had been crying, hell, even the other pro-heroes that came had to have been crying so much that a tsunami was close, especially since both Midoriya members were present. Reo chuckled when he sent out a geopulse and noticed that Rumi was also crying, despite her usually being the toughest person around. Embracing everyone around him, he smiled while feeling a surge of power that was all too familiar to him, turning his smile to a frown. Can I get up now? Asked the teen, I have to use the restroom. Everyone chuckled as they got off of him, with Reo glaring at both Toshi and Izuku as he left the room. The two had the same thoughts, we're fucked. Meanwhile, Reo had been staring in the mirror, groaning loudly. Izuku, bring your ass and Uncle Mites now. He sighed as he spoke to what seemed like nothingness, I know you're there, Banjo. You too, NYA and Nana. So, chuckled NYA, how do you feel? Bitch, don't even, sighed a black-haired woman that revealed to be Nana Shimura, he just got this forced onto him, what do you think he feels? Hey, it's not all bad. Banjo, you need to shut up very soon. Who are you talking to? Asked Izuku, entering the restroom with Toshi at his side, there's no one else here. Reo stomped over to the green-haired teen and growled, this is all your fault, you asshole. When I was asked for this, I declined it for your sake. Toshi gulped as Izuku realized what he was talking about. You mean, you declined one for all, for me? Of course I did. Why would I be best friends with you, then know about the quirk all of a sudden, and accept? I didn't want it because I knew you'd hate it. Imagine I'm this motherfucking overpowered and I get this shit to top it all off. I can literally feel my quirk awakening. I was already able to time travel by running, you think that I didn't want to give you a chance to be a hero, yelled Reo, the entire restroom having melted some of the equipment due to his raging heat. Wait, let me get this straight. Began Izuku, you were offered OFA, declined it because you wanted me to get it, and now you're mad at me because I gave it to you. Reo nodded as he sighed, trying to think about how to fix this. I'm not even mad at you that much, because of course the 8th user would know about this entire situation. Toshi chuckled, hear me out. I wanted him to keep the quirk, but I couldn't stop him, not when your life was on the line. I'm sincerely sorry for all of this. Izuku could only stare at the man as he spoke, so. I better find a way to become a quirkless hero, huh? Nope, fusion time. Toshi and Izuku all looked at him like he was crazy, with a large man wearing scarves falling out the vents as he said that. Hell no, spoke Aizawa, I'm not letting you two problem children make more problems. Where did you come from? Asked Izuku, quite curious. It's not relevant to the story, said Aizawa, as Reo had to weld together the fourth wall with his fingers. I'm simply giving him his quirk back without causing any issues, smirked Reo, furthermore. Reo turned invisible and grabbed Izuku's arm as he activated the fusion watch, doing the same for himself while a bright light shined around them. It's time for Ruku, smiled Reo while Izuku groaned. Toshi sighed, having seen the fusion before, and while it was powerful, it was special. As the light dimmed down, a teen with blue and green eyes, as well as green hair with blue highlights appeared, smiling at the two as he chuckled, wearing a blue hoodie with black sleeves, while his pants were just jeans with the initials RMMT on the pockets and the back of his jacket. Sup, Eraser, chuckled the teen, been a while. The two teachers groaned, how long are you going to be here? I don't want you to cause problems for my students. Ruku gasped, that hurts, I'm still half of Reo, why no? I don't give a fuck. Ruku chuckled, I'm only gonna be here for half an hour, so don't worry about your kittens. The multicolored team then left the restroom, heading back to see Hawks and Rumi about to leave. Hey, guys, smiles Hawks, seeing Ruku, is there a fight happening, cause I'm in. Keigo, he'd be halfway across the globe if he needed to fight someone, chimed Rumi. Ruku doesn't make regular appearances for a reason. Right you are, my favorite bunny, smirked Ruku, reaching out to rub behind Rumi's ear, resulting in her leg twitching. Quit it, I'm sensitive, pouted the chocolate rabbit, with Ruku grabbing his hand to stop himself. As the door opened, the students all came out, and upon seeing the fusion, grew confused. Who are you? Asked Shoto, are you also my cousin? Jiro had a similar reaction, yo, why can I hear you on two separate frequencies? That shouldn't be possible. Good, you've been training with your quirk, answered Ruku. As for who I am, my name is Ruku Midoriya Monroe Todoroki, the fusion between Reo and Izuku. Momo instantly shoved past the group, grabbing his shirt. Reo, if you can hear me, you better take fucking control, we are gonna talk. Now. Sorry, thesis. Momo blushed, who are you and why are you more flirty than usual? This is where I take over, groaned Toshi, I'll explain when everyone's at the dorms. Now that Rio's awake, everyone can return to their daily routines. The two unknown people walked up, as the female with white hair with red tips smiled. Are you Reo and Izuku? Asked the girl, it's nice to finally meet you. Ruku waved, I'm both of them combined, so yeah. Who are you again? Reo and Izuku never met you. The male then walked up, damn, Shoto. I thought you'd introduce us, or at least tell them about us, little bro. The name's Natsuo, and this is my sister Fuyumi, smiled Natsuo, we're your cousins too. Ah, yeah, smiled Ruku, hugging them both, more fam for the win. When can I meet Auntie? The siblings, including Shoto, simply chuckled at his antics. Dorms. After everyone had left, and some gave out a few autographs, Class 1A, the Big Five, Eri, Omni, Toshi, Ruku, Inko, Fuyumi, and Natsuo hung around for a while. Anyone got any soda? Asked Hawks, looking through the fridge. Oh yeah, he was also there too. First drawer to the top, chuckled Ruku, having gotten one as well. Okay, before we start, if anyone has to get a drink, now would be the time, said Toshi, ready to explain Ruku's existence. No one moved, so the blonde hero sighed. Okay, so to explain Ruku, you have to know about his counterparts, Izuku and Reo. Reo is blunt, a bit flirty, confident, overpowered, and insanely smart and has tons of experience with combat. Izuku is insanely smart, but also resourceful, according to some of you, downright dense and innocent, and a fucking scary quirk analyst. We know that already, said Ojiro, but what does that have to do with anything? I'm getting to that. He stopped when he noticed Ruku eating a ton of buffalo wings, really. The fusion shrugged and ate like nothing happened. Anyway, imagine if you combine each aspect of their personalities, as well as their quirks. Insane experience, insane intelligence, super speed, elemental control, ghost powers, flirty personality, innocence, bluntness, resourcefulness, and control to top it off. On top of that, his bonus ability. The class all hung their mouths open as they heard all this, before Sumai spoke. What bonus ability do you have? Ruku smirked as he finished a somehow giant plate of tamales, thought you'd never ask. Could I get you to stand right there? Sumai shrugged and stood still. My bonus ability is called, began the teen, looking at Sumai before switching places with her, anime power bullshit. Da fuck, thought the entire room, how the hell? Ah, you're thinking, da fuck, how the hell? Chuckled Ruku, thanks to the combined love of anime from Reo and Izuku, I have any anime power I want. Sumai left, I don't get enough sleep for this shit. I can show you a naked Tamaki transformation, chuckled Ruku. Do it. What? Shouted everyone as Ruku brought his hands up and did hand signs. Reverse sexy jutsu, Tamaki Amajiki style. Upon seeing the entire naked form of Tamaki, Sumai fainted with a smile, while Tamaki himself did the same. Anyway, chuckled Ruku, I'll be here for half an hour more. Any questions? Do you actually gain the power of whatever anime power you're using? Asked Su, or is it mimicry like your Chakringan? It's the actual thing, Su. He chuckled, anyone else? Kaminari spoke up, do you have to know the anime for it to make a difference? Good question, and yes, or I won't be able to know how to use the power. He then coated his body in armament hockey, ducking down as he put Keigo in an arm bar. Observation and armament hockey, courtesy of One Piece. Smiled Ruku, anything else? Bakugo then launched a few explosions at him, hoping to at least damage him in the slightest. Ruku noticed this, and smirked as a white aura surrounded him, turning his hair and eyes silvery white as he dodged each attack with ease. This is called Ultra Instinct, smirked Ruku, it's very known, so you're not gonna do anything. Please stop before I have to go all Ashiki on you. Having no idea what that meant, Bakugo continued his assault, making Kaminari groan. Bakugo, you really should stop, warned the electric teen, I promise that this won't end well for you. Bakugo simply ignored him before continuing, with Ruku using instant transmission to teleport behind him. Fine, you wanna fight, smirked Ruku, grabbing his shoulder with a vice grip, we're headed to the gym. The two then teleported away, with everyone chuckling as they followed. Does Ruku usually do this? Asked Momo, having been annoyed and amused by this entire situation, with a dark aura surrounding her. Yes, I advise we try to either stop them, or get someone to help young Bakugo, began Toshi, he's definitely going to need it. As soon as Ruku had idded both him and Bakugo to the gym, he backed away from the blonde, while activating the Logia abilities of the devil fruits. While you inevitably bombard me with explosions, we'll wait on the others, chuckled Ruku while seeing the pros, his cousins, and his girlfriend. Right on time. Now, Ruku, began Toshi, we all know you are very powerful, but you shouldn't be causing fights like this. Everyone else agreed with Ruku, who just shrugged. I can literally have the plot armor and density of Madara and Luffy, don't worry about me. Now that you all are here, who wants to help? I'm going to beat his ass, but I wanna fight a few of you as well, so any volunteers? Rumi and Hawk smirked. Well, Rumi did, as they spoke. Hell yeah, kid, smirked the rabbit. I need to beat your ass for not joining me during your internship anyway. I'm just accepting my fate since I know you're gonna beat my ass after, said Hawks, confusing the teen. I got Fuyumi pregnant. Keigo, blushed the girl in question. We were gonna wait to tell him until after this. It's alright, now I have another reason to beat your ass, Keigo, chuckled Ruku. I'm going to go get my suit. Anyone who wants to fight, step up. Throwing a three-pronged kunai past them, which surprisingly hit his window and allowed him to get inside and change. All the while, Shoto, Rumi, Bakugo and Hawks had all stepped up, and surprisingly, Momo as well. When Ruku returned, he smirked, wearing a Baiyu version of Izuku's costume, with the gloves now black instead of white, while the chest armor from Ryo's costume had become black with a green R in the center of it. Seeing as there are 5 fighters, I'm going to let you choose, began Ruku, chuckling. You can fight me as a demon, with every devil fruit, as Rukushiki, or my shinobi form. I'm trying to fix something, so my quirk is out of commission for a bit. Pick Rukushiki, guys, smirked Rumi, it's the most powerful, plus he said devil fruit, not hockey. Demons are powerful, but they regenerate too much. We wouldn't even lay a scratch on him if he activated his assault mode, so it's the best option we have. Oh, yeah, I'm not talking about SDS, I'm talking about DXD, smirked Ruku. Oh, well he'd just get more powerful, said Hawks, confusing the others. Issei gets more powerful when he sees breasts in general, and I'm pretty sure that Ruku is a bit of a pervert. Yes I am, smiled the fusion, like it was something to be proud of. Okay, so we're fighting Rukushiki, right? Asked Momo. Let's hurry, this chapter is getting too long. I'm low on tape. Alright then, chuckled Ruku, as 2 horns protruded from his forehead, one sticking in the air and curving with green tattooed markings while the other was wrapped around his head, connecting with the first horn with blue tattooed markings on it. Green orbs floated behind him, and his eyes then changed a blue Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, with the other becoming a green Rinnegan, while a blue Jogan showed itself from his forehead, and once he raised his hands, his hair grew to be much longer, and you could see 2 blue Rinnegan on each of them with 2 Byakugan in the center of them. Are you ready? This might have been a bad idea, guys, gulped Hawks, before spotting Bakugo blasting forwards, with Rumi right beside him as Shoto slid ahead of him on his ice. Hawks sighed as Momo put her hand on his shoulder. Just accept it, you'll learn. She then ran ahead, forming her vibranium gauntlets and choker. Screw it. He flew forwards, grabbing 2 of his feathers and growing them into swords. Rukushiki chuckled as he watched his opponents, and once Bakugo was within range, he summoned rods that stabbed him in the arms and legs, hindering his movements. Rumi saw this and chuckled a bit before sending a kick to his face, before being surprised that it was blocked, forcing another kick his way as it was blocked, and she was hit with a palm to her face, soon groaning as she began getting hit with a flurry of punches, before noticing that Rukushiki was now above her, and as he did a hand launch off her back, he created a small crater. Fuck, my shoulder is dislocated, chuckled the rabbit. This is gonna be good, but might not be able to take him alone. As Shoto slid into the fight, he noticed Bakugo still stuck, and grabbed the rods, but was a bit surprised that there was no blood on them. Damn it, icy hot, shouted Bakugo, I don't need your help. Shut up, said Shoto, you know that we can't do this alone, the only reason I'm helping you is because we know the way to defeat fusions, and we need to work together. Bakugo grunted but chuckled, what did you have in mind? Shoto smirked as he held up his watch, causing Bakugo's eyes to widen. Fuck, why? Never mind, let's just do this while we have the time. What time? The pair looked to see Rukushiki in front of them, and as he became visible, punched both of them in the gut at the same time, before hitting them over and over again, soon kicking them both in the air. Ooh, them brothers floating in the air. How can their hands do this? Ooh, someone get them out the air. You two will not fuse today, not while I am here, smirked Rukushiki, before ducking down and seeing Hawks slashing at him. It seems that I'll have to deal with you sooner than I expected, Hawks, chuckled the fusion, and lucky you, I can now use my other abilities. Keigo was about to ask what he was talking about, before a massive blue flame covered Rukushiki's entire body. That's new, said a voice, punching Rukushiki as he stood there, unimpressed. Cuddles. The Otsutsuki teen looked at Momo with a smile. That may have worked before, but just this once you get to escape my wrath. After this of course, we can't have special treatment. Switching places with Momo, Rukushiki gently struck her pressure points, preventing her from moving before teleporting her away with his green Rinnegan, looking back at Mirko and Hawks. This will be more fun than I expected, Rumi, shouted Hawks, sending sharp wings at the fusion, with Rumi recovering as she jumped in the air, sending both legs down at Rukushiki, forcing him to block as he dug his feet into the dirt. Lunar quake, shouted Rumi, sending her legs down once again as a crater appeared, making Rukushiki chuckle. Congratulations, you're the first that have made me try fighting, smirked the teen. For that, I will show you my full power. Ice surrounded the two as Rumi gasped, kicking off of her opponent and landing near Hawks. Get your feathers back, he's using his elements, shouted Rumi, seeing some feathers return while the others froze and shattered. What gives? Said Keigo, I thought he couldn't use his quirk for a while. I just needed to finish up some things here, smirked the teen, I never said that I wouldn't use my quirk if given the opportunity. His horns then turned into lightning as he gained two Jogan in his eyes, one blue and the other green as the Rinnegan behind them became the opposite color. Long robes soon appeared around him as well, but the thing that was most surprising was that they were made of blue flames, with a black staff made of crystal appeared in his hands, while the orbs behind him turned into multiple different elements, either fire, ice, lightning, air, water, earth, darkness, wood, smoke, or solid energy. The two pros stood there in shock as the new form in shock, if they couldn't beat him before, there was no chance now. I see you are in fear, that would be wise when seeing my full power, shouted Rukushiki, sending fear down the two's spine. Well, what's this? Said an overly smug voice, am I hearing no, seeing one of these pitiful fusions with my very own eyes. I must say, I'm unimpressed, I bet it's so weak that it wouldn't last longer than a few minutes. Rukushiki turned to see Manama, smiling and smug as ever, what do you want, child? I have no need for your insolence today, so leave while you can still walk. Are you speaking to me like your superior? Laughed Manama, all I need to do is destroy you and you'll never be a problem again. Manama lunged for him, but before he could even move, he was floating in the air. What? Shouted the blonde, who dares touch me? Relax, it was a simple touch, I'll get you down, sighed Ochako, with Sumai walking up beside her as she released Manama, cool down, trust me. You do not tell me what to do, bitch, shouted Manama, slapping her to the ground. Rukushiki watched as the Ochako hit the ground, anger rising in his heat as his anime powers disappeared, revealing him surrounded by black lightning as the aura around him became much darker than anything before. Manama looked at him, and for the first time ever, he was honest, I think I fucked up. Red and black eyes looked at him as Ruku spoke, Nito Manama, you have physically abused and hurt one of my friends, and Izuku Midoriya's girlfriend. For that, you must pay. He charged towards the teen, who then ran for his fucking life, gasping and shouting for help the entire time. The teachers soon came out to see what was going on, when they saw the pissed fusion, Manama running, and Ochako being healed by Sumai. He hurt her? Asked Aizawa, receiving a nod, I say let him be punished, but you're up, Sumai. The slime girl nodded and headed to the fight, slaughter, just to be safe. Ruku had Manama quite literally backed into a corner, holding a black, flaming scythe over his shoulder while he held a spiked club made out of red electricity in his other hand. Are you ready to reap what you sow, vile creature? Asked Ruku. Please, I'll do anything. I'll do whatever you want, you can even have my soul if possible. Please, don't kill me, begged Manama. Ruku looked at him and laughed, not an evil one, but a genuine laugh that you'd hear after a very good joke. You think I'm going to kill you? Laughed Ruku, before slamming his scythe's blade between Manama's legs, dangerously close to his crotch. I have the minds of Reo Todoroki Monroe and Izuku Midoriya. Of course I won't kill you. Everyone sighed as they heard this. Ruku then looked at him, dead serious, though, suffering for eternity does sound quite nice, what do you think? Manama looked at him and shouted, that's torture. Why you're supposed to be a hero, and heroes don't torture. He turned away from Manama and looked at Aizawa with the kindest smile, Uncle A, aren't you a underground hero? Why yes, but we have some, began the man. And is it true that you and others have been allowed to use these methods if needed? Quote. Yes, there you have it, began Ruku, grabbing Manama by his leg and turning him upside down with a metal claw. Reo wants to be an underground hero, and Izuku. Well, he just wants you dealt with. I'll torture you, yes, but how? Verbal is way too little, physical won't teach you anything, so guess it's my favorite one, mental. Mental torture, gulped Manama, what is that? It means this entire situation will never have happened, smirked Ruku, giving Manama hope as lightning covered the two. I'll never fight anyone, but since it never happened, it means I can isolate this timeline. What? What do you mean, isolate the timeline? I've once traveled fast enough that I went to a different time, as well as another universe. Ruku smirked, Reo doesn't just watch The Flash for entertainment, why no? I am fully capable of using my enhanced skills to torture this version of you, in this timeline, and live in another as the timeline goes on without issues. What about you? What will happen to you? Asked Manama, seeing hope again. This is a first, you're actually concerned about someone else, laughed Manama, I will simply combine with the other version of me from the new timeline, so that I may remember and continue your punishment, which is having your dick cut off and regenerated every 24 hours for the rest of your life, and since I'm a time traveler, you can't die on me while you remember and feel all the pain, though your other counterpart will definitely remember the pain. Sumai growled and lunged for him, not on my watch. Ruku turned around as the lightning increased, seeing the girl's slime form lunging at him. Ah, Sumai. Sighed Ruku, the one person who can actually stop me, at least you could before I gained one for all. Now that I have it, not even you can match my power with that quirk of yours, a truly remarkable thing. Sumai Onagi, quirk, ultimate slime. She can eat her opponents and store them in her stomach, effectively copying their abilities and quirks. She can also spit them back out if she chooses, which is another way of copying powers. Fun fact, her real name is Sumai Tempest. Ruku ran after chopping Manama's dick off, before heading into a white light, which was the new timeline. At least now, I can be split into Reo and Izuku again, sighed Ruku, I almost got carried away. Heading to his body, he became one, before smiling as he split into Reo and Izuku, before passing out and snoring. What? Said Momo, seeing her boyfriend passed out on her lap, just happened. Sorry for the late update, should have done this when it was time for Thanksgiving. Anyway, Merry Christmas, guys, I am glad I got this done before Christmas. Looks like Reo and Izuku have become more powerful. But what does that mean for their enemies? Next time, and I've seen the movie now, Island. Manama only exists in my fanfics for two reasons, to be humiliated and punished, or, actually, the other is a secret. This chapter has been beta read by Shonen King 94. Powerhouse, out. 62 Chapter 38, Partying in the USA. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OC. Review. Devil Dragon Stand Knight. I feel the same way. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff Might speaking. Buff Might thinking. Attack names. Partying in the USA. High in the sky, a large airplane was flying through the sky. Not many people knew, but there were a few known people and one very famous celebrity in particular that were headed to a specific island. It had been a few days since the students of UA had been released for a short break, giving them time to recuperate. Inko, Toshi, Izuku, Ochako, Momo, Reo, and Shoto, who was asleep and had been invited as a +1. It feels good to finally have a break every now and then, don't you agree, kids? Smiled Inko, who was leaning on Toshi's shoulder. I'm so glad we could have this family trip together. Yeah, it is nice to have some alone time for once, chuckled Momo, especially after that crazy day with Ruku a couple days ago. She looked at Reo, who chuckled and looked away in embarrassment, with Izuku doing the same as he received the same look from Ochako. Well, my bad for trying to split you know what between us, mumbled Reo. Besides, blame Uncle Toshi for not stopping Izuku in the first place. Izuku looked at him. Technically, even if he did stop me, I kinda gave you my blood at the mall anyway, so it would have been inevitable. Ochako piped up. Hey, this is supposed to be a vacation. No more talking about quirks, supervillains, or anything else. We're supposed to be here for a relaxing time. Young Uraraka is correct. We came here to have fun and relax, smiled Toshi as he heard the plane was about to land. Okay, listen up, everyone. Once the plane lands, I'll have to stay in my buff form for a while, so that means no interference from anyone, understand? Got it, smiled the small group, with Shoto waking up slowly. Are we in America already? Groaned the teen as everyone chuckled. Once everyone was off the plane, there were immediately shouts from fans as they saw the students, and more specifically All Might, in their hero costumes. Inko managed to get away with Ochako's help, the two floating away to safely. Kids, save yourselves, it looks like this is the end for me, shouted All Might as he dramatically got overwhelmed by his adoring fans. Once they saw that they had escaped, the fans turned to the students, who then gulped, resulting in a shout. Everyone scatter, said Reo, picking up Momo as Shoto and Izuku ran with Inko and Ochako. Before the adoring fans could get to them, Reo instinctually turned invisible, with the fans running right past them. I think we're safe, Momo, said Reo. Let's go meet up with the others. Uncle Mike told us to meet at the Shield building in case we got lost, but I know my hometown like the back of my hand. You grew up here? Asked Momo, being set down by Reo. Why'd you never mention anything about it? The two walked as the male shrugged, never came up, and no one asked. Though, there are a few friends I'd like to introduce you to. Well, lead the way, my prince, chuckled Momo, holding Rio's hand as they walked. Meanwhile, Inko, Izuku, Ochako and Shoto had all made it to the building, and surprisingly enough, Reo and Momo were right behind them, smiling as Momo had been given a tour of the sights. Hey, lovebirds, shouted Izuku, glad you finally caught up to us, I thought one of you were supposed to have super speed. Ochako smiled, oh, don't tease them sweetie, you act like you didn't geek out every 5 minutes on the way here. Inko smiled as she watched her nephew and son with their girlfriends, making her very happy, with tears threatening to appear. Oh, all this love is making me emotional, smiled the mother. Let's head to the door and oh, I see Toshi. On cue, the hulking figure of All Might appeared, with smudge marks all over his face as he chuckled. I am here, ready to show you to a friend of mine, shouted All Might, laughing wholeheartedly as most sweat dropped. Izuku was curious, does your friend know about OFA? No, and for their safety, I'd like to keep it that way, this includes you of course, Reo. Got it. The children soon headed to the front door, only to be stopped by a voice. Out of the way. Is that? Thought Reo, recognizing the male voice before falling on the ground and groaning. Yo, I'm so sorry about that, man, said the male as he stood up and looked surprised. Reo, is that you? You know who this is, Reo? Asked Shoto as the elemental stood up. Yeah, nice to see you too, Jax, chuckled the teen, how's it going? Jax, a brown-haired teen that wore casual clothes with wristbands around his arms and legs smiled, it's great. I've officially got my hero license, so I can stop villains even more effectively now. Sweetie, said Momo, mind introducing us to your friend here? Oh, where are my manners, said Reo, this is Jax Daniels, my friend from when mom and I lived here. I actually thought we'd see each other at UA, but it's better than nothing. Izuku waved, and shook his hand before smiling, nice to meet you, I'm Izuku Midoriya, and this is my mother, Inko Midoriya, my girlfriend, Ochako Uraraka, my cousin, Shoto Todoroki, my stepdad, All Might, and this is my beautiful girlfriend, Momo Yaoyorozu, interrupted Reo, making Momo blush as she waved. Nice to meet you all, my sister should be around here somewhere so she can see you as well. Jax Daniel's shield, shouted an angry feminine voice as the boy in question jumped in surprise. Hey, sis, chuckled the boy, before being hit upside the head, yelling in pain. Don't run off like that, you're supposed to be helping me with my project, said the girl, who had London blonde hair, blue eyes, glasses, wearing a white dress shirt under a red vest and bow tie and was jumping on a futuristic pogo stick while looking at everyone. I'm so sorry about my older brother, She stopped mid-sentence and smiled once she saw two familiar faces, soon hugging Reo and All Might, with the teen squished between the two, very close to passing out again, Reo especially since his head was near Melissa's breasts. Uncle Might. It's been so long since I saw you too, Reo. Hello, Melissa. My, how you've grown, you were just a little seed last I remember, laughed All Might. Hi, can't breathe, please unsqueeze me, gasped Reo, before falling as Melissa chuckled. Sorry, Reo, but you know how long it's been since either of you came to visit, teased Melissa, I almost thought you forgot about me. To the side, Momo looked a bit jealous, which Reo had noticed, and decided to introduce everyone. Oh, so this is your girlfriend, asked the blonde, nice to meet you, I'm Melissa Shield. Izuku immediately nerded out, talking about all of the accomplishments that the Shield family had done, all their support items, and pretty much every technological advancement that he could think of. The Shield siblings' sweat dropped at this. How many times does this usually happen? Jax asked. Yes, everyone said in unison. Ochako grabbed his face and kissed him in order to get him to stop. Thanks, I needed that, Izuku said. So Izuku was it, what kind of quirk do you have? Melissa asked curiously. A power type, he answered, shrugging, it's more complicated than you think, trust me. He broke his bones at full power, chuckled Reo, getting knocked upside the head. Melissa laughed for a while before Ochako asked her something that had been on her mind for a while. How do you know Reo? Asked the brunette, piquing everyone's curiosity. I'm the one who gave him the idea to be a hero and build support items at the same time, that way, he can always help out one way or another, smiled Melissa, before asking a question of her own. What are your quirks, if you don't mind me asking? Half hot half cold, smiled Shoto, I have fire on my right and ice on my left. Zero gravity, said Ochako, I can make anything weightless as long as I touch it with all 5 fingers. Creation, I can create anything using the lipids I have stored in my body, smiled Momo. Elemental ghost, I can manipulate the elements, including water, fire, earth, air, lightning, and ice, and thanks to recent events, I now have darkness and a bunch more, as well as the natural abilities of a ghost, smiled Reo, holding out his palm to reveal a diamond-shaped mark on his hand. Cool power, man, smiled Jax, my quirk is kinetic charge, I can store up kinetic energy in my body and use it to fire blasts, increase my physical abilities, or just make a shockwave that tires me out for a while. What about you, Melissa? Asked Izuku, what's your quirk? Oh, I'm quirkless, smiled the girl, sensing they thought they might have offended her, don't worry, I enjoy using my brain much more than being a hero anyway. She turned around, hopping back on her pogo stick, come on I'll take you all to see Papa. Everyone shrugged before following the overly cheery girl, who couldn't help but think that she recognized Izuku from somewhere. A brown-haired scientist looked at his phone, seeing a picture of himself and All Might, sighing as his lab assistant got his attention. Professor, I'm finished putting the equipment away, just so you know, said a short, timid man. Already? Asked the professor, well, why don't you go get some lunch with Melissa, Sam? I would, but she's at the academy helping out Deku, said Sam, sighing. Really, I thought they'd be out for the expo at least. Well, she is very dedicated to her projects, not to mention that she's helping out a friend. That is true, but have you seen Melissa? She wasn't at the academy today, said a teenage male with green hair and freckles. I'm right here, smiled the girl in question, I just had to pick up a surprise for you, Papa. And what pray tell could this surprise be? Asked the brown-haired man. Haha, I am here, ready to see my friend from so long ago and ready for our reunion, shouted a hulking whose voice made the scientist smile. Two's All Might, smiled Melissa's father, catching himself so he didn't reveal his friend's identity. The two long friends hugged, with Melissa smiling. It's been too long, Dave, old buddy of mine, smiled All Might, laughing happily, I'd like to introduce you to my students and girlfriend, young Midoriya, young Yaoyorozu, young Uraraka, young Todoroki, young Reo, and Inko Midoriya. Well, you've certainly been busy, you sly dog, chuckled David, you already have a girlfriend, I'm surprised it was so soon. Sam then spoke up, excuse me, but did you say young Midoriya, All Might? Of course, Sam, why? Asked the number 1 hero, before he felt arms around him. Dad, shouted a mop of green hair as he hugged the pro, I'm so glad you're here. I adore my fans, but this is a bit much, kid, chuckled All Might, before getting interrupted by Izuku. Don't worry, he's just an alternate version of me, most likely where you're my birth father, said Izuku, like he was used to this, let me guess, you tried calling Kenshi Jotaro, and he ended up not knowing you at all. That's actually correct, said Deku, do you have something similar to deal with or something? Yeah, but I think we can talk about this later, said Izuku. Yes, All Might and I have much to catch up on, so Melissa, Jax, asked Dave, could you show our guests around the expo? Sure, Papa, smiled Melissa, with her brother nodding, come on, guys. The kids and Sam all left, giving All Might a chance to deflate back into Toshinori. I didn't think it was this bad, Toshi, said David, let's get you to the operating room. The group of friends walked around the expo as Melissa and Jax showed them around, though they had to stop at every other exhibit to prevent Izuku from getting lost. Hey, I have to ask, what did you mean when you said you thought Reo had forgotten about you and Jax, Melissa? Asked Momo, wanting to get to the bottom of this. Reo gulped as he felt the ominous aura around his girlfriend. I've got this one, sis, said Jax, like he probably said, Reo was born here. Melissa, Reo, and I would be on play dates while our parents talked and stuff. Though it was brief, we stayed in contact with each other. Why was it so brief? Asked Izuku. Reo balled his fist and growled, paradox. Everyone immediately became silent before they heard two familiar voices. Is everything alright? We couldn't tell if you were a villain for a second, Reo. The students looked behind them and smiled as they saw an electric blonde, as well as the punk rocker with Jax for ears. Jiro, Kaminari, smiled Momo, hugging the girl, I didn't know you'd be here. Neither did I, smiled Jiro, blushing, but it turns out that the idiot isn't that bad when it comes to romance. Momo gasped, are you two on a date? Not so loud, shouted the rock girl, yay, but the expo is the actual date, but we were just looking around. The two, well, soon four girls then started to talk about Jiro's date, much to the girls' embarrassment while the boys talked among themselves. So, Kaminari, asked Izuku, what are you doing here? I didn't expect to see anyone else from school this weekend. Well, my dad is working security for the expo, and he had extra tickets, chuckled the electric elemental. I invited Jiro, so, yeah, I didn't think she'd actually accept though. Hey, don't put yourself down so much, smiled Reo, you've got the personality and the skills of a great dude. Plus, Jiro really likes you, I can tell. Kaminari chuckled before looking at Jax, thanks, who's the older dude? Name's Jax, said the teen in question, I'm also working on security, and based on your looks, you must be Thunderbolt's kid, right? You know my dad? Asked Kaminari, who was in shock. Of course, I know all the pros I work with, especially since I'm a pro myself, chuckled Jax. The other boys simply sighed before Shoto spoke. We really need to get our licenses soon. The other nodded before the girls returned to the group. I don't know about you all, but I'm feeling a little hungry, chuckled Melissa, her stomach grumbling softly. Oh, said Reo, there's a Whataburger across the street, I'll pay if no one minds. Momo looked at him, no, I'll pay, sweetie. Reo stood his ground, no, I'm a gentleman, don't worry about it. No, really, I insist. The two continued like this for a while as they stared at each other, glaring and daring the other to try something. How about you both split the bill, said Ochako, hoping to stop the literal clash of cash. That's a great idea, Mochi, smiled Izuku, with the others nodding. Fair enough, but Reo, said Momo, smiling. Yes, dear. Expect punishment at the hotel, giggled the girl, skipping away as the boy gulped. As the friends ate, they watched a competition where people were destroying robots for points, as quickly and effectively as possible. That seems like it would be interesting, any of you wanna take a shot? Asked Jax, slurping on his milkshake. Sure, I'll go next, but why not you? We haven't even seen your quirk in action, pointed out Reo. I'll go too, but that's a good point, said Izuku. Well, 2 reasons, smirked Jax, if I use too much power, I'll be exhausted tonight, and I tend to overload sometimes, like. He was soon interrupted by a voice over the loudspeaker, making Reo and Jiro wince. In 8th place with 22 seconds, we have a Jiro Kirishima, shouted the voice. Next up, here's our surprise contestants, starting with Shoto Todoroki, the son of Endeavor himself. Ignoring the last part, Shoto smiled as he received looks from his friends, having been silent the entire time. How? When? What? Said Jiro, did you two know about this? Izuku and Reo saw that she was talking about them. Hey, we don't know everything the other's going to do. We're not joined by the hip, why no? The two grumbled as they all watched Shoto start, immediately freezing every robot in the arena. Talk about flair, he turned the entire stadium into a snow globe, said Reo, receiving looks. How are you not cold right now? Asked Kaminari. Oh, I can adjust my body temperature to the point where I'm always at my normal temperature, smirked Reo, I'm gonna get me some robo action, see ya. He then jumped over the rail, surprising the announcer as they yelped. Well, another challenger has appeared. Let's see if he can beat our last contestant's score of 5 seconds. As the robots spawned, Reo smirked, this'll be over in less than a millisecond. Once the clock began, time immediately stopped completely. Reo had lightning all around him, and smiled as he simply walked to a robot, tapping it as he continued doing so for the other 10, and resumed time. Wait, what is going on? Shouted the announcer as she saw the robots. 2 robots were melted into pools of lava while the one was frozen, one had been supercharged, another had crystals going through its entire body, one was drenched, one somehow had a tree growing out of it, another was missing metal pieces, which Reo was using as a toothpick, and the last 3 had holes in their chests with electricity sparking. Reo Monroe Todoroki has destroyed all the bots, in less than a second, said the announcer, almost sounding sad about it. Reo chuckled, ah, man. I should have been done sooner than that. He then ducked down as a figure blasted towards him, with a familiar growl being heard. Nature freak, shouted Bakugo, what the fuck are you doing here? Same thing as you, I came to see the expo, smiled Reo, shrugging. Meanwhile, Izuku and the others came down from the stands, and since the last of the robots were out of commission for the time being. That was super manly, Reo, shouted Kirishima, running over to the group, I didn't see you even move. Thanks, Kirishima, smiled the teen, noticing his friends and family. Oh, I'd like to introduce you to my cousins, Melissa and Jack's Shield. Bakugo scoffed, so what, you've got a big family. Doesn't make up for the fact that you're still weak enough to get taken out by a spirit. Don't mind him, he's just cranky cause he didn't eat enough on the plane, chuckled Kirishima, are you all heading to the expo too? Everyone nodded, with Bakugo simply walking away. Come on, Kirishima, said the spiky blonde, we need to get ready, the expo is in a few hours. Huh, said Jax, he seems nice. Sorry about that, but we have to go pick up out tuxedos, and he doesn't want me paying since I covered the tickets and hotel already, so, chuckled the hard teen. Don't worry about it, but we'll see you at the expo, right? Asked Melissa, waving as Kirishima nodded. See you guys later, then, shouted the redhead, running to catch up with Bakugo. Back in the lab, Toshi was being examined by David while Inko watched, in worry and concern. Give it to me straight, Dave, sighed Toshi, how bad is it? Well, your power levels are dropping, and that hole in your stomach isn't helping in the slightest, sighed David, looking down, the world will lose their symbol of peace soon. How much time does he have left, Mr. Shield? Asked Inko, holding Toshi's hand gently. I'd say at least another year, and please, call me David, said the brown-haired scientist, I'm sorry, Toshinori. Well, I have been fighting for years now, said Toshi, pulling his shirt down his shirt, maybe it's time I pass the torch, after all, I know a few people who'd take my place perfectly. The checkup then ended, with the friends parting ways until the expo later that night. I'll see you later, Dave, waved Toshi, holding Inko's hand as they walked out together. Unknown A knocked-out security guard was laying on the ground as a group of people walked past him. The man, who was the leader in charge, got a phone call. Yeah, I got it, said the man, what? All Might is here. Well, it doesn't matter, I'll handle it myself. The man ended the call and saw that his allies were tying up more unconscious guards before getting another phone call. I hope you didn't kill them, I don't want anyone hurt, just work on the security, said a mysterious voice as the man chuckled. Yeah, don't worry about a thing, smirked the man, hanging up as the doors opened for him and his group. Time to have some fun. Melissa led the UA students to her personal workroom at I Island Academy, where most of Jax's hero equipment came from. This is where I work on personal projects, like a portal for Deku, which is in progress, smiled the blonde, sorry it's a mess, I don't usually have many guests over. Everyone looked around before sweat dropping, thinking the same thing. This is a mess. Izuku looked at a shelf where trophies stood, catching Reo and Jax's eye. These are really nice, Melissa, smiled Izuku, you must have worked really hard. Thanks, even being quirkless never stopped me from helping out others, smiled Melissa, besides, I'm thinking about applying to a hero school to help out with support items. You do really nice work there, why no, smiled Reo before reaching in his pocket, oh, here you go. I was saving it for your birthday, but it was last week, so yeah. Melissa took the item and looked at it questionably, what is it? It's your new on-the-go lab, smiled Reo, Izuku and Momo helped me out, but I managed to make a portable lab that shrinks with you, and if you want, it preforms like a holographic screen. Thanks, Reo, smiled Melissa, hugging him, I should give you all something as well. That's not necessary, it's a gift, chuckled Reo, rubbing the back of his head. Melissa looked at him, I'm not taking no for an answer, got it. Izuku sighed, just deal with it, we're in the same boat. I can create anything, so I'll have to politely decline, Melissa, smiled Momo. Nope, here you go, said the overly optimistic girl, putting 3 boxes on the desk. Opening the first one, it was revealed to be red bracelet. Melissa put it on Izuku's arm, with the bracelet extending to a fully red, bandage-wrapped gauntlet around his hand. This looks awesome, what is it? Asked Izuku, moving his arm a bit. I call it the full gauntlet, it was originally made for Uncle Might, but since he has enough control over his quirk at full power, this'll help you out instead. Plus, it'll keep you from breaking your bones. Izuku blushed at that last statement. Opening the second case, there was a small choker, with a small compartment that held what looked like liquid fat, along with 30 cartridges to fit in the compartment. For you, Momo, smiled Melissa, I made the creation choker, capable of giving you enough lipids to use your quirk without using your own fat. Momo smiled and put on the fashionable support item, thank you. Once she got to the third case, she looked at Reo and smiled, promise me you won't go crazy with happiness and faint. That was one time, but fine, chuckled the teen as Melissa opened the case, revealing 2 wristbands, as well as cartridges of his own. Are those? Began Reo, smiling ear to ear as Melissa nodded. Web shooters, complete with taser webs, web grenades, impact webs, trip mines, mini drones, and, she then pressed a button as the web shooters extended, forming gloves. If you run out of web fluid, which, you might not, but still, you can use your quirk to make elemental ropes that come from your fingers, as well as creating suction. Reo immediately put on the gloves and smiled before realizing something, wait, are these prototypes? Yes and no, sighed Melissa, the full gauntlet was a bit redesigned, so it can only handle 3 full power punches. The creation choker was easy to do, but since I only knew about your quirk from the sports festival, I had to make some readjustments. This is the final product, and I based off of web shooters, but be careful either way. Reo, I've been making these for you ever since we met Kid Arachnid, Spider-Man, and Ghost Spider, as well as the other web warriors, so I've just been waiting until I could give these to you. The trio smiled at their new items, they were easy to use, and they had fit like a glove. They continued to admire their gifts more, before Izuku's phone rang. Hello. Midoriya, where are you guys? Asked Kaminari, we were supposed to meet up on the 10th floor. Shit, we're on our way. Guys, we're late, said Izuku, I apologize for having to leave, Melissa, but we need to get ready. Melissa smiled, don't worry, I'll see you all later tonight. The friends then departed ways, heading back to their hotel to get changed. Later. Izuku, Reo, Ochako, and Momo soon arrived to meet up with their friends, consisting of Shoto, Kaminari, Jiro, Jax, and Melissa. Kirishima and Bakugo were nowhere to be seen, so they were probably running late. Izuku wore a green button-up shirt with khaki pants, complete with his signature red shoes. Ochako wore a frilly pink dress, with Momo wearing a red dress and not-so-high heels while both females had pearls around their necks, showing off their figures perfectly. Reo wore a black tux with a blue tie, along with some sneakers he could easily move around in. He was carrying a rose in his pocket, along with a few other items. This is gonna be awesome, shouted Kaminari, with Jiro chuckling and rolling her eyes. Sorry I'm late, I needed to freshen up, shouted Melissa, coming wearing a blue dress with her hair tied up. Jax wore a simple red and black combat suit, with a hoodie on with one sleeve, making some curious. What happened to your arm? Asked Ochako, I don't mean to offend you, sorry. What do you mean? Began Jax before looking at his arm and chuckling, it's in camouflage mode, hold on. He grabbed his arm and turned it, pulling it off as a metallic, black and red metal was revealed, surprising everyone. You have a metal arm, said Reo, that is awesome, dude. Jax chuckled and attached his arm, twisting it back in place as a locking sound was heard. Thanks, when I'm on duty, call me Impact, smirked Jax. If you don't mind me asking, how'd you get your metal arm? Asked Jiro, with everyone else having a similar look on their faces. Let's just say that I got in a bit of a pinch with a villain, took some blows, but beat them before she cut off my arm, smirked the teen, come on, enough about this. We've got an expo to enjoy. The other smiled and nodded, soon exploring the building together. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the opening night of the Expo, said an announcer, I hope everyone is enjoying themselves tonight, and let the festivities begin. The pro heroes, as well as a few civilians, were all chatting, partying, and enjoying the night. All Might was in his buff form, chatting with Tony Stark, Jax Jefferson, Martin Stein, and Hal Jordan. Inko was talking to a few female pros, chatting with Gwen Tennyson, Gwen Stacy, Iris West, and even some pros from Japan. A few other heroes such as Thunderbolt, Kevin 11, and Spider-Man were on security, with Flash blending into the crowd as backup, along with Deku, Vibe, Phantom, and Gen Rex. In all, it was a pretty big event, with a lot of heroes and security. All Might soon stepped up to the podium, ready to deliver a speech as he tapped the mic, getting everyone's attention. Thank you for having me here. I'd like to. Unfortunately, All Might was interrupted by the screen behind him glitching out before turning to an emergency warning sign. This is an emergency announcement. There have been reports of bombs around the Expo grounds. Suddenly, the doors sealed shut as multiple armed men burst into the room, holding everyone at gunpoint. Their leader, a man who wore a metal mask and had dark red hair and a lab coat, stepped in. Nobody move, I'm Wolfram and we've got the security under our control now, smiled the villain, I heard that a lot of heroes were here, so I think you shouldn't move. We don't want any casualties, do we? Anyone tell you you've got the worst plan? Asked Phantom, turning visible before being shocked as he hit Wolfram's mask, what is this? He didn't get his answer as chains wrapped around him and the rest of the heroes, as well as the civilians, making the villain grin. Ectoronium, and it doesn't hurt to have some blood blossoms around the area. Began Wolfram, for all you metahumans, your powers have been negated with your own technology, so don't bother. Mutates, Evos and mutants, I've got you covered, since I have men easily able to shoot if you try anything. That, and I've laced the chains with adamonium, vibranium, ectoronium, meta-dampeners, yellow energy, and a bit of kryptonite in case there are any supers among you. You'll pay for this, asshole, shouted Rex, someone will stop you. Who? Chuckled Wolfram, I've cut off all communication, made sure no one can enter the airspace, and locked off the teleportation with a force field. No one will save you. Spider-Man, All Might, and Kevin all tried to get free, before Wolfram sighed. I wouldn't do that if I were you, said the man, grabbing Inko and putting a revolver to her head, unless you want this lady to die. All Might growled, stopping his struggles as he thought, kids, please be safe somewhere. What's going on? Said Jax, I can't get a hold of anyone. Me neither, said Jiro, checking her phone. No signal, said Reo, something must be jammed, this doesn't feel right. Melissa checked the elevator, no luck, they're not working. This shouldn't be happening if it's just explosives, said Jax. Then it's the other option, said Izuku, there's a villain attack. Damn it, this is bad, shouted Kaminari. We should head to the party where Uncle Might is, said Reo, maybe he can help. Back at the party, Wolfram approached Sam, who was sweating nervously. Are you a researcher here? Asked the villain, before David shouted. Leave him alone, take me if you need to. David Shield, the former sidekick of All Might, smirked the villain, take them both, we have work to do. David and Sam were soon led away, with All Might sighing. Izuku had managed to get his attention, and with the help of Jiro's earphone jack, he was able to relay a message to him as well. This is a good idea, but there's one problem, said Jiro, we don't have our licenses yet, so the best we can do is evacuate the people who haven't been taken hostage. Ryo sighed, and walked away. I don't know if you've noticed, but I didn't give a fuck about those rules in Japan, and even if there's some leeway, I still don't care. I'm going to go stop the villains. You guys can try to stop me, or you can help. Either way, I'm not sitting back and watching them take over. I'm with the geek here, said Jax. I've been given a chance to help, I'm not backing down. Izuku and Ochako stepped up. We became heroes to do this kind of thing, rules and villains won't stop us. I'd be a fool not to help, said Shoto, smiling. Who else is in? All we need to do is turn off the security system, then the pros can take over from there. Said Melissa. What do we have to lose? The others nodded before smirking in agreement, stepping up as Ryo smiled. Now that we're all in agreement, let's go stop these villains. Happy New Year, everyone. It's 2022, and in honor of that, here's the first chapter of the I Island arc. I'd like to get a few things out of the way so confusion doesn't occur, so I'll be establishing which Izuku is which. Midoriya Elemental Izuku, who is in Ryo's mind. Deku All Might's son from Blazing Fire Star Kid 01, or Shonen King 94 Stories, Son of All Might and Son of All Might, Rise of Deku. Omni Izuku with the Omnitrix, from Create Gunner 1209 Story, Heroes Never Die, It's Hero Time. Anarchist Chaotic Neutral Izuku from Bored and Sleepy 2000 Story, The Anarchist. Manama only exists in my fanfics for two reasons, to be humiliated and punished, or, actually, the other is a secret. This chapter has been beta read by Shonen King 94. Powerhouse, out. 62 Chapter 39, Partying in the USA Part 2, Infiltration. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OCs. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff Might speaking. Buff Might thinking. Attack names. Partying in the USA. Part 2, Infiltration. The group of teenagers were climbing the stairs, panting when they reached the 30th floor. How tall is this damn tower? Said Kaminari. We've been running for 30 minutes. 200 floors, smiled Melissa, proud of that fact. The others were simply speechless as Melissa showed her enthusiasm. We're wasting time here, guys, said Jax. The villains could have control of the weapons system as well. The team then continued to TH 70th floor, but they were blocked by a sealed door. Damn it, it's locked, said Izuku, before being pushed out of the way by Ryo. I've got this one, said the teen, grabbing the door before being electrocuted. AGHH. What was that? Ectoronium, said Momo as she examined the door further. According to research, no ghost can touch it. Then how do we get through? Asked Kaminari. I got this, smirked Jax, grabbing the door and sending vibrations through it, but nothing happened. Damn it, it's got vibranium too. Why don't we just break the door down? Asked Jiro. The villains would notice us, same thing if we tried the door. It's also lined with the hardest metal on Earth. Quote. You mean this door? Asked Kaminari, with everyone looking at him with the door open. Damn it, Kaminari, shouted Jax, fuck it, run. They all ran through the door, not looking back as the speedsters present carried their partners as well. Huh, said Swordkill, Wolfram's right-hand man as he looked at the silent alarm being activated. Seems someone just opened a door. I thought we got everyone, said a goon, who sat beside him. Damn it, they're on the 80th floor. Find them. Meanwhile, Wolfram received a message from Swordkill of the situation and sighed. Find and kill those kids, said Wolfram. I don't want them interfering with my work. The thugs, Diago and Nobu, nodded as they left to intercept the children. The team were running through the corridors, since they knew the stairs were compromised. Is there another way? Asked Shoto. It's just up ahead, said Jax, before the corridor sealed up. They turned around to run, only to have the other side sealed up as well. Over here, said Shoto, unleashing a large ice blast, preventing TH door from closing. That won't stay open for long, shouted Jax, stand back. His arm then opened up, revealing a repulsor as purple energy surrounded him, with a smirk appearing on his face as he spoke. Recoil, shouted Jax, with a large, purple blast of energy covering the entire area in front of him, while a giant hole was in the middle of the building. The others gasped when Jax heaved over, smiling. Don't worry about me. Get to the control room, I'll catch up soon. You better, smiled Melissa, see you soon, bro. Jax smiled before passing out for a while. While they ran, Momo asked about Jax, will he be alright? Yay, he's done this on a bigger scale, don't worry, chuckled Melissa, I'm surprised you're not asking about his arm. I'm so glad you said something, smiled Momo, as that vibranium. It would make sense, since he has a similar ability to Black Panther's suit. Hey, more running, less chatting, said Ryo, stopping as they reached an open area. What now? Asked Kaminari, while the others shrugged. Jiro then heard something, with Ryo doing the same, since he was constantly sending out geo-pulses, before the rocker spoke. Hey, someone's coming, said the girl, we need to hide. How many? Asked Shoto, looking at Ryo. 2. And 2 others already here. I think, said the teen, either way, get close. I'm gonna try to make us invisible. The others sighed as they held onto Ryo. Concentrating, Ryo grunted while turning invisible, before covering the others in his aura as his eyes were entirely sea blue. The elevator rang, with the kids gulping as it opened, revealing Nobu and Diago. Couldn't we use the elevator to get to the top? Whispered Ochako, hoping for a solution. No, it's only accessible to authorized people, and it has a ectoronium plating around it, which is only active during security breaches. Hey, we see you, stupid kids, shouted Diago, come on out. How'd they find us? Asked Izuku, we're completely out of sight. I don't think they did, look, said Momo, pointing at something, or someone. The fuck did you say, you piece of shit, shouted Bakugo as he and Kirishima came into view, wanna say that again, asswipe. Sorry about him, Kirishima said calmly, we're looking for the reception hall and got lost. The thugs smirked at each other before Nobu's hands became webbed claws. You're in luck, said the villain, lunging at the two students, the party's just getting started. It was at this moment, Shoto jumped out of hiding and made an ice wall to block Nobu, who simply swiped his hands across it, not caring as he smirked. Guys, go, said Shoto, with the others, and a dazed Reo, heading to the exit as Shoto made an ice platform to separate them from the fight. Shoto, what are you doing? Asked Izuku. Staying here, said the boy, this isn't your fight, and there are stronger villains here. I'll be fine. The green-haired teen sighed as he ran, you better make it out okay. Izuku heard Bakugo's shouts about what was going on, making him chuckle. You never change, Hakachan. Nobu, Diago, what are you idiots doing? Swordkill shouted into the radio, you're letting the kids escape. Release the robots, that might slow them down, shouted a goon next to him. These kids are from UA, said Diago, and the blonde is Shield's daughter. Wolfram smiled evilly, slow them down, but make sure you get the girl. I want to show them what happens when you interfere with our work. The young heroes managed to get to the 130th floor, but soon came face to face with security sentinels. I've got this, guys, said Kaminari, as lightning covered his body and his eyes became purely yellow, time for the speed storm. The others watched in awe as Kaminari finally managed to use his powers without overloading himself. The teen sent punches and kicks to all the robots in sight, seeming like a yellow blur to the ones who couldn't see him. See, I can handle a few robots, said Kaminari, before even more robots appeared, see, that. I'll need help. Jiro sighed, we can handle this, you guys go on ahead. She plugged in her jacks to her boots, smiling, Soundwave. A large blast knocked most robots out of the way, giving Reo and Izuku the chance to pick up their girlfriends, and Melissa, and speed past. Looks like they've got it covered, smiled Izuku as they made it to another large room. Oh, it's the wind generator, smiled Melissa, being set down, we can make it to the top if Ochako uses her quirk on me, but the rest of you can get up there on your own though. Ochako then tapped Melissa as she began floating in the air, with the gravity girl doing the same, while Izuku jumped up and smiled as he simply floated in the air. Reo created a darkness line from his fingers, grabbing hold of the ceiling while Momo created a jetpack. You know, this is so crazy that it just might work, said Izuku, as the 5 teens floated to the top, only to be intercepted by the security drones from earlier. Luckily, they were quickly put down by Shoto, Kirishima, and Bakugo, who managed to catch up to them after defeating Nobu and Diago. Izuku and Melissa were thrown off course in the process, with the two being flung to a wall, forcing Izuku to use the full gauntlet and smash the wall, surprising Melissa as she hung onto him. How is it possible that you're so strong? Asked the blonde, confusing Izuku, the entire building has thin layers of vibranium across it. What exactly is your quirk? Izuku looked away, chuckling, it's a stockpiler quirk. Melissa seemed to believe that as she stood up alongside her friend, before Izuku got a blaring headache from danger sense. Get down, shouted Izuku, pushing Melissa out of the way as he produced shadow tendrils from his arm, covering the two like a shield. You brat, shouted Swordkill, smirking as he slashed his bladed arms against the dome, you'll get tired eventually, and I'll take that chance to kill you. Not today, asshole, said a voice as Reo appeared, shooting 2 web grenades at him, effectively webbing him to a wall. The hell, said Swordkill, stuck to the wall as Izuku got up, smiling. Thanks for the save, man, said the greenette, smiling, me same too. Reo smirked, thank Melissa, I wouldn't have these right now if she didn't build it. The blonde girl smiled as Shoto, Momo, Ochako, Kirishima, and Bakugo caught up. What happened? Asked Shoto, raising an eyebrow at Swordkill stuck to a wall. Web shooters, said the 3, with the others shaking their heads. Bakugo looked at the 3 of them and scoffed while walking past. We need to get to the top floor, said the blonde, icy hot, you cover Deku while he carries Blondie to the top, and Hothead, you go into a sneak attack. Kirishima, and the rest of you extras, you're with me, Pikachu is still out of commission, so we have to go without him and ears. Assuming I'm the hothead, said Reo, how am I supposed to get outside, let alone back in? I can't even touch the walls. Who else has fire for hair right now? Asked Bakugo, smirking, and you've beaten some of the most powerful villains, as well as heroes. You command the elements, but you're scared of a rock. Reo growled as his hair turned teal blue as he walked to the wall, you guys carry on with the plan. I'll be back in a sec. Reo, what are you doing? Asked Izuku, curious, you can't even touch the wall. Bakugo is right, he said, shocking everyone, I command the earth, so rocks are no problem. He then slammed his hands onto the wall, groaning in agony as he spoke, it tickles, but hurts. He started to absorb the electricity coming off of the ectronium, pushing his hands deeper while turning intangible, with a blue aura covering him as he shouted. Can't believe I got scared of some rocks. Looks like I just needed some motivation, said Reo, whose eyes were fully blue as electrical flames covered him when he pulled himself into the wall, fully phasing through it. Whoa, said Izuku, he did it. Come on, shouted Bakugo, Hothead's done his part. Deku, get Blondie up there. Izuku nodded as he ran with full cowling active, side by side with Melissa. Hold on, everyone, we're almost there. Outside Reo floated high above the ground, smiling as he casually held onto the tower, his body now back to normal, with the exception of his flaming hair. Okay, it doesn't seem too high up, he said to himself before speaking as he flew upwards. Hey, does anyone know why I could phase through the Ectoronium? Sorry, but no, said En Shimura, I don't mess with ghosts, well, with the exception of Danny. No, said Tamada, Kokura and I only connect to you through your elemental abilities. Where are she and NYA? Asked Reo, a bit confused as to why they weren't answering him. Sorry, Kenner and I wanted to do something with Zandaka as payback, smiled the woman, I don't know where NYA is, it's a big mindscape, but no, I have no idea why. Ask her later. Reo sighed, as he reached the top of the tower, that woman gets on my every last nerve. Somehow, he felt a hand smack him upside the head, but didn't question it. He landed on the roof of the building, with only a small spark coming from the Ectoronium. That's cool, smiled the teen as he placed his hands on the roof, and connected to the elemental connection. Okay, who's ready? Loud and clear, Reo, said Izuku, as he led Melissa down the hall, before stopping when they came face to face with two of Wolfram's gunmen who immediately fired at them. Never mind, a bit of a setback. Luckily, the two quickly got out of the way, dodging the bullets as danger sense helped him navigate. Melissa, who wasn't quite as experienced in fighting as Izuku, made the unfortunate mistake of turning the corner to see if they could pass, only to get shot in the shoulder. Melissa, said Izuku, rushing over to her with the shadow tendrils covering him, are you alright? The blonde girl smiled as blood dripped down her arm. Don't worry about me, Izuku. We need to get up there. Give me a minute, Melissa. Allowing the tendrils to emerge from his arms, Izuku ran at the gunners, whipping away the bullets as he ran across the wall, jumped on the ceiling, ran on the other wall, and allowing danger sense to navigate, he punched one of the men into the wall, and when the other attempted to shoot at him, he backflipped behind him, wrapping the tendrils around his waist, and his gun, as he kneed the man in the face, knocking him out while breaking the gun simultaneously. Melissa watched in awe, and a bit of fright. Probably because she didn't want to get on Izuku's bad side. Hold still, said Izuku, walking to her as he held her arm gently, wrapping the tendrils around the wound, tearing his shirt off and wrapping it around her wound tightly as the tendrils disappeared. Thank you, Izuku, said Melissa, you're amazing, I can't believe you can do all of that with your quirk. Izuku smiled, thanks, but it's just right to save someone in need. We need to go, though. The control room is just ahead. Melissa nodded as she stood up, smiling, let's go then. The two ran ahead before they reached the door, with Melissa catching sight of something that she didn't want to see. I just opened 11 to 47, said David, looking over to see Sam smiling. It's opening now, says Sam, with the vault unlocking to reveal a black case. The villains held up their end of the bargain. Thank you, Sam, smiled David, I couldn't have done this without you. Papa. David and Sam turned their heads to see Melissa and Izuku, now out of hiding. Melissa, what are you doing here? What did Sam mean when he said you planned this? Asked Melissa, tears in her eyes, don't tell me you caused all this. I'm sorry, Melissa, said David, shamefully hanging his head. Please hear us out. Sam said, this device allows the user to awaken their quirk, which is very rare. It could help save millions of lives. Why? Why would you do this, Papa? I did it to save All Might, shouted David, his power is draining, he won't be a hero for much longer. If I can awaken his quirk, it'll make him better. What gives you the right to do that? Says Izuku, black and green lightning sparking all around him. All Might isn't a god, he's human. He still needs to have a normal life. Why do you think others are becoming heroes? They want to be the next generation of heroes, and you're saying those efforts aren't needed, and you put Melissa in danger. She got shot for fuck's sake. What? Said David, shocked, but the villains are fake. Sam, don't tell me you. Beautiful performance, I must say, said a familiar voice as Wolfram emerged from the shadows, a performance pretending to be fake villains. That's why danger sense has been blaring in my head. Izuku whispered to himself and running at Wolfram with his shadow tendrils, only to have himself and Melissa pinned against the wall. Such young children need to learn when adults are speaking, smirked Wolfram, walking to Melissa before being stopped as something landed at his feet, which exploded. Ha! Got him, said Shoto, unleashing his ice at Wolfram before a floating, fully hard Kirishima knocked him into the wall, with Bakugo blasting forwards and sending explosions at his face, with the villain now annoyed. Enough, shouted the metal elemental, grabbing the kids and sending them against the wall, before grabbing the person who threw the explosive at him. Momo coughed as Wolfram held her by her neck, while sighing as she panting when he let go. This is why I never had kids, said Wolfram, they get in the way, ruin your plans, and they're fucking annoying. Sammy, hand over the device, said the elemental, soon getting the device in his hand. I knew it, said David, being betrayed, you were going to give it to them anyway. David, I had to, pleaded Sam, we could have been famous, rich, have anything we wanted. But you gave the device away and left it to rot. Wolfram took something out of his jacket, and here's your reward. He then shot him in the shoulder, smiling as Melissa yelled. Sam, no, said the girl, who despite everything, was part of her family. This wasn't the plan, said Sam. You're not part of my plan then, chuckled Wolfram, preparing to shoot Sam before David took the hit. Go, don't worry about me. Papa, shouted Melissa, only to get a smile in return that told her to stop worrying. Finally, I can make my dream come true and kill All Might along with those other heroes, shouted Wolfram, smiling before he heard a voice. You won't win, said Izuku, someone will stop you, I guarantee it. You sure about that, kid? Smirked Wolfram as he walked to him. All Might is in vibranium, adamantium, titanium, and ectronium-lined chains that he can't even break with a 100% guarantee. The Avengers and the Justice League are off-world, and all of the heroes downstairs have been weakened. What reason do you have to have hope? Izuku looked at him as he noticed something in his head, cause karma's a bitch. Before anyone could question him, Wolfram noticed that they'd been released from the wall, without him. The walls also glowed red hot as a voice echoed through the room. Nice one Izuku, but give everyone a Black Whip blanket, now. Wolfram gasped as lightning struck inside the building, and Izuku extended Black Whip, covering everyone in sight except Wolfram. Lightning traveled down from the ceiling as it covered the floor and shocked Wolfram, before a figure appeared, with blue tattooed markings all over his right arm and face. You're right, Izuku, said Reo as his hair continued to dance in flame, karma is a bitch. Hello, everyone. I have completed this chapter right before school. Now, I know there's gonna be some questions about Reo and Izuku and what happened to them, like, why can he use float with mastery? Why can he use Black Whip with mastery? Why is Rio's hair now blue fire if it's one of his weaknesses? Why is Reo able to teleport with lightning now? How can Reo go through ectronium if he's a ghost? What is happening to Reo? Why does Reo have a karma mark? They'll be answered soon, so no spoilers. This arc is going by too fast, but I'll make up for it during the training camp. Hint. Quirk Dodgeball. This chapter has been beta read by Shonen King 94. Powerhouse, out. 62 Chapter 40, Partying in the USA. Part 3, Showdown. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OCs. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff Might speaking. Buff Might thinking. Attack names. Partying in the USA. Part 3, Showdown. Wolfram looked around and growled, you kids need to learn to mind your damn business. Before anyone could even move, he put the Quirk Awakening device on, with his eyes glowing purple as he laughed. This is amazing, said Wolfram, as the entire building had begun to be torn apart, forming a metal tornado around himself, before making a giant suit around himself, soon towering over the tower while more of the building began getting ripped apart. I feel like I could take on All Might, laughed Wolfram, his giant hand swiping at the children. Everyone jumped up while Reo ran to David and Sam, turning them intangible as the hand missed them. Izuku ran over to Melissa, grabbing her and jumping into the air with the blonde in his arms. We need to immobilize him, shouted Reo, looking around at the options, Shoto, Ice Wall and Wall of Fire. Bakugo, help Izuku. Momo, Ochako, try and see if you can get a new plan. What are you gonna do, hothead? Shouted Bakugo, getting a smirk from Reo. Lightning danced as he chuckled, kick ass, of course. He jumped off the building as everyone gasped, before a web line shot out of the air, with Reo attached to it, swinging through the air before wrapping around Wolfram while laughing. Empire strikes back, bitches. Izuku, Bakugo, and Shoto smirked, follow the webhead. Izuku jumped off the building, and using Black Whip, wrapped around Wolfram as well, just in case, while Bakugo flew grabbed Izuku's hand, before being flung into the giant's face, producing a massive explosion as he landed. Bakugo smirked, your turn icy hot. Shoto nodded, sending a massive ice wall at the villain, and once he was entirely covered, blasted his flames, melting the ice as Reo and Izuku landed. Anything. They all looked at Wolfram as the water hit him, making him rust slightly, but not enough to stop him. That plan didn't work, said Izuku, any ideas? We might have an idea, said Momo, smiling, you're trying to make him rust, right? Well, what if you did something else, like electrocute him? That implies I can produce enough electricity. What if you didn't need to? Said Izuku, getting everyone's attention. If you ran, building up enough kinetic energy, you'd have enough electricity to power the entire island. I've never tried that though, I'll need more speed than my own. That's why I'm gonna help. Everyone looked and saw Ochako helping Jiro carry Kaminari, who smiled. You need electricity, smirked the teen, how about me and Midoriya? We can give you the start you need, plus you'll need a bit of help. Good man, smirked Reo, though, I'll need to have a quick chat. Everyone looked at him strangely when he said that. NYA, what's the chances of this working? Asked Reo. Well, hard to say. You've got the speed, but not the stamina. Any other time, I'd be able to help, but it's not the best right now. As for speed, you're on Bart's teenage level. So, guess it's time to see how redirect works, said Reo. Kenner, mind reminding me of your quirk's abilities. It allows you to absorb any type of energy and make it your own, and when you redirect it, it's much stronger thanks to 2 for all. Absorb and redirect, huh, chuckles Reo, time to run then. Electricity sparked around him as he grabbed Kaminari's shoulder, sending electricity through him and recharging him. You'll need to be able to keep up, said the speedster, can't have you fading in and out of reality. Danger sense flared inside Izuku's head, get down. Everyone looked as Reo turned them intangible, dodging another metal arm, before noticing someone missing. Where's Melissa? Izuku ran down the wall, jumping off the building while reaching for Melissa, who continued screaming for her life while Izuku caught her, bringing her to the roof while she silently panicked. Get her somewhere safe, he said, handing her to Kirishima and Ochako. If we're going to do this, we need to do it now. Kaminari and Reo nodded as lightning danced around them, the three running down the building before getting to the ground, running circles around Wolfram. You kids are persistent, I'll give you that, shouted the villain, but you'll never be able to stop me. He slammed his foot onto the ground, knocking the speedsters into the air before punching them against the back of the roof. Ow, said the trio, landing onto the roof, groaning. Well, that didn't work, said Shoto, sighing. The trio of speedsters held their stomachs while coming over as Izuku spoke. Brute strength, as far as we know, we can't get him from below, and water doesn't really work on him. Electricity could work, but it might not work due to the ectronium and vibranium. Reo and I are gonna have to break him from the outside. How are you going to break it? Asked Kaminari. I get that you're strong, but with what I know about vibranium, it'll be impossible for you to break it, let alone without All Might. Then it's a good thing that, shouted a booming voice, I am here. All Might, shouted everyone, how did you escape? Impact helped me out. He is currently freeing the hostages and other heroes, smiled the blonde, before looking at Wolfram. What's the plan here? We've tried everything, All Might, spoke Izuku, speed, strategy, slowing him down, they all haven't worked. Our best solution is to take him head on, full power, said Reo, smiling. Well, I understand you both intend to do this together, so why don't I seize STU, smiled All Might, the two nodding as lightning covered their figures. Reo looked at Momo and smiled, before blurring away at lightning speed, with Izuku and All Might close behind. Wolfram saw the three, and swiped a giant metal hand at them, but they either simply broke it, phased through, or dodged. Seemingly desperate, Wolfram created a giant cube in front of him, before launching it at the heroes. Reo smirked, getting further ahead of Izuku and All Might, before his hands began producing black flames. I've got this one, shouted the teen, black flames covering the cube as it slowly melted from insane heat, Amaterasu. With the cube gone, the three powerhouses continued running at Wolfram, with Izuku activating Black Whip, as well as Float, before jumping in the air and wrapping Black Whip around the metal monster, keeping him tied up. He then slammed into the body, using the full gauntlet at 100% once more before All Might took over. All Might lunged at the villain, sending a powerful uppercut to the face of his exoskeleton, knocking him on his back. Reo smirked, and once he was close enough, activated Smokescreen, confusing Wolfram before punching his metal head off with his karma-covered arm. Wolfram, now on his back, noticed Reo looked familiar, before smirking to himself and laughing, making the boy stop. What's so funny? Asked the teen, noticing Black Whip wrap around the exoskeleton. You're beat, you've lost. Maybe, kid, chuckled the man, but how does it feel knowing your parents are dead cause of you? Everything stopped. Izuku and All Might looked at each other in worry, before looking at Reo, who stood there silently, with his hair becoming brighter as his skin turned to metal, and his ears became pointed. What the hell are you talking about? Asked Reo, you don't know a damn thing about me. I know Paradox killed your dad, Shift. Began Wolfram, I know your mom's quirk wasn't compatible with her body, and the only cure was given to you instead. I also know that you're the only person who can actually give All Might a hard time if you go rogue. Though the most interesting thing would be, you're not even human. What? Asked Reo, who told you this? Does it matter? Smiled the man, I accept I'll lose today, but it pains you so much that I got this information, and you'll never know who gave it to me. He did say that you'd meet him soon, though. Sighing, Reo turned his head to look at the 8th and 9th, let's finish this, I'm tired of hearing this scumbag's voice. Izuku and All Might nodded, but as they got ready to finish it, Wolfram got up, pushing them all off as they were sent flying back to the roof. Damn it, he's getting away, shouted Izuku. I said I'd accept defeat, I never said I'd give you the victory, shouted Wolfram. The trio growled, with red streaks of energy appearing across Reo and Izuku's body, before their lightning became brighter, while Rio's hair turning a darker blue, being a midnight color. Boys, follow my lead. It's time to end this once and for all, shouted All Might, before chuckling, 1 plus 2, does equal 3, so why don't we show this villain our power? The boys nodded, and Izuku held the full gauntlet, while Reo switched out his web cartridges. Activating full cowling and speed streak, the boys took off, with All Might right beside them. Wolfram made one more giant cube, this time made of vibranium, hoping it would stay intact. To save others with a smile, began All Might, as he lunged his fist forwards. To protect others and keep them safe, continued Izuku, doing the same. That's what it means, smirked Reo, following their lead. To be a hero, thought the three users of the most powerful quirk in the world, 3 for all. Triple Texas Smash, shouted the three, punching through the vibration cube, and hitting Wolfram with enough force, his suit not only was destroyed, but he himself had received quite some damage. Everyone looked astonished at the tremendous display of power, even Bakugo smiled for a second, well, until Shoto noticed the smile too. The three wielders smiled, defeating Wolfram once and for all, before the two teens passed out, with All Might catching them, and once they were close to the ground, paid them in their girlfriend's arms, letting them silently rest. This new generation sure is something else, huh, Nana? Izuku woke up in a hospital room, looking around before noticing he was in Ochako's lap. Morning, my brave hero, smiled the gravity girl, it seems like you're back to normal now. Hello, my sweet Mocha, smiled Izuku, did everyone get safe? Did we win? Of course you worry about others as soon as you wake up. Chuckles Ochako, kissing his forehead, everyone is fine, Reo woke up a few minutes ago, so he's back at the hotel, along with Momo. Izuku smiled, chuckling before a small, white-haired girl came to his mind, hey, Ocha. You remember Eri, right? Ochako nodded, the little girl from the villain raid. Yeah, I was thinking, what if we adopted her, smiled Izuku. Meanwhile, Reo and Momo were just finishing packing up, since they were going back home the next day, before the boy sighed. I still can't believe that after all that, said Reo, poking his hair, my hair is stuck in blue flame mode and I look like I've been barbecuing my skin, I look ridiculous. It's not all bad, sweetheart, smiled Momo, it doesn't burn your allies and friends, and even if you have metal skin, it feels the same. I'm grateful to Tamada and Kokura for that, but still. Momo smiled and pulled him close to her, burying his head between her breasts. I don't care about your looks, you're a kind, caring, and heroic person, Reo. Besides, in a world of quirks, it's not that bad, right? Reo blushed, unable to answer as he was pushed against the bed, with the beautiful, raven-haired girl sitting on his lap, smiling before she looked him straight in the eyes, and kissed him. With his mind unable to process what was going on fully, Reo gained a massive blush as Momo threw off her top, and stood, before removing her skirt as well. The teen boy was in awe, making Momo blush, don't just stare at me, it's embarrassing. I guess it's true what they say about boys and breasts, though. Getting on her knees, Momo grabbed her boyfriend's shorts and smiled, before pulling them down, surprising Reo. Wait, Momo. Are you sure you want to do this so soon? I mean, we've barely gone past just sleeping and light teasing. Momo smiled, it's alright, Reo. It's my first time, too. I wouldn't be doing this with you if I didn't love you with all my heart. Though, it makes me happy to know I'll be taking your first times. Before he could ask how she knew about him being a virgin, the girl smiled, before going over to the door and locking it, and as she returned, she removed her bra and panties, exposing her naked body in all its glory. Reo gulped as Momo got back on her knees, rubbing his boxers as she smiled. I hope this little tent in your pants is for me, sweetie, said the girl, licking her lips, seems like you got excited just by little old me. Pulling off his boxers, Momo gasped as she was hit in her face, not expecting what she saw. It's so big, you've got to be at least 10 or 11 inches, gulped Momo. Foot actually. I got a lot more from my last growth spurt, chuckled Reo, if you wanna stop, I completely understand. Momo smirked and wrapped her hand around her boyfriend's cock, rubbing it slowly before speaking, oh, no, sweetheart. We're gonna spend the time we have left making sweet love and fucking each other senseless for as long as possible. Then, in the morning, you can speed through packing up our things, alright my love. The flame-haired nodded, and as soon as he did, Momo continued rubbing his cock, smiling before licking it. Seems you enjoy this. What if I, smirked Momo, before wrapping her mouth around her boyfriend's member, sucking on it and swirling her tongue around before bobbing her head, moaning and jerking off, looking him in his eyes the entire time. Fuck, Momo, panted Reo, did you plan this, and how are you so good? Frisiche, said Momo, bobbing faster and sucking even faster while smiling, soon feeling Reo's cock twitch, and wanting more, took the entire length, pushing Reo over the edge. Momo. I'm gonna, moaned the fire-haired teen, releasing inside Momo's mouth, surprising her as the girl swallowed it all, moaning as she pulled back. That was delicious, sweetie, smiled Momo, licking her lips and smiling. You are amazing, Momo, chuckled Reo, how about I return the favor? Before she could ask what, even if she knew, Reo had gotten her on the bed, smiling and pinning her down by her arms. Naughty girl, Momo. You got me all riled up, and you know how I am. Chuckled Reo, kissing her neck before sliding two of his fingers into her pussy, making the girl moan loudly. Damn it, this wasn't the plan. I was gonna fuck, seduce you, please you, then take over and right there, show you who was in charge. Reo smirked, and now, my love, time to get your reward for your efforts. Licking her nipple, Reo loved the moan that came from Momo's mouth, and wanting more, pushed a third finger in her clit, making her blush and moan even louder. Right there, Reo. Don't stop. Licking her nipple once again, Reo smirked, and wrapped his entire mouth around Momo's breast, sucking on it like a child while fingering her harder, curling his fingers and moving them around slowly. Reo. If you keep doing that, I'm gonna, moaned Momo, arching her back as she came, squirting all over his fingers, before panting and falling back on the bed with a very red face. Reo chuckled and kissed her, wrapping his arms around her as she smiled, before feeling something against her thigh. Reo, sweetie, chuckled Momo, how are you still hard? You should be tired out, right? I have a quick recovery time and stamina. Always have, since my quirk needs me to, and combine two for all with it. Momo sighed, almost endless stamina and recovery time. Alright, if you really need this, then okay. Try not to break me, okay? Reo nodded, and seeing Momo spread her legs apart, revealing her bare pussy to her true love. I said we'd go all day, remember? Asked Momo, looking at him and blushing madly, he put it inside me already. Well, don't we need a condom? I don't think I'm ready to be a dad yet, and your dad would kill me. Don't talk about my dad when we're having sex, babe. It kills the mood, and don't worry, I'm on birth control. I rather raw than use an unreliable condom that can break. Alright, but before we go all the way, you should know something, sighed Reo, sitting on the bed, I'm not human, not completely. What do you mean, are you an alien? Asked Momo, sitting up beside him. No, I'm not an alien, chuckled Reo, you know how my quirk is called elemental ghost. Well, it's really called elemental. Same thing, but the ghost part comes from mom. She had a disease that made her unable to be a full ghost, passed it to me accidentally, and told me where it came from. Turns out, my grandfather is either the hero Wraith, or his twin Danny. And seeing how I have blue hair, it's most likely Wraith. I just hope you aren't upset that I lied to you, not even All Might knows this. Momo simply laid down on top of him, kissing him and smiling, it doesn't matter if you're alien, human, or a ghost. I love you, Ryo Monroe, and nothing will change that. Tears appeared in his eyes, I love you too, Momo Yaoyorozu. The two then kissed once more, not letting each other go, with neither realizing that while they were moving, Ryo accidentally slid his dick in Momo's pussy. Her eyes widened, as she moaned, wincing and blushing into the crook of her boyfriend's neck. Ryo, why you're too big, it won't fit, moaned the girl, before Ryo grabbed her ass, unintentionally squeezing it, with a moan escaping the ravenette's mouth. I'm sorry, Momo. I didn't know, just. Let me, began Ryo, before the girl shook her head. No, just. Be gentle, moaned Momo, I can take it. Ryo nodded, gripping her ass harder, this is gonna hurt, alright. Nodding, she kissed Ryo, moaning and distracting her from the pain as the boy picked her ass up, and thrust deep into her, breaking her walls and giving him complete access. Momo's eyes widened, and she had tears in her eyes for at least 2 minutes, panting heavily before nodding at Ryo and smiling. Go ahead, baby, fuck me. Ryo happily obliged, thrusting into her slowly, kissing her neck gently and slapping her ass hard, getting yelps and moans out of the girl. Fucking her senseless was a very easy task for Ryo, since he had the advantage of, research. Momo meanwhile, was a blushing, mad, mess, her tongue sticking out as she loved the feeling of being pounded, while continuously moaning for Ryo to go harder and faster. Ryo, having not realized what she meant, activated his quirks, allowing his speed to increase, but since this was Momo, he only used 10%, though One for All was active as well. As soon as she felt the lightning sped him up, Momo drooled and moaned, becoming a mess while Ryo slammed into her again and again, his cock vibrating inside her while jackhammering her like crazy, making her come right there on the spot. The intense speed and force he was using was practically overwhelming the elemental, and even if he was holding out, he knew he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer, glad he was able to please Momo again. Grabbing her nipple, Ryo sucked on it once more, vibrating his tongue and moaning into the kiss while slamming into his love, making her come with each movement. After about 2 hours, Ryo was still hard, having already come 3 more times, with Momo out like a light on his chest, sleeping blissfully with Ryo's cock inside her. The teen chuckled, and smiled, closing his eyes and smiling softly before allowing sleep to overcome him, holding his love close to him. Meanwhile, somewhere back in Japan, a man looked at a screen, before sighing, Wolfram failed, Kurogiri. Not only that, but he unintentionally progressed the boy's transformation further. We must act quickly, before he gets to his full awakening. Looking around, he grabbing his phone, before sighing, Paradox, hello. How'd you like to get your nephew back? Take that, writer's block. I got done with this chapter, and wow, it was a lot. What do you think about the first lemon? Please give tips, I'm not very good at lemons. Also, this story serves as a main point to my other stories, where crossovers are possible without actually messing things up. 2 for All is the quirk Ryo and Izuku have, while All Might has 1 for All. Combine it, and you get 3 for All. Next time, training camp begins. We'll not only meet some new faces, but find out the origins of TFA and learn about Ryo's extended family. This chapter has been beta read by Shonen King 94. Powerhouse, out. 62 Chapter 41, Training Camp begins. Disclaimer, I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OCs. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. Training camp begins. After saying goodbye to the Shields, the students, Deku, and All Might headed back to Japan. David ended up being on house arrest, while Sam got arrested for being part of a villain plot and the rest of the betrayal. He had 2 years, and that was considering the pardon from All Might. Everything was back to normal, and everyone was back at UA, with Eri now allowed to be there, since Izuku, Deku, and Omni were the ones she was the most calm around. Bakugo wasn't too pleased about Deku's presence, but got over it eventually. It was time for the summer training camp, and the location had changed, to keep villains from finding them and interrupting them. Alright, now that you've finished up your first semester at UA, your summer vacation will begin. However, instead of relaxing, you'll be at summer camp with 1B, stated Aizawa. Right, said all of 1A, getting on the bus soon after. After a couple hours of talking, napping, and playing games, the bus finally stopped, and everyone got out. Ryo, Momo, Izuku, Shoto, and Ochako had fallen asleep, so they were the last ones off the bus. Though, what they saw immediately woke them up completely. There were 3 people standing near Aizawa. A brown-haired woman and blonde-haired woman, who both wearing cat-themed outfits, and a small, young boy who had a red hat with horns on it. Hey Eraser, greeted the brunette in red. Long time no see, sigh Aizawa, as the women took poses. Your feline fantasies are here. Say meow. Perfectly cute and cat-like girls. You can call us, the Wild Pussycats. These are the pro-heroes who are helping with your training this summer, Pixie Bob and Mandalay, said Aizawa. No way. The Wild Pussycats, smiled Izuku, taking notes as his notebook appeared from thin air. They're a team of 4 pro-heroes who've been active for 12 years. Danger sense flared up, and Izuku backflipped onto the bus, dodging Pixie Bob easily. I'm 18 at heart. What are we doing in the middle of nowhere? Asked Kaminari, shouldn't we be at the lodge? We own this land, and the lodge is over there, smiled Mandalay, pointing to the lodge. Pretty far, thought the class out loud. Yup, 4 kilometers, shouted Pixie Bob, chuckling, touching the ground before realizing something. Where's that blue-haired kid, Eraser? Asked the woman, before a giant, spiked ice wall appeared in the middle of the forest. Huh, guess he figured it out, smiled Pixie Bob, oh well. Activating her quirk, the ground changing as the students fell, screaming loudly. Izuku shrugged and got Ochako in his arms, before floating them to the ground safely. This is private land, so go ahead and use your quirks. Giant monsters soon appeared, with Kota attempting to talk to it, only for it to attack, while Izuku pulled him back with Black Whip. Yo, Midoriya, said Kirishima, that was super manly, but what happened with your quirk? Fight now, talk later, shouted the green-haired boy, they're not living, it's dirt. Pixie Bob is an earth elemental. No holding back then, shouted Reo, appearing with an ice sword in his hand, slicing a monster in half. Nice of you to return, seems like you just left us, shouted Izuku. I got bored, they were targeting you guys too, smirked Reo, blasting a monster with sound energy while Mina melted it down. Kirishima began punching at monsters, breaking them apart while Zero taped some to others, and Kaminari was beating some with his speed attacks. Reo gasped, I have the best idea ever. Shinso, Kirishima, Mina, Zero. Pick up Kaminari. What? Shouted the one in question, before being lifted into the air. When I say throw him, shouted Reo, this is gonna be awesome. What? Now? The 5 students threw Kaminari as Reo yelled, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. As soon as he heard, the blonde laughed, and landed on top of the dirt monster, using as much electric power he had while not overloading as he yelled, Pikachu. The other students smirked, having seen no problem with this entire situation. Shoto blasted some monsters with his fire, stopping it before he realized his mistake. I kind of forgot we're in a forest, shouted the teen, I need some water here. As their resident elemental snapped his fingers, a giant pool of water splashed down on them, taking the water out and unintentionally soaking them as they fought. This is taking forever, shouted Bakugo, fuck using small attacks and worrying about damage control. We're in a private area, remember. Everyone else perked up on that, with Izuku producing Black Whip from his arms, curving the ends into sharp, shadow scythes. Allowing full cowling to activate, he ran at some monsters, before jumping into the air, spinning in place randomly, with danger sense telling him where allies and enemies were. Show off, smiled Ochako, running at the dirt monsters before quickly tapping the side of 3 of them, and thanks to their weightlessness, kicked them high in the air before dropping them down, breaking them apart. Shoto slammed his foot down on the ground as ice appeared, covering the dirt monsters in the ice before he covered his fist in flames, and burning away all the dirt beings in his path. Bakugo chuckled before spinning in the air, creating explosive blasts while he did so, as a vortex of smoke and flames blasted through 5 monsters at once. Beat that, you extras, shouted the blonde. Gladly, chuckled Momo, before creating her sonic choker and gauntlets with a ball and chain connected to each gauntlet as she swung it around, hitting the dirt beings while blasting them with a frequency that disrupted their molecular structure. Damn, that's hot, chuckled Reo, black and blue flames appearing in his hands, but this is hotter. Slamming his hands down, the flames coated the monsters and trees, creating one hell of a forest fire while simultaneously avoiding any of his classmates, burning away everything around them in a 3-mile radius. I can see the lodge, shouted Jiro, but it's still too far away for any of us. Suddenly, a web blast hit her back, revealing another dirt being trying to get her from behind, with other dirt monsters webbed due to a web grenade, before Shinzo smashed it into the back of a tree. You're welcome, by the way, said Reo, this is meant to tire us out, I know it. Maybe we can get this done quickly, without having to exhaust ourselves. Isn't that the point of being here though? Asked Mina, shooting acid at a monster while Dark Shadow broke it apart, to get stronger and train our quirks. But if we're exhausted then we won't be able to work as well, said Momo, punching a monster without looking, we need to be at our physical and mental peak whenever possible. Kaminari piped up, we've got 4 speedsters, one who can hold more than one person, and another who can run fast enough to make change time, and A8C on legs. Am I the only one who thinks we don't have to worry about anything? Shoto, Izuku, Reo, and Iida smiled at each other, while Bakugo scoffed. Of course it's a test, just like everything else our teacher does, spoke the spiky blonde, if you're willing to cheat your way through and take shortcuts, fine, but I've got plans to earn my way to the top. If you listened closely, you would hear a whisper that said, so manly. He's right, and besides, smirked Zero, this'll be fun for us, too. Everyone shrugged, before Reo spoke. Good, cause if we actually cheated through, we wouldn't get any dinner. Everyone shuddered, knowing that Aizawa would absolutely do something like that. They soon got in their positions as footsteps were heard, before they saw a fright before them. Bakugo smirked as the army of monsters appeared, making miniature explosions in his hands as he smiled. Momo made an entire cannon, loaded with vibranium and any other BS she could do with her quirk. Iida readied his engines, making sure they were at full operational control E4 nodding confidently. Ochako had gotten in her battle mode from her lessons with Gunhead, making sure her hands were open for full use of her quirk. Shoto produced his flames from his arm while covering his other in ice, giving him more mobility than usual as he got in his own battle mode. Kaminari, Reo, and Izuku stood, with black whip coming out of Izuku's arms as he slightly hovered in the air, while Reo gathered as much heat and kinetic energy around him as smoke slowly appearing off his body, and Kaminari having his speed active as well, his eyes glowing and Fizz face blurred in the process as he glowed yellow, the three all having their respectively colored lightning around their entire body. Class 1A, shouted Reo, by order of your class rep. Send those bastards to hell. Everyone charged into fight, holding nothing back. Any sign of them, Pixie? Asked Mandalay as she carried some boxes over to the lodge from her truck. They should have been here an hour ago. Well, yeah, but things got so boring for a minute that I sent a literal army in a giant dirt monster the size of the UA building, pouted the blonde woman, getting concerned looks from the other hero. Pixie Bob, that's quite alright, said Aizawa, if you didn't, they would have just ran here due to super speed or something. I thought it was just the blue-haired kid with the engine, the fire head, and the green kid, asked Mandalay, what's so special about 3 speedsters? 4 actually, Kaminari's been improving, said Aizawa, a hint of pride in his voice, don't forget that I have the brother of the original Ingenium, the basically stepchild of All Might, and the great-great-grandson of. I see them, shouted Pixie Bob, the 2 pros looking to see the students coming out the forest. Izuku literally dropped down, groaning out as soon as he was free from the trees, not caring enough to move. Rio's hair was at this point, a candle. He was exhausted, his skin was darker, and his ears were pointed out now, while wood covered his knuckles and fists. The only thing that was keeping him up was the fact that he was dragging Izuku due to black whip on the other boy's hand. Momo was pretty much covered in bruises and scrapes, but she was still mobile, despite limping around, though that wasn't due to the fight. Ochako was tied to a web line, exhausted and holding back the urge to throw up, having used her quirk too much, with the girl passed out with Sue making sure she didn't float into space. Bakugo was Bakugo, fine externally, but if you looked, you'd see how fucking exhausted he was. He was only conscious due to his pride and ego alone, he knew that himself. Shoto was pretty much the same, but due to the fact that he knew how to make healing ice, he was basically yelling at his other half in agony. Everyone was in similar states, tired, passed out, or simply conscious due to their own will. Surprised you made it this far, and sorry for the army, chuckled Mandalay, Pixie Bob was bored, so I'll handle that. The blonde in question froze at the statement in horror, with the teens watching her with grins that would scare the fucking Batman. Anyway, now that you're here, we have some food for you all. Granted, it'll be the only time you actually get pre-made meals from us here, but you'll get used to it. At the mention of food, literally every single person woke up from their exhaustion, unconsciousness, or anything else and ran to the dining hall where they sat patiently. If I would have known that would work, I'd do that every day now, groaned Aizawa, going inside to help, as well as put his things away. Everyone was content, they ate happily, filling their stomachs up while loving the flavor, especially the fact that they weren't just eating Japanese foods, but foods from all over the world. Fuck, this shit is delicious, said Bakugo, having been on his 5th plate of fried chicken. I know, right, said Zero, thank God for all the delicious foods in the world. Mina, Kaminari and Jiro were practically the same, having full bellies and not caring that they'd passed out from overdigestion. Reo, Izuku and Momo were currently having an eating contest, since Momo used up practically every lipid she had, and the only 5 creation cartridges she had on her. Izuku and Reo were really just eating the same amount as the black-haired girl due to having very high metabolisms, and they were utterly exhausted from earlier. Rio's hair was also dancing happily, with the flame touching the ceiling. Just remember that we're only feeding you tonight, said Pixie Bob, from here on out, you're making your own food. Everyone nodded and continued eating before Reo noticed the kid with the spiked hat. Hey, Pixie Bob, said the fire-haired boy, who's that kid over there? Seems a bit young to be around here. That's Kota, he'll be staying with us the entire time here. Reo smiled before getting up with a fresh bowl of katsudon and heading over to the kid. Hey, Kota, smiled Reo, I'm Reo, I was wondering if. With a punch to his family jewels, the teen groaned, pale as, well, a ghost. Momo and Izuku ran over, are you okay, can you hear my voice? Izuku looked at Kota, what the hell, kid? You can't just punch someone in their jewels, what's wrong with you? Kota looked at him with an annoyed expression, I don't need to be around you wannabe heroes. The boy left, not returning for the rest of the night. Meanwhile, the elemental ghost would not wake up until the next morning. Holy shit, shouted Kokura, crying and laughing while Reo lay on the ground from the child's assault. Tamada sighed, leave the poor boy alone, he at least needs to process what just happened. Kenner, En, and Anya made their presence known as well, with the second user sighing as she shook her head. Use my speed healing, it'll soothe the pain while we chat. Reo looked at her and he began to feel less pain. What could we possibly talk about right now, NYA? What's so important that I gotta be immobilized to talk to me about it? Easy, sighed the woman, how about the fact that I'm your grandmother, along with some truths about your bloodline? What? Asked Reo, I'm pretty sure I would remember a speedster in my family, especially one related to Barry Allen. Yay, but there's a reason for that, sighed NYA, your mother wanted to be away from all the dangers of having 2 heroes as parents, so she moved to Japan and started a life with your father, Eric. Okay, if you're really my grandmother, then who's my grandfather? Asked the confused teen. Don Fenton, aka Wraith, chuckled NYA, he's in the ghost zone now, how else did you think you were half ghost? The teen blushed before a familiar voice was heard, so you were called here too. How is this possible? Shouldn't we still have separate mindscapes? Izuku shrugged. 2 for all tells the logic of quirks to fuck itself, but might be cause we're both using it and connected to it. Hopefully, we only have a shared mindscape when we're asleep. That's right, shouted a female voice, appearing in her physical form. Hi Izuku, I'm Nana Shimura, your grandmother. Nice to meet you. Izuku looked dumbfounded. Wait, is this why I received float instead of Reo? Wow, not even a hello. Kids these days are so rude, chuckled Nana, but yeah, that and the fact that Reo here already had the ability to fly, and he had the speed force in him before he even got TFA. Back up, I've got the speed force in me, asked Reo, more surprised than anyone else, especially when he said, this is some overpowered god bullshit. It's called one for all, kid, chuckled NYA, and yes, you've had the speed force with you the entire time, the only reason you're using your electricity is due to making yourself faster. N appeared, Nana, shame on you. You didn't tell Izuku I was his great-grandfather and here you were chatting it up with him. Sorry, Dad, chuckled Nana, it was an emergency meeting, these two need to know their bloodline. What is up with our bloodline exactly? The two teenagers shout at the vestiges, a bit confused, aggravated and annoyed. Alright, sighed Hikage Shinomori, the user of danger sense, let these two know the truth, or I'll tell them myself. Fine, said Nana, since you received 2 for all first, I'll tell you before Flameboy over there. En Shimura is my father, Inko is my daughter, Tenko Shimura is my grandson, and Kotaro Shimura is my son. As for you, Reo, chuckled NYA, I'm your grandmother, and Don Fenton is your grandfather, obviously, Bart West Allen is my dad, Nora West Allen is my aunt, Iris West Allen is my grandmother, and Barry Allen is my grandfather, as you already know. Kate and Maya are my twin daughters, though I wish they were alive to see the person you've become, kid. Hooray, you've all met now. Family reunion is over, time to train, groaned Zandaka, clapping as she appeared, with Izuku immediately getting defensive as she laughed, child, please. If I wanted to really fight I would have attacked you all by now. I'm here to train you two with your new mental abilities, while Zandaka and Kokoro are still bonding with 2 for all, as well as themselves. Reo blushed before Izuku asked, wait, where's everyone else then? There's supposed to be a version of myself, the user of Black Whip, the user of Redirect, and the first user of 2 for all, right? One is busy, very busy right now, said Hikage, Banjo is sleeping, how I have no idea, and Kenner is trying to find ways to help you with her quirk. I'm not sure what happened to your counterpart, Izuku. He disappeared after you transferred 2 for all to Reo, my guess is he's in his dimension. The boy nodded before he and Reo were dragged away by Zandaka, who smiled, enough chat, time to work, it's almost sunrise. The boys went through mental hell that night. At the brink of dawn, the students thought they'd actually get some more sleep. Unfortunately, Aizawa thought differently, and woke up each and every one of them, by pouring water on their faces or dragging them out with his capture scarf. Once they had left the cabin, fully fed and ready for the day, they immediately regretted eating beforehand. Aizawa had decided to take them to an open area, and tossed Reo and Izuku each a softball identical to the one for the quirk apprehension test. Throw it, said the pro, at the same time, I don't care how you do it. The three smirked to themselves, with Izuku bringing Black Whip out and wrapping it around the ball, Reo charging his arm with electricity and forming as many discs of compressed air he could hold. They then launched their ball, shouting as they did. Detroit slingshot, shouted Izuku, launching his ball with an impressed look from Aizawa. Shock shot, said Reo, getting a chuckle from a few. The two looked content, before Aizawa pulled out what they scored. As hard as you all have trained, you haven't trained your quirks, said Aizawa. He held his phone, showing a graph with Reo and Izuku's name, but labeled as Midoriya, with the numbers 755 and 715, getting surprised looks from the other students. Wait a second, shouted Kaminari, why did they get basically the same score? They've been training like crazy. Aizawa looked at him, true, but they've trained their bodies, not their quirks. The two of them may be able to come up with all those new techniques, but that's all they are, techniques. Imagine if Midoriya wasn't as creative and only relied on brute force, would he still have all that strength? No, said the blonde, looking embarrassed. Here's what you're gonna be doing at camp, said Aizawa, you're gonna be training your quirks, breaking them down and building them up stronger than before. He grinned evilly, try not to die. This is hell, all of Class 1A thought at once. Tokiyami had been phased into a dark cave, courtesy of Reo, and had to try to control Dark Shadow better, with a giant boulder covering the entrance. Bakugo had been putting his hands in a tub of boiling water, causing him to sweat more and expand his sweat glands while making bigger explosions. Ochako was inside a human-sized hamster ball, rolling around everywhere, but mostly down the mountain, potentially helping her get used to floating around while not being nauseous. Hagakuri was running around Shoji, making light constructs while turning her body visible, while Shoji was making hands, noses, mouths, eyes, and ears, making his arms longer as he tried to locate Hagakuri. Iida was running around the others as well, with his engines roaring while he ran. Ojiro was hitting Kirishima with his tail, the two trying to increase their durability and speed. Koda was shouting loudly on a mountain, increasing the range of his voice, and helping him to be less shy. Shinso was nearby, doing the same activity on the other side of the mountain. Siro was on a mountain as well, holding his arms out while yelling and producing tape non-stop, increasing his range and the amount of tape he could produce. Sato and Momo were eating cakes and sugary foods, with the sugar man keeping up his buff form, while Momo kept creating more objects. Sue had been jumping high into the air after climbing high on the mountain, increasing her stamina and leg power, while extending the range of her tongue. Jiro was hitting her jacks against the rock before switching to diamonds, trying to make them stronger and more durable, and increasing their length. Aoyama was blasting his laser into the back of the mountain non-stop, extending the amount of time until his stomach hurt, but even if it did, he still had to blast the naval laser. Mina was producing acid at a fast rate, and increasing the viscosity and distance of her acid, as well as how long she could keep it up. Shoto had been sitting in a massive bucket, alternating between his fire and ice, trying to use them both at once. Denki was absorbing electricity from a battery and powering it in one hand, absorbing electricity while keeping his speedstorm activated constantly. While the others had basic training, Aizawa decided to kick things up a notch for the two powerhouses in his class, and seeing as they needed it, called in two people who could help. Tiger and Ragdoll, the other half of the Wild Pussycats, had recently been heading their way after getting some things done at their agency when they got a call to pick up two people from UA. It was very confusing, considering who they were taking to the camp, but they brought them anyway. Right now, those two people were about to help Reo and Izuku with their own training personally, while Tiger and Ragdoll helped the others out themselves. Okay, kids, sighed Omni, looking at Reo with a glare, the two of us are gonna be babysitting you for a while, understand? Why'd you get so condescending all of a sudden? Asked the other person, revealed to be Deku, you were nicer with Eri earlier. Fire face over there messed with my watch, now it's letting me switch between forms while unlocking other stuff like new transformations. Pointed Omni, sighing, Nezu helped me be able to switch through my transformations before the finals, but now I'm also unlocking guys I've never even seen before, and my Omnitrix looks like a regular wristwatch. So, why are you two gonna be fighting us? Asked Izuku, changing the subject. No offense to myself or you both, but wouldn't it be better to fight someone else stronger than us? I'd be offended by that if you were actually right. Chuckled Deku, not to brag, but in my dimension, All Might is my father. The others looked at him surprised, while Izuku ran up to him with stars in his eyes and his notebook in hand. That makes sense, you called All Might Dad at I Island. Does this mean you had one for all at birth? Or did you get a different quirk instead? Is All Might married to my mom? Hold on, does this mean I'll have a mini Might at home now? In that order, I have a quirk called Power Stack, along with one for all. I received it after training, and yeah, not sure about this universe though. Smiled Deku, are we just gonna talk, or are we fighting? Screw it, he's right. Chuckled Reo, free for all or matchups. I have nothing against you guys, so free for all please, says Deku. Same here, says both Izuku and Omni, with the latter changing into a giant, brown, dinosaur before roaring loudly. Humungosaur, says the dino, earning a chuckle from the others. Deku, Izuku, and Reo immediately activated their quirks and looked at the others before smirking, before a giant fist came down in the middle of the three. Reo blasted Izuku with an energy blast, knowing his moves, and focused on Humungosaur instead, flying into the air and turning intangible, attempting to possess him, but was knocked backwards. Nice try, Pipsqueak, said Humungosaur, his voice booming, my transformations don't allow possession. Izuku dodged the energy, before grabbing it with Black Whip and throwing it back at the center, before he was sent flying by a power stack punch in his face, courtesy of Deku. Seeing himself fight made him think about how he was fighting, with how similar he was to All Might, despite having his own style and access to other quirks. Izuku smiled to himself before reaching out with Black Whip, wrapping it around Humungosaur's leg and Deku, before slamming them together. Reo chuckled, I wonder where you went, but I was busy with him. He covered his hands in ice before slamming them down, covering the two green-haired teens, legs in ice, while freezing Humungosaur entirely. What's wrong? Chuckled the elemental, getting cold feet. Deku chuckled as his eyes glowed, no, but I'd love to show you my own abilities now. Breaking out of the ice, Black Whip surrounded Deku's legs, and he managed to wrap Reo up in it, smiling. I've already done my training camp back in my dimension, said the one-for-all user, you're cocky, you're using your quirk immaturely, and you don't even put much effort in your battles. Give up being a hero or actually fight me with your full strength, including one for all. Rio's eyes widened as he laid in realization with Black Whip engulfing him in a cocoon, with the reality he created for himself dawning on him. Everything he did was half-ass, mainly cause he didn't even try that hard and that he was too powerful for his opponents. He never gave it his all, not unless he needed to, so was he truly giving his best effort. While Reo was trying to figure out how to fix himself, Humungosaur was slowly cracking the ice, before realizing his idiocy, and a green light flashed, turning him into a fiery, humanoid figure with magma skin, rocks all over his body, with a head made of fire and rocks shaped like a skull. Heat blast, shouted the fire being, melting the ice instantly. Izuku took the chance to not only break out the ice, but cranked TFA up to 50%, before dashing at Deku, who surprisingly ducked down, attempting to punch him in the gut, before Izuku caught the punch, surprising himself. The two continued then began having a small taijutsu match, attempting to hit the other while they caught each other's punches, making it even for the two since Deku was using both power stack and one for all at 25%. Heat Blast looked at the two, before noticing that Rio's Black Whip cocoon had disappeared since Deku had to pay attention to Izuku now. The alien sighed before going over to the teen and grabbing his head of fire and pulling it, getting Rio's attention once more. What? Asked the ghost, are you gonna tell me I'm not trying either? No, I'm over here trying to help, said Heat Blast, his deep voice startling the other boy. I think I know why I was brought here, at least to this dimension. Maybe a major issue that I'm needed for, but also to help you out. Reo looked confused. What do you mean? You've got the elements at your roster and you've got ghost powers, right? Said Heat Blast. Well, I've got those same things and more, thanks to your interference, so I'm thinking I could help you train to make your quirk stronger. Reo thought about it as he looked at Heat Blast. What do you have in mind? The alien smirked and extended his magma hands as a wave of fire engulfed Reo, who chuckled. Hell yeah, laughed Reo, crank up the heat, this is nothing. Heat Blast smiled, alright, you asked for it. Meanwhile, the two hand-to-hand fighters were still trying to top the other, while their versions of Black Whip were keeping the others from doing any sneaky tricks as they floated in the air, using danger sense to keep away from any of the fires. You're pretty good at this, Izuku, chuckled Deku, catching a punch and delivering one to Izuku's gut, plus, now we know what you need to work on. Izuku caught the punch and sent a roundhouse kick to his doppelganger's head, before it was blocked, same, thought finding out while having a free-for-all is a bit strange. Fair, though it looks like those two are having fun, chuckled Deku, dodging the kick and sending it back with Black Whip, though, I meant what I said earlier. I understand your reasoning, but why'd you say it like that? Asked Izuku, he's gone through enough. Deku caught the punch to his face and looked at his counterpart, I watched the sports festival, I saw all Rio's fights. The only people he took seriously were you, Shoto, and everyone he fought in the free-for-all. He only was serious with Manama due to the ultimatum. Well, how about instead of criticizing him, you should get to know him, said Izuku, he's lost people, he has his own issues to deal with, just like you. I'm sure that if you asked, he'd open up to you. Deku shrugged, jumping a leg sweep before he heard chuckling, checkmate. Looking behind him, along with his advanced danger sense, he saw not only was Black Whip surrounding him, but there was also a Black Whip scythe around his neck, preventing him from moving. Good job kid, smiled Deku, for that, I'll talk to Reo myself. Thanks, Deku, chuckled Izuku. Still weird, but I'll allow it. A few hours later. It was long after the training ended that the students of 1A had been forced to proceed with, and everyone, no matter what they faced the day before, felt the effects of it doubled. Momo was holding her stomach in pain, along with Ochako, Sato and Aoyama, with the four trying not to throw up. Koda and Shinso had both screamed so much they lost their voice, but luckily it would only last for a few hours. Shoto and Bakugo were both sweating like crazy, making them resort to bearing the heat since they were too tired to use their quirks. Iida was tired as well, but having used his engines for so long made them unable to operate for at least 6 hours. Ojiro and Kirishima were bruised all over, but since Kirishima had the hardening to help him, Ojiro had a few more bruises than the redhead. Izuku was both mentally and physically exhausted. He not only had been attempting to beat Deku, but since his doppelganger had power stack, he had the advantage, and was overpowered multiple times, while Izuku himself eventually got his ass handed to him. Reo, however, was not just exhausted, but unconscious. Once Omni agreed to help him, he regretted allowing it to happen. While he was immune to fire, the boy has a limit to how much heat he can absorb until he's actually overheated, and Heat Blast went way past that limit. On top of that, he used multiple different forms that made exhaustion worse. Water Hazard helped him rehydrate and control his hydrokinetic abilities, Terraspin made him get used to flying using aerokinizes instead of his ghost powers, Shock Squatch helped with the electrical absorption, Big Chill made him use his ghost powers and cryokinesis at the same time, but it was Diamond Head who really took the cake. Not only had he fired his crystal shards at Reo, but after the first shot to his shoulder, told him that Diamond Head was made of Tatanite, an alien substance that was the strongest material in his universe. Meaning, Reo had to have his own blood heal him while he was stabbed by Tatanite shards, while using his metal skin to increase his durability thanks TFA. He managed to get it down once, but after getting hit in the thigh, lost focus and had to heal himself. Congratulations, cheered Mandalay, you've successfully survived your first day at camp. The way she said survive is worrying me, thought the entire class. Now is the time for you all to eat, smiled Mandalay, tonight, we'll be having curry, but with a twist. Everyone looked at the brunette expecting something completely different than what she said. You'll be making it yourself. The students sighed before Iida spoke up, this is a perfect opportunity to get to know each other better, and teach ourselves new skills to become better heroes. Alright, groaned the students, getting to work. Knowing that they were making their own meals made the teenagers even hungrier, but fortunately, since 1B had arrived that morning, they had more hands to help them get it done twice as fast. Looking around, Kendo saw Shoto, Bakugo, and Reo all lighting fires, though Bakugo had caused more explosions than anything else. Momo was helping Shiro, Kaminari and Mina, who were the most confused since they've never cooked anything before. Ochako was working with Su and Jiro, with the two of them getting the ingredients and dividing them up between everyone. Izuku was grabbing the dishes and washing them at the same time, courtesy of Black Whip. Bakugo had eventually headed to the cutting board where Kamakiri was, and surprisingly, the two were the best cutters in the class, especially when they worked together. Kendo headed to her own section, where she, Shiro, Sato, and Manama were cooking the vegetables. Thought she was mainly there for Manama. After an hour and a half, the curry was made, and everyone was gobbling up their curry, with a lot left over for later while they chatted amongst themselves. If this were anything else, I wouldn't eat it, chuckled Kaminari, but after today, it tastes like the best thing I've ever had. Kirishima nodded, looking at Bakugo, even Bakugo loves it, and he's really hard to please when it's food. The two chuckled as they overheard a conversation between Shiro and Momo. Hey, Yao Momo, Chuckled the tape user, you seem to be eating a lot, mind if I ask why? I've been making things all day while eating sweets for my quirk, sighed the rabbinette, so I need to eat more than a normal amount so my quirk can work better, and so my lipids are stronger. So, said Zero, like poop works. Momo immediately went to a corner and sulked on her own. Jiro walked up to Zero and punched him for the comment, you jerk. Reo was right behind her, having been beside Momo when the comment was made. He put his hand on Zero's shoulder and covered him in crystal, with his face being the only thing free. No more comments out of you, or I won't free you till tomorrow night, chuckled Reo, and you've got remedial classes, don't you? Zero, Kaminari, Mina, Sato, Kirishima, and Manama went stiff as they looked around, with the copy blonde feeling pain on his crotch, but said absolutely nothing about it. Going to comfort his girlfriend, Reo wrapped his arm around the girl, who simply sulked at how her quirk was defined. After that, everyone else was silent as they ate, not daring to say a word after what happened. Meanwhile, Izuku looked where he sensed Kota was, and decided to bring him some food, since it was obvious he didn't eat anything yet. Stupid heroes, grumbled Kota, they're so stupid, why would anyone want to be a hero? Maybe cause we like to help people, no matter what, chuckled Izuku, making himself known, why don't you like heroes? You, shouted Kota, how did you find my secret hideout? Izuku shrugged, I thought you were hungry so I used a skill I was taught to sense any elementals, and you're the only water elemental here. Whatever, just leave the food and go away. I will, I just have to ask, why do you hate heroes? Said Izuku, getting an angry look from the boy. They risk their lives, for what? Shouted Kota, to save people they don't even know. To beat villains and be famous. That's not a hero, that's an egocentric maniac. They leave the people they love when they need it most, just for a little spotlight. Not all heroes are like that, sighed Izuku, some are actually genuinely interested in saving people, just like All Might or the Avengers. Just leave me alone, growled Kota, I hate heroes, I hate quirks, and I hate being here. Leave me alone and go be with your stupid friends. The green-haired boy sighed, putting the bowl of curry down as he left. If you ever want to come down and chat, you know where you can find me. Kota scoffed and grabbed the bowl as soon as Izuku was gone, eating the food angrily. A couple miles away. Seems like our inside guy was right, chuckled a man in a long jacket, with scars all over his body as he stepped out a portal, it won't be long now, little brother. Blue flames danced in his palm as Dabi chuckled once more, before stepping back into the portal, with it disappearing from sight. So, I lied. I'm sorry, but I couldn't fit the dodgeball part of the story without making it much longer. I'll make up for it next chapter, though what's going on with Dabi? Find out next time on My Element Academia. This chapter has been beta read by Shonen King 94. Powerhouse, out. 62 Chapter 42, Training Camp Invasion. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OCs. Reviews. Shonen King 94, En's family is unknown to pretty much everyone right now. I just did that for the story. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. Training Camp Invasion. Classes 1A and 1B were both back training their asses off, though while everyone was doing their assigned practices, some people were struggling to stay awake. Mina closed her eyes as her head fell, partially sleep, I need more beauty sleep. Kirishima had his head yanked back, with Zero and Mina getting the same treatment as Aizawa held his scarf, you're supposed to be training, not sleeping. Do that on your own time, I have no need for students who can't handle this. That got the others to stay awake for a bit longer before Aizawa spoke again, oh, and Manama, extra time with me later for copying my quirk without permission. A while later. Alright, everyone, shouted Mandalay, clapping her paws together, since you've been working so hard, we're going to be playing some games. Everyone cheered, with a few staying silent as they couldn't speak much. Settle down everyone, yelled Ragdoll, appearing beside the brunette, I'm gonna explain the first game, and the rules. Everyone shut up so they could hear what was going on, and cause of Eraserhead's glare. Thank you, smiled Ragdoll, the first game will be Quirk Dodgeball, and it's basically self-explanatory. Dodge the ball to win, if you throw a ball and it is caught, you're out, if you're hit, you're out, you can however be back in the game by a team member hitting you with a ball. Last but not least, you can use your quirks. Any questions? She looked around to see Shinso's hand up, are there teams or team captain? Yes, that's a great question, smiled Ragdoll, the team captains are the class representatives of each class, and no matter what class you're in you're welcome to choose anyone. Bakugo raised his hand, are we allowed to attack others? Actually, yes you are, smiled the green-haired woman, any attacks are allowed, even if you're crossing the line between your teams. All you gotta do to win is get the other team out. Bakugo smirked, you extras are gonna die. Ignoring him, Ragdoll called up the class representatives to start. Kendo and Reo stepped forward as they groaned and looked at each other. I'm guessing you don't have any water healing capsules with you, spoke the redhead, receiving a no from Reo, damn, that sucks. Yay, we were forbidden from bringing my tech along with us, or any other gear that I usually have on me, like the fusion matrices, sighed Reo, let's just get this over with, okay. We have to be here for a while, might as well get used to it. Class representatives, shouted Ragdoll, pick your first member. Starting pick goes to Itsuka Kendo. I pick Midoriya first, smiled Kendo, knowing she'd have at least one powerhouse on her team. Alright, then I pick Yanagi, chuckled Reo, loving how this was turning out already as he watched Izuku stand by Kendo, while Reiko stood next to him. Alright, I choose, smirked Kendo, Abara. Abara walked next to the girl and smiled as she silently prayed. Reo chuckled, okay, then I choose Kodai. The girl walked next to him, before Itsuka chose her next teammate. After 30 minutes, everyone was split into even teams. Even Minama had no arguments against it, though that's probably cause Kendo was the only reason why he wasn't sitting the game out, since he was the last one chosen. The teams were as shown. Team Reo Quirks. Reo Monroe Elemental TFA. Setsuna Tokage Lizard Tail Splitter. Mina Ishido Acid. Momo Yaoyorozu Creation. Yui Kodai Size. Harayu Rin Scales. Mashirao Ojiro Tail. Denki Kaminari Electrification. Reiko Yanagi Poltergeist. Shihai Kuwaro Black. Yuga Aoyama Naval Laser. Hanta Siro Tape. Yotetsu Awase Weld. Mezzo Shoji Dupli Arms. Kyoka Jiro Earphone Jack. Jirota Shishida Beast. Togaru Kamakiri Razor Sharp. Toru Hagakuri Invisibility Light Refraction. Kojira Bondo Smedine. Narengeki Shoda Twin Impact. Team Kendo Quirks. Itsuka Kendo Big Fist. Nito Mono Makapi. Tetsu Steel. Abara Shiozaki Vines. Katsuki Bakugo Explosion. Pony Sunotori Horns. Kosei Saburaba Solid Air. Ochako Uraraka Float. Kanoko Komori Mushroom. Suyu Asui Frog. Juzo Honanuki Softening. Tenya Iida Engine. Shoto Todoroki Half Hot Half Cold. Ejiro Kirishima Hardening. Sen Kaibara Gyrate. Koji Koda Anavoice. Rikido Sato Sugar Rush. Fumikage Tokiyami Dark Shadow. Manga Fukidashi Comic. Izuku Midoriya TFA. Hitoshi Shinso Brainwash. Once the teams were chosen, Ragdoll had instructed each team to come up with a plan, which they had 10 minutes to do so. Reo scanned his team for elementals as he spoke, making a plan with the others at the same time. Okay, guys, said the fire-haired boy, I have a few ideas, but does anyone else have any? I can be defense, said Momo, a few cannons and well-placed slingshots will help us out, and thanks to earlier, I've got enough lipids for a few big items, and a few small ones. As for dodging, that's more Tokage and Kuwaro's territory. The green-haired girl chuckled, thanks to my quirk, it'll be almost impossible for them to touch me, since I can break apart easily. The shadows are the realm of peace, said Kuwaro, having said that for the 5th time already. Shota spoke next, they've got Shoto, Midoriya, and Bakugo on their team, so we know that Bakugo will attack first, while Shoto defends. Midoriya also has that Black Whip quirk, so he'll probably be catching the balls, as well as throwing them, so don't aim for him. Shoji nodded, I can catch them in a similar way he does, but besides him, we need to watch out for Tokiyami. It's getting late, so Dark Shadow will be bigger, stronger, and it'll be more difficult to hit Tokiyami personally. Which is why as soon as I could, I brought you two over here. Said Reo, looking at Aoyama and Hagakuri, before noticing he only sensed Hagakuri as an elemental, but not Aoyama, but didn't mention it. Aoyama, you can blast the balls that get thrown, since it's very likely they're very durable, and I know they're difficult to destroy, but easy to blast away. Hagakuri, can you make the balls on our side invisible when you throw them? If you can, I'll need you and Yanagi to work together to combine your quirk's abilities. The two girls nodded, you got it, boss. I may be able to help. Smiles Kaminari, I can take out Tetsu and Kirishima easy, though I'll have to be using my speed storm, so I won't be able to do anything else besides offense. Alright, but if you can, watch Iida, said Reo, I've seen him going the same speed as me, and I think that's only his engines at base power. Kaminari nodded, taking in the boy's advice. Kodai piped up, I can work with Reiko and Hagakuri. My quirk lets me change the size of things, so I'll be great with helping them out. Alright, and everyone with strength quirks, you work with Shota, said Reo, Twin Impact works with the amount of force you use on an object, right? Shota nodded, yes, so the speed of it will be more versatile, and it'll hurt, but that's it. Okay, time's almost up, thought the team captain before smirking. Kuwaro, you can teleport through things that are black, right? Yes, that's the dark nature of my quirk. Why do you ask? Said the dark lover. Can you move through Black Whip or my black flames? Grinned Reo, with a similar grin on Kuwaro's face. Time's up, shouted Ragdoll, everyone, get into position. The students stared each other down as the dodgeballs were placed in front of them, with Ragdoll counting down. Alright, I want a nice, friendly match, shouted the green-haired woman, raising her hand into the air, nothing lethal, that means you, Bakugo. Everyone chucked at the comment while the blonde simply gritted his teeth. Kendo spoke up as she looked Reo in the eye, the two smirking, you do realize that you're gonna lose, right? The ghost chuckled, just cause your quirk and team have the advantage in numbers, doesn't mean you're winning this. Go, shouted Ragdoll, immediately jumping out of the way. Reo smirked, and still looking Kendo in the eye, activated his chakringan, putting her in a dream coma for about 5 minutes. The girl then turned around after grabbing a ball and threw it right at Minama, who got hit upside the head and groaned. What was that for? Shouted the annoyed blonde, I haven't even done anything yet. Izuku looked at Kendo's eyes the second she threw the ball, noticing her eyes were blue with a curved, black shuriken in the middle. Dodge everything, and stay away from Reo, shouted Izuku, he's able to turn us against each other by looking in our eyes. Everyone, shouted the ghost teen, his Chakringan still active as he grabbed a few balls, threw one to Shota, who punched it, sending it flying past Tokiyami's head. Attack. On pure instinct, Izuku activated Black Whip, multiple tendrils grabbing the balls that were left and smiled. You know the plan, guys. Show no mercy. Shoto provided cover, making a thick wall of ice between the two teams, before he noticed his mistake. Kendo looked at him and ran towards the nearest ball, before she found herself frozen up to her waist. Honanuki balled his fist. How do we get her out of this? Surprisingly, it was Manama who spoke up. Shinso, try to get her to respond to you. Your quirk might be able to counter this thing. What are you gonna do? Asked the purple-haired teen as he walked to Kendo, noticing Manama grab a ball and smile. I'm gonna be useful for once and show that brat who's the best, chuckled Manama, before his hands glowed yellow and the ball became 10 exact copies of itself. Cool, where'd you get that quirk from, Manama? Asked Kaibara. My father, smiled the blonde. I can duplicate any non-living thing as long as I'm touching it. This'll help us big time, smiled Kaibara, before ducking. Get down, they've got cannons. More balls began breaking through the ice, hitting a few of them such as Fukushida, Su, and Komori. Another ball was aimed right at Shinso, who was freeing Kendo, before it was stopped midair by a giant fist. This is for playing dirty, you asshole, shouted Redhead, throwing the ball with enough force to destroy all three cannons that Momo had created, along with taking out Jiro, Bondo, Awase, and Siro. Shinso and everyone else on their team took that moment to remember to never piss Kendo off. Alright, we're back in business, cheered Ochako, catching an incoming ball that was thrown by Rin. We're winning, but watch out, they've got, warned Tetsu before being knocked backwards by an invisible force. Ryo's doing something, shouted Kirishima, before noticing that the boy in question was intentionally targeting Izuku, intent on taking him out, with the redhead failing to notice a ball being thrown at him. Ha! Got him, shouted Sato, catching a few balls that were thrown his way by Shishida. As the students progressed, the game had somehow turned into a war zone, with Tsuburaba making a makeshift grenade that was filled with balls, effectively hitting Kamakiri, Ojiro, and Mina. Kaminari had avenged his teammates by taking out Tsuburaba, Manama, and Shinso, but ultimately got taken out himself once Shiozaki had redirected the direction of the ball aimed at her, sending it back at him. Out of nowhere, Ryo shouted, Aoyama, naval blast. Hagakure, spread it out for cover. The two happily obliged, with the blonde blasting his laser, before Hagakure used her quirk to spread out the laser into smaller pieces, blinding the others and giving Ryo a shot at Kota, Kaibara, Sato, and sending a flaming ball of a black fire at him, also getting eat out. Not gonna lie, I thought this would be more difficult, smirked Izuku, throwing the balls with Black Whip and jumping into the air, grabbing everyone who was still in the game. They are truly trying to sparkle brighter than us, chuckled Aoyama, I will show them I shine the brightest. The blonde was about to blast Kendo with a laser after tagging her, but was ultimately hit in the face by a ball, courtesy of Bakugo, whose hands were smoking. You extras can go to hell, yelled Bakugo, grabbing every single ball he could find and throwing it into the air, before using AP shot, machine gun to launch them at the other team. In the process of getting what were basically mini cannonballs launched at them, the remaining members of Ryo's team all took their own defense strategy, with the ghost turning intangible, Tokage splitting into multiple pieces of herself, Momo creating a shield, Kuwaro disappearing into a nearby shadow, and Yanagi using her own quirk to stop the attack in midair. Kodai, Shota, and somehow Hagakure, were both unlucky, seeing as they got hit and were unconscious due to the sheer force. Looking around, the ghost teen noticed that he only had 4 teammates left, and thought about surrendering before he had an idea. Kuwaro, shouted Ryo, turning his hair into black flames, you know what to do. Seeing an interesting opportunity, Kuwaro instantly grabbed a ball and jumped into the nearest shadow he could find, before jumping into the black flames that were Ryo's hair. Operation U-turn, shouted the metal-skinned teen, before turning intangible and phasing into the ground, taking the black user with him. On the other side, Izuku felt danger sense activate as he turned around, already summoning Black Whip. He's trying to take us out separately, shouted the broccoli-haired boy, stay on guard. On K, Ryo instantly appeared in front of Ochako, holding a dodgeball in his hand while keeping it intangible with him, though his hair remained tangible, with 2 eyes peeking through it. Instinctively, the gravity girl threw a nearby dodgeball, but seeing as it phased through him, accepted defeat once Kuwaro jumped out of the black fire and got her out of the game. The 2 boys disappeared from view, with Kuwaro going back into the flames while they turned invisible and Ryo phased into the ground. Using his ability to sense elementals, Izuku predicted where Ryo would appear next, grabbing Honanuki with Black Whip and getting him out the way as balls were launched at the 2. Ryo then smirked before turning intangible once more before smirking, confusing the others before 20 dodgeballs were thrown at them, taking out Ochako, Tsunotori, and Shiozaki, who attempted to protect Tsunotori. Izuku and Bakugo caught the incoming balls, thanks to either explosions, or using float, Black Whip, and danger sense all at once. The 2 of them looked at each other before Bakugo spoke, Deku, after this, you and I are going to have a little chat, understand? Izuku chuckled, fine by me, but let's show them how it's done first. Izuku caught the balls that Bakugo threw at him as the blonde jumped into the air and began spinning in a circle at rapid speeds, creating a fiery cyclone. Now, Deku, Momo, Kuwaro, Tokage, Yanagi and Ryo could only watch in amazement as Izuku threw the balls up in the air, and Bakugo hit the ground near each one of them, hitting them all with a single shot. Ryo chuckled, nice going there, guys. He then passed out and smiled softly. It was around evening by the time Reo woke up, or more specifically, Aizawa jolted him awake with a frequency only he could hear, presumably for more torture training. The teen, along with the others, were standing together as Mandalay instructed them on their next activity. We'll be splitting each class into pairs of 2 teams, smiled the brunette. The winners of dodgeball will have the task of scaring the others, and quirk usage is authorized. Everyone nodded before Aizawa spoke up. Sorry, but I'm taking these slackers back to the lodge. Mina, Shiro, Monoma, Kirishima, Kaminari, and Sato all groaned as they were dragged away from the group. I pray that they have a safe return, said Ibara, who had a holy light shining over her head. The remaining students then were paired up as best as they possibly could be. Meanwhile, not far off, a swirling, purple portal appeared on a cliff, and out stepped Dabi and Toga, along with a few others. Toga frowned beneath a mask that covered her mouth, with needles attached to it. This isn't stylish like I asked, Dabi. Why do you guys have cool costumes and I get this? Shut up, we're on a mission, said the black-haired man, looking at a humanoid lizard. Go scout ahead, Spinner, and take Magna with you. The two nodded, with a muscular figure with a pole on their back jumping down after Spinner. A few others stood next to Dabi and Toga as the man smiled. It's time for the heroes to see our Vanguard action squad. 15 minutes later. Back with the students, Sue and Ochako had just entered the forest when they saw black smoke in the air, soon spreading throughout the forest. Immediately picking up on it, Reo mentally cursed himself. Damn it, there's a fire going on. The heroes soon saw the smoke, but before they could do anything, a pink glow surrounded Pixie Bob, and as they saw the source, they saw a purple-haired, human lizard with an obvious resemblance to Stain as his costume, along with the villain with thick lips and a giant metal pole in their hand, with Pixie Bob's face pressed against the ground with it. Villains? Asked Kendo. I thought they made sure we were safe. The lizard smirked. Hello, UA. Hi. We are the Vanguard action squad of the League of Villains. How'd the League even find out where we were? Shouted Mandalay, getting her guard up. Reo growled before blue electricity crackled around him, but was stopped by the lizard villain. Ah, Reo Monroe is here, smiled the man. THT makes this even easier for us. Though before you fall, I acknowledge that you're worthy of being a hero. What do you mean? Shouted Reo, before he was suddenly knocked into a mountain by a purple and red blur. Reo, shouted Momo, creating her gauntlets, don't you dare touch him. The blur chuckled before grabbing the gauntlets and crushing them with little effort. It seems my nephew has quite a protective lover, smirked the figure, their glowing red eyes staring at Momo, before looking at Shoto, Izuku, Omni, and Deku. Oh. What's this? They were interrupted by a fiery fist to the face. Eyes on me, ghost bitch. They grabbed Reo by the throat as his fist connected, before smiling. I have no use for you other 3, but just for insurance. The figure grabbed Momo as well before covering her in flames right in front of everyone, with nothing but ash remaining. Immediately knowing what was about to happen, Izuku shouted, get away from her. He kicked the villain in the face, and he was about to attack again while kicking full cowling up to 50%. However, someone had other plans for him. Nope. A muscular-looking villain dashed right at Izuku and punched him hard, knocking him into multiple trees. The heroes and students turned to run when they remembered the other 2 villains in the area, who were keeping them in their place. Before they could react, the villain with the metal pole was electrocuted, with Tiger stretching his arm to grab Pixie Bob. Big sis Mag, said the lizard, before growling, I may not know what happened just now but I know you just attacked my ally. He then pulled out a giant sword, which seemed like it was just a bunch of bladed weapons wrapped together in chains among other things. Before he could attack, the purple and red figure was pushed back beside him with smoke covering the area. What have you done? Said a voice, growling as it walked to them, with black and midnight blue eyes, flaming hair, along with what seemed to be the same color as the flames coming off its shoulders, hands, and feet. Paradox, said the lizard, what did you do? He said not to cause his awakening to progress any further. The figure turned to the lizard man, revealing themselves to be Paradox, wearing a purple and red combat suit, along with black lines going down her arms and legs, with a broken helmet that revealed her blue and purple hair that reached her shoulders. Spinner, I strongly advise you not to tell me what I should do with my nephew, chuckled the villainess, I do not wish to make you a ghost as well. Red lightning crackled around Paradox as she vibrated her voice, with her eyes glowing brighter. TCH, if you're gonna battle him, get him out of here at least, shouted Spinner, gripping his sword tightly as he blocked an incoming attack from Deku. No, 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 shouted the figure, stepping into view to reveal themselves as Reo, who kneeled while gathering the ash where Momo once was, before unleashing all his anger in the form of a shout, no. The moment he shouted, waves of energy was released from his voice, pushing the villains back, with electrical power hitting the ones who were hit by the whale, which was noted to sound similar to the undead moaning in agony. The moaning of the dead finally ceased when Paradox grabbed Reo by his throat, attempting to make him pass out. You all have permission to use your quirks, even if you have already, shouted Mandalay before looking around, where's Koda? Oh, do you mean this one? Asked Paradox, indeed holding Koda by his shirt as he sweated in fear. I found him on my way over here, though he could be quite useful later on. Help, whimpered Koda, please, help me. Deku immediately extended Black Whip to reach for Koda, but Paradox knocked the quirk away with a glare, forcing it to retreat back into his arm. What? Asked the boy, was that? Paradox chuckled, something you will never hope to. A blue and black blur zoomed by her before she could finish, before revealing XLR8 with Koda in his hands. Get him somewhere safe, said the Kinesolaran, before looking at Shoto, ice wall, then melt it. Bakugo, you help him, while Deku and I handle her. The students nodded as Shoto made a giant ice wall and melted it instantly after, killing a bit of the flames before they spread even more. Tiger grabbed the villain spinner called Big Sis Mag and wrapped them up in his arms, while Kamakiri and Spinner dueled it out with their own blades, and Shishida helped him out. Deku hit Paradox with a full-powered punch, but she managed to dodge it while smirking. You aren't half bad, child, chuckled the woman, though you're nowhere near my level. Well, how about this, shouted a deep voice, revealing Omni, now a red, four-armed, muscular alien, with a fist aimed at Paradox. The ghostly woman held out a single hand before catching the alien and throwing him into a tree. I'm unimpressed. What have you done? Shouted Reo, now growling even louder than before as his ears became longer and pointier, his fingers became claws while his feet became talons, and his hair turned into black flames, his tongue became snake-like and his costume completely formed, but with a now distorted look to it, since the shoulders were now curved upwards, and there was now a giant, blue, aura across Rio's legs and chest. The costume seemed to become the boy's skin as it became a darker metal, with his knees having curved upwards similar to his shoulders, making him look bestial in a ghost sort of way. The transformed teen growled wildly as he slashed at Paradox, before vibrating his body and phasing out of her grip as he landed on the ground on all fours, hissing at the woman while baring his now visible fangs. Rag, growled the boy, now lost in fury as he snarled, before lunging at Paradox with magma-covered claws. 5 minutes earlier. After finally getting them in their seats and shutting Manama up for the third time, Aizawa needed a breather. Who would have thought I'd be back here this year? Chuckled the hobo hero, if only you could see them now, Oboro. Sweet sentiment, said a male voice, before blue flames were blasted into Aizawa's face, with the man instinctively activating his quirk and making the flames disappear. Not bad, Eraserhead, said the man, before showing himself to have scars all over his body, face, and arms, but can you stop me and keep your students safe? The pro immediately grabbed the man with his scarf before asking, how many of you are there? Answer me. The man smiled sinisterly as his body began to melt down into mud, I'll let you decide that for yourself. Aizawa growled before pulling his scarf back and grabbing his communicator as he ran through the woods. This is Eraserhead, we have a code red. Villains have infiltrated the camp. I repeat, villains have infiltrated the camp. All students have been authorized for quirk usage. I won't let this happen again, said Aizawa, donning his goggles, never again. With Izuku. This is bad, thought Izuku, Rio's lost it, Momo's gone, Paradox is here, we're all separated, and unknown villains have attacked. How could I not have sensed a fire elemental here? As he continued to search for his friends and fight back, the muscular-looking villain arrived once again. He cracked his knuckles. I was hoping I'd find you here, he said, now I get to see what you're really made of. I don't know what you want from me, but you made a big mistake coming here, Izuku said, glaring at him. Oh no, it's you who made the mistake, Muscular said, the mistake was thinking that you'd actually stand a chance in the future. Our fate in this world is to prevent the future heroes from rising, and destroying the current ones, bring this world back to where it was meant to be. In the Dark Ages. I get it, Izuku said. No you don't, but soon you will, Muscular said, once you're out of the picture, I'll be visiting all your friends, that round-faced girlfriend of yours, that fat cow you call a mom, and your little unicorn too. That was the last straw. Izuku dashed forward getting ready to punch the bastard in the face. However, Muscular moved out of the way, revealing another person he brought. The guy punched Izuku hard, sending him flying into a wall. It was a kid around his age. Pitiful, he said. Izuku quickly got back up. Who the hell are you? Izuku asked. Muscular walked forward. Where are my manners? He asked. Our friend figured we could use some help, and so she brought a few stragglers from the multiverse into this world. Izuku, meet Hayate. Elsewhere. Momo coughed as she kneeled on the ground, panting as she looked around and saw what could only be described as a green void with purple floating islands and doors. Where am I? Groaned the black-haired girl as she stood up, before ducking down as a blast of blue energy was shot at her. A voice spoke up as she turned around, A quirked human, with a creation ability, you shall not escape from the greatest hunter in the ghost zone, Skulker, new prey. Suddenly, a blast of energy hit Skulker, destroying one of his arms. Ah, shouted Skulker, who dares interrupt my hunt? That'd be me, bolts for brains, shouted a male voice, before he jumped into the air and blasted Skulker across the green void. Momo, shouted the boy, revealing himself to be Kenshi Jotaro. How do you know my name? Momo asked. It's me, Kenshi Jotaro, Kenshi said, don't you remember me, Momo? Well I am Momo but I'm not your Momo. What do you mean, not my Momo? What the hell is going on? Kenshi asked confused. I'll explain later, but do you think you can help me out of this? Momo asked. Sure, Kenshi said. He opened up his gaming menu and pulled out the arm cannon from Metroid. I'll keep him distracted while you get out of here, shouted Kenshi, before a new voice spoke. Hey, it seems that my counterpart still holds on to his weak self, chuckled a male ghost wearing a cloak, who sounded very familiar to Momo. Who are you? Gasped Momo. Surely someone as smart as you would know, smirked the ghost, I'll give you a few hints. I'm an orphan, your first genuine friend, and the love of your life. Excuse me, shouted Kenshi, sending a giant blast at the ghost, who simply chuckled as the smoke cleared. Auntie was right, smiled the ghost, humans are truly pathetic, no wonder that didn't scratch me. What was that? A little blaster from a game. Children shouldn't play with dangerous things, let me help you get rid of it. He then began to cackle maniacally as he pulled back his cloak, with two thick amounts of fiery hair protruding from his collar, revealing long, black and red flaming hair, horns, and black, metal skin, pointed ears and upwards curved shoulder blades, with 6 spikes also protruding from his forearms with each made of metal, black and blue flames, eyes, blue electricity, and he had claws made of what seemed to also be metal, but also blue flames as well. He also had red talons along with upwards curved knees, and surprisingly, he looked the same age as Kenshi and Momo, who could only stare in shock and fear. Momo, who the hell is this? Shouted Kenshi, who growled before grabbing his arm cannon and charging it up. The ghost smiled before wrapping himself in blue flames and teleporting behind Kenshi, with Momo in hand by her arm. My apologies, my name is Reo, chuckled the young ghost. No, that would only mean I'm still attached to my humanity, call me, Wraith. Meanwhile, Kendo, Tetsu, Shinso, and Abara had seen the fire, but they were unable to assist anyone due to being occupied by a villain with a gas mask on, who had an oxygen tank on his back and held a revolver, going by the name Mustard. Mustard had been spreading his poison gas across the forest, and while Momo would have been there along with Ojiro, something had happened that prevented them from entering the forest. Kendo looked at the others, noticing that they were looking sluggish, and she could feel that her energy was being depleted as well. They had to end this fast, otherwise they wouldn't be of much help to anyone, let alone themselves. Look, kids, said Mustard, waving his gun around, we've only got one thing on our agenda, and it doesn't involve any of you. Go home and forget all this before you get killed. Tetsu scoffed as he ran at the villain, now completely metal as he yelled, shut up, you bastard. You're poisoning people just because you want to. Things like that aren't manly in the slightest. Tetsu, wait, shouted Kendo, before coughing from the gas. Tetsu then delivered a punch to Mustard's gut, with the villain coughing and backing up, damn you, I gave you your chance. More smoke surrounded the area as Abara and Shinso kept getting closer, with Abara looking drained due to the gas affecting her vines. Shinso had his arm around Abara's shoulder, with it wrapped in vines due to the boy being shot at before. Damn it, he knew to try and keep me out the picture due to my quirk, groaned the teen, he was aiming for my lung to keep me quiet, but I barely dodged it. We must subdue him before we sustain any more injuries, said Abara, before looking at Kendo, do you have a plan? I do now, said the redhead, but we need Tetsu for it to work. Too bad, shouted Mustard, grabbing Tetsu by his neck, your little friend isn't going to be able to help you this time. That implies that we didn't have a plan to begin with, smirked Shinso, we're not just in the hero course for nothing. What the, began Mustard, before falling into Shinso's trap as his eyes glazed over. Remove your mask and let Tetsu go, then tell us how to stop your quirk, said Shinso. Tetsu was soon released, with Abara wrapping her vines around Mustard and Kendo enlarging her hands to hold him in place for security measures. Thanks, man, smiled Tetsu, before looking at the villain, how do we stop this? I've got to be unconscious, and my quirk also affects me as well. Tetsu smirked, I can help with the first one. The others shrugged before Tetsu steeled up and punched Mustard in the face, knocking him out and causing the poison gas to dissipate. That's one down, sighed Kendo, let's try and get back to the others. The four of them looked at each other before attempting to head back into the forest, but once they took a single step, they collapsed due to being affected by Mustard's quirk. We're not gonna make it, thought the heroes in training before they saw the darkness of their subconscious. Far from the training camp, Shigaraki sat at the bar with Anarchist, taking a sip of his drink as he chuckled. Tamura Shigaraki, said Kurogiri, cleaning a glass, pardon my questioning your judgment, but you didn't just send out the Vanguard Action Squad as sacrificial pawns, if they do fail. Shigaraki smiled, oh, Kurogiri. I may be a villain, but even I don't send my allies out unless I know the best will return. No, my goal is to not only get our targets with our team intact, but to put terror into the hearts of those heroes, and make sure they know that no matter what they do, they'll always be fakes who rely on fame instead of fixing society. The era of the League of Villains begins tonight, cackled Shigaraki while smiling. I'm back, everyone. I've been dealing with medical issues, and I kinda deleted my entire story before getting Google to recover the files, so I've needed to get a bit more done than usual. Also, more multiverse characters have been introduced, and it's perfect timing, cause I literally just saw Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness Saturday, so I'm nerding out right now. Last thing, I've been reading some self-insert fics, and I decided to try it out myself. It won't be a MHA FIC, but Ben 10. You'll see when it comes out though. This chapter has been beta read by Shonen King 94. Powerhouse, out. 62 Chapter 43, Terror Spreads. The League Succeeds. Disclaimer, I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OCs. Reviews. Devil Dragon Stand Knight, Nezu. He wants the blonde prick to suffer, and he will. But trust me when I say Manama's arrogance will be his literal undoing. Insert maniacal laughter. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. Terror spreads. The League succeeds. Momo and Kenshi ran through the green and purple void as they continued dodging attacks from Wraith, who had revealed himself to be Reo from an alternate universe. What the hell is going on? Shouts Kenshi, running alongside Momo while throwing grenades behind him. I don't know, okay, shouted Momo. 1 minute I'm being held by my throat by my boyfriend's evil ghost aunt, and the next I'm here. That thing behind us is your boyfriend? Asked Kenshi, obviously startled. He's got some serious issues. That's not him, said Momo, before yanking Kenshi down and helping him dodge a spear of black ice. Reo would never try anything like this. This has to be him from another universe. Then why the hell is he trying to kill me in particular? Shouted Kenshi, before grabbing Momo's arm and jumping down to a nearby island. How should I know? Started Momo. We need to get somewhere safe before he catches up to us. Don't worry, kids, said a new voice, racing past them and crashing into Wraith. You've got backup. This is seriously starting to give me a headache, shouted Kenshi, before summoning Kratos' axe from God of War, and swinging it backwards, knocking a blast of red energy back at Wraith, who screamed in pain. Rag, screamed the ghost, you imbecile. I'm going to kill you and keep your corpse as a punching bag. You'll have to catch us first, shouted Kenshi, before jumping down with Momo in his arms, landing on the nearest floating island. Momo was still in shock herself, and while she knew she wasn't in the best mindset, she also knew that both she and Kenshi should remain silent, considering Wraith shouldn't be able to sense them. Kenshi had a similar idea, but despite the danger, he couldn't shake the feeling of attraction to Momo, despite knowing she wasn't his version of Momo. Needless to say, the boy was very conflicted with himself. The two could only hope there was someone who could help them in this unknown place, while Momo solely hoped everyone she knew was safe. Training camp. Deep in the forest, Izuku groaned as he was slammed into a wall by Hayate, unable to attack as he and Muscular had been taking turns punching the teen. This is the worst matchup ever, thought Izuku as blood ran down his forehead. I could take one of them at a time, but they're not giving me a chance to even recover. They're too fast. Wait. Fast. I've got it. As Izuku formed his plan, the two villains activated their quirks once more, wrapping themselves in their muscle fibers and increasing their physical abilities before they attacked Izuku simultaneously, but they failed to notice the black tendrils that were black whip wrapped around their arms as their opponent floated in the air. Hayate, however, sensed something was wrong and looked up, before growling, our intel was wrong. Deku never had multiple quirks like him, we were set up. Muscular growled before yanking his arm down and grabbing Izuku's face. Listen punk, either fight back or die. We don't have time for your stupid tricks. Izuku smirked, then it's a good thing I'm not your real enemy. Hayate was soon punched in the face by a green blur, and upon seeing Izuku knock his counterpart back, Muscular crushed the other Izuku's head in his hand, before charging at him with a smile. Now that's what I'm talking about, chuckled the maniacal villain, use your strength. Give me a good fight till one of us is dead. Unleashing a flurry of punches, Muscular then started to notice how Izuku's movements were becoming more fluid, as if he could sense what was going to happen before he did it. He then looked at Hayate and noticed he was charging from behind Izuku, and smirked while attempting to grab him. Izuku instinctively jumped up and slammed the two into each other, before sending the lightning from around his body to only his arms as he threw lightning at the two villains, electrocuting them. Damn, panted Izuku, I guess I was right. Speed Force got so integrated into one for all that I can even use a fraction of its power for a short period of time. Though it kinda helps that it defies logic half the time, just like One for All. I just wish there was a better option than making a time remnant and letting them kill at me. Should I be dead now? Best to not think about it. Hearing groans from the villains, Izuku turned to see Muscular getting up with smoke coming off his body, while he laughed. You're pretty good at this, kid, said the blonde. No one's ever hit me with anything that powerful. You're getting me hyped up. He then slammed his fist down, laughing as Izuku's fist collided with his, and despite his size, the two were seemingly evenly matched. However, Muscular couldn't let anyone one-up him for much long, and gathering his fibers all in his arms, pushed Izuku down to the point where the boy was practically kneeling down with his arm raised. It's no use, he's too strong, thought Izuku, I've got to use it. Electric energy sparked around the two as Izuku used One for All in his right arm at maximum power, with the boy's arm turning a dark purple. One for All, growled Izuku, 100% Detroit Smash. Izuku's attack connected, no doubt about that, due to Muscular's laugh and the fact that every muscle fiber he had was now supporting only the villain's left arm, but Izuku was still pinned down, having little to no energy left. Damn it, thought Izuku, 100% doesn't affect him, especially not like this. Think, how can you beat him? Suddenly, Izuku remembered what Toshi told him before the day of the training camp began. Flashback. Izuku, I must let you know that I will be unable to attend this training camp. Sighed Toshinori, the villains are targeting me in particular, so I can't afford to put anyone else in danger like at the USJ. It's okay, I kinda figured many people wouldn't be coming with us. Shrugged Izuku, but what's up? I mean, usually you'd have Reo be here as well, due to him having One for All. That's true, but while Reo may have One for All, you have a unique advantage, smiled Toshi. Unlike him, you have a stronger connection to One for All, due to it being your main quirk. You draw strength from it, while he uses Elemental Ghost and One for All together, but not necessarily at full power. Your unique connection to One for All is stronger than even mine, I dare say. You may be able to use it at its limit, but you could very possibly exceed those limits for a temporary amount of time. Izuku nodded, but won't that put too much strain on my body? Not if you use it in one part of your body like when you started out. Flashback end. I've got to go past my limits. Break those bonds, Izuku. Focus your power and defeat this villain, thought Izuku as he began to stand up, looking at Muscular in his single eye. Did you just get stronger? Shouted Muscular, what the hell is up with your quirk? It's called breaking my limits, shouted Izuku, gathering all his energy in his arm. Now take this. 1,000,000%. He was then interrupted as Muscular was immediately flung across the forest, slamming his head against a massive tree and getting knocked out. What the hell? Shouted Izuku. I had him, Reo. I'm not your friend, kid, said a very familiar voice before he stepped out of the shadows. Now what's with you other one for all users trying to get yourselves killed by using 1,000,000%? Hold on, shouted Izuku. Who the hell are you? I'm you, brat, chuckled the man, revealing himself to be the anarchist, but with a lot more anarchy. Ochako and Sue continued walking through the forest, unaware that they were currently being attacked by the League of Villains. I wonder why no one's tried to scare us yet, Ribbit, said Sue, who was hopping the entire time for her quirk. It is a bit odd, thought Ochako, maybe we got lost. Or they got lost. That's also possible, too. So, what's going on with you and Izuku? Asked Sue, deciding to start a new conversation. What do you mean? Asked the gravity girl. He's my boyfriend, we've gone on a few dates, and he's really, really kind. And great at cuddles. I figured that out, Ribbit, said Sue, but is he good in bed? Ochako froze and blushed madly. Why do you want to know? Well, said Sue, before pausing and pulling Ochako down as a figure appeared in front of them. You two are so cute, said the figure, revealing herself to be Himiko Toga. I was hoping to find my Izuku, but you two will look even cuter once you're covered in blood. The two heroes in training both thought the same thing as they looked at the psychotic girl. Fuck. Paradox chuckled as she looked at Rio's new form, which made him look quite terrifying, in a good way. See, child, she laughed, this is what happens when you claim your power. Use your power at its fullest, and destroy your obstacles. You'll show others how much we ghosts are truly gods. The ghost woman smiled as Rio tackled her, clawing at her with uncontrollable rage. The boy's hands were covered in magma, before switching to electricity, then blue and black flames. All the while, Paradox continued laughing at Rio, who couldn't care less about whatever she was doing. Die, murderer, bastard, screamed Rio before grabbing her head and shooting beams of midnight blue energy in Paradox's face from his eyes. Rio panted and growled while looking at the smoke as it disappeared, revealing nothing there. You actually injured me, laughed Paradox, as scars on her face began to heal. I'm sorry, my child, but you can't kill me. Nor can I kill you. Let me tell you something, Reo Monroe, teenage ghost kid with elemental powers who's also in rage mode. Wrath wants to know what the hell she's talking about, shouted Omni, now in the form of Wrath, which seemed to have anger issues. Wrath knows that everyone can die, even Wrath, so don't listen to that bullshit. Oh, asked Paradox, you haven't told them what you really are. Why you always end up becoming like this every time someone you love gets hurt? Don't you dare say another word, you bitch, shouted Reo, before running on all fours to tackle his worst enemy. You've taken everything from me. My parents, my freedom, and worst of all, you've just killed the one person who I love with all my heart. Paradox chuckled before tackling Reo and keeping him pinned on the ground with her foot. With all your heart, you say. Let's see if that's true. She then plunged her fist deep into Rio's chest, before grabbing his heart and yanking it out of his body. As she examined his heart, she spoke, I don't see anything. Guess it was all a lie. Everyone watched in horror as Reo collapsed, returning to his normal form as black and blue rings of electric fire surrounded his being. Paradox then pulled out a green and silver container before pointing it at Reo, causing a blue light to envelop him as he was sucked into the canister. No, shouted Shoto, having slightly broke out of his shock, release my cousin, now. I've killed my nephew, do you think I won't kill my sister's husband's brother's project? Chuckled Paradox, lucky for you, that's not what I want. Another is looking to kill both you and your father, little hybrid. Watch your back. Shoto wouldn't dare move, even as he asked himself how she knew about that. Take him, said Paradox, giving the canister to Spinner, my work here is finished. I will meet you at the base. She then opened a portal, and jumping inside, laughing maniacally. Spinner handed the canister to another villain who wore a mask, gloves, an orange and black suit, a cane, as well as a top hat. Thank you, Spinner, said the villain, who was a male by the sound of his voice. He then tapped the cylinder before smiling and jumped back into the forest. No one could believe it. Mandalay reluctantly used her quirk and sent out a message to everyone, conveying the devastating news to them. We've lost, said Mandalay, Reo Monroe, and Momo Yaoyorozu, are dead. I'm back, everyone. I've been dealing with finals, and getting a job, but now that it's summer break I can give you all more content. Finally saw Sonic the Hedgehog 2, so I understood the reference last chapter, Shonen King 94. Will this be the end of Reo Monroe? Why has the anarchist decided to help Izuku? What in the world is Paradox talking about? Where are Kenshi and Momo? All will be revealed in time. P.S. I've decided that the self-insert Ben 10 FIC I'm making will be a crossover with that time I got reincarnated as a slime. More OP characters incoming. This chapter has been beta read by Shonen King 94. Powerhouse, out. 62 Chapter 44, The League's Villain Victory. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OCs. Reviews. Blazing Fire Star Kid 01. Yes, Reo, my friend. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. The League's Villain Victory. Izuku couldn't stand straight. Every part of his body was telling him to collapse from exhaustion, so he did exactly that. Who are you? Asked Izuku, groaning from his broken arm. Are you some underground hero no one knows about? The anarchist sighed before pressing a button on his mask, making it retract to the sides of his mouth. I already told you, Izuku, said the anarchist, I'm you from another dimension. You'd think being intelligent would be multiversal. And never ask me if I'm a hero, I'm no hero. Then what are you? A chaotic neutral badass who does what I feel like. So you're a villain. Meh, it changes on how I feel at the time, shrugged anarchist as he began to fade away, I'm just not your current enemy. See you later, hopefully when you're not trying to kill yourself with your quirk. The chaotic neutral anti-villain smiled as he disappeared, returning back to the League's hideout. Izuku raised an eyebrow before brushing off the newcomer, but not before making a sling for his arm due to Blackwhip. Once he finished, he started to head deeper into the forest, thinking things would be better if he didn't interfere with Reo and Paradox. That all changed once he reached Tokiyami, who just like him, had received the exact same message from Mandalay. We've lost, said Mandalay. Reo Monroe and Momo Yaoyorozu are dead. Time stopped for Izuku, who was still processing this information as Blackwhip began to seep out of the boy's body and turn into curved shadow blades. No, this shouldn't be happening, thought the green-haired teen. I saw Momo, but she can't really be dead, right? And no one can stop Reo, he's got the speed force, his quirk, and one for all. Deep within Izuku's mind, he had pure fury at the only person he knew could be responsible, but his thoughts were focused elsewhere once he looked up. Tokiyami was currently yelling, either from the news or the darkness, maybe both, as dark shadow he became so large that he towered over the trees and was going berserk. Shoji, having been with Tokiyami, then tackled him down to the ground, causing a large shadow claw to miss Izuku's head. I know exactly what you're thinking, said Shoji, having anger in his eyes as well, we all heard it. They're gone, and I'm sorry to say that we can't do anything about that. But Tokiyami needs our help, and we need to stop the rest of the villains. So are you gonna help him, or are you still thinking about revenge? Izuku closed his eyes before opening them and nodding as green electricity sparked in his eyes while holding Blackwhip. Let's help our friend and beat those assholes together. That's the spirit. Bakugo couldn't believe it. Not only was the training camp under attack, but one of the villains had killed, and not that he'd ever admit it, the most powerful person in his class. There's no way Nature Freak is actually dead, said Bakugo, blasting more ice while melting it into water. Red Cat just made a mistake. Oh, dear no, said a voice before the same villain from before appeared, holding two different blue marbles. He's defiantly dead, and while that wasn't our goal, he is currently in my possession. Bakugo scoffed, you're bluffing, you damn villain. Who the hell are you anyway? Knock off Dr. Fate. While I do love being compared to that man, no, chuckled the mask-wearing man, my name is Mr. Compress. Bakugo smirked before twisting his body around and launching a massive explosion at Mr. Compress, before smiling evilly as he landed on a tree branch. My explosions have gotten more powerful than anything I've ever done without my gauntlets, chuckled the blonde, don't think you're not gonna die here. On the contrary, chuckled Compress, before appearing behind Bakugo and unleashing the same exact explosion at the teen. With your quirk matched against mine, you've made this even easier for us. The blonde-haired boy was knocked backwards by his own explosive attack, and he needed to figure out how. Mr. Compress chuckled before tapping his ear, keeping his eye on his target as he spoke. Why, hello, Dabi. I've got our first target in my possession and I'm currently clashing with our second. What do you mean, forget the last two? Don't we need him? Oh, alright, but you're telling Shigaraki about it. Refocusing, Compress chuckled, seems that we'll have to cut things short, my friend. But on that note, Bakugo kept his guard up as Compress threw 3 marbles at him, forcing him to use an AP shot at them once they turned into debris, with more falling above him. And that's checkmate, says Compress, before grabbing Bakugo's shoulder as he destroyed the debris around him, turning the boy into a teal-colored marble. Now to find the last one, says Compress before jumping into the forest once again, heading to the sounds of roars. Damn, Dabi, shouted a man in a skin-tight black and white uniform, your clones keep dying on me, I can't keep up. Yay I can. Just keep making more, twice, says the skin-burnt man, before looking around, as long as you're here, you're safe. Yes, sir. No way. Walking over to a bush, Dabi looked at it silently before walking away. While Dabi was fully aware of this, Aoyama hid in the bush, shaking in fear as he was surrounded, as well as the news that he had just received. He smirked, Compress is heading to get the last target, and we're forgetting about the last one. Let's leave the heroes with as many failures as possible. The age of heroes will end, very soon. Ochako was currently dodging Toga as she continued to attempt to stab her, with Sue behind her holding her tongue, which had a cut on it. Ah, why won't you stay still? Pouted Toga, who just smiled happily. I promise, you both will look so cute covered in blood. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in seeing my insides outside my body, thank you very much, said Ochako, before ducking down and knocking Toga off her feet. Gunhead martial arts, Uravity special, shouted Ochako, before pinning her down, keeping her hands above her head. We've lost, said Mandalay, Reo Monroe and Momo Yaoyorozu, are dead. Ochako and Sue immediately froze, before Ochako backed away from Toga, unable to process what she just heard. No, they couldn't have been killed, right, said Ochako, they're the best duo in our entire class. Sue, however, couldn't say a thing, due to still being in pain and shock as well. Toga looked at them and smiled happily, before extending her syringes to take Sue and Ochako's blood, making sure it went to her blood packs. Ooh, thank you for the wonderful blood, smiled Toga, I'd play with you more, but I need to find my Izuku. Ochako immediately registered what she said and ran after her, pinning her down once again with rage and tears in her eyes, stay away from my man. Hee, I really like you. Unknown. Momo and Kenshi panted as they collapsed, looking upwards at the infinite, green void they were in. Thanks to an unknown arrival, the two had been saved, and now they were on a small, floating island in the middle of nowhere. What's going on? Panted Kenshi, this place is freaking me out. I know, it's like it's a dead zone, groaned Momo, before she sat up and looked at their savior, thanks for dealing with Wraith, but who are you? The name's Don Fenton, chuckled the man, my code name's Wraith, and I'm from an alternate universe. Wait, Fenton, as in Danny Fenton, aka Danny Phantom, asked Momo. Exactly, and just a little tidbit, I'm your boyfriend's grandfather as well. You're Rio's grandfather, shouted Momo, but you're human. Wait, what? Asked Kenshi, catching the human comment. Don laughed a bit before a ring of blue and white energy surrounded his waist, before separating and splitting into two while covering his body, leaving him transformed. Don's transformation looked a bit similar to Rio's first costume, but his chestplate, gloves, and boots were green, with the chestplate having a black collar, while the ends had gray lines on it. The base was black, and he had black and green flaming hair, with bits of blue in it as well. Around his eyes, were green and blue energy, with black eyes and no pupils at all. There was also flames coming from his gloves, shoulders, and boots. His skin had turned mint green, and on his left glove, which extended up to his elbow, was a black and gray gauntlet-like watch with a green hourglass and blue base integrated into it. I'm actually a Halfa, chuckled Don, well, more like an ultimate awakened Halfa. A what? Asked Kenshi. A Halfa, explained Momo, a half-human, half-ghost. In my universe, there's a hero named Danny Phantom who was a Halfa, before the awakening of quirks and the battle with divinity. C5YL to understand this reference. Kenshi groaned, this is seriously giving me a headache. A spear made of pure darkness and purple energy landed right behind the boy, grazing his cheek in the process. Then why not let me end the pain by killing you both, shouted a voice, before revealing it to be Paradox, I've already killed your little boyfriend, you witch. Momo paused before fully processing what she just heard. And no way, our Rayo can't be dead, he can't be, said the girl, before collapsing to her knees. Paradox saw this and laughed before flying down to her at speeds unlike anything she's shown before, so, you accept. Good, it'll make it that much more fun to show you his corpse. The ghost woman conjured up a sword with red and purple flaming energy, while it was covered in darkness as well, before spotting Kenshi once more and smiling as she brought her sword down. I've noticed that you've been interested in this girl, boy, the ghost chuckled evilly, that's even more of a reason to make you all suffer. It was at this moment, that she realized her sword hadn't moved once she got close to Momo's neck. Damn it, growled Paradox, why won't you die? I'm not letting you kill anyone else, says Don, turning visible as he looked at her while holding her sword with a single finger. You know you can't beat me, so please, return to where you belong, daughter. I am not your daughter, you insolent whelp, shouted Paradox as her eyes began to glow bright red as she pushed her sword down more, only to have no effect. I'm sorry, my daughter, Don says sadly, before grabbing her and tossing her sword away, before constricting around the woman and sighing while snapping her neck immediately, making her collapse. Kenshi looked on in horror as he went over to the old ghost. You just killed her, dude. Heroes don't kill. I never killed anyone, said Don, that wasn't my daughter, but a mere duplicate of herself. Hold on, said Kenshi, if that's a clone, how powerful is the original? It doesn't matter, says Don, she knows she'll never be more powerful than I am, not now, not ever. That's why I'm going to stick around for a bit. But let's get you two healed, I'm sure my wives will enjoy meeting you both. Wait, what? As Don ignored Kenshi's questions and picked up Momo's emotionally and physically damaged body, he could only think one thing. How far will you truly go, Kate? How far will you go to get what you want? With Tokiyami, Izuku, and Shoji. Tokiyami, having been almost suffocated by Dark Shadow's massive size, continued to grasp at his quirk while looking at Izuku and Shoji. Rag, shouted Dark Shadow, the sentient quirk's eyes having turned red due to its sheer size and anger as it swiped at the two teens, with only one of Shoji's extendable limbs being clawed off. Damn it, winced Shoji, we've gotta watch out for his claws, Midoriya. The fact that it's nighttime now means Dark Shadow has more power than ever. His anger doesn't help, though. Izuku flinched at the last comment, before refocusing his eyes on Dark Shadow. We need to expose him to light, otherwise he'll keep going berserk, said Izuku, before jumping backwards onto a branch while grabbing Shoji with Black Whip. Izuku, it seems like you need a little help, said a voice, gaining the duo's attention as they looked at the source. Shoto, shouted Izuku, perfect timing, we need you to create a flame around Tokiyami. The light will weaken Dark Shadow. I don't know if I can control my flames that well just yet, shouted Shoto, what if I burn Tokiyami? Izuku smiled before green electricity crackled around his body, before looking at Shoto, just trust me and do it. Shoto nodded, and decided to trust whatever plan his cousin had as he extended his arm and unleashed a barrage of flames. At the same time, Izuku jumped down from his tree branch, and once the flames were near Tokiyami, he ran around the darkness elemental with 60% of OFA, with lightning streaking behind him. More flames continued to join the fray, before Shoto stopped using his quirk due to overheating. Izuku, however, continued running around Tokiyami and Dark Shadow, using his speed to make a wind funnel for the flames as they illuminated the area around the elemental, and weakened the shadow simultaneously. Tokiyami, having regained some control, panted and sweated as he shouted to Izuku, keep going. I'm reining him in. Dark Shadow was screaming as the flames began to make a tornado around him, before retreating back into his partner's body. Tokiyami shouted to Shoto, I need you to stay near me with a flame. I can't let Dark Shadow back out right now. Shoto nodded, and the moment the fire vortex disappeared, he stood next to Tokiyami with his fire completely covering his left side. Don't worry about that, I've got you covered. It seems that you've finished my task, chuckled a man, getting their attention and revealing himself to be Compress. Unfortunately, your efforts were all for nothing. He then threw multiple marbles at Izuku, Shoto, and Tokiyami, with smoke coming out of them as they landed. Compress took the opportunity to throw 2 marbles at both Izuku and Tokiyami, with the former dodging down thanks to danger sense. He's got some kind of storage quirk, said Izuku, don't let his marbles touch you. Shoto and Izuku jumped backwards out of the smoke as soon as possible, before Shoto looked up and realized Tokiyami wasn't there anymore. Shit, he got Tokiyami, shouted the dual-haired teen, before unleashing his ice at Compress, who simply jumped into a tree while Shoji appeared from a bush, trying to reach him from underneath. Compress sighed as he looked down, I had hoped to get both of you, but I think this will do nicely. Farewell, young heroes. Oh no you don't. He then jumped away, before he heard the shout and looked backwards to see multiple extended arms. You sure are persistent, smirked Compress, before throwing marbles at Shoji, who dodged as they turned into knives. Some of his arms got cut off as he reached his limit, with Compress taking the opportunity to get away. Shit, said Shoto, creating an ice ramp as he looked back and saw Izuku running beside him at 60%. Shoto, I'm gonna launch you. I need you to control where I land. Wait, what? The teen didn't get to say much more before Black Whip was wrapped around his waist, throwing him and Izuku into the air. Shoji saw this and yelled while running below, I'll catch up with you too. The 2 cousins nodded before Shoto focused his flames into his hand, blasting the 2 forwards and swinging them in a flaming circle with Izuku attached to the other side. Improvised move, shouted the 2 cousins as Izuku let go of Shoto, aimed right at Mr. Compress, blazing Black Whip launcher. Izuku flew through the air, with one for all activated as he looked at Mr. Compress, who turned around right as he was kicked to the ground, grabbing the marble in his hand as he used the man as a surfboard as they landed on the ground and skidded to a stop. Gotcha, says Izuku, somehow freeing Tokiyami as he jumps off of Mr. Compress, realizing he was in the center of the forest near the other villains, as well as the rest of the other campers and heroes. Mr. Compress got up and groaned while looking at his suit. Young man, do you have any idea how much dry cleaning costs? Calm down Compress, says a man with burnt skin and stitches as he walks out with a man who looks like a ninja in a skin-tight suit, with the former looking at Shoto as he comes out the forest, looking him in his eyes as he smiles, we've got who we need. Let's head back to base. Finally, I need a nap soon if gonna have enough, and this green cat bitch isn't making it easier, said Magna, who was holding an unconscious ragdoll over her shoulder. Fine, says the dirty yet stylish man, we should round up the others. Where's Toga, and our transport, Dabi? He'll get her, don't worry, says Dabi, before a golden yellow round portal opens up, dropping said girl on the ground, wrapped up while smiling happily, there you are, what happened to you? Just went to see Ochako and Suyu, says the psychotic blonde girl, I had so much fun with them. Izuku immediately saw red as Black Whip oozed out of his body and he launched them at Toga, what the fuck did you just say? Toga looked over at Izuku as she smiled, but before she could even move, another golden portal appeared in front of her and behind Izuku, wrapping him in his own quirk. A new portal opened up as a teenage boy stepped out of it, smiling as he looked down at the enraged Izuku. 5 minutes earlier. Aizawa ran through the halls of the building as he headed to the remedial class, having protected the outside of the building. Damn those villains. We've been ambushed, we can't call for help, and everyone's separated. They thought this through way too well. His thoughts soon went back to Mandalay's message. We've lost. Reo Monroe and Momo Yaoyorozu are dead. I've failed them as a teacher, an uncle, and a hero. He looked up before wiping the tears from his eyes, that doesn't mean I can't protect the others. He got into the room just as a clone of Dabi had appeared, and he started stomping on it, grumbling as it turned into mud, muddy little prick. Mr. Aizawa, said Kaminari, are you, alright? Vlad, that's a double made by a quirk, said Aizawa, before looking at Kaminari, and you damn well know the answer, Kaminari. The electric blonde looked down before he kept quiet, knowing full well what had happened. While I do wish Momo had survived, good riddance to that annoying ghost pest, chuckled Manama as another double of Dabi jumped down from a window before ending up stuck to a wall as Vlad kept him in place with his blood while Aizawa erased the double. The entirety of the room looked at the boy in pure shock. That's too far, Manama, shouted Vlad. Why should I? Asked the boy, as he stood up. He was weak, obnoxious, and all talk. He couldn't save anyone if he tried, as you can see. Aizawa immediately grabbed the boy with his capture scarf while activating his quirk. That's it, I'm taking you back as soon as this is over. You're expelled from UA. Oh, that's adorable, chuckled the blonde, you, expelling me. I'd have to be part of your weak little school in the first place. Suddenly a golden construct of scissors appeared and cut the scarf, before looking away, seems it's time to go home. Farewell, you hopeless idiots. A golden portal then appeared below him, with the teen smiling as he fell through it. Oh, and Oboro says hi. Present. Yes, me, smiled the boy as he teleported everyone else back to their base, Nieto Manama, or Phantom Thief. The portal overtook him as his last words rung out while he was teleported as well. The villains have won. I'm back, everyone. I've been dealing with finals, and getting a job, but now that it's summer break I can give you all more content. What is Don talking about? Why has Manama been with the villains from the start? Find out next time. Next chapter, the League's goal is revealed, and we visit Momo, Don, and Kenshi once more. P.S. Devil Dragon Stand Night, yes, Manama will be severely dealt with. P.P.S. I've been watching only anime since last week. There's gonna be some references in this next arc. This chapter has been beta read by Shonen King 94. Powerhouse, out. 62 Chapter 45, Abductions and Solutions. Author's note, hello my fantastic readers. I would like to say how much I appreciate your time to read my story, especially with how much time and effort I put into these chapters. As always, constructive criticism is always welcome, and now, I present to you, the first chapter of the rescue arc. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OCs. Reviews. Devil Dragon Stand Night, your wait is over. I am back with a new chapter. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. Abductions and solutions. It had been at least 2 hours before any heroes arrived. The villains had lost a few of their allies, particularly Muscular and Hayate. 13 students were injured, with 12 students being poisoned, and 5 being unconscious, as well as 2 students dead. However, there was 1 student missing, particularly named Katsuki Bakugo. School had officially been closed for the week as everyone reeled from the effect of the attack, as well as healed. By the time they had returned to the city, the students who were able to move around were all in the hospital, standing over Izuku, who had both of his arms wrapped in bandages. Midoriya, shouted Iida, are you alright? I've been calling your name for 10 minutes now. My cousin is dead, so no, I'm not okay, glared the green-haired boy, before sighing, I'm sorry, you guys don't deserve to be blamed for any of this. We understand, and we don't know what we can do to even help, but we're here for you, Midoriya, sighs Iida, putting a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku, Kamino. Did you guys hear that? Said Izuku, with the others shaking their heads. Izuku, what are you talking about? Asked Shoto, looking at his remaining cousin with worry. I just heard a voice, calling for help, said Izuku. Midori, you need to get some more rest. You've lost too much blood and you're hallucinating, says Mina, pushing the boy down to get some sleep, only for him to sit back up. I'm not crazy, shouted Izuku, have y'all ever thought Bakugo may be communicating with us? Or that Ryo's still alive? Hell, we don't even know what exactly happened to Momo yet. The others looked at the two before Shoto sighed, I'll watch him for a bit before we switch out. Go ahead and see how the others are doing. The others left, but Iida watched the two look at each other with a strange look in their eyes as he walked out to the hall. Izuku, what's the plan? Asked Shoto, earning a surprised look from Izuku as his cousin spoke in his mind. Wait, you believe me? Questions the Verdunette. I heard it too, so yeah. Sighed Shoto, you're right, but we need to find a plan to find out where to go in the first place. Maybe, but we need an actual plan. Izuku says, and we can't even go out on our own, or we'll be in even more trouble than ever. I've got that one covered, smiled Shoto, holding up 3 watches. These 3 watches in particular allow a 3-way fusion, but it only lasts for an hour. Shoto then put one of the watches on Izuku, who smiled, we won't be recognized or be in trouble if we're not the ones going. Great idea, Shoto, but what about the last person? Don't we need 3 people for it to work? Asked Izuku, confused. Not necessarily. We need 3 in total for full power, but it'll work for us until we find our third, said the haired colored teen. While the two cousins spoke, they failed to notice 2 more sets of eyes watching their entire conversation go down. Unknown. Tamura, do you really think he could be turned? Asked a deep-sounding voice, he may be of no use to us. A familiar, raspy voice spoke up, Kurogiri, you've got to trust me more. I have a few ideas on how to persuade him. Bakugo's eyes immediately snapped open as he recognized the voice, having heard no more than the two speak. Looks like they don't have their extras with them, thought Bakugo, before his head was yanked upwards, shocking him. Call me an extra again, and I'll burn you to nothingness, said the man in the blonde's mind, revealing himself to be the same one from the camp with the burn marks and stitches all over his body. Bakugo could only stare at the man, already knowing what his quirk was and what it could do to him in an instant. Now, Dabi, says Tamura, that's not how we treat our guests. Let him go, you'll get your chance to burn someone soon. Dabi scoffed and released Bakugo, but not before leaving an imprint of his hand in the boy's hair. Don't try anything funny, kid, said the fire elemental as he walked away to grab a drink. Shigaraki smiled at Bakugo, you know, I can't help but love the media right now, Bakugo. Society's begun to crumble in on itself, and it's all thanks to you. Shut up, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, shouted Bakugo, moving around a bit before noticing he was chained up to a wall with his hands cuffed up to his wrist, covering his hands and preventing him from using his quirk. Oh, then why don't we show you the live feed, said Shigaraki, before unmuting the big screen television in front of the young blonde. You spoke about keeping your students safe, Eraserhead, but according to our information you encouraged them to fight at the training camp, escalating the situation. Please provide your reasoning for this, said a reporter who was visibly glaring at Aizawa. Aizawa, who wore a black suit and blue zigzag tie with his hair slicked back, leaned forward and spoke calmly. I was unaware of the situation in the first place, and I concluded that allowing them to use their quirks would help them in avoiding the worst possible outcome. The worst possible outcome, snarked the reporter. There are 27 victims, a kidnapped child, and 2 children have been killed under your watch. What worst possible outcome are you speaking of? I assure you, things could have gone much, much worse, said Aizawa. We could have lost the lives of all our students. My worst fears came true the moment I heard that Momo Yaoyorozu and Reo Todoroki Monroe have been killed under my care, and I take full responsibility. Most victims were affected by a poisonous gas quirk, said Nezu, speaking up from beside Aizawa. I assure you, we are doing everything we can to provide the students with the necessary antidote. It was only thanks to Tetsu that injuries were kept to a bare minimum. We have also provided mental health counseling for every student, though at the moment, there has been no signs of any serious psychological trauma. So you found a bright side in all this, asks the reporter. We are relieved that an entire class still has a promising future, responds Nezu. Can you say anything for the abducted, Katsuki Bakugo, asked the man, or the dead, Momo Yaoyorozu and Reo Todoroki Monroe? What about their future, or their families? Have you done anything for them? The heroes kept silent as they listened to the reporter speak. Katsuki Bakugo enrolled at your school with excellent marks and managed to win 3rd place at the sports festival. Before that, he was attacked by the sludge villain, who then got defeated by All Might. The boy is obviously strong and heroic, but every coin has a flip side. He has shown that he has violent tendencies, and his attitude at the sports festival certainly spoke for itself. I can assure you, began Aizawa before he was interrupted. As for Momo Yaoyorozu, the heir to the Yaoyorozu Empire, she has shown to be calm, collected, and very creative, just like her quirk implies. I've received information that the monsters that attack the USJ and Hosu are corpses of the dead, and it's very possible that the villains intended to turn Momo Yaoyorozu into one of them. As for her parents, what have they said about their only child being killed in front of everyone to be seen, with no body remaining? Now, as for Reo Todoroki Monroe, my sources say that he not only is the most powerful student in your first years, but he has a similar situation with Katsuki Bakugo. His temper is unchecked, he has been shown to be able to severely injure Endeavor with little effort, and this has been the 3rd time his presence ended up either getting someone killed, putting them in the hospital, or having himself seriously injured or in the hospital. What if the villains use their methods to turn him into a monster for their control? No villain would be able to stop him, and his appearance seems to not only change into a different monstrous version every time he's seen by the public. Is it possible that he and Katsuki Bakugo may be the real reason why the villains have continued to target Class 1A in particular? And what about the villains using their methods to persuade Bakugo to their side? Vlad looked at Aizawa as the reporter spoke, telling him not to fall for the tricks from the reporter, who was purposefully trying to make Aizawa lash out at him. All of a sudden, Aizawa stood up and bowed. Katsuki Bakugo's temper is my responsibility for not completely keeping him in check all this time. Momo Yaoyorozu, while we have not found her body, we are doing everything in our power to locate it, and we will abide by whatever punishment the Yaoyorozu family decides. The reporter smirked when he noticed Aizawa pause, and what of Reo Todoroki Monroe? What do you plan to tell his parents and other family? Aizawa wiped his eyes as he looked up and stood straight up for everyone to see his face, void of any emotion. Reo Todoroki Monroe has been an orphan since he was 8 years old before UA took him in as our nephew and allowed him to stay on campus and leave as he pleased. He had been under our care ever since, as well as staying with his immediate family whenever he felt he needed to. There are no excuses for his death, and if necessary, we will take any and all consequences from all the students' families, including the Midoriya, Todoroki, and the Yaoyorozu family. However, we know that Katsuki Bakugo was needed by the villains, hence why he's still alive as far as we know. Continued Aizawa, but if they think for 1 second that they can turn him to their side, then they're gravely mistaken, I can guarantee you that. Shigaraki muted the TV once again before Bakugo smirked. I have to give it to my teachers, they know me better than I thought. The crusty, teal-haired man sighed, twice, remove his cuffs. The black and white ninja looked at Shigaraki, alright. No way. He's just gonna resist, you know that, said the anarchist, every version of Bakugo is the same. True, but I think he knows that he won't be able to take us all on, especially since we have the advantage in power and numbers. Rasped Shigaraki once more as Twice started to unlock the cuffs. He can't be that stupid, especially considering he went to UA. Unfortunately, as soon as he got the chance, Bakugo blasted an explosion in Twice's face, before propelling himself towards Shigaraki, blasting the pale hand off of his face, much to everyone's shock. The crusty, chapped villain looked at the hand and growled to himself silently before saying a single word. Father. Back at the hospital, the casualties of the training camp attack were slowly recovering, with only Izuku left, who was currently being seen by the doctor one final time before being discharged. Human bodies are only supposed to use about 80% of their natural strength on a regular basis, explained the doctor as he pointed to an X-ray of Izuku's arm, but in times of panic, especially life-threatening ones, it's possible to use 100% of that strength, and in your case, combining that with your quirk, you put too much stress on your body this time around. Izuku looked at his arms as the doctor spoke, noticing a large, red scar on the side of his arm that was only partially healed, while the rest of it had small scarring, but it wasn't pretty. From your records thanks to Recovery Girl, I can tell that you have control over your quirk, but you'll sometimes break your bones if necessary. Continues the doctor, if this happens even 2 or 3 more times, your arm will suffer irreparable damage. Izuku nodded as the nurse wrapped his arm in bandages lightly, before getting a message from Shoto in his head. Izuku, everything is set up already, said Shoto. Kirishima agreed to come with us after a while. When you're able to, meet us at the front entrance of the hospital. I'll be there, just, let me call my mom to tell her I'm alright now, responds Izuku. Of course, just let me know when you're ready cuz. Izuku nodded while the nurse and doctor walked out of the room, clearing the green-haired boy to go home. He then grabbed his phone with his good hand and dialed his mother, receiving an immediate answer. Izuku, are you okay? Where are you? How's your arm? Said a sobbing, worried Inko. The green-haired teen sighed before he responded, hey, mom. A little while earlier, unknown location. Question mark. Pav. Everything was blurry. I felt weak, unlike anything I've ever felt before, and for the first time in my life, I felt cold. It was as if all my powers were being drained from me. I coughed while looking around, before realizing I was dangling from the ceiling, with chains on my legs to keep me immobilized further, not that I had any ideas at the moment. The first thing I noticed was multiple glowing plants near me in the dark room, seemingly making me feel like going back unconscious, before a door opened and a figure stepped inside. Enjoying yourself, you trash, chuckled a voice, coming from the person I absolutely despised. Don't worry, you'll be out of here soon, so to speak. Nito fucking Manama, I coughed out, unintentionally spitting out green blood as I was punched in the stomach. I knew you were insane, no wonder you joined the villains. Correction, smirked the teen villain as he poured hair dye remover on his head with it turning white with a brown streak in his hair while the rest had black tips. My name is Nito Morishimura Shigaraki. And another thing, I'd have to have been with you pathetic heroes from the start to join my family. You'll never get away with this, I groaned, mentally sending out a message with my location at the same time. The heroes will stop you, and then I'll kill you myself. Nito laughed before he turned his arm into a sharp blade, and pointed it at my neck. I would find a way to kill you, but my father and brother wouldn't appreciate that, so I'll let you live. But know this, just because you're a ghost, doesn't mean I can't torture you in my own way. I just rolled my eyes as his blade morphed back into an arm. I'll get to the point, where's Bakugo? Worry about yourself, idiot, said Nito, turning around and heading to the door. These plants are preventing you from using your ghost powers, while your cuffs are negating your quirks. There's no escape for you. That's what you think. I've got an idea, thanks to you, I thought. Oh, and before I go, cackles Nito, if you do die, I'll make sure you're turned into a Nomu myself. Back to third-person Pav. As Nito walked down the hall and got his villain outfit on, he quickly realized a very important detail. He knew Bakugo was here, that means, said the teen, before using the speed he subtly copied and opening the door to the room he just left, only to find the entire room scorched and the plants burnt to a crisp as a vent. Damn it, shouted Nito, before running to the others, alongside where Bakugo was. Monroe is gone. We've been played. Back at the hospital, Shoto and Kirishima stood in the dark of the night, waiting for their third man outside the hospital doors. You think he'll be here? Asked Kirishima, looking at Shoto. He'll be here, I guarantee you that, said the determined half-redhead. Izuku stepped out of the hospital the moment Shoto finished his sentence, looking at them with determination. Are you guys ready? Asked Izuku, receiving 2 simple nods. Alright, let's do this then. Stop it, shouted Iida, stomping out of the building with anger in his eyes. I know what you 3 are planning, and I won't allow it. Iida, look, you don't understand, started Shoto, before Iida continued. No, I understand completely, said the navy-haired boy. You 3 are being reckless, and you don't even realize it. I will not allow you to leave here. We've already lost Reo and Yaoyorozu. We don't even know what is going on with Bakugo right now, or his location. Iida, I'm gonna need you to lower your tone, and calm down, said Izuku. I don't know if you're aware, but we don't plan on going there ourselves. We're going as a fusion. You'd still be breaking the law by using your quirks, said Iida. If you do this, you're acting no better than the villains we faced. Shoto and Kirishima froze before looking at Izuku, who had red and back lightning sparking around him. Iida, you have one chance to take that back, says Izuku, while his hair shaded his eyes as the lightning disappeared. You have no idea why we need to do this, or why it means so much to us. Now take it back, because I know you don't mean that. If not, you're welcome to stop us from leaving. Iida sighed as he walked up to Izuku, who now looked him right in the eye, before punching him in the face. I won't take anything back, not when I'm trying to protect the ones I care about, said Iida, before realizing something about Izuku. For one, Izuku hadn't moved at all. His eyes were still on Iida, who had his fist deep in his friend's cheek, unfazed and uncaring. You're upset, I know that, says Izuku, but if I ever want to be a real hero, I've got to save the ones I can, even if I can't save the ones I care about all the time. Iida backed up, removing his hand from Izuku's face as he stood there shocked. How are you this durable? You should have felt something from that. I've had some experience with getting hit before I joined UA, sighed Izuku, before he deactivated his quirk. Look, Iida, we're going. Either you're with us or you're staying here. As the green-haired teen walked away with Kirishima and Shoto, Iida sighed before walking with them. I'm only coming with you 3 to make sure we don't get into a fight, said Iida. The second I see the sign of combat, we're leaving. The trio nodded as they looked at each other before putting on their fusion watches. Let's go rescue Bakugo, smirked Kirishima, as they headed to the train station. Meanwhile, this has got to be the worst hideout a villain could think of, said Reo, now completely made of water as he moved through the vents of the building. I need to find Bakugo, maybe then we can get out of here. When did they grab Shoto? Damn it, shouted Nito, as he ran to the others, alongside where Bakugo was. Monroe is gone. We've been played. Well, so much for stealth, sighs Reo, before dropping down through the vents as he shrunk his form into a water droplet that landed on Shigaraki. Do we have a leak in here? Asked the raspy teal-haired villain. I could have sworn I felt some water on me. I'll handle it, says Dabi, before grabbing Shigaraki's shoulder. Don't move unless you want to burn. He then wiped the water off Shigaraki's shoulder, before igniting it into flames, just as a foot kicked him in the head and the water fell onto the floor, before moving towards Bakugo. I told you he escaped, shouted Nito. Any sort of element is a danger. Reo chuckled as he began solidifying his humanoid form. I'm glad you know that I'm a danger now, copycat. And since you guys don't have Paradox with you, I don't have to worry about anything but the explosive Pomeranian over there. Hey, shouted Bakugo, I never asked for your help, nature freak. And how the fuck are you alive? Meh, probably cause I'm not human, smirked Reo, now trust me. What the hell do you, began Bakugo, before he felt a cold hand to his neck and growled while feeling Reo standing behind him. Here's the thing, smirked Reo, looking at Shigaraki and a dazed Dabi, you're gonna let Bakugo go. You're gonna hand me Shoto and we're going to leave. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone in this room, human or not, and I think you have a very good reason for capturing the two of us in particular, so we must be important to your plans. I'm bluffing, don't worry. Reo privately told Bakugo, about killing you at least. Shigaraki instantly got upset as he started scratching his neck. You cheated, you cheat code, you're too op. You're supposed to be too dead to come back. We locked you up with quirk dampeners, and that vampire ghost lied. Those blood blossoms didn't do a damn thing to weaken you. Dabi groaned as he stood up. Hold on, Shigaraki. He hasn't even used his ghost powers yet. It seems he's still recovering, but what I'd like to know is why the hell do you think Shoto Todoroki is here? I'm not stupid, glared Reo as his eyes started to glow blue and black. I can sense my family members and any elementals that I'm familiar with. Everyone in the Todoroki family has a similar signature, so where is he? He's not here, says Nito, before gold electricity sparked around him and he grabbed Bakugo, and now, your leverage isn't with you either. Do you not understand that I'll always be faster than you? Said Bakugo, but he also sounded like Reo at the same time. Everything you do is just a cheap knockoff. No way I'll be as weak as you and your league fuckers. What the hell? Shouted Nito, as Bakugo's hair became cold, with the fluffy hair becoming completely made of orange ice, with the spiky attributes still there, making him push the boy away. What is this? The name's Katso, you asshat copy fucker, shouted the being as a blue X appeared on his chest while the rest became black, with it extending to his biceps as it now had orange lines on the end and on the shoulders. His skin turned into a light gray, and his arms and legs became a dark green with orange and blue flames coming off of them, while his pupils glowed red with blue markings around them and his sclerae were now completely blue as blue, black, and orange lightning crackled around him. What do you say, guys? Chuckled Katso as he looked around. Round 2. Kamino. Alright, guys, says Izuku, this is a simple rescue mission. No combat, which means no getting recognized. Kirishima, is there anywhere we can get disguises here? Nah, sorry, sighed the redhead, everything around here is out of my price range. I might be able to help, says a high-pitched voice, making the 4 students look around, only to find no one there. Look in your shirt pocket, shouted the voice, making Shoto look in his pocket to find a small, one-eyed, metallic-looking humanoid figure with wings and wires all around his body. What the hell? Said Shoto as he grabbed the being by its wing and held it in the air. Who are you? I'm your backup, says the tiny creature. I've been through this all where I come from. And where might that be? Asked Iida, before the metal creature sighed. Omnitrix, says the winged figure. Command code 1010 Midoriya Izuku disengage life form lock. In a flash of green light, the being grew in size, before the light died down and revealed Omni, who had a small backpack on. While the other students looked flabbergasted, Omni sighed and handed them each an ID mask that he made with Nezu and Power Loader. Put these on, said Omni, before putting his own on as his appearance changed to a black-haired version of himself in school clothes from Aldera. Izuku didn't question it and simply turned into a spiky, blue-haired version of himself with black eyes and an outfit from Aldera as well the moment he put it on. Iida put his own mask on, changing into what looked like a younger version of Tensai Iida, but with blonde hair instead of navy blue. Kirishima put his on and his appearance became a spiky, pink-haired boy with hair that reached his lower back. Shoto shrugged and simply put his own mask on, before it made him appear to where he never had a scar. He had completely red hair, and his scar was gone, while his eyes were now both blue. They all looked at each other before Omni nodded and led them to an alley before they were leaning against the side of the building. Where are we, Omni? Said Izuku, before he grabbed his counterpart's arm as he activated full cowling. You better not be leading us to a trap. Omni simply looked at Izuku and said, I know about your secret, kid. I have one of my own, and seeing as you aren't supposed to have that genetically, I suggest you remove your hand from my arm before I remove your own secret from your DNA. Knowing exactly what he was talking about, Izuku removed his hand as Omni spoke. We're here, we just have to wait, and then we'll be good to go. Suddenly, a voice called out from above them, making Izuku cover everyone from debris with Black Whip as it fell. Canyon Cannon, shouted MT. Lady, before slamming her foot into the building, crushing everything inside. What in the world is going on? Said Iida, who was completely confused and reluctant as to why he followed his classmates. Shigaraki looked at Katsuo, before looking at Nito, who was now unconscious with a bleeding head and broken fingers. You cheat code, cried Shigaraki, before scratching his neck once more. You're supposed to be dead, no matter what kind of ghost you are. You're supposed to be our new Nomu. Everything's ruined, and it's all your fault. I'll kill you. Decay you to nothing but ash. You'll have to catch us first, you crusty motherfucker, cackled Katsuo, with small explosions of electricity and fire in his hands. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, making everyone freeze. Someone call for a pizza delivery, said a voice. Anarchist walked to the door. That's me, I ordered a large order of. Smash, shouted a deep voice, making everyone turn their heads to see All Might punching the wall down, before smiling as pro-heroes and police officers stood behind him. There is no need to fear, proclaimed All Might, because we are here. Hell yeah, I am not dead. Sorry everything took so long, life has been a little hectic, especially since I'm now a senior while working at Academy for $300 a week for just standing at the door. How is Reo still alive? What's happened to Bakugo? Why is Omni able to do now? How the heroes find the League of Villains in the first place? Find out next chapter. Next time, Survival of the Fittest. 62 Chapter 47, Survival of the Fittest. Disclaimer, I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OCs. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff Might speaking. Buff Might thinking. Attack names. Survival of the Fittest. The moment All Might destroyed the wall between him and the villains, Shigaraki instantly saw red as he lunged towards the hero, only to be stopped as he and the rest of the league, as well as Katsuo, were immobilized by branches wrapping around them. Lacquered chain prison, shouted Kamui Woods as he wrapped his branches around the occupants. Kurogiri, screamed Shigaraki, get us out of here. Right, responded the mist villain, before being immediately knocked out. What happened? Shouted Magna, looking a bit frightened. I played around with his insides a bit, sighed Edgeshot as his head appeared from string. He's a bit of a headache to deal with, so he's going to sleep for a while. Dabi, shouted Shigaraki. The scarred villain nodded and immediately activated his quirk, causing blue flames to appear on his arm, before a sudden, yellow streak flew in the room and kicked him in the back of his head, knocking him out. Not so fast, villain, shouted Gran Torino, knocking out the blue flame user. There's no use, we've got all the information on you that we need. Kenji Hikiyoshi, Atsuhiro Seiko, Shuichi Iguchi, Himiko Toga, and Jin Bubegawara, said All Might. Though they had little time and information, the police were able to find out your identities after working day and night. Don't you get it? There's no place for you to hide. Started Gran Torino. Now Shigaraki, mind telling us where your boss is? That's my cue, shouted Katsuo, phasing out of his binds and smirking. Glad you got my distress call, Uncle Might. Now let's kick some ass. Young Bakugo, exclaimed All Might, glad to see you're alright. I'm sure you were a bit scared. Fuck that, smirked Katsuo as lightning sparked around him and he tossed discs of ice and diamond at Toga and Compress respectively. The name's Katsuo, and I'm getting payback for what these fuckers did to us and Momo. Blasting forwards with explosions coming from his hands and feet, Katsuo was unprepared to see a foul, black liquid come out of the villains' mouths, with the same happening to him as they were all warped away. No, shouted All Might, as he failed to grab Katsuo, only thinking one thing, this has him written all over it. All Might immediately looked outside to see Endeavor, Edgeshot, Mirko, and Gang Orca fighting multiple Nomu, before yelling, Endeavor. Can you handle things here? What does it look like, you buffoon? Shouted the angry fire user, go after them already. All Might immediately jumped away, following the last location he sensed his nephew was while thinking, if that distress call was sent by Reo, it would make sense that everyone who knows him personally, especially the elementals and One for All users, would know where he is. But how is he still alive? No time for that. I need to get to both him and young Bakugo quickly. My time is almost up. Shigaraki, Nito, and the rest of the league, as well as Katsuo, immediately fell onto the concrete, coughing up black liquid when they heard a voice. Tamura Shigaraki, said the voice, making everyone freeze, I see your plan has failed. Come, there will be other opportunities for you to rise and seize your power once again. I'm sorry, sensei, said Shigaraki, turning to face the man, who stood tall and proud in a suit and tie with a black life support mask on his face with tubes connected to it. I've failed you. Nonsense, began the man, only to be interrupted with a fist coming straight at him, only for him to catch it. What the, stuttered Katsuo, who are you? Child, I am all for one, chuckled the villain, and you are a nuisance. Nito, if you will. Of course, father, shouted Nito, instantly teleporting in front of Katsuo and smirking before punching him away with a glowing, gold construct fist. Katsuo immediately spat up blood as he flew backwards, smashing into a wall as he thought, I can't use my full powers with Bakugo's body without hurting him in the process, damn this possession. Nito smirked and teleported in front of Katsuo, grabbing him by his neck, like my tricks. I'll let you in on my secret. Just like you, I'm not human. Why do you think my abilities aren't able to be taken? Nito gathered energy in his hand while smirking, before punching Katsuo once again while activating his super speed. I'm an android. I have nanites that were made from the microchips of both Super Adaptoid and AMAZO in my blood, and my mother's a Rogan Nana Shimura. Katsuo coughed and looked up before Bakugo's voice was heard, and I called you nature freak. Yay, but I can back it up, chuckled Katsuo with Ryo's voice. Quit ignoring me, you idiots, shouted Nito, I am Copycat, and I will destroy you. Gold lightning sparked around him before he ran at Katsuo, who smirked and looked at him. Here's the thing, Nature Freak knows what it's like to lose control thanks to anger. But you lose your mind when you're angered. And we'll use that to our advantage. Katsuo moved his body at super speed, phasing through Nieto's grip and smirking as he pounded the ground, explosive tremor. Nito simply growled and flew across the field of magma and grabbed his enemy while flying into the air. Katsuo smirked, thanks for the help, copy fucker. Izo, that's your cue. A massive ice ramp immediately appeared, with two blurs heading straight at Katsuo, who smiled while Ryo phased out of Bakugo's body, before flying Nito higher into the air. Of course you knew, you idiot, laughed Izo, blasting by Copycat and Katsuo. Izo immediately flew past Bakugo, who looked at the triple fusion as he heard a voice. Come on, shouted Kirishima, grab my hand. Bakugo chuckled and made a massive explosion all around him, blasting himself to his friend while performing a Michael Jackson lean in the air. Grabbing Kirishima's hand, he laughed, you really are idiots. A few minutes ago, Shoto, Izuku, Iida, Kirishima, and Omni were all more frightened than they ever thought possible. A villain more frightening than anything they've ever faced before was currently behind them, with the group only out of danger due to a wall. Their thoughts were interrupted by Mt. Lady being slammed against the side of a building, with the villain revealing himself. Ah, it seems that my hideout wasn't as secret as I thought. The villain calmly said, no matter, you all will be dead in moments anyway. Suddenly, steel threads began tightening around the man, preventing him from moving as best Genist held him with his quirk. Your quirk, chuckled the man, you don't rely on power or strength, but skill. I have no use for such an ability. He simply burned away the threads, before smiling, however, 6 elements and search come in very handy. He then blasted best Genist away, leaving the hero bloody and unconscious. Back with the teens, Izuku kept thinking about how to get out of this mess, but the moment he moved, Iida grabbed him by his shirt and shook his head, silently telling him not to move. Izuku thought about their situation and had an idea, before using sign language to tell everyone his plan. Iida caught on and responded back the same way, are you sure about that? What if it doesn't work? Izuku simply pointed to Omni, who understood the entire plan as well. Kirishima simply removed his matrix and gave it to Iida, who put it on right before bright navy blue, red, white, and green lights enveloped Shoto, Izuku and Iida before dying down and revealing a long-haired, teen male with blue hair on the left side of his head, white hair on the right, and a burn scar on the left side of his face that covered his eye, and black tips that ended at his shoulders. He also wore flexible white armor with a cooling vest on his torso, with thick black lines that ran down to his hands and feet, which had green gloves and boots on them, while his calves also had engines on them, and green, cyan, and white lightning sparked around him as he looked at the other side of the wall before he heard a voice. Thanks for the help, copy fucker. Izo, that's your cue. Izo laughed and punched the wall in front of him while making a massive ice ramp before grabbing Kirishima's hand and activating his engines as the two of them flew through the air with lightning sparking across them as they flew past Copycat and Katsuo, who seemed to glow as another person. Of course you knew, you idiot, laughed Izo, as he immediately flew past Bakugo, who looked at the triple fusion as he heard Kirishima's voice. Come on, shouted Kirishima, grab my hand. Bakugo chuckled and made a massive explosion all around him, blasting himself away from Copycat into his friend while performing a Michael Jackson lean in the air. Grabbing Kirishima's hand, he laughed, you really are idiots. Present time. The villain looked away from the teens as he sighed, there you are. All Might came crashing down with both fists raised as he yelled, all for one. I'll have you return my student to me immediately. All for one caught All Might's fists as red and black lightning sparked between the two and laughed as he pushed him back, you've gotten weaker All Might. It took you exactly 1 minute to get here once I sent the Nomu to Tamura. You're one to talk, all for one, says the angry hero, it's hard to ignore that fancy life support mask you have on. Now return my student to me immediately, I will not repeat myself again. All for one laughed, it seems that being a hero has messed up your memory a bit. I no longer have Katsuki Bakugo, seeing as A. Fusion rescued him from my son's clutches. Young Midoriya, thought the blonde pro, we'll be having a serious conversation about this later. I suppose you've come to end me once again, mocks All for one, you've been getting weaker every day, meanwhile I've been gaining quirks every day, and growing stronger as well. All Might immediately dashed in front of All for one before aiming to punch him in the face, before black sludge appeared in front of him, with Gran Torino getting hit instead. I'm sorry, said All Might as he immediately pulled his fist back. Spring-like limbs, plus air cannon, kinetic booster X4, strength enhancer X3, plus the fire and electricity aspects of 6 elements. Hummed All for one as he slammed his fist into All Might's stomach, before realizing that his fist was caught. Why the hell, growled the voice of the person, as red and midnight blue fiery hair shot into the night sky and he looked at All for one with red and black eyes, do you have my father's quirk? A few minutes ago, Ryo blocked an incoming attack from Copycat as he smirked and blasted him with the same unknown energy from the training camp. Copycat growled and attempted to morph his fingers into absorption plugs, but he was met with nothing but pain until he turned back to normal. What was that? Asked Ryo, sensing an unknown yet familiar power growing inside him. Give me your power already, shouted Copycat, before charging at Ryo and flying them both high into the air, yelling in anger while turning his right arm into a mace and his left into a blade. Cool trick, smirked Reo, before forming a sword made of teal crystal and electricity around his arm, mine's bigger. The two of them clashed as Copycat stretched his mace to swing at Reo, before he screamed in pain as his arm began to freeze. Reo laughed as blue energy covered his form, with his hair being made of the same teal crystals as his sword was, while a cloak of magma-infused darkness covered his body, as well as his arms and legs. I don't think you understand yet. Hi, I'm Reo Todoroki Monroe. I'm a ghost teen who's the most powerful person you'll ever know of. Now, I'm also going to be the guy who kills you. You wouldn't dare, laughed Copycat, you're a hero. Well, I don't have a license, and I've already been torturing you for a while now, so I'm gonna end this quickly, laughed Reo, before activating the only quirk he's never used in his life, making his lightning get brighter as flames danced around him as his skin turned into ice with liquid silver in it. His hair remained the same, but his hair also gained black and white flames. I call this full element, says Reo, before slamming into Copycat and punching him in the stomach over and over again while making lightning strike the two of them at the same time. What is this? Thought Nito, I should be able to copy this. Why can't I copy his power? The only thing that I'm unable to duplicate is. His thoughts were interrupted as he received two blue blasts of energy from Rio's eyes, making him yell in pain before using his duplicated heat vision to counter it, making Reo laugh. You've copied abilities, right? Laughed Reo, which means you have their weaknesses too. He then turned the crystals on his head into dark green, glowing crystals, making Copycat groan in pain while flying away. Reo simply chuckled before turning himself into air, catching Nito by his throat and looking at the nearest camera. I told you, villains, laughed Reo, I will hunt you all down, and you'll never kill anyone else ever again. Nito laughed softly while choking, you don't even know, do you? She's not dead. What the fuck are you talking about? Growled Reo, before making his cloak wrap around Nito, making him yell in pain. Ghost zone, shouted Nito, Yaoyorozu is alive, she's in the ghost zone. Reo smiled and returned to his normal form as he landed in the middle of the arena, before covering Copycat in head to toe in the same teal crystals mixed in with a purple metal. Good luck getting out of Titanite and Vibranium before I get back, chuckled Reo before zooming off in a burst of speed. Present. I was on my way to get my girlfriend back, and imagine my surprise when I hear you're using my dad's quirk, growled Reo as he began reverting to the same wrath form from at the training camp, before swiping at All for One with a darkness-infused claw. Young Reo, shouted All Might, thank you for the save, but how are you still alive? Reo simply jumped on top of All for One's shoulders and made two tonfa made of darkness surrounded by the unknown energy as he slammed them against All for One's mask repeatedly while yelling at All Might, that doesn't matter. Get out of here and protect the civilians. You can die, I can't. All Might could tell his nephew was right, but before he could ask what he meant about him not being able to die, he was sent flying by a punch to his stomach, sending him back against a wall. Nice to finally meet this version of you, All Might, smirked the anarchist, but you're not welcome here, so I advise you to leave before you get hurt. All Might looked at the young villain, you have no idea who you're dealing with, kid. You still have a chance to surrender. Nah, chuckled anarchist, but I'm not interested in fighting you today, so why don't you go rescue the civilians, and I'll take my leave. All Might could only watch in disbelief as anarchist disappeared from his sight, before heading to rescue every civilian he could find. As Reo continued to repeatedly attack All for One's life support helmet, Shigaraki could only watch in anger as his master was actually getting hurt by someone other than All Might. Sensei, shouted Shigaraki as he started running to his sensei, determined to help him before he was stopped. No, Tamura, said All for One, you must leave this battlefield now. This is one enemy that will not hesitate to end your plans in an instant. He then covered his fingers in a black and red substance before extending them to stab Kurogiri in his back, before he began to twitch a bit. Careful, said Magna, getting up, one of the heroes did something to him and now he's unconscious. I'm not sure what's going on, but if you can teleport, why don't you get us out of here? As you can see, I am currently occupied with this child on my shoulders, Magna, says All for One, anarchist will find you all, but this is where we will have to part ways for a while. Suddenly, a giant portal made of Kurogiri's mist body appeared behind Magna before All for One spoke once again, forcible quirk activation. Now leave this place. Mr. Compress sighed as he crouched down to turn the unconscious Dabi into one of his marbles, while our masked mastermind is keeping our attackers occupied, we must go. As he spoke, All Might suddenly came crashing down with his fist cocked back, All for One. You're going to pay for your crimes. Reo immediately smirked and backflipped off of All for One's shoulders after tapping his neck gently, landing between the League and Kurogiri's portal. Not so fast, guys, laughed Reo, leaving so soon. I'm hurt. Shigaraki turned his head away from All Might and All for One once he heard Reo, I'm going to kill you. I mean, it's kinda impossible to kill something that's already dead, smirked Reo as his hands began glowing in blue and white energy, thought you're welcome to try. Shigaraki nodded at his league, alright, everyone, pick your prize. Unknowingly and unfortunately for Reo, there had been cameras watching the entire battle up in the sky thanks to helicopters. Izuku, Shoto, Iida, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Omni all met up back in the city, watching and hearing everything from a safe distance. This is getting brutal, and I've fought Vilgax, mumbled Omni, what's up with your friend, isn't he supposed to be dead? Not in the way you think, says Bakugo, he mentioned he wasn't human, and now he's saying he can't die. Something's up. Deku, did you know anything about this? First I've heard of it from him, says Izuku, but look at the way he's fighting now. He's using an improved version of. That's when it hit him. Reo was using one for all, and due to him technically being the 10th user, all the buildup of power had done something to him that even he probably didn't know about. That's when everyone watched as Reo began choking Copycat while freezing him at the same time, before he said something that made Reo drop him in the middle of the battlefield after covering him in a strange crystal that made Omni gasp. He shouldn't be able to use Titanite, says the shocked teen, gently grasping his wrist with the Omnitrix on it. Once they saw Reo had disappeared from sight, he suddenly reappeared in between All Might and All for One, catching a punch from the villain as they saw him return to him the same form from the training camp. This won't end well, says Iida, having witnessed this form's capabilities. For which side? Asked Shoto, sounding worried. The Ghost Zone, Dawn's domain. Kenshi followed Dawn as they walked up to a large mansion with an arena in the open field, with Momo's unconscious form in Dawn's arms. Honey, you're finally home, says a feminine voice as they near the front door. We all thought you'd be back in a few weeks. Dawn smiles as he and Kenshi walk through the door, with it closing on its own. The female then walked up to Dawn, revealing black hair, red eyes, and green skin, wearing Arabic-style jewelry and a light blue dress. Sorry to drop in on you all so early, Desiree, smiles Dawn, but this was an emergency, and I really missed you and the girls. The two kissed before Desiree noticed the unconscious Ravenette in her husband's arms, and who's this? Momo Yaoyorozu, said Dawn, Rio's girlfriend, but Kate transported her and Kenshi back there to the Ghost Zone. I need help protecting them while trying to keep the fabric of every reality from ripping apart. Desiree nodded while taking Momo from, all right, I'll take her to the infirmary. Hope and Sunny should still be there. What are you going to do with the other one? Hopefully send him back home, and if I can't, I'll explain everything I can to him, sighed Dawn, pointing his thumb back at Kenshi. Okay, love, smiled Desiree. Oh, and Kitty, Luma, and Gwen are all out shopping for the day, so this'll be a pleasant surprise when they get back. Don't spend too much time in your lab. The ghostly woman smiled while carrying Momo to the infirmary, with Kenshi speaking up finally. So, mind explaining to me what the hell is going on? Asked the autistic gamer. The only thing I know for sure is that I'm in some alternate dimension. Follow me, said Dawn, transforming back into his human form as the two walked to an elevator, which went up before they came to see a large lab with multiple holographic screens on one side, and lab equipment on the other with a few glass cases that held different costumes. Where are we? Asked Kenshi, some kind of Batcave. You're not far off, chuckled Dawn. I use those monitors to view the multiverse and any branch-off timelines that get messed up. If anything happens to a timeline, I alert my brother, but he likely knows about it already. Dimensions are my issue, so that's why you're here and not with Danny. I'm still confused, groaned Kenshi. So far I get that I'm from an alternate universe, and I'm stuck here. Is there any way you can get me back home? Maybe, chuckled Dawn, the multiverse is vast, wide, and endless. Kinda hard to pinpoint what Earth I'm headed to if I don't know much about it. I could end up sending you to Earth X if I'm not careful. Dawn simply continued typing on his computer before turning his arm into bluish-green slime, which he extended to the other side of the room. You kids nowadays, groaned Dawn, you never know how to be patient. Lucky for you, I'm a genius, so I can send you home. What's the catch? Asked Kenshi, raising an eyebrow. If Danny needs you here to protect the timeline, you'll just reappear the moment I send you back, meaning nothing will happen. Before Kenshi could ask what he meant, Dawn blasted him with purple energy, sending him flying backwards into a portal before he reappeared and crashed into the nearest wall. Well, that answers that question, sighs Dawn. I'll visit Danny later. We need to get you some gear, seeing as most of your stuff is in your dimension. Sure, whatever, shrugs Kenshi. Can I go see Momo now? Sorry, kid, says Dawn, continuing to type on his computer while moving holographic screens away from him. As much as I would love to have you look after her, you're too attached to her. I can't have you pissing of her boyfriend, seeing as you've still got feelings despite knowing she's not the Momo you know. What makes you think I don't know that? Says Kenshi, and it's not like you can keep me here. Dawn didn't even look at him as he spoke. Kid, you're gonna get yourself killed. Kenshi ignored him and headed towards the door before black vines began barricading it, blocking him out. He then looked at the source of the vines to see Dawn's left leg now a complete vine, extending it towards the door as he typed. You don't have any idea what you're getting into, kid, says Dawn, zooming in on a dimensional quake. Kenshi just pulled up his game menu to get a netherite pickaxe from Minecraft before mining away at the branches, which became covered in a thick layer of titanite. You're not allowed to leave this room until I get back, says Dawn, transforming into his ghost form and opening a portal with his hand. Where are you going? Shouted Kenshi. Get back here and let me go. Be quiet, says Dawn, looking at him while walking through the portal. I'm about to help save the rest of my family, stay here. In Camino. Have you truly gotten so weak that you need assistance from a child to defeat me? Mocked All for One as he began imbuing his right arm with multiple quirks. I need no help defeating the likes of you, All for One, shouted All Might, cocking his arm back as the two clashed, with All Might's sleeve tearing apart in the process. I admit, it's shameful that I needed my students' help rescuing young Bakugo, but now I don't have to hold anything back. All for One laughed. Are you truly willing to put those around you, including your nephew, in danger then? That doesn't sound so heroic coming from you, All Might. All Might growled as he grabbed All for One's left wrist, refusing to let him out of his grip. You toy with people's emotions, their weaknesses, and expect them to bend to your will. Well, no more, it ends here and now. Slamming his free fist into All for One's mask, All Might crushes the rubble around them both, while making a large crater around them both. As this went down, Shigaraki watched in anger and worry as he began running towards the two, only to be blasted backwards before slamming against a stone wall behind him. You didn't forget about me, did you? Chuckled Reo, with blades of electric white energy sticking out of his palms. You're not going anywhere except to Tartarus. I knew you were too chicken to kill us. Chuckled twice, he'll do it, we gotta run. Shigaraki looked at Reo, take him out, he's stopping us from helping sensei. I'd say this wouldn't be a fair fight, but I'm feeling generous now that Copycat's out the picture, laughed Reo as he dodged an incoming knife from Toga. What did you do to my brother? Shouted Shigaraki. Reo grabbed the knife before throwing the knife back, stabbing compress in his hand. He's simply contained, until I feel I should get rid of him. I think I'm starting to get used to this weird energy I've been using, smirked Reo. Come on, time for some practice. I won't even use my quirk. The villains charged at Reo as twice used his measuring tape to swing it at the teen, only for him to stop as he realized he was suddenly floating in the air. What the hell? Shouted the ninja villain, help. I got this. Magna swung her metal beam at the ghost teen, only for him to raise his other arm and stop it midair, shocking her. That's strange, says Reo, I'm not using my quirk, so that shouldn't have happened. Shigaraki used the opportunity to get close enough to Reo to touch his back, which then became bulkier and covered in black tatanite as nothing happened. Why? Asked Shigaraki, why isn't my quirk working on you? I actually have no idea, chuckled Reo, but I like it. He then blew Shigaraki away with a burst of wind coming from his chest, while keeping him away from Kurogiri at the same time. We need to retreat, Shigaraki, said Spinner, this isn't going too well, we need to get to Kurogiri. The crusty villain didn't like it, but Spinner was right. They weren't getting anywhere, and they weren't able to help All for One, and they were also trapped. That'd be a good idea, if we had a way to keep this pest busy, shouted Magna, dodging glowing, blue goo that seemed to melt things. If you insist, shouted a male voice, crashing down in front of Reo and slamming his fist into the teen hero, sending him crashing a few meters away from them. You okay, little brother? Asked Nito, smirking as he looked at Shigaraki, who smiled. Yeah, now come on, rasps the villain as he decays the stone wall, we need to get out of here. I'm not coming with you, said Nito, someone needs to keep this brat occupied, and father is busy with All Might. No, shouted Shigaraki, I refuse to lose you both. I will not let it happen. Nito smiles as he holds his brother's shoulder, sorry, but I need you to achieve your dream, Tamura. Do it for our father, our sensei, and do it for me. Before he could answer, Shigaraki found himself being flung backwards while watching a light come closer to Nito, who held his arm out as a golden glow surrounded his hands, making the rest of the league go through as well. Reo immediately came into his view as he went through the portal, thinking about his family and how he would get revenge on every hero in society for them. The portal closed once he passed through, with Reo growling as he attempted to grab it, only to miss by a few milliseconds. Seems you were too slow for once, laughed Nito, now why don't we continue where we left off? The two immediately lunged at each other with Nito slashing at Rio's arm, cutting it off as he yelled, with green blood coming out of his wound. Nito then began to growl uncontrollably as he grew twice his size, with spikes coming out of his back while talons made of tatanite mixed with vibranium grew from his knuckles, and horns grew from his forehead that curved backwards while his right arm morphed into a bulky black shape that was covered, if not made of darkness, which spread to his face, while his legs became covered in armor plating that seemed to cover his back like a spiked shell as well. This is gonna be fun, Nito yelled maniacally before charging at Reo with no care in the world. Omni watched in surprise as he saw both Reo and Copycat use tatanite, with Reo having used multiple aliens' abilities that he had himself. That's not possible, said the Omnitrix wielder, gripping his wrist slightly, he doesn't have an Omnitrix, he shouldn't be able to do any of that. Izuku and the others looked at him before Bakugo spoke up, what the hell are you talking about Changeling Deku? Ignoring the insult Omni explained, all my abilities come from my Omnitrix, and this kid has managed to do it all without one. He's used Terraspin's Aeroblast, Gravitax's Gravity Manipulation, Diamond Head's Crystal Body, which can't be decayed for some reason, Lodestar's Magnetism, and that blonde idiot used Feedback's absorption plugs on his fingers and it backfired. He's hiding something from us, says Iida. Reo wouldn't keep this from us unless he wasn't aware of it, or he didn't want us to know about it. Shoto looked at the screen as it suddenly went black, with only All Might and All for One being seen with the two teen enemies nowhere to be found. He made sure no one would see them, says Izuku, we need to stop him. Midoriya, what's going on? Says Kirishima, what are you talking about? It's Reo, says Izuku, he doesn't plan on stopping Copycat. He's gonna kill him. Finally finished this chapter, and we got a chance to see what's going on with everyone in the Ghost Zone. Next up, All Might and Reo vs All for One and Copycat. This chapter has been beta read by Shonen King 94. Powerhouse, out. 62 Chapter 48. 1 Defeat, 1 Rampage. Author's note, hello my fantastic readers. I would like to say how much I appreciate your time to read my story, especially with how much time and effort I put into these chapters. As always, constructive criticism is always welcome, and now, I present to you, the first chapter of the rescue arc. Disclaimer, I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OCs. Review. Guest. You have no idea how much I agree with you. Don't worry, I have a plan that will be happening next chapter. Insert Joker laugh. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. 1 defeat, 1 rampage. Reo and Nito began to clash in the air once again, each attacking the other with their most dangerous attacks. Nito slashed at Reo as the ghost turned his torso intangible, making the attack pass right through him before grabbing Nito's arm, twisting it backwards, and tearing it off ruthlessly. Ah! Shouts Nito, before regenerating his arm slowly and slashing at Reo, cutting his torso in half before it began to reform into 2 identical versions of Reo. That's cute, smirks Reo before throwing Nito down, with the clone launching himself down at the android, unleashing a sonic scream imbued with fire, ice, and lightning as the wails of the dead were heard as it slammed Nito deeper into the ground. Nito groaned as he attempted to phase through the attack by phasing his molecules, but was surprised to see a clone of Reo now underground with him, counterphasing while smirking as he turned into blue slime and wrapped around Nito, with the albino-haired android yelled in agony as his skin began dissolving and repairing itself over and over again. Suddenly, Reo started laughing maniacally as the acid took effect, with only one thought in his mind. More. As the 2 teens fought once more, All Might kept his fist pinned down on All For One's exposed face. As he kept him pinned, steam began coming off of All Might, with one of his iconic streaks of hair falling down his face, showing that he was almost out of energy. Gran Torino saw this and gasped, "Toshinori, you've reached your limit." As the blonde breathed heavily, All For One spoke up, "What's the matter? You seem to be worked up about something, All Might. I recall hearing that same line before, from the person who had one for all before you. Nana Shimura. All For One said smugly as he silently began to livestream everything to the cameras with his son doing the same. You have so much in common with her, the utter waste of a human who passed one for all onto you. All Might grunted while looking at All For One's crushed face. My master was a true hero. Keep her name out of your fucking mouth. Nana Shimura was nothing but a woman with no skill and grand ideas she couldn't live up to. It's an embarrassment for me, the creator of One for All, to see her inherit that power. And the way she died was truly pathetic. Shall I tell you all about it? All Might gritted his teeth before pulling his free fist back in the air. Enough. All For One immediately blasted All Might away, sending him flying through the air before he was caught by Gran Torino. All For One coughed as he got up, looking at Gran Torino. You're in the way. Toshinori, calm down, says Gran Torino. 6 years ago he used the same trick, and that's how he escaped after leaving that hole in your stomach. He knows what your weakness is, and he's using it against you. Don't let him get a word in. His tactics and quirks are like nothing before, so we have to work smarter, not harder. If you can move, break past your limit, damn it. All For One stood and smirked as he heard the voices of civilians from all over Japan through the use of his quirks. All Might looks beat up. How's that possible? That villain really did a number on him. Where are the other heroes? They're getting sloppy. The villains are getting out of hand lately. Nah, the heroes are just slacking on their jobs. But All Might can handle them, right? Tamura's been working diligently to destroy society's trust in heroes, said All For One. I almost feel bad for putting this nail in the coffin. Just as you hate me, All Might, I despise you, continued All For One. It's true that I have killed your master, but you've smashed everything I've worked so hard to build. So you understand when I hope you see an ugly, brutal death. All For One's sleeve then began to inflate to be 3 times its regular size, with Gran Torino shouting as he noticed this. It's a big one incoming, said the elderly hero, dodge it and counterattack. Are you sure you can afford that, All Might, says All For One. All Might growls before he hears a noise behind him, noticing a civilian woman that he missed under the rubble. As the massive blast of air was released, All Might immediately got in front of the woman, holding his fist out as he took the blast head on, preventing the woman from getting hurt. All For One spoke once more as the smoke began to clear. First your image, which you've maintained despite your wound. Then your pride, and then, the world will see what a pathetic man you truly are. The smoke cleared fully, revealing Toshinori in his All Might outfit, with it torn apart as he held his fist directly at All For One. Bakugo watched as he saw All Might's true form, shriveled up and skinny while his eyes were shaded, with blood covering him all over. Why is he so skinny? Said a civilian. He's nothing but bones. Izuku watched in terror. Please, don't let this be broadcasted to the world. Can't see the symbol of peace succumbing to evil. His secret, said the green-haired teen, not noticing that he was heard by Bakugo. All Might grunted as he glared at All For One. You may expose me to the world, but my spirit, my will. That's what makes me the symbol of peace. You haven't stolen any of that. All For One chuckled. Wonderful. That means these next bits of information will be your downfall, most likely. Tamura Shigaraki is Nana Shimura's grandson. Toshinori stopped before All For One spoke again, and you haven't even heard the best parts yet. Tamura has a couple cousins that you know well, I hope. Of course, you know of Reo Todoroki Monroe and Izuku Midoriya, your successor. Tamura has hated all of you all this time. Toshinori growled angrily. Lies. You don't know a damn thing, All For One. I was hoping for that reaction, but here's the icing on the cake. All For One said smugly, my son Nito is also Nana Shimura's son as well. At that, Toshinori froze, with his smile now fully gone as he processed this information. He knew deep in his heart that it was true, because it's exactly the fucked up kind of thing that All For One would do to hurt him. Where's that unwavering smile, All Might? Mocked All For One, making a smile with his fingers. How? Said Toshinori, how dare you? Looks like I managed to get a bit of your spirit after all. What have I done? Thought Toshinori, my own master's family. Suddenly, the woman behind him began to speak up, snapping him out of his thoughts. Please, All Might, you can beat him, please, save us. All Might, says a civilian, this looks bad. If All Might can't beat him, says another civilian, I'm not sure if anyone can. He may look different, but he's still our All Might. You can do it, All Might. You've got this. Don't you dare lose, All Might. Izuku, Bakugo, and the others all looked at the civilians cheering All Might on, before looking at the battle once more and yelling in unison. You can win, All Might. Toshinori smiled as he gathered his remaining energy in his right arm, buffing it up to the point where he had his prime strength. Of course, young lady, there are plenty of things that heroes need to protect, all for one. And that's why, I won't lose. Reo laughed like a madman as Nito began to run from him, with gold and blue streaks of lightning trailing behind them as they ran, with white fire surrounding the blue lightning. Nito looked behind him as he dodged an incoming ice shard to the face, yelling, "You're fucking crazy, you lunatic." Reo didn't care as he tackled Nito, before laughing as he created a portal from underneath the two of them, before floating over it and holding Nito halfway through. Nito growled as he saw magma below him, and kicked Reo in the face before falling, but quickly made a portal back to the fight. He was then met with a glowing fist to his face, sending him flying against some more rubble as he noticed his bleeding wasn't stopping this time. Reo continued laughing as he came crashing down on top of Nito, as he slammed his feet into the white-haired android's lungs and stomach. Nito immediately threw up blood, and what little food he had from the past hour and a half, while he thought, it's not possible. I should have healed from these wounds. My nanites should be working perfectly. Reo smiled as he picked up Nito by his face, with his hand glowing with the unusual energy as he unleashed a massive blast to Nito's face, before dropping him on the ground like a ragdoll. This is fun, laughed Reo, let's play more. Izuku looked at Iida as he blocked his path, glaring at the teen as he spoke, nobody's going anywhere, Midoriya. What the hell, Iida? Says Izuku, with the group a bit away from the crowd of civilians, are you seriously saying you'd rather Reo kill someone instead of trying to save him or All Might in the slightest? Of course not, retorts Iida, but if we go back over there, with that villain and copycat both there, we'd only be getting in their way. I refuse to let you or anyone else be in danger. Izuku scoffed as he began to walk away as lightning surrounded him. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, so are we, says Iida as a flash of green light covered the area, with a small, blue, fairy-like creature flying around Izuku's head as dust began to trail behind it. Seems like someone needs a nap, chirps the fairy-like being, looks like pesky dust came in handy this time. Shoto piped up from beside the alien, how do you know what your forms can do if you've never used them before? I spend time practicing with the UA staff, and I find new transformations and things whenever I hang out with Nezu, chirped pesky dust before transforming back into Omni. Keep him close, he can't leave our sight, says Iida, before looking at the screen once more as he watched All Might and All for One's fight. Toshinori stood as he looked at All for One, each having received a fair amount of damage so far. With all of our might, let's stop pulling our punches for once, says All for One, after all, wounded heroes are always the scariest. Ever since I ripped your guts out so long ago, the look of your face remained in a few nightmares sometimes. As I said before, I'll stop holding back now. All Might, shouted the voices of civilians from all over, it's up to you to stop this cruel, heartless villain, All Might. We're rooting for you, because no matter what you look like, you're still our number one hero. Our hopes, all rest on your victory. All for One spoke up soon after the speech, oh, do shut up, all of you. Wake up to reality, nothing you do ever goes according to plan, so your hope and spirit mean nothing in the slightest. Spring-like limbs, 4 kinetic boosters, 3 strength enhancers, a multiplier, hypertrophy, rivets, diamond and fire aspects of 6 elements. In order to really kill you, I'll hit you with my ultimate quirk combination. All for One flew down as he thought, I was correct, All Might. You no longer have one for all, you're simply using the remains from the transfer. You've failed as a teacher, All Might, shouts All for One as the two clashed, with a massive burst of wind and power breaking things apart all around them. Once you die, I'll be going after your successor, Izuku Midoriya. I'm assuming he can't control it correctly, am I right? He can only safely access up to 70% without breaking his limbs. Toshinori gritted his teeth as he pushed his fist forward. It's true, I've failed as a teacher. But until I know that boy and the rest of my students have a bright future ahead of him without you in his way. Buffing up completely one final time, All Might uppercutted All for One as hard as he could. I can't die yet. All for One's head jerked backwards as the attack hit, using this power discreetly at this time, so precisely, I miscalculated quite a bit. The villain scoffed as the two powerhouses clashed for power even more, that was weak as hell. All Might shouted as he cocked his free fist back, that's because I didn't put my back into it. As he slammed his fist into All for One's face, All Might remembered the words of his master. This power that has been passed down by so many over the years, in order to serve the greater good, to protect so many people, and now it's your turn. Do your best, Toshinori. Slamming his fist down, All Might shouted, United States of Smash. Goodbye All for One, thought All Might as he slammed All for One down with his fist, defeating the villain once and for all. And farewell, thought Toshinori, reverting to his true form, one for all. Toshinori slowly stood, not saying a word as he raised his arm into the air. A news helicopter had just flown over the area as the wind around him and All for One's unconscious body, capturing video of Toshinori as he stood tall, before buffing up, signaling the fight with All for One was over. Gran Torino sighed, he may overdo it, but he's still on the job. This is his final act as the number one hero. The crowd cheered as they watched the footage, praising All Might for winning the battle. Suddenly, there was a crash near the Toshinori, with two figures being revealed in a crater as the smoke around them cleared. Help, me, said the voice of Nito, as he crawled out of the crater, please. Two, glowing, red eyes came closer as Titanite-covered claws grabbed Nito by his head and laughed. No one's going to help you, you villain. You're going to die here. Reo looked and saw Toshinori, who couldn't believe what he was seeing, as he'd never seen his nephew in this state before. The news camera had just flown over once more, zooming in on the teenagers as the reporter spoke. I'm not sure what's going on here, but it seems that soon after All Might defeated one villain, two more have appeared, yet they seem to be fighting each other for some reason. Will any of this carnage stop, or will these villains manage another horrible victory? Reo growled as he heard the reporter, before throwing Nito high into the air while flying towards the helicopter with full element activated. I don't give a fuck about the villains unless they get into my personal life, but listen here, said Reo, looking at the camera up close. My name is Reo Todoroki Monroe, and I'm no villain, I'm just doing what most heroes refuse to do themselves. Now I suggest you turn off this camera, it's about to get messy. Reo then laughed as he jumped off the helicopter, before slamming his feet into Nito's stomach, sending him crashing back down in another crater, before jumping away with black lightning trailing behind him as he ran farther and farther away. Toshinori watched as Reo ran, which seemed to confuse him until he put the pieces together and looked at the camera while yelling, "Get out of here. It's not what you think, you need to get to safety." Unfortunately, the helicopter was too high up to hear him, meaning they didn't move an inch. Fortunately, a new figure showed up and flew towards the newscopter, before making it disappear, before appearing next to Toshinori once more and making him disappear, with the hero suddenly finding himself sitting in Recovery Girl's office. All right, now to wait for the turning point, says the figure, invisibly floating in the air. Reo continued running farther and farther away, before laughing as he saw an island and turned around, time for a U-turn. Turning on the ocean's surface, Reo made his lightning trail behind him while having both the air and water around him do the same. Breaking his previous speeds, the enraged teen ghost took one step before running back towards Nito, freezing the water and air while laughing harder and even crazier than ever before, uncaring of the world around him as his lightning turned red and black, while Nito appeared in his line of sight. The white-haired villain fell towards the ground as he saw Rio's lightning, before gasping as he used the last bit of strength he had left to use his other quirk. In a flash of red light, Nito activated his quirk the moment Reo lunged at him with a lightning and cold air-imbued blade covering his hand, with ice surrounding it as well. Reo laughed as he stabbed what he'd assumed was Nito, only to pause in fear as he heard the one voice he never wanted to hear in this situation. Reo, said the voice, making Reo revert to his human look instantly, hair and all. What did you do? Reo didn't dare move, as he didn't want to open up any wound or cause the ice to freeze over. He simply laid her down and cried silently as he held the raven-haired woman he loved, not caring about anyone else in the slightest. He'd just killed her. He killed Momo Yaoyorozu. Well, shit, that just happened. I know Joke had a few tears writing this chapter, but things will get better. Whoever gets the references correct, then I'll give them a cookie. Next time, Ultimate Onslaught Overdrive. This chapter has been beta read by Shonen King 94. Powerhouse, out. 62 Chapter 49, The Chaotic Conclusion. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however, own my OCs. I also do not own any Aliens, Ben 10, or 5YL. Those belong to Man of Action and the Ink Tank respectively. Danny Phantom is owned by Butch Hartman. Review. Blazing Fire Star Kid 01. I've set up what will probably be a depressing chapter arc for our main op boy. Maybe. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. The chaotic conclusion. Reo held Momo's slowly freezing body in his arms, crying as he desperately attempted to reverse the effects of what he had just done. He just killed the woman he loved, and there's nothing he could do to bring her back. I'm sorry, cried Reo, holding Momo close to his chest. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Shuffling was heard as Reo cried silently, before an arrogant, cocky voice chuckled, my nanites finally got back online, no thanks to you. He saw Reo holding someone, and unable to tell who it was, he simply laughed once more, I can't believe it. You killed an innocent person instead of the one person you wanted to kill. You're pathetic, Monroe. You can't even protect one person. Reo growled softly as he heard Nito's mocks, before his hair immediately turned into black flames, covering both him and Momo in a dome of flames, which then became a glowing dome made of the unknown energy, which was now black and blue. Reo then turned his left hand into a blade, and making sure Momo was alright, chopped his left hand off. He then stood, before turning his head and glaring at the still laughing Nito, he began walking to him, before he felt Momo's hand around his wrist. Don't do this, Reo, coughed Momo, please. Manama laughed as he saw who was speaking, oh, shit. You really are useless. You couldn't protect your own girlfriend when both of your lives literally depended on it. It's hilarious, really. First Paradox kills your dad, then your mom dies due to her own damn quirk, and now your girlfriend is dying as we speak. Something in Reo snapped at that moment. He subconsciously phased his arm out of Momo's grip as he walked through the dome, realizing something in that moment. He'd never done anything wrong, he wasn't the one who killed his father, that was Paradox. He didn't kill his mother, she died in the most natural way a ghost could. He'd never hurt her, he'd never hurt Momo, he wasn't the one who killed her, that was all Nito, everything that had happened was Nito's fault. The laughter soon stopped as Nito looked at Ryo's slowly approaching form, realizing that he has royally fucked up this time. He didn't know what was about to happen in the next few minutes, but he most likely wasn't walking away from this. Ryo walked towards Nito as his skin became metal once more, but this time, the metal was a midnight blue instead of gray. Horns sprouted from Ryo's forehead, with his hands and feet turning into the animalistic claws from the training camp, as well as the rest of his body. However, unlike at the training camp, Ryo hadn't gone berserk. He simply floated into the air as storm clouds formed above him, with lightning striking as well. Nito attempted to run, but was stopped by a wall of blue and black flames. This has been long overdue for you, Nito, Ryo said darkly, it's time for you to die. Allowing the darkness to cover his severed arm, Ryo made a giant, flame-covered mace before swinging it, with Nito doing his best to dodge. However, Ryo planned for that. The second Nito moved out of the way, he was struck by lightning, before actually getting hit by the mace. He was blasted away, with the flames covering him as he crashed into a wall of rubble. I've got to get out of here, groaned Nito as he opened a portal, only to be met with a punch to his face. Do you honestly think you'll be going anywhere? Laughed Ryo, before splitting into two of himself and looking at his duplicate, go take care of all for one. He's still alive, so just take him to Tartarus for me. The duplicate nodded before turning into electricity and disappearing, with Nito growling as he attempted to get there first. Ryo simply grabbed him by his head and smiled, we still have some unfinished business, asshole. Do you have any last words, copycat? Nito smirked, everyone in the Billion Underworld will know where your loved ones live, hero or not. Have fun watching them die. Ryo sank his now fire-imbued claws into Nito, I'll handle them myself then. Slamming his head onto the concrete, Ryo continued breaking Nito piece by piece, before his maniacal laughter returned. He soon pulled Nito back up, smiling as he saw the nanites starting to heal him. I can't kill you if those things are healing you, chuckled Ryo, before slamming his fist into Nito's stomach, while sending out a wave of speed force and one-for-all imbued electricity combined with the unknown energy he continued using. Nito, somehow was able to speak, hey, wonder what your parents would think about you now. A weak father, a dead mother who couldn't raise her own son, and a pathetic weak girlfriend, you've got nothing, and no one, you're just like me. That was it. Ryo snapped as all sense he had turned to rage, before the full fury of his mind and form caught up to him once more. His teeth became sharper, with his tongue becoming snake-like once again as he held his head in pain before looking at Nito, who had been pinned by one of Ryo's feet, with the enraged ghost looking at him while a maddening combination of a grin and growl was heard. Ryo's darkness arm was now imbued with magma and electricity, with his other arm being covered with vibranium-imbued titanite, with veins of ice that ran down his arm. What's wrong? Yelled Ryo, you wanted me to be just like you. Ryo slammed both fists into Nito's stomach, with the android coughing up blood as he felt nothing but pain. Ryo laughed as he tore away parts of Nito again and again, enjoying nothing more in this moment. Unknown. Every hero available, we need you to get to Kamino, now, shouted the head of the Hero Public Safety Commission, we need to take that kid down hard and fast. Every hero on comms heard the order, and despite not liking fighting a child, they couldn't go against what they were told. The head of the HPSC didn't quite care if the villains were taken down, but he did care about a child who was going to UA, especially if that child was about to commit murder, regardless if it was a villain or not. The HPSC still had a reputation to uphold, and they couldn't have Ryo tearing that apart. Sir, all heroes are busy with nomus or helping civilians, said the head of communications, no one will make it in time to stop him. The chairwoman growled, let's send him in then, assuming he's not already there. In case he can't do anything, get Nagant and Hawks on standby. The woman looked at the screen as she sighed, and God help us all. Ryo continued slamming his claws into Copycat's mangled body, tearing him apart piece by piece while laughing maniacally as the nanites attempted to heal him, only to be too slow due to the fact that they were being overloaded by Ryo's natural electricity, as well as the combination of one for all, the speed force, and the strange energy he kept using. Please, begged Nito, having had enough, especially since his right arm and left leg were ripped off for the 4th time, let me die already, I'm sorry. Ryo either didn't hear his begging, or he outright didn't care. He simply responded by covering his hands in blue and white flames, burning Nito as he yelled in pain and agony. Nito groaned as he used as much energy he had left to activate the self-destruct feature in his nanites, which was strong enough to resemble 4 active nukes. The explosion soon began to engulf everything around it, before it started to collapse in on itself, with Ryo having been at the center of it while absorbing the blast and returning it back to Nito in a full, single attack to the face. AGHHH, shouted Nito, yelling in pain while he crawled away, only to be grabbed by his face and have titanite shards be stabbed into his eyes. Ryo simply laughed before he stood up and walked away, before returning to his normal ghost form and flying towards Momo. He ultimately stopped his flight the moment he reached his girlfriend, before once again, slowly changing again as he saw who was with Momo. Paradox, growled Ryo, using every bit of speed he had to get to Momo, get the hell away from her. Paradox smiled as she simply teleported away, with Momo going with her in a flash of black and purple light. No, shouted Ryo, slamming the ground in rage as magma flew around him, no. I'll kill you Paradox. Don't worry, little nephew, chuckled Paradox's lingering voice, even if her body wasn't present, I'm not going to hurt her, unless I feel I should. He immediately turned his head to find Paradox not there, with his eyes turning blue with small, black stars in them before they returned to fully midnight blue one again as he sent out a geo-pulse strong enough to cover half of Japan, making him growl as he suddenly made Izuku appear in front of him, who was just as confused as he was scared. Ryo, asked Izuku, what's going on? Why are you growling at me? I know you're pissed at Copycat, but don't take it out on me. Ryo didn't hear his words, having only one person in his line of sight, and it wasn't Izuku, Paradox. Izuku looked confused as he heard the ghost villain's name, making him turn around. Where is she? We might be able to get her to tell us what she did to Momo. That only served to make Ryo angrier, as he began to grow multiple times his size, with a large, spiked shell coming out of his spine, before it lay flat on his back. His jaw began to separate slightly before he sprouted two pairs of extra large arms from the sides of his torso. With the bottom left one being made completely of black tatanite. The middle right was now made of blue wood that had black orbs coming out of it. The bottom right was covered in white fur with blue stripes with two thick claws coming out of it, the middle left one becoming bulky and machine-like, with glowing, black wires and blue metal, while Ryo's main left arm became white, thinner and sprouted black battery-like plugs from his shoulder and along his forearm, with his fingers turning into black plugs as well, while his right arm turned white and blue, with the sides of his forearm reshaping for speakers, as did his right shoulder. His legs remained covered in magma-infused darkness, but they were no longer covering his feet, while his hair grew to flow behind him, forming what could only be described as a flaming lion's mane, which had a thin, curved frill on the top of it. Ryo then looked at Izuku, who turned around and saw his cousin's form, and backed up immediately. Ryo, shouted Izuku, who instinctively activated One for All, what the hell are you doing? There was no answer besides Ryo swinging his tatanite arm at Izuku, who attempted to back away, before he was pulled back by Ryo, whose main left arm had turned into a bulky, planet-like substance, with a swirling, blue, glowing core now on his lower stomach. He immediately swung at Izuku, before he was blasted away by an energy fist to his chest, sending him crashing into some rubble. Sorry, grandson, said a male voice, with the smoke clearing around him and revealing himself to be a ghost with pointed ears, black and blue eyes, and black and blue flaming hair that had multiple white stars inside it, with bits of blue energy coming off of him, while he had neon green skin, and wore a uniform not unlike Ryo's. His chest plate was completely black with blue strips on the collar, as well as the ends of the shoulder covers and a blue base under his chest plate. His right arm was covered in blue magma, with black charcoal-like rocks covering it while black fire flowed off his form. He had a dark gray glove covering his left arm up to his shoulder, and he had gray boots that reached the top of his thighs, with a lac stripe at the top of them. He also wore a black belt, which had an Omnitrix symbol in the middle of it, with the hourglass being blue while the sides of it were gray. I can't let you do that, says the man, before looking at Izuku, you okay kid? Yeah, says Izuku, before asking the question he was thinking, what happened to Ryo? And who are you? The man looked at his grandson, who was still knocked down from his attack, he's gone out of control. I should have stopped it at the training camp, but now I've got to deal with him myself. He looked at Izuku before slamming his hands together, turning them into crystals as he sprouted crystals from his back, and as for your other question. I'm his grandfather. The name's Don Fenton, but my codename's Wraith. His grandfather, shouted Izuku, that's impossible, you should be dead by now, but you look like you're in your 30s. Don't bother trying to sense a quirk or any elemental abilities in me, Izuku, says Don, I'm not even from your dimension. Izuku wanted to say something about that, but Don continued, Ryo's unstable right now. You know he went berserk at the training camp. Well, this is worse, especially considering he's fully awakened by the sight of Momo's alleged death. Listen, he's going to be up in a few minutes, so listen close. I'm going to subdue him, and if necessary, take him down. I'm ordering you to leave, now. However, if he does manage to get to you, here. Don then placed his hand on Izuku's head, with his hand glowing for a second as the green-haired teen shivered, what did you do? I just gave you ecto-energy, says Don, it's why Ryo's powers have gone out of control like this. He has no control over something he never knew he had all along, and his anger has made him see us as enemies, no matter who you are. I'm going off a hunch now and saying that his anchor to his humanity was his family, but if you look deeper, you'll see Momo Yaoyorozu at the center of his humanity. Your little incident Izuku made his ecto-energy stronger, but combining that with the speed force messed up and accelerated his abilities before he was both physically and mentally ready for them, resulting in his rampages. I won't get into the details since it's not my place to say, but Ryo's ghost abilities have tied into his non-human half, with his quirks and speed force being tied to his human half. I can separate the two, but I'll need him to be completely immobilized before I do. If you want to help, fine, but you run the second things get too bad for you, or I'll send you back myself. Don then looked at Ryo, who started to get up slowly while growling, paradox. Last thing, says Don, smirking as his left arm began to grow in size, with tatanite armor on his forehand, that ecto-energy I gave you. I've temporarily given you access to everything you originally had, and you can go 100% without drawbacks. It'll end when I take it back, so let's get this over with. His left shoulder then began to cover itself in gray, rocky armor while the parts of his arm that weren't covered turned back into the magma-covered arm from before, while his hair grew to reach his lower back, with it being gray instead of blue like before. Izuku looked at him before activating One for All, with Black Whip covering him like armor, while his hair became teal blue, glowing as he hovered slightly, while smokescreen began leaking around his wrists, and teal lightning crackled around him and in his eyes, with energy seeping off of them as purple energy surrounding him. Izuku smirked and looked at his cousin. Looks like this'll help a lot. Sorry about this in advance, Ryo. Ryo growled and started to run at the two, who did the same, before clashing as the boy yelled once again, Paradox. 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 Both Don and Izuku each caught one pair of Ryo's 6 arms, with Izuku holding the bottom 2 while Don held Ryo's main 2. Before the hulking being chuckled softly and morphed his middle hands into rocket launchers, which launched 4 rockets from each hand, making Don and Izuku back up before Don ultimately tackled Izuku away as the rockets hit the side of a groaning Nito, who then began aging rapidly before he was nothing but bones, which started to heal as much as possible before black, explosive, bombs hit him instead, turning him into bones as he turned to ash, signifying his end. The 2 heroes watched as the rockets hit an unintentional target, but it was Don who said something first that made Izuku pause. He's got ultimates, gasps Don, before growling, kid, leave now. This is way worse than anything you've dealt with. What? Shouted Izuku, you said I could help, what's so different now? Don started to change his arm back to normal, before it became bulky and white with claws made of green and blue ecto energy before speaking. He has ultimates, and I'm not sure yet, but if I'm right, he has ultimate aliens as his base version. What's your point? Says Izuku, I'm not just gonna leave him like this. You don't get it, do you? Says Don, you've met Omni, so you know about his transformations, right? Well, ultimates are much worse. They're the version of any alien after they've been put in a simulated battlefield for millions of years, making them the most dangerous battle-ready version of themselves. And as I can tell, he's evolving his version of his aliens to be the exact thing he wants in his own ultimate form thanks to his ecto energy. That makes me want to stay and help more, says Izuku, what's the plan, and don't tell me to leave again, cause it's not happening. Damn it, sighs Don, teenagers are the worst, fine, try and keep him distracted. I'll see if I can knock the human out of him in order to subdue him, but the moment you see any part of him become filled with stars, you're done. That's an order. Izuku nodded before jumping backwards, missing a sonic blast from multiple discs that came his way, before unleashing Black Whip and tying them together, making them blow up as they hit each other with a sonic blast. Fine, but we better do this quick, shouted Izuku, speeding forward to punch Ryo, only to have his fists caught. Paradox, shouts Ryo, before slamming his Titanite arm down on Izuku's head, only for Black Whip to stop him. Ryo, shouts Izuku, what's wrong with you? You know me, I'm your cousin. Ryo doesn't hear anything as he shrank back down, with his shell and extra arms disappearing before his wrists began to glow brightly, burning away Black Whip as he ran in circles, with his lightning now red instead of black. Lightning was then thrown at Izuku and Don as the two dodged, with red lightning striking the two. Izuku managed to dodge as well as Don, before grabbing the lightning and yelling in pain as he held onto it, sending as much energy from both One for All and whatever parts of Speed Force he could into the lightning bolt, before throwing it back at Ryo, who yelled in pain as he was hit, while the green-haired teen covered his wound in Black Whip. Nice moves, kid, said NYA, speaking to him from within One for All, but obviously, elemental attacks aren't gonna work. Ryo's ecto energy and Speed Force have both been too enhanced for our quirks to work on him individually. NYA is right, and I believe I have a way for you to properly use my quirk, said Kenner. Our new ally Don has given you some of his own ecto energy, and with Ryo having that in Speed Force, he doesn't seem to be immune to the same cosmic forces that he can produce. Izuku wrapped Black Whip around Ryo as he channeled Speed Force through it as well. I'm open for any ideas. I am literally telling you to use his energy against him, sighs Kenner. I've temporarily blocked off my own quirk from his version of Two for All. You need to redirect his energy-based attacks and transfer them to your physical strength. From what I've seen, he's keeping his distance because he knows that he's not in the right mind for any close combat. Which means he's still got his humanity in there, smiled Izuku. I get it, but NYA, remind me of the basic abilities of Speed Force again. Sure, said NYA, super speed, inertia negation, time stopping, time travel, physics manipulation, etc. Izuku smiled, perfect. Producing massive amounts of Black Whip, Izuku ran towards Ryo before smirking as he wrapped him in the darkness quirk while using redirect to absorb Ryo's kinetic and Speed Force energy, making sure he was immobilized as his cousin fell to his knees while struggling to get loose. Don, do it now, shouted Izuku, I can't hold him for long. Don nodded while running towards Ryo as his legs turned skinny and blue, with two metal balls connecting to the heel of his feet. He cocked his arm back as it became black filled with stars, before slamming his fist into Ryo's chest, with the teen growling in rage and pain. Thrashing uncontrollably, Ryo roared as he resisted Izuku's hold, while forcing himself to stay together before a ring of black and red flames, electricity, and ecto energy appeared around his torso and split apart, covering him from head to toe. Ryo's hair had become black crystal similar to his full element, but they were also on fire. His shoulders sprouted electric darkness whips, with his wrists sprouting darkness flames that covered them completely. Instinctively phasing through the ground, let loose of Black Whip's binds. He then appeared behind Izuku, before punching him with an enlarged dinosaur-looking fist, sending him flying at Don, who caught him, but ended up getting pushed back a bit. This isn't working, says Izuku, he just got more powerful, what are we going to do? Don looked at his wrist and smirked, how do you feel about possession? Why? I'm gonna need to take over your body for a bit, says Dawn. Unlike Katsuo, I'll be able to draw out our full power without putting a strain on either of us. Let's do this then, says the green-haired boy, before Dawn turned intangible and flew into him. I'm never getting used to that. Suddenly, Izuku's hair became green and black fire, with a blue and green Omnitrix symbol appearing on his chest, while his hero costume appeared and the black lines were now green, with the base now black. His gloves were now green as well, with a few blue striped lines on the ends of them. Izon is born, says the newly born fusion, before he immediately appeared in front of Reo, punching the teen ghost in his face, making him growl in pain as he staggered backwards. Izon smirked before activating One for All, with multicolored lightning surrounded him, with Black Whip wrapping around Reo as it was set ablaze, with Reo growling and yelling as he continued to thrash about. Izon made a clone of himself that had full cowling at 100% with all quirks active, before slamming the Omnitrix on his chest, and being covered in green flames as black stars appeared in the flames, with Izon becoming more muscular. Izon grew 2 small horns on the top of his head with a third, longer in the middle. Ghost X, said the new being, with Reo growling at him still, before becoming his own version of the same being, with red stars and black flames. Ghost X then activated One for All, with lightning sparking as he did, making Reo's eyes widen as he attempted to get loose. Ghost X then did something Reo thought impossible. He slammed the Omnitrix on his chest, becoming black with white stars and green flaming horns, with the horns now covering his head as if they were a flaming crown that resembled Izuku's hair. He grew to be more muscular as Black Whip armor had covered him, seemingly becoming sentient as well. He floated in the air as smoke surrounded him, with it seeping from his shoulders as if it was a cape. Cracks appeared on the right side of his face, with it reaching his chin. Energy surged around his left and right arms, being covered in the purple energy that is redirect, with speed force sparking around his entire form. Reo saw this and suddenly used an eye blast on the duplicate that was binding him, before flying away with every bit of speed and power he had. Every instinct he had told him this being was not Paradox, but he also had no chance. He looked backwards to see the being still standing, making him smile as he flew further, only to realize he hadn't moved once he looked away. Ultimate Izon X, shouted the quirk Celestial Sapien Ghost Hybrid. Before raising his arm and pointing a finger downwards. Making Reo crash into the ground as he felt insane amounts of gravity. Making him morph his arm into a spiky, bulky, red sword before he was pulled towards Ultimate Izon X. With the teen smirking as he held his arm the alien's head, before feeling a punch to his gut as he spat up green blood, feeling himself being split apart once again before he willed himself to punch Ghost X, only to be pushed back as he was fully separated from his human self, with a blue-haired teen flying out of him and crashing into rubble, with the ghost seeing red as it attacked and thrashed about, before flying towards its human self. About to attack the unconscious boy, a barrier of ecto-energy surrounded the ghost, before wrapping around him and shrinking as he yelled and growled in rage, only for nothing to happen. Ultimate Izon X then transformed back into Izon, before the teen glowed and Dawn phased out of Izuku's body, floating in the air as he grabbed the orb filled with the ghost, before sighing as he made the orb disappear. Alright, let's get out of here, says Dawn. I can take us back to UA, but seeing as everyone's seen me, I can't go back to the ghost zone yet. He then put his hand on Izuku's shoulder and levitated the unconscious body of Reo to him while teleporting the three away, before reappearing and sighing. I'll handle crowd control then. A few weeks later. The fight was over. The heroes had won, but it was at a terrible cost. Momo Yaoyorozu had been proclaimed dead, and even without a physical body, UA received a massive lawsuit from the Yaoyorozu family. Dawn had handled the crowd, fixing up the damage in the fight as best he could, while providing the cover story that while All Might had defeated All for One, Nito had self-destructed out of desperation. He had since been living at UA, with the public seeing him as a new teacher for the hero course alongside Toshinori. The students had been going about their schedule normally, though while Bakugo was calmer than he normally was, and Izuku, Shoto, and Iida were all on house arrest, they were only not expelled due to a technicality of Omni giving them permission and already having his provisional license. Iida was given the title of class representative once his house arrest was over, and while he accepted it, he didn't like how it was given to him every time he looked at the empty seat in class. Reo had been since put in therapy, and if he wasn't in hero course classes, he was always at either Nezu, Aizawa, or Don's side, except for when he was in his room. He was allowed to study with the other teachers, but only after the normal classes were over. He was also only allowed to stay at UA with the requirements that he'd wear a bracelet on each arm that suppressed his quirks, and a collar that kept him from accessing the speed force if he wasn't in class, as per the HPSC and the Yaoyorozu's orders. He was less social after the battle in Kamino, not even talking to Shoto or Izuku. He simply ate, studied, fought, and even when he did, he almost always ended up getting beat, especially in 1v1 battles against any of his classmates. 1B had since gotten 2 new students after Nito's betrayal. Kenshi, until he could get back to his dimension along with Deku, had joined the class due to having a personal relationship with his version of Momo, meaning that he was kept away from Reo as much as possible as to not cause trouble. There was a transfer student from America named Geto Zillion who was the son of Godzilla, and he was the student who would permanently be replacing Nito. All in all, the students of UA were greatly affected by the recent events, but only one question remained in each of their minds. What's going to happen next? That's it for the rescue arc. Finally got that over with, and it was very tiring but fun. Reo has finally faced some punishment, but where has Paradox taken Momo? Also, I decided to change this chapter's name at the last minute, sorry for any confusion. New OC has been introduced, and Kenshi will be interacting with both 1A and 1B. Dawn is now a teacher and Ryo's newest guardian. I'd started this chapter around the same time I started this arc, so ideas have been popping up in my head a lot lately. This chapter has not been beta read by Shonen King 94 due to me making it a secret out of excitement. Powerhouse, out. 62 Chapter 50, Recovered Minds. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OCs. I also do not own any aliens, Ben 10, or 5YL. Those belong to Man of Action and the Ink Tank respectively. Danny Phantom is owned by Butch Hartman. Review. Blazing Fire Star Kid 01, just trust me, man. Besides, you know my plans anyway, but I may still surprise you. Devil Dragon Stand Knight. I know you enjoyed it, and I made him suffer just for you and the rest of my fellow Nido slanderers. Commence evil laugh. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. Recovered minds. It was a quiet day in Japan, and everyone was still reeling from the aftermath of the events in Kamino, especially the students and families. With the press having seen All Might's true form, they worried about the future of heroes. They never thought this would happen, especially to the man they viewed as a god, so naturally, they were always at UA, as much as possible. UA had been giving the 1A students therapy, and while grieving, had also given Momo a proper funeral. Classes had resumed as normal, though life at the dorms wasn't as well as everyone hoped. Ryo wasn't allowed to leave his room unless it was for essentials, making him a prisoner, which he didn't mind or care about in the slightest. Due to Dawn's removal of his ghost half, he'd been sleeping much more than he used to, or wanted to. No amount of power could let him want to sleep peacefully for a while. Izuku was one of the few that could see Ryo unsupervised, with the green-haired teen doing his best to help his cousin with his health and studies. Aizawa was around the dorms a lot more in case of emergencies, and everyone had no problem with it. Bakugo was reeling from being one of the reasons why All Might was no longer the number one hero. Dawn had since stepped up to be the heroics course teacher while Toshinori was in the hospital, and because it was the only time Ryo was allowed to use his quirks or the speed force. Shoto had been going to the hospital that his mother was at more often, and he had joined Izuku in doing his best to help their cousin. Toshi, while still hospitalized, had been able to get in contact with Izuku and ask him to come to see him. Izuku had just walked through the door as he saw Toshi's bandaged body, with the man reaching out for a hug before he ultimately ended up punching the boy in the face. Ow, said Izuku, what was that for? That's my punishment for you, said the skinny man, you never should have come to Kamino, young Midoriya. You used your quirk in public, were seen by all for one while in the form of Izo. And despite that, Izuku hung his head down, waiting for the scolding of disappointment from the former number one hero. Toshi sighed, despite that, you managed to rescue young Bakugo without fighting. The fact that you were willing to put yourself at risk makes you worthy of being my successor. Toshi then hugged Izuku, with the teen doing the same as he smiled slightly, I'm assuming that's not why you called me here. No, it's not, said the man, sitting up as Izuku got a chair and sat down, how exactly were you able to locate young Bakugo? There was no tracking device for you to follow. Izuku raised an eyebrow, you didn't get the mental message from Ryo. I did, though I assumed it was only sent to me intentionally, says Toshi, he seems to have a much better grasp on the mental aspects of. He then remembered there were cameras in the room as he said, his ability. Shoto knew about it too, so we'll have to talk to him as well. Alright, nodded Toshi, if I'm correct, Dawn has taken back his energy. Ecto energy, but yeah, shrugged Izuku, energy blasts and limitless energy aren't my style. Though the recoil negation was awesome. You've got that right, said a feminine voice, making them turn their head as to see a muscular female with short black hair and a black cape, yellow gloves and boots, and a cape. Grandma. Master, shouted the two as they stared at the figure of Nana Shimura. Miss me. Ryo lay in his bed, staring up at his ceiling as he played the events of what happened in his mind once more. I'm a monster, cries Ryo, I'm just like them, Nito and Paradox were right. As he finished his sentence, Ryo looked at his closet to see the sides of it light up and separate, revealing a door. With his curiosity getting ahead of guilt, he walked to the door as it scanned his face, before opening up and revealing a cylinder-shaped elevator. Ryo stepped in the elevator, deciding to see whatever it was that he'd seen, maybe it's a way to the ghost zone, maybe Momo's a ghost now. As he stepped in, the lights dimmed down, and the door closed behind him, like nothing else happened, and a hologram of Ryo appeared in his bed. How are you here right now? Asks both Izuku and Toshi as they look at Nana Shimura as if she was still alive. Yoichi is still trying to figure that out, chuckled Nana, probably has something to do with Dawn's ecto energy. Izuku facepalmed, getting the attention of both adults, ecto energy is ghost energy. Ghost energy that acts as their life force as well. The ghosts, or vestiges of my ability might have been affected when Dawn gave me ecto energy, permanently affecting it and letting them interact with us in the real world before he took it back. Okay, that explains some of it, says NYA, appearing next to Nana, hey. Feels good to have some sort of body back, smiles Nana, and hey to you too. So, I have a question, says Izuku, did the effects of Dawn's ecto energy stay as well? Nah, me, Kenner, and N only have our spirits in your mind, smiled the speedster, Ryo still has our quirks, but he can only see and interact with us through you outside of the mindscape. Cool, at least that's something exclusive to me, says Izuku, I'm guessing due to him not being dead yet, Toshi can still see you. That's our best guess, says Yoichi, smiling, nice to see you physically, Toshinori. Toshi didn't register what Yoichi said, due to the man hugging Nana with all his might as he cried softly. I missed you too, kid, smiled the previous one for all as she patted the man's head lightly. Later that day, classes had been normal, with the students having no hero class. Everyone was in the dorms, and with a few strings pulled Mirio had managed to bring Eri and the rest of the UA quartet. They had to come up with a name due to Reo not being a member anymore, and it's the suggestion Eri came up with. Eri had been playing around with Mina, Tsuyu, Najire, and Ochako, with the little unicorn now having her hair full of flower designs. The girls noticed Eri continued looking around, before looking at Aizawa. Where are Uncle Reo and Auntie Momo? Asked the innocent girl, making the hero flinch, not wanting to break the young girl's heart. Thankfully, Mina managed to answer the girl before he could. Uncle Reo is in a bit of trouble, but he's in his room, Eri, sighed the pink girl. What about Auntie? She's in a better place. Not knowing what that meant, Eri asked, I hope she's okay, what did Uncle do to get in trouble? It's hero stuff, Eri, Aizawa chimed, don't worry too much, okay. Eri nodded, before going back and playing with the girls while everyone else cooled off and tried to continue their evening without any more issues. Around dinner, Reo came down, waving at Eri as he grabbed his bowl, before heading back upstairs to his room. Aizawa and Izuku were the only two to notice that Reo was limping. Reo returned to his room before opening his drawer and grabbing a small device and taking it out as he put it on his recently prosthetic hand. I may not have been able to help Momo, but I may be able to help others. He then began tinkering with the device on his left wrist before getting electrocuted, making him sigh. Alright, improv works. Shigaraki grabbed the nearest thing he could find and decayed it as he growled, that pest, All Might, they beat Sensei, and the ghost kid killed Nito. Anarchist smirked under his mask, Paradox got the creation girl, any word from her? No, shouted Shigaraki, that bitch went off the fucking grid and left us high and dry. Then we need a new guy, said Spinner, I've heard some new guys been handling the heroes that abuse their power. Dabi groaned as he and Kurogiri finally regained consciousness, what happened? Where are we? Safe house, said Kurogiri, Tamura, would you like me to make the call? Shigaraki nodded as he took his signature hand off his face, yes. It's time for the league to expand. Izuku and Toshi, now out of the hospital, had been talking with the rest of the One for All users in Toshi's private office, and while they could also communicate with Reo, he was obviously unavailable. Suddenly, Yoichi gasped, something's wrong, we need to find Reo. Just then, Toshi's phone rang, and noticing it was Tsukauchi, he immediately picked it up, before putting it on speaker. All for One isn't in Tartarus. In an unknown location, All for One was retrained by adamantium-laced vibranium cork cuffs, which were underneath a straight jacket that kept him from moving, and since he was strapped down on a table and he couldn't use any quirks, he was unable to tell exactly where he was. A door opened as a male figure with a black helmet came into the light, before grabbing the man's face with what he could assume was a metal hand. All for One, said the man, time for us to have a chat. Why would I have anything to say to you, chuckled All for One. Yoichi said you like to hear yourself talk. All for One grew curious, how do you know my brother? Let's just say, we've been in very recent contact, said the masked man. Ah, so you communicate with the dead, do you? Laughed All for One, Tamura would have fun with your quirk. Maybe I should take it from you. You're more than welcome to try, potato face, snarked the man, I've got questions for you, and you're gonna answer. If I don't like the answer, well. All for One heard the sound of a gun going off, before yelling as the barrel was pressed against his skull. I've got ways to get information from a currently quirkless villain. All for One growled as the barrel was pulled away, I understand you, though I'd love to know who I am talking to. The man responded, call me Shadow. Now tell me everything you know about the Nomu, the League of Villains, Izuku Midoriya, Reo Todoroki Monroe, and One for All. All for One grinned, I believe I'm going to enjoy working with you, Shadow. Shadow scoffed and simply aimed his gun at All for One, before raising it to his kneecaps and shooting them. I work solo, and you. You're just a tool long enough for me to fix this world. All for One yelled in pain before he felt ice on his knees, my, aren't you generous? Talk, or the next one is in your stomach. What do you want to know, Shadow? Alright, we're getting somewhere once again. Sorry for the short chapter, this was what I call a filler with plot. What's Reo up to? Where is All for One? What's going on with One for All? Who is Shadow? We've finally reached the chapter I've been waiting on. Things from here on out are going to get a little intense with a side of needed humor until we reach either the provisional license exams, or the Chisaki raid arc. Things will be a bit slower than I expected cause I got school and work. Though good news is that I'm a uncle for the third time. God, so many kids. Anyway. This chapter has been beta read by Shonen King 94. Powerhouse. You didn't think I'd let you forget about me, did you? Chuckled a sinister, male voice, I'm the main event of this story, and it's almost time for it to begin. A forked tongue appeared as white and green hair flared in the darkness, the ultimate enemy is here. A maniacal laugh echoed through the darkness, making everyone who heard it tremble in fear. What the hell was that? Nah, no, he's not supposed to be out yet. I'll be right back, I need to check the timeline with Danny. Powerhouse out. 51, The Next Generation. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however, own my OCs. I also do not own any aliens, Ben 10, or 5YL. Those belong to Man of Action and the Ink Tank respectively. Danny Phantom is owned by Butch Hartman. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff Might speaking. Buff Might thinking. Attack names. The next generation. Camino, 3 a.m. A hero was currently chasing an alleged bank robber, who was a large man with a rhino quirk, which simply increased his speed, strength, and gave him a large horn on his head. The hero, Blade Runner, was using his own quirk to skate on his blades as he launched blades at the man, attempting to stop him. Blade Runner got an idea, and used his blades to hook onto the sides of a building, before launching multiple blades in front of the rhino, making him turn down an alley immediately, before he fell and dropped the bag of cash. Blade Runner landed above the heteromorph, smirking as he grabbed the bag of cash. Nowhere to go, Sai, said Blade Runner, you should have stayed home. What the hell, Hasoku, said Sai, you know I was only trying to return the money. Hasoku chuckled, doesn't look that way to everyone else. He pulled out a blade and smirked, I'll just tell the police you crashed and died while the money was lost. Besides, your quirk doesn't give you any good durability anyway. Sai grunted as he saw the blade, Hasoku, please. I have a family. Then pray you meet them again. Hasoku then lunged forwards to stab Sai in the stomach, but he found that his boots were welded to the concrete. Hey, shouted Blade Runner, who the hell's there? A bullet immediately hit the wall in front of Hasoku, before a man in black jumped through the wall and stabbed him in the stomach with a long sword, before finally speaking, Hasoku Machigai, you have tarnished the title of hero. It's time for you to end your trail of villainy. Hasoku coughed up blood, who the hell are you? One of Stain's worthless followers. Call me Shadow, said the man, because that's where I'll be cleaning up society. You couldn't hold a candle to the hero killer, coughed Hasoku, smirking as he saw Shadow. Not trying to, said Shadow as he watched Hasoku get stabbed. Hasoku felt a cut along his arm before immediately dropping to the ground, with no feeling in his entire body. You're a stain in society, Machigai, said Shadow, turning away and swinging his sword to remove all the blood, and my partner and I are just getting started. Machigai lay on the ground as he felt his hands and feet get chopped off, with the man yelling in pain before he found himself in front of the nearest hospital. Shadow and his partner watched as the EMTs brought in the bleeding Machigai, with his partner speaking up. I still don't understand why we're leaving him alive, says the man, we need to purge the heroes of this society, not cripple them. You tried purging them before, says Shadow, the heroes were never afraid of you, and that ended up with you in Tartarus, which you're only out of cause I freed you. If we leave them alive, then not only will they be forced by their own leaders to retire, but they'll know that any fakes deserve the same fate. The shadowed man stepped out to smirk, you know, for a kid, you sure do know what you're talking about. I learned from the best, Stain. 6 a.m. Class 1A and the rest of the hero course had just been arriving to class, with Aizawa for once actually arriving at the same time as them. I know things have been a bit hectic recently, but now we've got to get back in order, sighs the teacher, for that, you all will be working on your ultimate moves. Ultimate moves? Everyone questioned as the door opened, with Smintos, Midnight, and Ectoplasm walking in. That's right, ultimate moves, says Midnight, or in other words, moves that will allow you to turn the tide of battle in your favor. Ectoplasm unlocked the quirk cuffs and speed force dampener as he spoke, you'll be pushing your quirks past their limits, unlocking new abilities and surpassing your previous restrictions. And since some of you are special cases, you're my responsibility, says Dawn, stepping into view. Reo, Izuku, Shoto, Bakugo, you four are going to be working with me. I'm kinda the only one who can handle all four of you at the same time, anyway. A blue portal then opened as Dawn walked through it, with the four shrugging as they followed. Alright, the rest of you, follow us to Gym Gamma, smiled Midnight, walking away proudly as if she didn't just allow four of her students to go to an alternate dimension. Dawn's dimension. Alright, boys, says Dawn, we're here. Now before I get us started, does anyone have any questions? Izuku spoke up, where are we? We're in my private training dimension that only one other person can access, responds Dawn, this is the easiest way to get stronger while not worrying about changes to time. So, it's a hyperbolic time chamber, asked Bakugo, with everyone looking at him incredulously, I know about anime, shut up extras. Anyway, time to split into teams, says Dawn, Izuku, Bakugo, and Shoto, you're with me. What about Reo? Asked Izuku, is he working alone? Of course not, says a voice, I'll be working with him. The teenagers watched as the source of the voice descended, revealing a white-haired, male ghost in a similar suit as Dawn's with white armor and a light green padding as the base, with a staff in hand while a blue, ghostly, D, was on the chest plate, and a purple clock in the center of the it. He also wore a purple robe that showed wisps of blue and white fiery hair coming from the hood. Nice to see you again, Dawn, said the mysterious ghost, I'm assuming you're aware of what I'll need. Dawn chuckled as he raised his arm and summoned a ball of darkness in his hand as it floated towards the new ghost. Danny, you're the ghost of time, of course I know what you'll need. Reo looked at Danny in curiosity, are you my great uncle? Danny nodded, something along those lines. Time kinda blends into you when you're in charge of it. Anyway, I've got to get us back to my tower before Dan escapes. Come on, Reo. Reo simply nodded and followed his ghost uncle as the two walked through a portal which looked like a clock. Izuku immediately jumped back as he felt danger sense go off, dodging a wave of vines from grabbing him, while Shoto summoned a wall of ice that was ultimately destroyed while revealing Dawn, who had plant-covered arms and legs while blasting fire at the bicolored teen and at Bakugo as well, who dodged the incoming plant-like being as he fired an AP shot at Dawn, who smirked as part of his head was repairing itself. Good instincts, you three, says Dawn, with his voice now gruff and ma-bit warbled. Try not to severely hurt anyone who can't heal from your attacks though. Dawn returned to normal as he spoke. Alright, I'm going to be setting you up against my clones, and you're gonna be using them as targets for your ultimate moves. You're also going to be using this time to get better with your quirks, and get more control in the quickest amount of time. Shoto and Izuku looked a bit puzzled until Bakugo spoke up. We're gonna get enough training for us to use our quirks to their fullest, and since we're in this hyperbolic copy shit chamber, we're going to get stronger physically and not worry about our age or anything like that. That would be right if you stopped after mentioning my dimension, said Dawn. You're going to age mentally when it comes to levels of experience, and your quirks will be affected as well, but your bodies will remain as they are as far as appearances. You're all going to need it in a few months. The trio didn't ask what the ghost meant, and as he made the clones, Dawn sent them each to the teens. Dawn sighed as he whispered to himself, I can't believe I'm preparing kids for a damned war. Danny looked at Reo as he smiled, and grabbing his cuffs, phased them off the teen. What are you doing? Shouted Reo. I'm dangerous, I could kill you if I go out of control. Quite frankly, you know that's not true, little nephew, chuckles Danny. You've read about the ghost of time clockwork in your free time, correct? I'm his successor, with all his abilities ever since Paradox made him cease from existence. Reo looked away in disgust. That doesn't explain why I have to be a damned ghost. Why am I the one who has to deal with everything and everyone I love being killed or dying because of me? Momo is dead because of me, I have no reason to ever want to use that power again. Danny sighs, before allowing the orb of darkness to float towards Reo, immediately phasing it into his body. Reo groaned as he fell to his knees, with his hair going up in flames as his skin turned to metal and his ears grew pointed while his fingers became claws. No, no, shouted Reo, I don't care what kind of hero I am, I'm never using this power again. Take it back, reverse time, do whatever the hell you need to and take me home. Danny sighed. As the first Ghost King to travel different dimensions, Dawn has his responsibilities spread thin between universes. I have my own duties as the new Ghost of Time, Paradox as the Ghost of Destruction, and while I will not divulge any more info than this, a new ghost will be appearing in a few weeks. Get to the point, shouts Reo. You have your own path as a ghost, if you want to admit it or not is entirely up to you. Begins Danny, as he floats to a wall full of screens that are each showing different events, but if you are so sure you will never use nor want this power again, then perhaps I should show you what happens if you continue down this road. Reo walks to Danny as the Ghost of Time waves his hand across a screen, with it showing a sight that horrified the teenager as the two of them had been surrounded in the horrifying event. The teen ghost looked around to see most of Class 1A, 1B, and a few pro-heroes turned into statues, ash, or stone. As he walked, he saw a few recognizable faces, such as Kaminari, Iida, Mina, Shiozaki, Sato, Najire, Snipe, Aizawa, and from what he could tell, Deku and Omni as well. Taking a few more steps, Reo heard a crack under his foot, and removing it, saw the recognizable skull of Nezu, with the teen immediately hunching over and throwing up the remains of whatever food he had. Not wanting to move any more than he already had, but wanting to see the rest of this, Reo walked a few more steps before reaching the sight of what looked like Dabi with partially healed scars and white hair, Spinner, now scaly and giant with fully white eyes under his mask, Toga, who was expectedly drinking blood, and Shigaraki, now with white hair and hand-like armor all over his body. Next to Toga stood a man in a completely white catsuit and blue eyes, and an Omni lookalike that wore red instead of green, and had silver hair instead of green. All for one stood in front of them all, fully healed with all his features back to normal, with a chain extending from his hand as it held what looked like two ghosts that had duplicates of themselves and each held Shoto, Bakugo, Izuku, Ochako, what Reo could only assume to be a version of Momo, all having their heads raised as all for one held their faces, seemingly taking their quirks one by one. As he took another step, the ghosts all for one held turned around and looked at him, growling and seething at Reo, who could only back up in fear. The ghosts looked all too familiar to Reo from behind, and he now knew why. Once they turned around, Reo saw the familiar flaming red hair and monstrous features of himself from Kamino, with bladed ecto-energy coming out of his wrists and elbows. The other ghost turned around and grinned as she recognized him, with Reo pleading that this was just a nightmare. The female ghost had a black, flaming ponytail as it reached her back, flaring in the air most of the time most likely due to anger. She wore a red armored suit that seemed to be her skin, and had what seemed to be gauntlets fused to her arms, while a choker was fused to her neck. Reo instinctively backed up in fear, flying away as fast as he possibly could, before crashing into the wall of Danny's clock tower. What was that? The teen choked out. What happened? Danny sighed. That timeline is the result of you rejecting your power. After you refused to use it, you made sure to expel it your own way and trap it in a device of your own making. Eventually, a war broke out between the heroes and villains, and you students were outmatched once you were forced to fight. With no other options, you and the heroes agreed to have you free your power, and because it was not with you for months, it grew stronger with rage and hatred. Once you reclaimed it, things went out of hand, with you going on an unstoppable rampage that, with Izuku Midoriya taken care of yourself, made it practically impossible to stop you until Shigaraki made you into what seemed to be a pet Nomu that was under his control directly. From there, you know the rest. What about Momo? Asked Reo, she was there as well. Danny raised an eyebrow. I did not sense nor see her at all in that timeline, perhaps something was masking her presence from me. What the hell does that mean? Says Reo, she was right in front of me. She was a ghost, we were both. He couldn't choke out the words, and while he didn't want to, he spoke, help me. I'm sorry, said Danny, knowing what his nephew was asking. Help me, said the ghost teen, teach me how to control my power, help me save the ones I care about. Danny nodded, alright, the first lesson is control. Class is in session. With Class 1A, Aizawa watched as the students used their quirks against Ectoplasm's clones, each getting some advice from them as well. If what Don said is right, then we have less than 2 months to prepare these kids, sighed the underground hero, I hate that we're even considering this. Toshi walked up beside him and nodded, I understand, Aizawa. They're children, they shouldn't be the ones who have to participate in this at such a young age. We can only hope they'll be ready. The former pro-hero looked and saw Kirishima attacking the concrete wall in front of him, Mina spraying acid in a thin fast stream, Hagakuri, now partially visible as she blasted light at her stone, while Kaminari was practicing with his speed storm, as well as blasting electricity at his respective ectoplasm clone. Deku was using his own shoot style to perfect it as much as he could, with Omni being his sparring partner in the form of Wrath. They've come a long way since the entrance exams, smiles Toshi, before looking at Nezu, who was bundled up in Aizawa's scarf. What about Shoto, Reo, young Midoriya, and young Bakugo? How's their progress coming? Nezu smiled, seeing as they're getting training while cheating the laws of time and reality, they should have their ultimate moves down quite soon. Don has given Reo to his twin, Danny, due to having enough with Shoto, Midoriya, and Bakugo, but that shouldn't be a problem. Smintas walked up beside them, is it because they've practically been using ultimate moves since they took the entrance exam? It would make sense, especially with their battle senses. Exactly that, Smintas, said Nezu, those 4 boys, both fortunately and unfortunately, have the most battle experience out of all of the first years from the past year and a half. As a result, they only need to perfect their moves and gain better control, strength, and anger management. That last one was for Bakugo, correct? Asked Toshi. Actually, I meant that for all 4 of them. Question mark. Shigaraki, now wearing a long, black jacket, continued skimming through the newspaper, as well as a book of any potential villain recruits that Jiren left for him. Kurogiri was making some drinks with the little amount of things he had, due to their hideout being a recently shut down alcohol factory. Hey Spinner, asked Shigaraki, looking at his fellow D player, I need you to find that shadow guy for me. From what I can tell, his skills could be useful. Spinner shrugged, no problem, except for one thing. He finds you, you don't find him. That doesn't sound ominous at all, says Dabi, walking inside with Toga right behind him, but I managed to find a few of his regular spots and get this from him. The burned man then put a syringe filled with blood in front of Shigaraki. Kurogiri, send it to the doctor to find out who Shadow is. Kurogiri immediately warped the full syringe to the doctor, with Shigaraki smirking to himself. Looks like we've got one down, now let me know when the cat and the ghost answer, says Shigaraki, now all we need is to find the shapeshifter. Soon, you little brats, chuckled Shigaraki, soon all you heroes will die. With Danny and Reo. Danny watches as Reo attempts to detransform, with the rings of flame and electricity appearing before disappearing entirely. What's going on? Asks Reo, this was easy before I knew what ecto energy was. That's the problem, says Danny, you're allowing your emotions to take control. You still don't have an understanding of what ecto energy is, and it's holding you back. I don't understand, isn't it basically the same thing as the speed force, but for ghosts? Comparing your powers to each other is your first mistake, sighs Danny, forming a ball of ecto energy in his hand. The multiverse is like a set space, with each universe having its own rules that it abides by. There are, however, certain cosmic forces that are shared by certain universes. The Speed Force, as its name implies, is exclusive to ones who have a direct connection to Barry Allen, your great-grandfather, and have been chosen by the Speed Force itself. One for All has many versions, but it has one thing in common, the power is always shared and growing. Some quirks are the same for the most part, but it always has a connection to Izuku Midoriya one way or the other. Ecto energy, however, works differently. It doesn't apply by a set of rules, laws, and there is no limit to the potential and power of it and its users, in this case, you, Dawn, Paradox and I. That being said, each ghost has a reason for existing, and plays a role in the multiverse. Take the Infinity Stones for example, I myself represent the Time Stone, with me being the ghost of time. Dawn represents the Space Stone, being the ghost of the multiverse and being the only one who can regularly navigate it. Paradox would be the Reality Stone being the ghost of destruction, as well as existing and being non-existent in every universe at the same time. The one who represents the Mind and Soul Stones, you will find out soon enough, but you represent the Power Stone, with your quirk, Speed Force, your ecto energy, and your strange DNA link to Dawn's that he may be able to understand better than I. Reo sighs, so you're saying that in order to properly use my ecto energy, I need to understand that I have no limits to my power. Not as long as you are able to control that power and not let it corrupt you, sighs Danny, we both know about that, I'm afraid. Reo didn't understand what his uncle meant, but he nodded, okay, but I've got a question. If the multiverse is so big and different with different people, then why are there so many heroes from different universes on my Earth? It's kinda confusing, so it's better to hear it from an expert. That it is, smiles Danny, your universe, in complete honesty, was not supposed to exist. You see, a few millennia ago, there was another being like Dawn, who wielded both an Omnitrix, which was called the Multitrix, as well as Ecto-Energy. He fought in a war, and while the side of good won, his sacrifice was necessary. He gave his life to revive a dead multiverse, and in doing so, made one Earth exactly like his, but with one difference, that being that the world he made was linked to the Ghost Zone, and he no longer existed. Over time, it became an Earth with multiple groups such as the Avengers, the Alien Force, the Plumbers, and the Justice League. This became the new normal before quirks first appeared, and eventually, you were born. You know the rest from there. Reo stayed silent as he processed what his uncle was telling him. He closed his eyes as he thought to himself, I may not understand it, but that's never stopped me before. Figuring this out as I go is my thing. Midnight blue and black ecto-energy enveloped Reo as he opened his glowing, white eyes, with the energy trailing off of the teen as his formerly upwards shoulders curve back, coming out of his back while blades of gray ecto-energy curve from his elbows, and his ears get slightly larger, while the R on his chest gets bigger, slightly extending towards his thigh as his hair shifts into a green liquid, while black lightning sparks around him and blue flames come off his body. Danny nods in approval as he watches Reo transform. Congratulations, you have reached your true awakening, which combines your previous forms into a stable one. Does this mean I'll have more control? Asks Reo, to which Danny nods. Yes, and considering you'll be the only one from UA I have to deal with, your training will be much quicker. Isn't time something that doesn't affect this place? Asks the puzzled ghost, with the elder ghost smiling. Good, at least you've been paying attention. As you can see, I am not dead. But seriously, it's good to be back. This upload took so long for multiple reasons, with the main ones being work, and the fact that I unintentionally deleted my entire Google Docs on this story and only got it back a month later. As for the story, I have not abandoned it. It's just going a bit slow now cause I have stuff to deal with. What did Reo see in that future? What exactly is happening in society? Who are the mysterious figures? Why is Stain out of Tartarus? Find out next chapter of My Element Academia. Next chapter will be Cataclysmic Arrivals. Anyway, this chapter has been beta read by Shonen King 94. Powerhouse out. 62 Chapter 52, Cataclysmic Arrival and Training. Disclaimer, I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however, own my OCs. I also do not own any aliens, Ben 10, or 5YL. Those belong to Man of Action and the Ink Tank respectively. Danny Phantom is owned by Butch Hartman. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. Cataclysmic Arrival and Training. Shigaraki sighed as he got off the phone. Well, that went well. What happened? Asked Spinner. Hopefully there aren't any setbacks like before. Taking a sip of his drink, the blue-haired man put his cup down as Kurogiri teleports it away. The ghost is out of the equation. There's no way to get him here and make he survives at all. The cat will be here, but we'll need to make sure his interests don't disregard our own. Dabi chimed in, with Twice and Toga behind him. What about the other kid? Any news on him? A portal opened as a figure stepped out of it, looking around and spotting Shigaraki. Honestly, if you ignorant fools are going to send me any quantifiable information to which I can use properly, then it would be subsequential to have before I get stuck with this repulsive humanoid physiological form. The figure had white, messy hair in which it was not taken care of, with his eyes being red and him wearing a red shirt with a single white stripe down the middle as it extended from his collar. He also wore baggy, gray pants, as well as black and white shoes, while wearing a device on his right hand that took the form of a gauntlet, extending to his wrist and wrapping around his knuckles while a red hourglass glowed in the center. I'm assuming that out of all these ingrates, you're the intellectual here, Shigaraki, asks the male, to which Shigaraki smirks. Good to know there's a brain as well as brawn in there, says the chapped man. You've perfected dimensional travel, seeing as you got here without a hitch, right? We'll need some of your help. Of course you will, your technological advancements have not even come close to what Galvin, have phone, says the boy. Dabi looked at him in annoyance. Can you stop acting like you're better than us? You're the one who accepted the offer. What do we even call you? I suppose Neanderthals like yourselves would have aliases, but you can simply call me by the name I was birthed with, smirks the man. Greetings, my name is Albedo. Ghost Zone. Bakugo growled as he was wrapped up in vines, struggling to get free as he looks through the gaps of the plants. Goddamn plants, thought Bakugo, this shit isn't normal. Reaching for his left gauntlet, he pulls the pin, making the vines burn away in the massive explosion. Breathing heavily, the blonde growled as he sweated from the explosion, with his suit being partially torn around his arms. There's no point in denying it, these dumb plants are too durable, and they regenerate from the dead changeling too fast. I need to maximize my output without overworking myself. Unbeknownst to him, Bakugo's sweat began igniting around him, sparking and crackling around his now balled up fists. He then noticed as more Methasonian vines continued to launch at him, attempting to bind him once again. Back, the hell, off, shouted Bakugo, punching the incoming vines as a massive explosion engulfed the vines, burning them away as he rolled backwards. Hey, chuckled Bakugo, realizing what he just did, I can work with this. Shoto continued to dodge as he alternated between his ice and fire, blocking incoming attacks from the charcoal-covered flaming moth alien in front of him. Can't take the heat, rasped the moth alien known as Chill Blast, seems that's something all you Todoroki members have in common. Shoto scoffed at the comment, ignoring it as he ignited his fingertips and waved his hand backwards, with the flames hitting the alien before being absorbed. Absolutely delicious. The alien chuckled, got anything else for me? Planting his foot down, Shoto unleashed a massive barrage of ice glaciers at Chill Blast, knowing it would only last a few minutes. Neither ice nor fire work on him. The dual elemental thinks to himself, but what about something else? Engulfing himself in his own flames, Shoto watches as the ice begins to melt, signifying Chill Blast is close. He raises the temperature, ignoring the pain as he then covers himself in his ice at the same time, before jumping into the air the moment he sees the alien come into view. Try this on for size, shouts Shoto, landing on top of Chill Blast and placing his hands on his face while yelling as ice and flames cover both of them, frozen hell. Ice began covering the moth, with the flames dying out while Chill Blast's wings fall, covered in ice. His body had been overheated by Shoto's attack due to his necrophridian biology, with the cold flames that had been acting as a protective armor now useless. Shoto fell back as he landed on the ground, finally. Izuku grunted as he was hit with a blast of multicolored light energy, with the one firing it being a black, slim, crystal alien with one singular blue eye and gray crystals coming from its back and arms, and two tendrils extending backwards from its chest, with plugs on the ends while crystals extended from his shoulders as well, with his fingers being circular energy absorbers made of blue crystal. Apparently, this alien was known as Chrome Feed. Feeling the energy hit him, the green-haired teen was surprised to find that it hadn't damaged him much in the process, and that he now had multicolored lightning surrounding him while his arms and legs glowed with purple energy as well. Jumping out of the way of an incoming attack thanks to danger sense, Izuku, extending Black Whip from his wrist, wrapped the quirk around Chrome Feed, essentially binding him for the time being. Izuku smirked until he heard chuckling coming from Chrome Feed, making him instinctively tighten Black Whip around him as he saw a flash of blue and white, replacing Chrome Feed with a towering dinosaur with rocket launcher hands, a wispy tail, and a shell as well as multiple parts of his body being covered in chained armor. There was no mouth on the dinosaur, but there was a gray opening around its body, with a single black and blue eye moving throughout it. Ultimate Humongostor, shouted the massive alien, shooting rockets from its hands as Izuku jumped, ducked, and dodged as many as possible. Izuku was a bit surprised at this transformation, but seeing as he's dealt with both Ghosts and Omni's Humongousaur form, Dawn had unknowingly given him a sort of an advantage. Retracting Black Whip, Izuku jumped off an incoming rocket and transferred as much energy from both One for All and Redirect into his right arm without worrying about the whiplash, and hit the ultimate fusion with as much power as he could. Or at least, if the alien in question hadn't turned intangible. Ultimate Humongostor chuckled as he watched Izuku crash into a wall. You've got to learn to adapt, kid. Not everyone can be beaten with just your regular quirks. I suggest you figure that out quick, cause I'm just getting started. Slamming his foot down, the fusion smirked as he saw Izuku jump up, before slamming him into a wall and grinning as the boy groaned. You haven't been paying much attention, Dawn, chuckled Izuku, grabbing hold of the fusion's arm. I needed you up close for this. Absorbing the kinetic energy that the ultimate alien had been producing from his attacks, Izuku activated Black Whip, wrapping it around the dinosaur's arm before bringing it up to its face, with missiles being launched at the being's face in an attempt to hit Izuku. Staggering back, Humongostor smirked as he caught Izuku's leg, before it faded away in his grasp. Suddenly, blurs of green, white, and blue electricity began attacking the dinosaur, making him slam his fist onto the ground, sending Izuku backwards as his speed mirages disappeared as well. That sucked, said Izuku, groaning, but it built up enough for this. Getting back up, Izuku wrapped his hands in Black Whip while imbuing it with all the kinetic energy from before, and transforming it into a different type of energy he had recently discovered. Extending his arms, Black Whip surrounded ULT. Humongostor in the form of a dome, with Izuku imbuing it with 75% of OFA as he shouts. Dome Echo, says the teen, releasing all the sound energy he had stored up inside of Black Whip, with the fusion ultimate crying out in pain as he thrashed about inside the dome. When the thrashing stopped, Izuku, not feeling danger sense go off, retracted Black Whip as he saw the unconscious form of Dawn, with the duplicate fading away as Izuku collapsed and sighed. This is going to be a long training session. Being flung across the room by a ghost with time powers was starting to get on Ryo's nerves, and he knew Danny knew it too. Currently, in his ghost form, he could heal easily, but when it came to the attacks of a being who naturally has time powers, ecto energy, and has god-level nanites, it ended up taking a toll on him very quickly. The teen would constantly keep moving as he dodged the time scythe, with the attacks that landed hurting badly even while he used the speed force to help him as well in order to heal himself and dodge at the same time. Get up, says Danny, you're still holding back. You're scared that you'll end up hurting me. You need to learn not only restraint, but also when an opponent is too strong for you to not use your ecto energy to its fullest potential. You can do anything with it, and yet, you still are unable to save your loved ones. Ryo growled as his fist lit ablaze as he hid behind a pillar. You take that back. You know I couldn't save either of my parents. I was less than 10 years old. That's no excuse as to why you let Momo Yaoyorozu die. That wasn't my fault, shouted Ryo. Nito, he used any and all his powers to their fullest, says Danny, swinging his arm sideways as a green scythe destroyed the pillar Ryo was hiding behind. He wasn't afraid of doing what he needed to, he knew when to hold back and when not to, and despite all that, he still fought you. Shut up, you don't know a damn thing. The only thing that held him back was his obsessive ego, says Danny, allowing his scythe to destroy the next pillar Reo was hiding behind. He was worth training, and if I'm being honest, you don't seem like you actually want to save anyone. That's it, shouted Reo, dodging the incoming scythe as he slid under it. I'm tired of this. Extending his hand, Rio's palm lit up with blue energy, grabbing the scythe mid-air as he pulled it towards himself, while covering it in his own ecto energy before grabbing it, swinging it at Danny, who smirked before stopping time around him as he watched Reo, before grabbing the scythe, only to see nothing was there. You're not the only one who can manipulate time, says Reo, now behind Danny as the blade of the scythe was touching the time ghost's neck. Seems like I could learn a few things myself, smiled Danny. Now, it seems that you've gotten some of the basics down. Now why don't I teach you how to really make your power work for you? As long as you don't intentionally piss me off again, sure UNC, smiled Reo. Deal. Class 1A had since completed their ultimate moves, with the entirety of the class now cooling off in the dorms. That was exhausting, said Mina, slumping into the couch as Kaminari did the same next to her. I didn't think that would take all day. Yeah, it seems like our hero lessons are getting more advanced as they go on, says Ojiro. Maybe sensei knows something about it. I will talk to him about it soon, but in the meantime, says Iida, waving his arm up and down, is there any word about Midoriya, Shoto, Bakugo, or Rio's whereabouts? As if on cue, a portal opened as the 4 students in question fell through, groaning in pain while obviously bruised and a bit bloody as well. Well, that answers that question, says Kirishima, before walking up to them and putting Bakugo on his shoulder, with Kaminari doing the same for Reo, while Shiro and Ochako made Izuku and Shoto float while sticking to the tape user. Let's take them to bed. I'm pretty sure they might have had worse training than we all had. The 4 then took the passed out teens to their respective rooms, with none of them noticing that the 4 boys' wounds were all quickly healing on their own. Question mark. Question mark. Pav. Darkness. That's all I could see, that's all that I could remember before pain, then I woke up again. I don't remember my own name, I don't know where I am, but I know I don't belong here. On the contrary, you absolutely belong here, my dear, said a female voice, making me look behind me to see a red-haired woman sharpening some tools and imbuing them with purple energy. You and I have a lot to discuss. I'm back, everyone. How y'all doing today? Seriously, let me know. Hope y'all didn't have to wait too long, life's been hectic lately. This chapter would also be considered a filler with plot, which is the main reason why it's short as well. Now for the questions. What kind of training are our heroes receiving? Were y'all surprised to see Danny appear as well? Who are the mysterious figures in the darkness dimension? How did the League contact Albedo? Who is the League's next recruit? Find out next chapter of My Element Academia. Next chapter, Provisional License Exams. Anyway, this chapter has been beta read by Shonen King 94. Powerhouse Out 62 Chapter 53, Provisional License Exams. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however, own my OCs. I also do not own any aliens, Ben 10, or 5YL. Those belong to Man of Action and the Ink Tank respectively. Danny Phantom is owned by Butch Hartman. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff Might speaking. Buff Might thinking. Attack names. Provisional license exams. It was the day of the exams, and with the 2 hero course classes getting on their respective buses, they soon headed towards their destinations, having to separate as to not have anyone from either class get the opposing class disqualified. Class 1A headed to the Takoba National Stadium, where multiple other school buses were parked outside as students approached the entrance. Alright, does everyone have their cases? Asks Aizawa, receiving nods from everyone. Good. Now, before this, you were simply students interning, or receiving mentorship from other pro heroes. After you all pass, you'll be given more freedom, being able to help whenever you, or whoever is in charge, sees fit. You'll be semi-pros. Sensei's right, says Kirishima, this is our moment, guys. Just like with everything else, we have to give it our all, because we're Class 1A. Say it with me, go beyond. Plus ultra, yelled a voice that no one recognized, making everyone turn around to see a large, muscular teen in a school uniform. It's not nice to butt in on other people's conversations, Inasa, says a shorter teen male with purple hair covering his right eye. I am so, extremely, very, sorry, yells the now identified Inasa, slamming his head onto the ground as he does so. Aizawa and Shoto both think to themselves, it's him. Who is this guy? Asks Kaminari, I seriously don't trust his enthusiasm. Look at their uniforms, says Jiro. They're from that famous school on the other side of Japan, says Shiro, pointing to the hats on top of their heads. UA in the east, Shiketsu in the west, huffs Bakugo, the only elite school that rivals UA. Sorry about that, yells Inasa, I just really wanted to say it once. I really love UA. Hi, it's an honor to compete against such amazing students. Walking away, the purple-haired teen sighed, let's go. Whoa, blood, commented a brunette as she followed the boy, come on, Inasa, hurry up. Inasa walked away as Aizawa watched, Inasa Yoarishi. Do you know that guy, Mr. Aizawa? Asks Hagakure. Indeed, says the hobo hero, he's strong. He's the same year as you all, and received the top scores in the recommendation exam. But for an unknown reason, he turned down his acceptance to UA, and joined Shiketsu. Wait, he's our age, says Izuku, before looking at his cousin. That would mean that he's better than Shoto. Wait, but if he loves our school so much, why did he turn down his acceptance into UA? Asks Zero, it's pretty weird. Maybe, but he's the real deal, says Aizawa, keep your eyes on him. Eraser, shouts a feminine voice which makes Aizawa jump, there's that handsome scowling face. Everyone looked to see a green-haired woman with an orange and green striped pair of baggy shorts and a leotard with a bandana on her head approaching them. I saw you at the sports festival and on TV, but it's been a while since we've talked in person. That's cause I've been trying avoiding you. Aizawa blatantly states, what are you doing here, joke. Let's get married, says the green-haired woman, laughing. No. Mina perks up as Suyu speaks, you two seem close. Our agencies were near each other. Explains, from then, a mutual love blossomed from young adulthood. No it didn't. Aizawa immediately responds. Oh, I missed you too, Shota. Laughs, but to answer your question, I should introduce you to my students. Everyone, come here. A group of students walk up to UA, with the lead boy with black hair immediately shaking Izuku's hand. You guys had a lot of trouble this year, and you're all still even becoming amazing pro heroes, the boy happily says, moving to Kaminari and shaking his hand. Even with your recent hardships, you still continue. That's what I call perseverance. Spotting Bakugo and Reo, the boy speaks once again, Monroe, Bakugo, it must have been really hard for you too, considering you both getting kidnapped by villains and whatnot. You both must have strong wills. Extending both hands, Bakugo simply scoffs, quit pretending, your attitude doesn't match that look in your eye. Hey, man, that's rude, shouts Kirishima, sorry, he's just like that. Reo started walking to the gate with his case before he stopped and turned his head, he's right, why no? He's scoping out the competition, just like at the sports festival. I don't need to powers to know that. He walked away as Aizawa tossed him a pair of keys, with the team catching them before heading inside. Quit lollygagging and head inside to get dressed before heading to orientation. Ya know, I always forget that we're sort of famous to other schools, says Kaminari, as he and Jiro walk to the gates alongside everyone else. Took notice of this, did you not warn them, Eraser? Aizawa said nothing as he walked behind his class. With everyone gathered together and in their hero costumes, the announcer sighed into the microphone and got everyone's attention. Okay then, let's do this exam thing, said the blonde man, I'm Mara, from the Hero Public Safety Commission. I'm so tired, we're so understaffed, with that, I'll begin orientation. About the licenses, basically 1,540 examinees compete in a free-for-all exercise or whatever. We've got a lot of people here, and a lot of pros, but since Stain was arrested as well as what happened in Camino, people have expressed doubts about the status of heroes in society. If you think about it, it makes sense, getting paid to risk your own life and save someone, regardless of if you're in it for money or a sense of justice. Asking for a reward does make sense though. It's the way the world works. There are simply too many heroes teaming up nowadays to keep villains at bay. The time between when an incident begins and when it's resolved is unbelievably short. You're all here trying to get your licenses, so you'll be swept up in this pretty soon. Those of you who don't have the speed, frankly just won't cut it. Which is exactly why that's what you'll be tested on. The screen behind Mara instantly showed a red 100 feet as he continued, the first 100 students to fulfill the requirements will pass today. The students all gasped as they heard that, with Shoto commenting, there's over 1,500 students here taking this test. That means less than 10% will end up passing. Here's how this'll work, says Mara, holding a small target device in his hand, you have to place 3 of these all over your body in exposed areas, meaning no feet or armpits. You'll be handed 6 balls, which are programmed to light up when they hit the targets. The third person who hits your final target will get credit. You need to get 2 people out to pass. Now we'll start handing out the balls and targets while we open. Open, says Reo, before looking up to see the ceiling beginning to separate, revealing multiple different terrains similar to a combination of all the UA testing grounds. That's so unnecessary, says Reo, before sighing as he inserted the key to the Speed Force collar, guess it's time for me to suit up too. In the stands. Eraser, chuckled, your fly is down. Why can I never seem to find a moment of peace with either you or Hazashi, Emi, groaned the black-haired pro. I still can't believe that you still have 20 students, laughed, you must really like them. Not really. Don't be embarrassed, cackled the lime-haired woman, please date me. No, sighs Aizawa, please shut up. Emi laughed, no, but really. You should know what's about to happen down there. Especially with the ghost kid and the green head, and yet, not a word to your class about it. Walking out of the assembly room, Deku smiled as he looked around to see his classmates walking up to him. Hey, guys, says the teen, so, what's the plan here? The logical reasoning is for us to stick together in order, says Iida, putting his helmet on, we must all pass if we wish to get our licenses. Screw that, I'm not working with all you extras, yells Bakugo, shitty hair, come on. You too, Pikachu meme. Kirishima and Kaminari just looked at each other and shrugged before following Bakugo. He knows what a meme is, says Mina, I'm so proud. Anyway, sighs Shoto walking away as well, while I do think it's a good idea, I need space to use my quirk to its fullest. I'll be splitting up too. That's actually a good idea, guys, comments a voice, making everyone turn around to see Reo walking up behind them. Reo, Ribbit, what are you doing? You're supposed to be in your hero costume, Kiro, says Suyu, tilting her head. Yeah, that's not a problem for me anymore, smiles Reo, before reaching for the right bracelet on his wrist. What are you doing, Reo? Yells Izuku, you're not supposed to take those off. Trust me, smirked the blue-haired teen as one of the bracelet's panels opened up, and Ryo put a small digital chip inside it, making nanotechnology come out of the left brace extend to cover Ryo's forearm, with the right mirroring it as well as the chest plate appeared, now extending to the teen's midsection and reaching the midnight blue belt. The chest plate was now black, as well as the gloves and boots, which now had a blue highlight at the end of them. The R on the chest plate was now white, with tints of blue in it, and Ryo's skin was now a lighter gray, with his eyes being fully black while his hair was now black fire with blue highlighted fire as well. Don't worry about me, Aizawa gave me the keys for a reason, smirked Ryo, I'm in complete control from here on out. There's no need for any sort of warning at all, says Aizawa, smirking under his scarf, the result would have been the exact same thing. The remaining Class 1A stood their ground as they heard footsteps coming their way. Guys, come on, shouted Deku, leading the way as he ran to the center, we've got to hurry and get our points. We're at a disadvantage since everyone knows our quirks, and with the spots being so narrow, everyone will either team up with people they already know, or come straight for us. The sports festival, exclaimed Ingenium, with it being broadcast, our quirks' strengths and weaknesses would be common knowledge to them. The test will now begin. Students immediately jumped up from behind a wall of rock, smirking while looking at the students of UA. Deku spotted the black-haired kid from the gate, now sporting an armored vest, helmet, and gloves. I heard you guys were over here. Looks like this'll be fun. He spotted Deku and smirked, I saw that your quirk breaks your body a bit. Too bad none of us are above exploiting that. A barrage of balls were soon thrown at the entire class, with the students responding back defensively. Deku jumped up into the air, and using float and black whip, grabbed any incoming balls and quickly spun in the air, before launching them back at the students as he yelled, throwback combo. Cellophane extended his tape to grab the balls as well, before throwing them into the air as Dark Shadow grabbed them, throwing them back as well. Uravity jumped back and floated herself before Adapt shot some webs, and sticking them all together, threw the balls as well. Balls flew past everyone as a blue, bulky student grunted, we haven't made a scratch on them. No worries, we've got a plan for that. He then threw 4 now hardened balls to one of his classmates, who smirked, with this attack, I'll elegantly take a few of them out for sure. Just don't be jealous when I finish before you all. I just wanna say I'll be announcing every now and then to tell when a student has passed, Mara says over the loudspeaker. Now glowing in a purple light, the hardened balls were soon thrown into the ground, now speeding at the UA students from unknown directions. Move back, I got this, shouts Earphone Jack, plugging her jacks into the speakers on her gloves as she slams them against the ground, sound amplification, amplifier jack. Heartbeat distortion. The ground broke apart as the balls flew up into the air, before coming down and targeting Tailman, who was protected by Pinky's acid veil. You guys have been working on your moves and quirks, smirks the black-haired boy, especially your ultimate moves, that much is obvious. But you're not the only ones. Pressing his hands against the floor, he yelled, move, it's time to split them up a bit. A is our main focus, and if you can, keep the ghost kid off you. Maximum force, shouts the boy, tremoring Earth. Vibrating the earth around Class 1A, the boy smirked as he watched them all fly into the air, shouting as they soon became separated from each other. We got M, Shindo, said the blue boy, come on, let's pick M off. Where do you think you're going? Said a voice, making the students look up to see dirt and rocks circling a figure in the air, we're just getting started. Everyone, fall back, yelled Shindo, this guy isn't like the rest of them. Damn right I'm not, laughed Adapt, extending his hand, Earth Burial. Rocks began to surround Shindo as he was lifted into the air, with the rocks slamming against him as he was soon covered in them, until they formed a medium-sized orb around him. Consider that payback for earlier, smirked Adapt, as lightning sparked around him as he held a ball in his hand, this too. In an instant, each member of the second-year Ketsubutsu students had one of their lights lit up, with Ryo smirking as he walked away while turning invisible. Good luck, heroes. An earthquake, says Freezer Burn, no, probably someone's quirk, but who would be able to release that much power at once? Did you feel that? Said a student, what kind of quirk has that much power? Which class do you think it was? Asked another student. Focus, said the group's leader, we need to make sure we survive this round. Unfortunately for them, they didn't notice a big, muscular figure standing on a roof above them as the balls they were holding flew out of their hands. Hey, what's going on? Yelled a student, what's with this wind? I believe it's very important for heroes to have passion, yelled the voice, revealing itself to be Inasa, that's one of the things I think it's very important to have as a hero. Which is why I will honor you all by showing you my passion. Holding his hand above his head as his quirk produced a cyclone of wind, the balls circling in the wind as he dropped his arm down, with all the balls flying towards every student in the area, hitting every single one of their targets at once. What? Shouted Mara as his eyes widened, one person just took out 100 people on their own. That actually woke me up, hopefully everyone will be just as quick. Deku groaned as he got up, shaking off the rubble from the earthquake, damn, that's a strong quirk, kinda difficult to use in a city though. Looking around, Deku saw that none of his classmates were around, shit, Shindo's earthquake must have split us up. I guess it makes sense even with a quirk like that. Suddenly, danger sense blared, making the green-haired teen jump back just in time to see the brunette from Shiketsu, now in a black, skin-tight catsuit, jumping towards him with a ball in her hand. What the hell, thought Deku, she just came out of nowhere. Not cool, staring off into space like that, says the brunette, but it's weird that you're still smiling despite that. Uravati got up as she groaned, we've been split up after that attack. Izuku was right, they know our quirks, and they're using whatever advantage they have. Time to use all this cover for my advantage. Running off, the gravity brunette headed to find either her classmates, or an opponent, whichever came first. Ino, I expected you guys to get split up, but not this quickly, especially with so many powerhouses on your side, said the brunette as she eyed Deku. I'm just happy to get to see you directly, Izuku. Deku brought out Black Whip as he sighed. Look, I don't know who you are, but I'm taken, plus, this is not the time for the Black Cat approach. The girl jumped back as Black Whip extended towards her, dodging the tendrils as she smiled, but all that matters is that I know who you are, Izuku. Besides, you have something that I need. Lunging for him, the girl dodged an incoming tendril as she pinned Deku down, with the green-haired teen being slammed onto the ground and pressing her body on top of his. You're one of UA's best and brightest students, why no? Says the girl, why do you wanna be a hero? To save everyone, despite knowing you can't be everywhere at once. Deku growled as he forced her off of him with Black Whip, before jumping into the air as he activated Float as danger sense went off, with a hole in the ground appearing immediately after. Damn it, Shiketsu's after him too, said the student from before who previously threw the hardened balls at 1A, figures. Deku looked around and noticed that while their entire group had appeared just for him, each of them had already gotten one target lit up. Looks like Adapt actually is in control then, huh, smirked Deku, this also gives me a chance to try and get a few of them out too. Deku. The green-haired teen looked to see Ochako, falling off of a collapsing cliff, with Izuku using his maximum speed in order to catch her, before running the two of them to some cover. Looking around the corner, Deku felt danger sense go off like crazy, before turning around and smacking the ball from Ochako's hand. So, are you someone from Shiketsu or Ketsubutsu? Asked Deku, making Ochako look confused. Ochako's been working on her quirk, she knows exactly how to recover from any sort of fall, and the downsides don't affect her as much, says Deku, not taking his eyes off the imposter Ochako. You haven't even tried to use your quirk to float, so who are you? White sludge began to peel off of the imposter's body, melting away like clay to reveal the same brunette from Shiketsu but now seemingly naked due to her clothes being gone, making Deku jump back as he used Black Whip to grab any nearby balls, but not before the brunette lunged at him quick enough to cut his cheek a bit. You really saved me despite knowing I wasn't your classmate, smiled the girl, that's admirable, Izuku, I really appreciate it. She then jumped off the tall rock she had landed on, allowing Black Whip to reach her arm as she pulled Deku towards her. Release. Uravati came crashing down just in time to tackle the girl away, with long strands of tape reaching the two of them and pulling them back. Deku, said Cellophane, glad we found you, what happened here? That girl was targeting Deku, Uravati said, with a small tick mark appearing on her head, and were surrounded by Ketsubutsu. That sucks. The girl in question appeared again and eyed both Uravati and Cellophane. I wanted to keep talking, but not with so many people around. I guess we'll talk another time, Izuku. She then jumped away, with Cellophane attempting to go after her, only to realize she didn't have any targets for him to hit. I saw a fight and rushed over, meeting Uravati on the way here, Cellophane said after the three of them got cover. We figured we could either help or score points, said Uravati, we're lucky we found you. Izuku nodded, thanks guys, but we have to hurry. It'll reach 100 before we know it. Freezer Burn sighed as he ducked behind cover while thinking to himself, should I attack first, or see what their quirks are? They might have quirks to counter mine. Deciding, the dual-haired teen turned the corner, before realizing his mistake as he was face to face with a group of 15 students, who, in all honesty, resembled the Mighty Morphin Ninja Rangers. Well, son of Endeavor, said the leader in red Power Ranger vibes, good to know our trap worked. Freezer Burn student here has a counter to anything you try, so there's no way you can win. Freezer Burn spotted a glowing metal nut flying at him, with the teen grunting as he made a wall of ice, just in time as the metal nut immediately grew giant-sized, with a few small poles and screws slamming against the ice as well. You're at a disadvantage now, shouted two more students, before jumping into the air and unleashing blasts of water and earth at Freezer Burn, who countered with his own fire, creating a smokescreen. This is my chance, I'm too outnumbered here, thought Freezer Burn, before turning and running in the opposite direction. Turning the corner, Freezer Burn spotted a nearby tank as he thought to himself, if my theory is correct, then they would have used the same pink smoke from the land mines instead of giving us a tank full of explosive gas. Which means, Freezer Burn soon unleashed a spiky ice barrage at the nearby tank, making a small dent in it before blasting it with fire, making the dent wider before more ninja students landed near him. You won't get away this time, said the students, running at him as they unleashed their quirks at the ice brigade, only to stop as pink smoke covered the area, blinding them temporarily. He's using the gas as cover to get away again, said the red leader, don't. He paused as ice began to creep up his legs, before going up to his neck while restricting his movement, but keeping his targets exposed. The leader looked around to see the rest of his class had also been frozen up to their necks, unable to move or use their quirks well either while having their targets exposed as well. Who said I was running? Asked Freezer Burn, appearing from the smoke with a ball in his hand. I can't afford to lose, so sorry about this. Freezer Burn then walked over to the leader, hit both of his targets with the ball he held, before going to the nearest person and tagging them as well, before his own targets lit up green. Turning around, Freezer Burn then started to head back to the building, before feeling a gust of wind as he saw blue and black lightning and fire, and sighed before feeling another gust of wind, followed by purple and yellow lightning. Another speedster? Asked Freezer Burn, before shaking his head and returning to his original destination. A few minutes earlier. Adapt smiled as he walked through the arena, invisible to anyone that spotted him, and wanting to give them a chance, ignored the ones he thought weren't a challenge to him. This would be more fun if someone here was quick enough to react to me, sighed Adapt, looking at the targets on his gloves and chest while sending out another Geo-Pulse. I guess I could. Sensing someone coming straight towards him with Geo-Pulse, jumping out of the way as a streak of purple and yellow lightning ran by him. Fuck, coughed Adapt, who the hell are you? Call me Speedstar, said the feminine voice, revealing a black-haired teen with purple streak and a black and purple costume that had a lightning bolt on the chest as well as black lining around the costume, with a mask that exposed her face and hair, and you're my ticket to getting my license. Not if I have anything to say about it, smirked Adapt, sending a gust of wind at the female speedster. I read up on you, Rayo, said Speedstar, figured you'd actually be like me. Guess you're full of surprises. Adapt chuckled, you've got that right, Speedstar. The teen then clapped his hands together as he chuckled, and the name's Adapt. Slamming his hands down on the ground, Adapt used his geokinetic abilities to crack the ground open, before sending blasts of water through the cracks. Speedstar dodged the attack as she ran, making sure to keep her eyes on Adapt, soon reaching the speedster and grabbing him. Thought you'd be faster. Same here. The figure Speedstar held then faded away, revealing she was holding what was an aura clone. He stole Dad's move. Seeing a shadow above her, Speedstar moved just in time to dodge a giant rock, before smirking as she saw Adapt in front of her before he ran off in a trail of blue and black lightning and fire, before running off as well. Hey guys, didn't think I'd post this chapter this quickly, but I'm glad it's out regardless. Now, I'm going to be establishing a few things instead of leaving y'all hanging with questions. The new speedster is a member of the Flash family, who will be revealed later on. Rio's cuffs have been modified by him, Nezu, and made to make them into limiters, similar to Shadow's rings on his arms and legs. Rayo does not have his ecto-energy attacks because of the limiters, but can still walk through walls, disappear and fly, which makes him much more unique than the other guys. The multiverse arc is right after this one. Find out next chapter of My Element Academia. Next chapter, Provisional License Exams. Part 2. Anyway, this chapter has been beta read by Shonen King 94. Powerhouse out. 62 Chapter 54, Provisional License Exam. Part 2. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OCs. I also do not own any Aliens, Ben 10, or 5YL. Those belong to Man of Action and the Ink Tank respectively. Danny Phantom is owned by Butch Hartman. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff Might speaking. Buff Might thinking. Attack names. Provisional license exams. Part 2. Shoto walked through the entrance to the auditorium as he sighed, that was quicker than I imagined. Spotting Inasa, and being curious about the large boy, Shoto started walking up to him in an attempt to talk, but ultimately stopped as he had already engaged another student in conversation. Guess all I can do is wait. Adapt jumped up as he shot a web line at a lamp post, swinging around it before launching into the air, turning around and smirking as he grabbed his middle finger with his thumb. Deku style. Delaware lightning. Speedstar smiled as she dodged the incoming strikes of lightning, before jumping up, grabbing the next lightning bolt, and returning it back to Rayo, who, due to the surprise, was struck out of the sky and back onto the ground. Speedstar smirked as she stood over Adapt, holding a ball as she chuckled, guess getting put on probation dulls your skill, huh? Ino, you shouldn't be talking in a fight, laughed Adapt, it gives your opponent a chance to escape. Phasing into the ground, Adapt disappeared right in front of the teen speedster, sinking into the earth as her feet began to be covered in earth, making Speedstar run away from the area quickly. So you can become elements at will too, said Speedstar, this won't be easy, but it'll be fun, that's for sure. She then ran off, leaving only a lightning bolt burned into the ground where she previously stood. Elsewhere, Dynamite, Red Riot, and Chargebolt continued to all walk together, hopefully finding an enemy that would let them pass sooner than later. Are you sure we should have left everyone, Bakugo? Asked Chargebolt, we haven't even run into anyone since we left. If you wanna go back and deal with those extras, I'm not stopping you, Pikachu, growled Dynamite. Don't be like that man, he was just, began Red Riot, before he was soon interrupted. Shut up, said Dynamite, we're being followed. How right you are, said a familiar voice, making the three boys turn around to see the purple-haired teen from Shiketsu, who had multiple balls of deformed flesh all around him. I'll deal with all three of you myself, seeing as you both decided to follow this pompous blonde. Well shit, said Chargebolt, before activating his speed storm, we've gotta play this smart, we can't go rushing in. Dynamite, not listening or not caring, raised his gauntlet at the Shiketsu student, with one of the panels of his gauntlet separating from the gauntlet and launching a metal cable at the student, pulling him towards his body violently as he yelled, get over here. The purple-haired teen watched as Dynamite slammed his fist into his stomach, spitting up the little lunch he had left as he was flung backwards, with just his flesh catching him and preventing him from hitting the ground. Seeing as you have no wish to listen to reason and quit being a hero, Dynamite, began the Shiketsu student, I'll deal with you personally. Flesh was soon launched at the three boys, with Red Riot hardening his skin before shoving his two friends out of harm's way, but unfortunately getting grabbed the flesh began to mold him. Dynamite and Chargebolt watched in disgust and shock as their classmate was squished, molded, and soon turned into a ball of flesh, with his mouth, hair, and eyes only poking out in certain areas. This is my quirk, Meatball, says the purple-haired teen, I can turn whoever I touch with my flesh into human meatballs. Don't worry, they're still conscious, just immobile. Thanks for the heads up, meathead, shouted Dynamite, now I know exactly how your quirk works. Activating his quirk, the ash blonde launched himself towards the arrogant Shiketsu student, and noticing the globs of flesh coming near him, jumped back, kicking the purple-haired teen in the chest while simultaneously extending his palm and pressing his free fist against it. Missile launch, shouted Dynamite, unleashing large, circular explosions that had the strength of his AP. Shot in rapid succession. The Shiketsu teen grunted as he blocked a few of the incoming blasts, before smirking, which Dynamite noticed. Looking at his shoulder, the UA student saw a glob of flesh on his shoulder, and as he was being molded into a meatball, threw a few small objects in Chargebolt's direction. The purple-haired teen looked at Chargebolt with an arrogant smile, I suggest you surrender now. Your comrades have been defeated, there's no hope for you to win. You're right. The shocked student scoffed, you really aren't worthy of being a hero if you'll surrender that easily. I wasn't finished, said Chargebolt, before he extended his right arm, revealing a new support item he'd gotten from Hatsume. You're right, my comrades have been defeated. But that doesn't mean we've lost. A small metal disc shot out of the device, with the purple-haired teen leaning his head to the side, dodging it with little effort. Is that it? Asked the Shiketsu teen, before seeing that his opponent was no longer there. I knew he was too cowardly to face me, said the teen, before turning around, only to be met with a giant, electric yellow fist. Not on your life, said Chargebolt, before slamming his fist into the arrogant boy, who hit the metal disc on the wall, getting electrocuted even more before he fell to the ground, not noticing the mini grenades detonating in front of him as he was finally unconscious. The teen then deactivated his speed storm as he watched the globs of flesh be returned to their normal state, and helping up Red Riot and Dynamite, smirked. What took you so long? Chuckled the redhead, just messing with you, man. Nice work, bro. Especially since you got us some easy targets, too, chuckled Dynamite. The other now freed students watched on in horror as the trio got closer to each of them, unable to move their legs due to being meatballs for so long. Dynamite, Chargebolt, and Red Riot, pass. Tentacle, Froppy, Puppeteer, Invisible Girl, and Earphone Jack all panted as they reached the top floor of the building they were chased into. How did they find us? Said Invisible Girl. I'm not sure, but they haven't attacked for a reason, says Earphone Jack, before sticking her ear jack into the door, listening for their enemies. Puppeteer piped up, they're trying to corner us and exploit our weaknesses. They saw the sports festival, they know what we can do, and they're trying to exploit that. It would make sense, but if they have a countermeasure for each of us, we'd have to be against a group with an extremely intelligent leader, says Tentacle, they couldn't have thought about this on their own. Suddenly, the windows were soon covered with metallic binding, preventing them from seeing well in the dark. Don't worry, says Puppeteer, pulling out some night vision goggles, I might only have one of these, but we can share. Thanks, says Invisible Girl, it doesn't look like they plan on coming in here anytime soon, did it just get colder in here? While the Invisible Girl shivered, Froppy began to curl up into Tentacle, soon falling asleep in the process. Guys, Froppy is going into hibernation, shouts Tentacle, we need to get out of here, I don't know how much longer I can keep her warm. Hold on, let me see if I can pinpoint where shouts Earphone Jack, pulling her jacks out of the wall as she winces in pain, shit, that hurt. Earphone Jack, says Puppeteer, what just happened, are you okay? It felt like someone just put me right at the loudest speaker of a concert. We've really got to find a way out of here, and fast. On the other side of the door, a group of students watched in anticipation as they watched their leader drink her cup of tea. With just these students, we shouldn't have a problem taking them out of the picture, said the girl, taking another sip of tea, especially since Momo Yaoyorozu has been taken out of the picture. You got that right, President, shouted one student. You're the best, President Intelli, said another. Intelli smiled, get everything ready. All we have to do now is wait. Elsewhere, Cellophane, Uravity, and Deku each held a ball in their hands as they hid behind a large rock. I think I have an idea, says Uravity, if we can get their attention, then we can distract them long enough to hit their targets. Then we'll need something big enough for them to not want to take their eyes off of. Cellophane points out. I've got something I've been working on. Deku smirks, but I won't be able to use it for a while, so when I give the signal, go for their targets. What? Asked Uravity, before her boyfriend punched through the massive rock, with all the Ketsubutsu students smirking. We've got him now guys, Shindo shouts, walking up behind his fellow students, sorry it took me so long to catch up. Don't sweat it, said an ash blonde girl in a blue suit, UA's got potential, makes sense they'd put up such a challenge. Let's just get these three out the exam for good before we go after the rest. Deku watched as they charged at the three of them, before smirking, you didn't think we were training for nothing, did you? Jumping into the air, Deku slammed his foot into the ground, simultaneously spreading the students apart and putting distance between his classmates and him, with the former now being a bit farther from the second years. Getting down on all fours, Deku grunted and growled as Black Whip began to spread all throughout his body, with it extending over the spine of his suit as his pupils disappeared, with the tips of Black Whip curving just enough to do damage without being lethal to anyone. Markings of green flame began to spread all over Deku's face, with the teen growling while allowing Black Whip to thrash about while building up energy for redirect. Black Whip untamed, growled out Deku. I guess that's the signal. Chuckled Uravity, come on. Wait, they're just heading for Deku. Cellophane points out, we need to keep their attention on him and prevent them from getting to him at the same time. Cellophane smirks as he looks at Uravity, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Yup. Cellophane shoots his tape at multiple different large boulders, with Uravity tapping each of the large boulders as she makes them fall into the gaps of the students, trapping them in a web of tape as Blackwhip begins to immobilize them and take their balls from them. Combined move, Comet Web. Cellophane and Uravity both shout at the same time. I can't get free, says one student. Me neither. Guess that means you're our ticket to win, says Deku, chuckling softly while still on all fours as he taps all three of the blue students with the density increasing quirks targets and the one with the boomerang quirk as well. Uravity gets her targets as well. How long does that form last? Yeah, man, Cellophane says while getting his targets, you kinda look like a demon from those old stories. About 2 minutes for now, growls out the green-haired teen as Blackwhip loosened its grip at the same time that the trio's targets lit up green. The three friends then headed towards the gate, with Deku stopping and looking at his former opponents. Don't take this as a loss, smiled Deku, take it as an opportunity to get stronger than you already are. He then followed his girlfriend and friend to the gate, smiling the entire time. Cellophane, Uravity, and Deku, pass. Reo grunted as he was flung backwards, hitting a nearby wall before moving his head to the side, with Speedstar's fist now where his head was. Damn, I know you aren't trying to kill me, but are you actually trying to hurt me, chuckles Reo. That's the only way you'll actually take me seriously, smirked Speedstar, before summoning a lightning bolt that struck the ghost teen. With the smoke clearing, Reo chuckled, delicious. You know you shouldn't give a speedster more lightning. Now let me show you a real lightning attack. Running up the nearest wall, Reo grabbed the air around him and produced a stream of water, making a massive dark cloud appear in the sky. Everyone, I have to inform you that a storm is on the horizon, either due to quirk use or natural events. Reo continued to run up the side of the nearest building, before blasting the clouds with a massive amount of lightning. Jumping down, Reo made a crater as he pointed at Speedstar and yelled, Shazam! The lightning hit Speedstar, and while it normally wouldn't have affected her, it started raining at the same time that the ghost teen blasted her with what was the equivalent of water from a fire hose. Cheap shot, chuckled Speedstar, before running off as lightning continued to strike, attempting to hit her, yet due to her speed, was able to dodge them as Reo ran behind her. Alright, that's it, grumbled the female speedster, this cat and mouse game has gone on long enough. Feeling her connection to the speed force, the black-haired teen allows the cosmic force to flow through her, spiritually, physically, and mentally while making her connection stronger. Purple lightning sparks around her eyes as she opens them, before taking a step and taking off in a burst of speed, lightning trailing behind her as she runs up a building, turns around, breaking the glass in the process, before extending her arm as she runs into Reo, flipping him into the air as Shish continues running, before elbowing the boy in the stomach, making him hit the ground as he groans. Being on the receiving end of that really sucks, says the boy, before sensing Speedstar grabbing a ball, with the boy phasing through the ground the moment the female speedster attempted to hit one of his targets. Phasing back through the ground and staying invisible, Reo pants heavily, I need to wrap this up quick, but she knows all my moves, except for one. Grabbing his limiter on his right arm, Reo phased it off of him, before dropping to his knees as he yelled in pain, with Speedstar smirking as she immediately ran towards the boy, intent on getting her rival out of the competition. Throwing the ball at super speed, the female speedster then got close to him, intending to knock him out before she was flung backwards by a wave of blue and red energy. A growl was heard as Reo turned around, with red and blue flames coming off his body as he shifted into a red version of his costume. Darkness began to cover Rio's arms and legs, before it stopped at his knees and forearms, with the teen pulling a lightning bolt-shaped sword from his chest. It's been so long since I've been able to let loose like this, why no, said Reo, yet it also wasn't especially with the echo in his voice being easily heard. Come on, you need to get up, Speedstar thought to herself, you need to run. Yes, make this more fun for me, said Reo, getting into a battle stance as he pulled out another sword, run, Eva, run. Speedstar then took off running in the opposite direction, not daring to look behind her as she reached flash time, opening up a portal in front of her before she was yanked out of it, with Reo standing above her. Seems I caught you before Uncle Danny or the time wraiths did, chuckled the teen, now let's try this again. Speedstar narrowly dodged the lightning swords as she kicked Reo backwards, with the teen getting one of his targets lit up, with the teen's weapons being stuck in the ground. The female speedster laughed and cheered, finally. Mom and Dad said it might be impossible to face you, but I finally got one of your targets out. First rule of battles, Eva, sighed Reo, keep your eyes on the enemy. Reo threw a barrage of nearby balls and his swords, before teleporting behind Speedstar and doing the same, keeping her trapped by the ground as one of the swords glowed red. Second rule. Believe in the impossible, little cousin. Reo then grabbed a nearby ball and threw it at all three of Eva's targets using the wind, before bringing it back to him. We'll talk later, go get cleaned up, says the ghost boy as the darkness around him got reabsorbed into his hand once he put on the limiter, I've got one more target to find. Tell Auntie and UNC I'll see them in a few days. Reo then disappeared in a strike of blue lightning, heading wherever his next prey was. Hey guys, so glad I got this out of the way, I wanted to give the IntelliV's team as well as everyone else their own chapter. First off, I have officially graduated from high school. Second, I have a beautiful girlfriend who I made it official with at prom on the 20th. Third, I saw the new Spider-Verse movie. You better see it before I get to the multiverse arc. Greatness inspires greatness. Last, I'm currently on vacation and visiting family and will have more time to upload now. Eva is Speedstar, her last name should be pretty obvious, but I'll leave that up to you guys to figure out if you want before I reveal it. Find out next chapter of My Element Academia. Next chapter, Provisional License Exams. Part 3. Anyway, this chapter has been beta read by Shonen King 94. Powerhouse Out 62 Chapter 55, Provisional License Exam. Part 3. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OCs. I also do not own any aliens, Ben 10, or 5YL. Those belong to Man of Action and the Ink Tank respectively. Danny Phantom is owned by Butch Hartman. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff Might speaking. Buff Might thinking. Attack names. Provisional License Exam. Part 3. Puppeteer, Tentacle, Froppy, Earphone Jack, and Invisible Girl were all in quite a pickle. Froppy was in hibernation mode due to her quirk's instinctive ability through the sheer cold. Earphone Jack had been ineffective due to their unknown opponent using loud sonics, making her quirk useless. With no one around, all Puppeteer had was his training as well as his intellect, and he was quickly running out of ideas. Invisible Girl had no light around her, meaning she could neither reflect it, refract it, or shape it. Tentacle was keeping Froppy warm due to his large size, making sure she didn't completely go into hibernation while doing his best to help the others. We've got to find a way out of here, says Tentacle. There's no way to see anything without Shino's goggles, meaning we can't find an exit. What if we make our own exit, says Shinso. We have everything we'd need, camouflage, invisibility, extra limbs, enhanced senses, strength, we could take out the enemies with little to no difficulty. That's true, but we'd be exhausted if we all do this for an hour, that would leave us vulnerable, thought Jiro, before seeing a look from Shoji. Who said we need the full hour? Asked the teen, with everyone listening as they smirked. So we're all in agreement, asks Shinso. They did say use whatever you need to no matter what, chuckles Jiro. Then let's do this, nods Hagakure, putting her fist in as she turns visible, with everyone else following her movement. Light engulfed the room as a hulking figure stood and chuckled, let's get this party started. On the other side of the door, Intelli continued to drink her tea while waiting for her opponents to stop their resistance. Class rep, it seems that UA still won't acknowledge that they've been beaten, chuckles the vice president, should we increase the cold? Intelli nodded, yes, it seems they're trying an alternate approach. I've already figured out how to counter for it, of course, so there is no worry here. Suddenly, there was a massive dent in the large, metal wall, startling the two students. That's impossible, said Intelli. I personally made sure you had the necessary adamantium to make this door, Kin. This shouldn't be happening, Tentacle doesn't have enough strength to do this, not alone, says Kin. Another dent was soon seen, followed by two more, soon covering most, if not, all of the adamantium door with massive dents, which seemed to slow down after a few minutes. The dents, which by now Intelli had concluded to be punches, had stopped altogether, making the blue-haired tea drinker laugh, those imbeciles. They spent so much time trying to come up with a way out, that the big oaf used up all his energy he had left. This is our chance. Kin put his hand on the massive door, with the metal soon liquefying and becoming pure water as it splashed onto the floor. Kin spotted the figure of Shoji, hunched over with Sue in his arms as he tried to keep her as warm as possible. You really should have been more observant, chuckled Shoji. Kin soon found himself trapped, being wrapped in Shinso's capture scarf before being wrapped up like a cocoon. At the last second, Kin shouted, it's a trap. Intelli looked up at the being that she thought was one of their opponents, before realizing exactly what they did to be able to even dent the door at all. The figure jumped up and stuck itself against the ceiling, crawling around before Sue's voice was heard. Your plans obviously weren't counting on a few things, Ribbit. Coming down from the ceiling, the being chuckled as Shinso spoke. We all constantly switch, match up, and team up with each other every day, especially when doing our lessons on fusion. What are you? Shouted Intelli, horrified by both the being, as well as not preparing for this outcome in the slightest, as she backed away into the wall. I'm Suyu Asui, Ribbit, said the being, before Hagakure was heard. I'm Toru Hagakure, continued the being before Jiro spoke. The name's Kyoka Jiro, voiced the goth girl. Sup, the name's Hitoshi Shinso. And I'm Mezzo Shoji. Stop, please, shouts Kin, turning away, who are you? No more tricks, please. The being spoke in a deep voice, the being chuckled and smirked, my name. That's easy. Call me Mimic. Mimic launched themselves at their opponents, with screams of terror being heard as darkness, with the students crawling into the light before being dragged away by a long, pink tongue as they screamed in horror. Meanwhile, while most of his classmates had already passed the exam, Yuga Aoyama was struggling to muster up the courage and fight his own enemies. The blonde boy had been hiding behind a large rock, while being attacked by a number of projectile quirks. Can't stop twinkling, I found you. The boy in question looked to the source of the voice, with Ingenium appearing soon as he walked up to the boy. Ingenium, bonjour, can't stop twinkling said as he put on a face, what are you doing here, my friend? Well, I'm trying to round up as many of our classmates as possible, answered Ingenium, are you okay? Nothing gets by you, huh, says can't stop twinkling, sighing, do you really think that I'm cut out for this? What do you mean, asks Ingenium. Being a hero I mean, says can't stop twinkling, I mean, I'm not the strongest or fastest like you, Reo, Shoto, and Bakugo. I'm definitely not the smartest like you or Momo, and my quirk. Should I just give up? Of course not. The immediate answer made Can't Stop Twinkling look at his class president. You're not gonna be the strongest from the start. It takes work, practice to an extent. But if you never try, you'll never find out. Aoyama, we all support each other, none of us would even be able to come this far if it wasn't for everyone else. Ingenium sighs as he chuckles under his helmet. I guess what I'm trying to say is, don't hesitate to rely on others. Because right now, I'm here to help you. Can't Stop Twinkling smiles at his friend's speech, before getting up as he proclaims, you're right, Mon Amy. I shouldn't let one setback keep me from sparkling. Ingenium smiled as he sweat dropped. Yes, exactly that. Whatever that means. Suddenly, an attack broke through the large rocks that provided them cover, with a hulking female with drills for hands and pistons for elbows walking through the debris. Ingenium grabbed Can't Stop Twinkling before running away from the large female, with the sparkly teen shouting frantically. Wait, just leave me here. No, I refuse to let you give up on yourself. That's not what I'm doing, I have a plan. Ingenium stopped once they were covered once again, and looked at Can't Stop Twinkling, I trust you. The glamorous boy bent backwards, before blasting his naval laser into the sky for everyone to see, holding it as long as possible before he eventually threw up. Izuku, Shiro, Ochako, Reo, and Kaminari all cheered as they saw each other in the passing area. Shoji, Su, Jiro, Shinso, and Hagakure just entered, and now, more than half the class had passed. Dude, that was crazy, said Shiro. You were so fucking terrifying, you were like a demon. How'd you manage to control Black Whip like that? Asked Kaminari. That's the thing, I didn't, smirked Izuku. No control means a better ultimate move for a rampage. I can reel it in at any time, though. The three boys smiled and continued talking while Shoto, Reo, and a few others did as well. So, you found another speedster? Asked the heterochromia boy. Yay, she's a cousin I used to play with back in America. Reo chuckles, I got her out, so she'll have to take the remedial test if she wants to get by, though. Shoto sighed, so it was the two of you who ran by me earlier. Sorry about that. Shoto chuckled, I'm used to it. The two continued to talk before Inasa walked up to them. Shoto Todoroki, I don't like you. You have the same look in your eyes as him. He then walked away, with the two boys looking at him with confusion as Shoto asked, what was that about? Ingenium stood back to back with Can't Stop Twinkling as he grunted, looks like this is the end, my friend. It's a shame we won't be joining our classmates in getting our licenses. Can't Stop Twinkling, although he was in a weak stance, nodded, it was an honor to fight by you. Before he could finish, he heard a yell coming from his attackers as they began to be covered in liquid. It's melting my stuff. Take your gear off, said one of the opposing students, before being kicked out of the way as a figure with a very big tail landed in front of them. Tailman smirked, figured you could use a hand. Or a tail. Pinky laughed as she kicked a guy in the head, nice job with that beacon, Can't Stop Twinkling. Midnight Talons, shouted Tsukuyomi as Dark Shadow grew his hand bigger and helped pin down three students. You sure are a light in the darkness, my friend. A hyper sugarman smirked as he knocked out a student. Yeah, man. You're awesome. Birds began to flock around the opposing students, soon pooping on them and grossing them out and keeping them from moving as Pinky sprayed them in acid rain again. Ingenium smiled before looking at Can't Stop Twinkling, who was surprised at all the praise. See, my friend. We're all here to support you. The blonde smiled and nodded. You all, come on, let's be heroes. With all their opposition either immobilized or knocked out, the 7 classmates soon began hitting their targets, smiling as they all passed and headed to join their classmates. Hey guys, so updates have sort of slowed down, but I'll try to still be active as much as I can. Work has been hell and I'm looking for a second job at the same time. Next chapter, we'll be seeing the rescue portion along with a special guest. P.S. Anyone can do the remedial test in this story. It's just at different locations. See you all on the next chapter of My Element Academia. Next chapter, Provisional License Exams. Part 3. This chapter has been beta read by Shonen King 94. Powerhouse Out 56, Provisional Licensing Exam. Part 4. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OCs. I also do not own any Aliens, Ben 10, or 5YL. Those belong to Man of Action and the Ink Tank respectively. Danny Phantom is owned by Butch Hartman. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff Might speaking. Buff Might thinking. Attack names. Provisional Licensing Exam. Part 4. As all the students gathered in the waiting area, Shoto couldn't help but think about what Inasa said to him. Why did he feel the need to tell him that he didn't like him? He shook his head, he shouldn't be focused on that right now. He's got an exam to pass. Speaking of, congratulations to everyone who passed the first half of the exam. Mara sighed, I wish we would have been done by now, but it's fine. I don't need sleep. Anyway, the next part of the exam is a rescue mission for the 100. Villain terrorists have attacked and you not only have to defeat them, but rescue civilians as well. You'll be counted on how many people you save, but you won't be timed on this. Your actions will speak for you, and any wrong action can cause you to lose points as well. Good luck. A few seconds later, the dome opened to reveal the same, destroyed arena as they had left it, with everyone ready to do their part. You can go now, said Mara. Class 1A soon started to separate, going different ways with the same respective groups they had in the first half, or simply going alone. Team Deku, Izuku, Shiro, and Ochako all walked together, keeping a lookout as they started to hear a cry for help, with Izuku rushing over carefully. Finding a man trapped under rubble, Izuku asked, "This looks bad. Are you okay?" Minus points, said the man, "You're not supposed to tell someone who's bleeding and trapped that it looks bad. You're supposed to comfort them, make sure they get to their designated areas and stay safe until the fire and rescue get here. Your lack of training is showing, but that's not supposed to happen. You've got to hero up and get the job done, understand?" Izuku nodded, growing a more determined look on his face before he smiled and spoke, "Don't worry, I can definitely save you." The man just looked at him before going back to his act, crying and wailing as blood dripped down his face. "Uravati, cellophane," said Deku, "I'll make sure this boy gets to a medical area to get checked for any worse injuries. I need you to lift the rubble, Uravati, while you call for assistance on the comms, cellophane." "Right," said the two, with Uravati touching the rubble and floating it into the air as Deku grabbed the man and carefully held him in his arms. "You'll be all right now. Everything is under control," said the brown-haired hero. Cellophane tapped his earpiece, "This is cellophane. Uravati, Deku and I are on the east side. Where's the nearest med camp set up?" "Cellophane, it's grand. We've just got a med area set up a few minutes from you. It's a white flag and a blue tent, you can't miss it." "Got it, I'm on my way," nodded Deku, before turning around and leaping away with full cowling and float. Ochako released the rubble and smiled as she thought to herself, "We can do this. We can all become heroes." Mara looked around, smiling before checking the results. "It's been 10 minutes now, and everyone's been doing well. A few mistakes, but that's expected. But what's a test without a few surprises?" A large man with a large, black, blubbery cape walked through a dark hallway as he spoke. "These kids better be ready for what comes next." "You're right about that, go," chuckled a shorter man, walking beside him as other similarly dressed figures started to run ahead of them. "You think they'll be able to handle us?" asked the shorter man, stretching and smiling as he checked his glowing watch. "I've been given permission to go all out." "They'll know what they need to do when the time comes," said the other figure, whose voice was easily recognizable as a female. "They already know what happens if they do." "Let's be heroes," Inasa shouted loudly as he started a small whirlwind around him, causing two small civilians to get spun in the air. "Gale Force, be careful with the civilians," said the large student whose entire body was covered in hair. "We're supposed to rescue them, not get them more injured than they already are." The muscular elemental realized his mistake, and stopping his whirlwind, caught the two civilians easily. "Sorry about that, Chuyi. I should have been paying more attention." Chuyi sighed as he used his quirk to make a clear spot for civilians, with cellophane using his tape to extend the safety area around them. "I think I heard someone hurt over here," Earphone Jack shouted, getting Gale Force's attention as he lifted up the rubble and helped her get the child from under the debris. Within moments of the exam starting, almost everyone had either rescued a civilian, or supported them by getting them medical aid. Dynamite, along with Red Riot and Chargebolt, started to lift some rubble up to rescue an elderly woman, before the ash blonde just scoffed and yelled, "You wanna get out of there? Then why don't you help yourself instead of waiting for people and dealing with more pain?" "Minus points, young man," said the woman, obviously a bit insulted at the explosive boy's attitude, but happy that Red Riot and Chargebolt were doing their best to both calm her down and help her. "Oh, come on." Adapt and Freezer Burn had decided to stick together this time, especially after coming to the conclusion that their quirks would work better than apart. The blue flame-haired teen levitated some rubble around him, with Freezer Burn helping the old man and younger woman from under the debris, now having 6 civilians in either elemental constructs or their arms. "We should probably head back to the medbay," said Freezer Burn. "We've found everyone in this area, but there might be more that we won't be able to carry." Adapt nodded. "I'll send out a message to prep more med tables." Handing the civilians to his cousin, Freezer Burn made his signature ice slide, with Adapt making sure their injured were fully supported and stable while he tried to distract them with snowflakes and ice constructs. "We're here," says Freezer Burn, grabbing 2 civilians and taking them to the medbay, with Adapt right behind him with the other 4, who were soon treated and helped as soon as possible. Deku landed, bringing another civilian and setting them down gently before looking to his teammates. "I've looked through every bit of rubble I can find. I think we have everyone." Everyone looked at Adapt, who nodded as he stomped his foot, sending out a Geo-pulse. "We've got everyone, and Kirishima and Kaminari are on the way, but we've got incoming. Gale Force, Freezer Burn, Deku, follow me. Everyone else, try and make sure the civilians don't get any more stressed." The 4 students then jumped away, either floating, flying, ice skating, or hovering to their destination as they waited for their attackers. Suddenly a huge explosion occurred. Breaking down the northeast wall as an army of soldiers in black and white uniforms appeared, surrounding the 4 heroes in training while 3 obviously dangerous beings walked out, obviously seeing the irony at their opponents. "I always wanted a rematch with my old intern," smirked the woman. "Looks like I'll break more than just his bones today. Those boys better learn some teamwork, otherwise they'll fail completely," said the hulking, black and white man with a similar colored suit. "I do know that I'll enjoy this." "You got that right, Kugo," smirked the smaller man, stretching as he laughed a bit. "They have no idea who they're up against. Those kids better hope that their lesson stuck." As Gang Orca, Mirko, and Dawn Phantom revealed themselves, the UA students chuckled, and while not showing it, they were all thinking the same exact thing. "We're so screwed." As Red Riot, Chargebolt, and Dynamite all arrived back at the medbay, the Ash Blonde couldn't help but look around and smirk. "Don't tell me that Deku, an elemental asshole, didn't rescue anyone. Guess it shows how useless they are." Kirishima set the civilian down while Uravati rolled her eyes. "They had to be our blockade for a while." Taking in that info and having enough sense to know what she meant, Bakugo growled and took a blasting towards where he heard fighting coming from. The four students stood behind a mountain of earth that Ryo managed to summon in time, making the incoming gunfire useless as they made a plan. I'll handle Mirko, says Izuku. It's obvious she was gunning for me in the first place, so I might be able to keep her off of the rest of you. Then I'll take my uncle, says Ryo. This isn't just a lesson, it's also a mission, and no offense, but I'm not sure how much you guys can handle when he isn't holding back. Freezer Burn and Gale Force looked at each other, not saying a word before Deku sighed. I don't know what your beef with each other is, but we have a mission. You both have the perfect combo to beat Gang Orca. Don't let your personal feelings jeopardize it, because I will personally beat both of you up if you make us fail. Do you understand? The two nodded, accepting Deku's promise as he nodded. Get an opening, take out your target, protect the innocents. The team nodded, accepting their tasks and their roles perfectly before Izuku spoke again. Drop the wall. Dropping the stone wall, the teenagers activated their quirks to the fullest, lunging at their current enemy and ready to end this test and become official heroes. Question mark. Pav. I didn't know who this woman was. I didn't even know who I was. But I guess if she was trying to help me then I wouldn't try to reject her. Good choice, child, says the woman, smiling as she hands me a glass of what I could only assume was water. I hoped I was right about you. Who are you? I asked, and sensing this woman was not my enemy right now, I happily accepted the water. I am a traveler, a warrior, but I am also a conqueror. I not only survive, but I also will not hesitate to leave you behind if you don't exceed my expectations. Do you understand this? Asks the woman, holding her blade up and smiling softly. I understand, ma'am. I won't disappoint you. You may call me Sensei. Sensei Kate. Hey guys, welcome back. Really missed this, but I'll be doing updates as much as I can with 2 jobs now. Next chapter, Hell on Earth. See you all on the next chapter. This chapter has been beta read by Shonen King 94. Powerhouse out. 62 Chapter 57, Provisional Licensing Exam. Part 5. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however, own my OCs. I also do not own any aliens, Ben 10, or 5YL. Those belong to Man of Action and the Ink Tank respectively. Danny Phantom is owned by Butch Hartman. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff Might speaking. Buff Might thinking. Attack names. Provisional Licensing Exam. Part 5. As their allies ran off to deal with their attackers, Uravity, Cellophane, Ingenium and the rest of the heroes continued to gather the civilians and comfort them as well as heal their wounds. What do you think is going on over there? Asked Chargebolt, laying a civilian down as Red Riot put medicine on them. It's like a war zone out there. Not sure, but I know one thing. Nagamasa said, they better end this quickly. Deku slammed his foot down, yelling as he grabbed the chocolate ankle of Mirko, slamming her into the ground as he declared, binding bash. Blackwhip tendrils wrapped around Mirko's other leg, making the woman smirk as she suddenly leapt into the air, and still bound by Blackwhip, did a 360 spin before slamming Deku into the ground, landing on top of him with a massive dropkick to his gut. Try my Luna leap out. Deku grunted as he was dug into the ground, groaning and holding his head as he retracted Blackwhip and pressed his communicator. So, how's everyone else doing? Adapt growled as he unleashed a barrage of Titanite shards at his grandfather, trying to at least subdue him to help the others, and his frustration only grew when he heard Deku's voice. Kinda busy here, man. Adapt activated the speed force, slowing down everything around him, including his grandfather, until he started using his Kinesalar and DNA. Nice moves kid, but you're too scared to use your real powers and have a chance to win. Blitz smirked and dashed away, sending Adapt flying into a wall with his tail. Damn it, Maya, activate the powerhouse protocol, said the ghost teen as his arm restraints fell off, with 2 additional arms sprouting from his torso as he smiled. Let's do this. Freezer Burn and Gale Force stood across from each other, with Gang Orca between them as the large man chuckled. I suggest you heroes get out of my way. I have work that needs to be done. Freezer Burn summoned his ice, making a large circle around the 3 of them and keeping Gang Orca from escaping. Looks like you're gonna have to take a rain check. Gale Force blasted Gang Orca with his wind, knocking him backwards a bit as Freezer Burn produced flames, smirking while the larger teen laughed. Looks like you need some water. Too bad for you. The 2 teens began to unleash their attacks together, with each of them hoping for a different result. As Freezer Burn's flames got near Gang Orca, Gale Force's wind blew it away, knocking the 2 heroes out of whack. Inasa yelled as he saw what happened. You did that on purpose. You're getting in my way so I can fail. Freezer Burn looked at the wind user, ultimately getting annoyed by the larger boy. I'm just trying to pass, I don't care about your personal feelings. Now isn't the time for this. Gang Orca sighed before shaking his head. The 2 of you will never learn. The large, orca-like man then turned his head, unleashing a sonic burst at Shoto, sending him flying against the wall before doing the same to Inasa, before immediately heading to where the civilians and other heroes were. Ridiculous. A villain in front of you both and all you can do in argue. Gang Orca sighs, pathetic. You're wasting your time arguing if this is all you have to show me. The pretend villain continued to his destination, no longer paying attention to either Shoto or Inasa. Adapt groaned as he was pushed back, and he was feeling a bit overpowered, even as his Titanite-covered Tetraman arms were being pushed back against by his grandfather. Pulling away from the older ghost, Ryo used both the Kinesalar and DNA he had and the Speed Force to give himself some space to work. Think. He has all your powers. He can combine every ability he has to make a stronger version of yours. What can't he do or stop? Thinks Reo, still running while simultaneously dodging ecto-energy blasts and sending his own blue flames at his grandfather. Suddenly, a ray of ecto-energy came flying at him, and acting on instinct, Reo put his hands up, doing his best to block it, before soon hearing an explosion occur a mile away from him. A black and blue portal had opened up in front of Reo, and his hand was somehow glowing with blue light, what he could only assume was ecto-energy. The teen smirked, immediately coming up with an idea as he pressed his communicator. Inasa, Shoto, Izuku, Bakugo. Reo smirked, looking at his hand, I have an idea. Izuku dodged an incoming attack from Mirko as explosions began appearing around them, sending Mirko back as a figure landed between the two of them and prevented Mirko from attacking again. Land mine. Bakugo landed in front of Deku, dusting himself off as he looked at his rival. Ghostface has a plan, you damn nerd. Unless you wanna keep getting your ass beat, I suggest you back me up. So he can cooperate, thought Deku, smirking and pressing his communicator. Adapt, we're in position, how are Gale Force and Freezer Burn doing? The half-and-half teen had gotten himself distracted, and due to the circumstances, he was now fighting Inasa instead of pursuing Gang Orca. Shoto created shards of ice to launch at Inasa, who quickly flew away from them while yelling at the heterochromia teen, unaware of anything else around them. You should have never tried to be a hero, shouted Inasa, blasting wind at Shoto, you and your father aren't heroes. You're both bullies pretending to be good guys. You're both the same. You don't even know me. I'm nothing like my father, yelled Shoto, making his flames emerge as he countered the wind, accidentally sending the flames directly at one of Gang Orca's sidekicks, but also snapping the two elementals out of their bickering long enough to hear a familiar shout directed at the both of them. Deku, having jumped in the fight to save the sidekick from being burned to death, immediately turned his gaze to look at the fighting teenagers and shout, what the fuck are you two doing? You're gonna get someone killed if you don't get your acts together. Snapping out their stupid argument, Shoto and Inasa looked to see Deku saving the sidekick from the flames, with the two of them realizing their huge mistake. The half-and-half user spoke up, look, I don't like you, and you don't like me. But if we don't put aside our differences, we're not only gonna fail, but we're gonna hurt innocents. Inasa nodded, then we have to not only lure Gang Orca back here, but we have to weaken him somehow. Gang Orca was getting a bit annoyed, even as the two students began to start working together. Stopping in his tracks, the large man then unleashed a sonic blast at Gale Force while he was unintentionally distracted by Shoto, sending him crashing down into the ground while the wind user yelled in agony from being paralyzed, as well as the high-pitched blast. Freezer Burn immediately saw this and began to use his flames, but before he could do anything, Gang Orca grabbed him by his face, sighing at his performance, karma's a bitch. He then began to unleash more sonic blasts directly at Freezer Burn, with the teen yelling in agony before he was dropped onto the ground, with Gang Orca turning around and started heading back to where the civilians were. Pitiful, said the hybrid orca, they'll never make it as heroes. Shoto and Inasa looked at each other, and while they could still activate their quirks, their bodies were completely immobilized. Izuku saw this, and knocking out the sidekick he rescued, who was reaching for his weapon, tapped his communicator, sighed, adapt, dynamite. Freezer Burn and Gale Force are down. Gang Orca hit them with high-frequency sonic bursts. And this is why I usually work alone, sighed adapt, dynamite, finish helping Deku with Mirko. I'll give these two idiots a hand. Shut it, Ghostface. I don't have to do shit, yelled Dynamite, despite the teen immediately sending an explosion at Mirko. Deku blocked a kick from Mirko, sending her flying backwards as he punched her in the gut, with the chocolate rabbit getting engulfed by the flames of Dynamite's explosion. The two rivals looked at each other, with Deku smirking and Dynamite rolling his eyes before saying, get that smile off your damn face. You only passed the first round because of that borrowed power. That made Deku freeze as he thought to himself, does he know? Suddenly, danger sense activated, with Deku snapping out of his thoughts and looking to see Mirko launching herself at the two, with a maniacal smile on her face as she yelled, I'm not done yet, broccoli head. Dynamite looked at Deku and yelled, throw me, idiot. Getting his idea, Deku jumped high into the air, grabbing Dynamite as he began to spin in the air, with Dynamite using his explosions to guide them before he was released as the two shouted, combo move, X-Cannon. Dynamite then spun himself around, extending his leg as Mirko did the same, but due to the combined effort of both teens, was ultimately sent flying backwards into the rubble, groaning and chuckling before she lifted her arm up to see the capture tape around her wrist. Sneaky little brats, smirked the bunny hero, before falling back unconscious. While Deku and Dynamite were handling Mirko, Adapt had his own issues to deal with. Using his lower arms, he was currently blocking his grandfather's attacks with his ecto-energy constructs, and seeing as Dawn had decided to transform into a blue, flaming humanoid with a robotic look, white stripes, and speakers all around his body, the teen knew that he had to step up his game. Dawn spoke up and chuckled in his deep, robotic voice, I'm assuming you've heard of Ultimate Echo Echo. That made Adapt jump back immediately, accessing every bit of his elemental powers that he could in that moment due to the sheer terror of hearing that name. Not wanting to either surrender or be defeated, Adapt began firing Titanite shards at the transformation Dawn had decided to call Ultimate Ecto Echo, who in turn put up a sonic force field. Forgot about that shit, grumbled Adapt, before using his magnetic abilities to magnetize his grandfather with his left hand, and using his right hand to manipulate the water molecules around him, started putting out the fire the alien ghost hybrid was covering himself with. Ultimate Ecto Echo chuckled, niece, but you'll have to do better than that. Grabbing the two discs on his shoulders, the evolved hybrid threw his discs as an incoming car flew towards him, causing a massive explosion and temporarily blinding his view of Adapt. Freezer burn, I'm relocating you at the moment. Get ready to use your flames, and tell Gale Force to get ready too, said Adapt, with his lower right hand glowing blue again as he heard the shouts of his cousin. Gale Force, began Freezer burn, before yelling as a blue portal appeared under him as he fell in, with another appearing on the opposite side of Gang Orca. Freezer burn saw what Rio's plan was, and activating his flames, he saw that Inasa understood as well. The larger teen activated his own quirk, forcing the flames to not only go around him, but also around Gang Orca, trapping him in a fire cyclone and slowly dehydrating him due to his aquatic biology. We gotta help the boss, shouted one of the sidekicks who aimed their weapons at Freezer burn, who summoned his ice shards to cover him while he and Gale Force continued to weaken Gang Orca. Please tell me I sent you to the right spot, shouted Adapt through Freezer burn's mind, I'm still getting used to these portals. Fire cyclone is working, said Freezer burn, are you alright? Adapt didn't answer, because soon, the sound of high-pitched ringing went through Freezer burn's head, with him also hearing the words, Sonic, Doom. Slamming his communicator against the ground, Freezer burn not only severed his connection, but also destroyed his communicator, giving him a better chance of focusing on keeping his flames going. Gang Orca chuckled, a normal villain would have given up. Unfortunately for you, I'm anything but normal. He then grabbed a bottle of water and poured it on his head, rehydrating himself as the flames began to die down due to Freezer burn's overuse of them. Time for round 2, chuckled the intimidating pro. As Adapt yelled in agony from Sonic Doom, he started to fall unconscious, with his eardrums being damaged severely while they slowly started healing and simultaneously fell onto the ground with a loud crash. Ultimate Ecto Echo sighed before levitating and floating to his grandson, you should have just used your Ecto energy, I guess you're not ready for what's coming. Turning back to his human form, Don turned around and began to walk away from his grandson, before stopping as he reached a barrier made of blue and black Ecto energy, which soon became a large dome. Hey, chuckled Adapt, standing up as he popped his shoulder back into place, you did say to use that power, but here I am holding back because I don't want to hurt anyone. The teen smirked as black markings of energy began to wrap around his arms, with 6 orbs, each made of blue flame, black ice, red lightning, tatanite, water, and wind appearing behind his back, with a 7th made up of his own Ecto energy forming in the middle of his back while the other orbs circling around and connecting to the Ecto orb as bolts of speed force energy connected them. You've got one chance. Surrender, UNC, said Adapt. You already know my answer, said Don, turning his head to see his grandson finally getting serious. Adapt nodded, crossing his arms over each other while his hands glowed with the multicolored energy of One for All, while 2 bladed fins sprouted from the sides of his forearms and Adapt's eyes started glowing entirely filled with dark blue energy that had wisps of flames coming out of them. Don chuckled, and turning into his conductoid form dubbed Comeback, and turning the plugs on his fingers and tail into crystal sapine DNA, turned to face his grandson's attack head-on. Multiple portals then began appearing above Comeback, with Adapt smirking as he raised his arm, before slamming it down with as much force as he could manage, with the orbs around him now spinning at speeds that made them look like a fully conjoined circle. You wanted my Ecto energy. Take it. Comeback looked and saw the massive amount of portals, blast beams and elements of not only Adapt's main 6 elements, but also the lightning of the speed force, a multicolored blast of One for All energy, and a massive blast of Ecto energy. The fusion alien attempted to absorb as much of the energy as he could manage, but due to his own limits and not being able to absorb elements, he took the full brunt of the blasts, forcing him to revert back to human while Adapt stood there, exhausted before he heard Mara's final announcement. All the civilians have been rescued. The exam is over. Heroes win. Adapt smiled, and pressing a button on his wrist, his limiters flew back onto him as his markings, orbs, and energy returned to normal, soon collapsing from exhaustion while the Ecto barrier disappeared as well. Hey guys, guess who's back? I've actually had a bit more free time since I've had a week off from work due to having a grand mal seizure. Next chapter, pass or fail. See you all the next time. This chapter has been beta read by Shonen King 94. Powerhouse out. 62 Chapter 58, Provisional Licensing Exam. Part 6. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however, own my OCs. I also do not own any aliens, Ben 10, or 5YL. Those belong to Man of Action and the Ink Tank respectively. Danny Phantom is owned by Butch Hartman. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff might speaking. Buff might thinking. Attack names. Provisional Licensing Exam. Part 6. The exam had finally come to an end. The students had either been recovering from their previous battles, or they were gathering together and waiting for their results while back in their school uniforms. Bakugo, Izuku, Ochako, and the rest of their class, minus Shoto and Reo, had formed a group while they saw Mara get on stage. That was kinda close, I'm not gonna lie, chuckled Izuku, never thought they'd send out 3 heroes for little old us. We've got a living nuke, a walking 8C, your dumb ass, a chick who can control gravity, and a guy who makes fucking explosions from his sweat. Scoffed Bakugo, pointing to himself, you're underestimating yourself. The nearby students just looked at the ash blonde in confusion, before Kaminari raised his eyebrow and spoke, did I just hear Bakugo give Midoriya a compliment? Shut it, dunce face. Shoto groaned as he woke up, holding his head slowly while he sat up and looked around, realizing he was in the infirmary, with Inasa right next to him, waking up and groaning as he sees Shoto, who sighs as he speaks, look, Inasa. I'm not sure what's the issue between you and my father. And honestly, I don't care. He can't keep causing problems between us if we're gonna be heroes. We're gonna have to work together in the future, so can we put aside our differences and try to be friends? Inasa smiled as he stood up. No, I still don't like you, Shoto Todoroki. That won't stop me from tolerating you in order to become a hero. Shoto nodded, slowly getting up as the two headed to join their classmates for their results. Mara sighed and spoke into the mic, looking at all the students in front of him who'd possibly passed the exam, glad he could finally be done with this. Welcome everyone, thank you for your hard work in today's exam. Before I announce the results, I'll explain how we evaluated each of you. Between HUC and the ones who judged you at the Hero Public Safety Commission, we had a twofold demerit system that we used to determine your total scores. In other words, we were evaluating you based on how few mistakes you made in a crisis situation. Anyway, the names of those who passed will be shown here in alphabetical order. Keep my words in mind as you search the screen for your name. The UA students immediately started looking for their names, with a few of them having to search multiple areas on the screen before breathing a sigh of relief as they soon began cheering to themselves. Almost the entirety of the UA class had passed, save for 2 students. While everyone else cheered, Bakugo was seeing red. He couldn't find his name anywhere, he'd failed where the others had succeeded, and to make matters worse for him, he found Izuku and Reo both up there as well. Shoto had his own issue, with him being unable to find his name either. As he continued to look, he saw that Inasa had started coming towards him, silent but also stoic before bowing, slamming his head onto the ground in the process. I'm sorry Todoroki, proclaimed Inasa, it's my fault that you didn't pass the licensing exam. My focus was too narrow-minded. I should have listened to you earlier and tried to make peace earlier, and I apologize. Shoto sighed, it's fine Yoarashi. I was hoping to make amends with you anyway. I have a lot to think about now, so I thank you for that. Anyway, we'll be coming around and handing you the printed forms, which also show how many points you received. If you got below 50, you failed. These results will also give you a chance to see which areas you need to improve on. The passing students began receiving their papers, with a few of them being a bit surprised by their scores. I got a 83, turns out I'm actually pretty good at this, smiled Siro, showing his papers to Ojiro, who had a 71. Mina, who'd gotten a 70, was trying to see Kaminari's papers with all the excitement. Mina, hold on, I can't see my score. Iida and Izuku had been looking at each other's scores as well, with the green team getting 75 points while Iida got 80. Reo had meanwhile been looking at his score, flabbergasted and silent while shaking, not noticing his cousin walking up to him as Shoto asked, Reo, what was your score? Surely you passed, right? Not responding, the multi-elemental handed his paper to Shoto, with everyone else gathering around, realizing why Reo had been so bewildered. A 70, they gave me a 70, grumbled the teen, I didn't even go berserk, they're mocking me, I know it. Perfect hero my ass. Everyone just sweat dropped at the hybrid's antics, with him immediately floating up to the stands with his quirk while he turned invisible. Anyway, said Mara, completely aware of why the teen was upset, those who passed can now use your full authority in dangerous situations, such as a villain attack, saving civilians, or similar situations. Keep in mind that your actions from now on carry a deep responsibility towards keeping the peace in our society. I'm sure you're aware that All Might, our greatest hero, has used up the last of his power and has retired, meaning there will be more criminal and villain activity here on out. As well as his retirement, the emergence of 2 threats to our world, one of which some here now personally, are active. It's being handled, but you are in no way allowed to engage no matter what happens. As for the ones who failed, there will be a chance to redeem yourselves. It will be a 3-month-long course followed by a test in order to receive your licenses which will be in tandem with your school grades, and if you would like to wait until April, those that failed in the first round will have that option as well. Students cheered hearing that, with Shoto, Bakugo, and Inasa happily exclaiming their eagerness to take the extra courses, no matter what. The exams finally ended around sunset, with the students giving each other goodbyes as they got onto their respective buses. Aizawa and ended up agreeing on an eventual joint training session, especially since they were reconnecting after a while. Reo ended up getting his newly built motorcycle to come to him, not wanting to be around the others at the moment due to recent events. Class 1A had eventually caught up to him once they were on the road, surprising the teen before he immediately zoomed off with his electrical abilities due to his trail, confusing everyone until they saw him back at the dorms. Everyone immediately changed once they got back, getting showered and dressed while they began to talk amongst themselves. Bakugo started to walk up to Izuku once he was alone, passing by him as he said, once everyone sleep, meet me at the training area where we first fought. We need to talk about your quirk. Izuku looked at his childhood tormentor as he walked out the door. He knew Bakugo was smart, but it's not like he'd figured out the secrets of One for All already, right? Once everyone was asleep, Izuku took the first chance he had to head outside, using his pillows as cover, slowly floating through the dorms in order to not make a sound, but also counter Ryo's constant geo-pulses during his sleep. He landed on the ground, sighing before he started heading to the training area, immediately seeing Bakugo once he was close enough. Ground Beta, asked the green-haired teen, what are we doing here? Bakugo sighed, this is the place where we first fought. Where I fought you and lost. You've always made me sick, you were nothing to me for all of your life, you know. You've been useless, just a quirkless loser with no power, just protected by that little ghost friend of yours your entire life. So you're gonna tell me how the hell you got into this school, let alone got your quirk. Izuku sighed as he began to walk back to the dorms. Look, I'm not gonna spend my time fighting you or talking about you. You're just spouting nonsense. One for all. Izuku stopped in his tracks as he heard the blonde continue. I picked up a little something back when Ghostface fucking possessed me. I heard something about it and dove deeper, so what do you know when I find you at the center of it? Now, you're gonna tell me what it is. And if I don't, asked Izuku, not turning around at all, you don't even know what you're talking about. Then tell me, dumbass, shouted Bakugo, my entire life, I've been the strongest between the two of us, and the moment you get some crazy power, you end up taking me down. I can't fucking stand it, you were always the weakest. Nothing should have changed that. Izuku stood there, thinking about Bakugo's entire speech, so you just want answers because of your damn inferiority complex. You drugged me all the way out here for that. Yeah, I did, sighed Bakugo, I want you to make this make sense for me. I deserve that much, Deku. The green-haired teen scoffed, you don't deserve shit from me. If you won't tell me, then I'll beat it out of you, growled Bakugo, making an explosion in his palm. You can try, says Izuku, still not moving. Fully annoyed at this point, Bakugo drew his hand back and charged up an explosion, aiming for Izuku's face at full force, fully aware that he could handle it. Izuku stood there and took the blast, unwavering while the smoke started to clear from the blast, forcing Bakugo to step back in surprise as he saw Izuku facing him with his eyes shaded. What, too afraid to attack? Scared I'll be able to counter it, mocked the explosive boy. Izuku smirked, nah, I just needed a reason to attack. Plus, you actually helped me in this regard. He immediately appeared in front of Bakugo, punching him in the stomach with 5% of OFA active, knocking the boy down to his knees. I've honestly been waiting for this damned chance since the beginning of the year, Bakugo, said Izuku, but seeing as I'm trying to be a hero, I don't want to just attack people because I can. So all this, you're just making it easier for me. Oh, shut up, growled Bakugo, getting up and grabbing Izuku's face, slamming him onto the ground and laughing, see. I've beaten you already, Deku. You're fucking weak no matter what. Rolling his eyes, Izuku used 10% of OFA, easily grabbing Bakugo and throwing him into a nearby building before dusting himself off. You really need to learn to stop underestimating people. Allowing Black Whip to cover his arm once he felt danger sense activate, Izuku ducked and dodged an explosion from Bakugo, only to receive another one from behind that sent him flying down the street. Why the hell do you keep trying, Deku? Yelled Bakugo, you're nothing. You shouldn't even be here. Izuku heard that and laughed while standing up, that's fucking hilarious coming from you. You, Katsuki Bakugo, the same damn person who threatens to kill people for simply disagreeing with you. You're fucking kidding me. Growling, the blonde launched himself at Izuku, who smirked, grabbing him in midair with Black Whip, and punching him in the stomach once again, smirking a bit while keeping him restrained in front of him. You really are stupid, you know that. Said the OFA user, I've studied you since we were kids, Bakugo. You attacked me any chance you got, do you think I wouldn't have figured out your weaknesses? You tormented me my entire life. What else was I supposed to do? You had no use being anywhere near me. You had a dream that would have just ended up with you dead, shouted Bakugo, grabbing Black Whip and flinging Izuku into the air before spinning him around with his own version of X-Cannon as the boys released each other. Bakugo blasted himself up into the air, dodging the incoming Black Whip tendrils as he threw Izuku back down on the ground as he raised his arm and blasted himself back down as well. Danger sense helped Izuku dodge the incoming attack, and he chuckled as he spat out a bit of blood. Hey, you finally got me to take you seriously, chuckled Izuku, who activated OFA at 20% and charged at Bakugo, kicking him in the face before Bakugo grabbed his leg and blasted Izuku away with a massive explosion that was seen above the buildings. Unbeknownst to both teenagers, a security robot had seen some of the blasts, students out past curfew identified. Contacting their homeroom teacher now. Aizawa had been checking his students' homework on his computer when the alarm went off in his dorm. Sighing, the annoyed teacher took out his earbuds to hear a robotic voice. Eraserhead, your students have been caught in ground beta. Please detain them. The exhausted teacher groaned as he grabbed his capture scarf and headed out the door, only to be stopped by one of his colleagues. You've gotta be kidding me. Bakugo huffed and laughed. What's wrong, Deku? Too tired to face me. He dodged just in time to dodge an incoming palm to his face, with Izuku just standing there, breathing heavily before he turned around. Nah, just disappointed. You have so much damn potential, you know that. Shut the hell up, screamed the blonde maniac, quit underestimating and looking down on me. You don't know a damn thing. Izuku just shook his head and aimed his hand at his rival, pressing down on it as Black Whip shot out of him and stuck Bakugo to the nearest building as he sighed. What's this really about, Bakugo? Asked the greenette. You're not really mad about me being here or anything like that. At least not really, so tell me why you're like this all of a sudden. Fine, sighed Bakugo, accepting he wasn't moving anytime soon. You wanna know? Well, so do I. I wanna know why you ended up being chosen by All Might. Why did you have to be his favorite, his sidekick? He lost his power because he had to come rescue me, so why did you end up getting so much better? I destroyed him, he can't be a hero anymore, everyone knows it, it keeps playing on loop. How come you get to be the hero while I'm seen as the villain? I hate to break it to you, but you literally told me to jump off a building and wish for a quirk in my next life, Bakugo. The ash blonde growled to himself, having nothing to say to that as he began flying towards Izuku. Alright, that's enough, both of you, shouts a voice, revealing it to be Toshi as he emerged from the smoke. You two are in enough trouble with Aizawa as it is. I don't need either of you adding to that. Young Bakugo, while I understand why you're upset, you need not be. My career was already coming to an end a few years ago when I first fought All for One. This was not your doing, I assure you. Young Midoriya, I think it's about time we tell him the truth. Izuku sighed, I really don't want to, but he basically figured it out, so. The former pro nodded, of course. Izuku released Bakugo from Black Whip as the team got up, annoyed before the one-for-all user began explaining everything to him, including the transfer, the quirk's creation, splitting it with Reo, and the dead people in their heads who let him use their quirks. Once they got back to the dorms, Izuku nodded, oh yeah, and due to the side effects of Dawn's ecto energy, those same ghosts can not only be seen by both me and All Might, but the ones in Rio's head apparently can let me access their quirks and stuff too. Your quirk is weird as hell, commented Bakugo, only receiving a shrug from the green-haired teen. And the two of you are on house arrest, said Aizawa, who emerged from the shadows of their dorm in trance. You two not only broke curfew, trespassed on the training grounds, and worst of all, caused a fight the same night you got your license, Midoriya. Izuku groaned a bit. Well, Bakugo threw the first punch. Aizawa looked at the two boys and activated his quirk, making his eyes glow red, with the boys immediately getting on their knees, bowing, and apologizing. The tired man sighed, look, I don't want to deal with this tonight. You both are on cleaning duty for a month, and neither one of you will be allowed to leave the house for any reason, not even for classes. That's crazy, shouted both boys. And we'll be adding in hyperspeed cameras to every exit, so neither of you will be leaving unnoticed. Bakugo, once your house arrest is over, you'll be sent to Hound Dog for daily therapy sessions. Understood. The two teens groaned before they nodded and spoke in unison, yes sensei. As Aizawa let go of the two boys, a glowing, yellow portal opened up beneath Izuku's feet, with the boy attempting to shout and activate his quirk before he was knocked out and dragged away by a mysterious figure. Once the portal closed, Toshinori and Bakugo all looked down at the empty spot where Izuku had been, with the two adults sighing before Aizawa spoke, I'll go ahead and grab Reo, damn portals and shit. Damn, it feels good to finally get to my original arc. Can't wait to get this done. Izuku versus Bakugo ended not only in a draw, but the two of them had a much needed chat. Next time, we find out exactly what happened to Izuku. Was it an ally or enemy that kidnapped our green powerhouse? Tune into the next chapter, The Multiverse Revealed. Powerhouse out. 62 Chapter 59, The Multiverse Revealed. Disclaimer. I do not own My Hero Academia. I do, however own my OCs. I also do not own any aliens, Ben 10, or 5YL. Those belong to Man of Action and the Ink Tank respectively. Danny Phantom is owned by Butch Hartman. Thoughts. Speaking. Mental speech. Buff Might speaking. Buff Might thinking. Attack names. The Multiverse Revealed. Reo had woken up tired and annoyed. Apparently Aizawa needed him for something, and since his ghost half was with his uncle at the moment, he actually needed to rest at this point. So why was I woken up at 3 in the morning? And please tell me it's something important. Aizawa just sighed and said, Midoriya got pulled through a portal. Since Dawn is at his ghostly house or whatever, you're the next best person who knows about these things. Can't really argue with that logic then, yawned Reo, before turning around and grabbing his laptop from inside the wall and opening it to show the camera footage. The tired sensei raised an eyebrow, looking at his student. Is there a reason why you have access to the camera footage as well as the live video? Yeah, for situations just like this one, said the elemental. He was a bit glad that Bakugo left for bed and Toshi had as well. This was gonna be a long conversation. Yeah, see, that portal isn't made of ecto energy. So it's either A, artificial, or B, unique to a power. Luckily, I have access to other things as well from here. Aizawa watched the screen flicker to a very long list of abilities, with the header of the page being, official documented quirks and users. Did you just hack into the Hero Public Safety Commission? Asked Aizawa, practically awake by now due to sheer surprise. No. I've been in their systems for about a month now. Kinda easy now that I thought about it. Anyway, I've narrowed it down to 4 people, and since it wasn't one of Kurogiri's, he's off the list. The portal looked like it was glowing, so I'd say it wasn't this guy's or hers, and that last person is currently in the US. So it's not a quirk. Just call Dawn, or Danny, or anyone who knows portal users. Aizawa groans before Reo smirks and stands up. Alright, I think I got it. Dr. Stephen Strange, Sorcerer Supreme, lives in New York and can make portals to anywhere, with something called a sling ring. Okay, never mind. Dawn taps their shoulders from behind them, sighing, you should have asked. That's an heliotrope portal from another universe. Izu had very good practice with it and he's able to travel between dimensions now. Danny has been working to gather heroes to defend the multiverse. I need you to come with me, Reo. Reo looked at his uncle, before smacking himself awake and narrowing his eyes. What are we up against? Hold on, I don't care if he's your nephew, he's my student. Aizawa began, what are we going to do about their classes, their classmates, everything they need to do as heroes? You're not taking him, Dawn. Danny can return them both to the moment they respectfully left. It won't affect anything, they'll be gone for a mere second in your time, trust me old friend, nods Dawn. Can you give me your word that they'll come back in one piece? They won't come back as pirates, but they'll be perfectly fine. Aizawa nodded, before waving Reo off, with the teen grabbing his gear as well as Izuku's, and standing in front of the two adults ready to go. So, what are we waiting for? Let's go, UNC. Don opened a portal that he and Reo walked through, and the teen waved at Aizawa before smiling, see you in a bit. The portal closed as Aizawa nodded, heading back to his office to finish his work and go straight to sleep. At least I'll have some peace and quiet. Reo had seen some crazy things in his life, but this was probably in the top 5. Everywhere around him, he either saw older versions of Izuku, ones that were his age, or gender-bent versions of his best friend. And it was only stranger because each one looked vastly different than the other. One had a blue, scarab-like armor around his entire body except his head, another had an omnitrix, but it looked like a bulky forearm band. Another had a gauntlet that had 6 glowing gems in it, which Reo decided to keep an eye on. All these versions of Izuku and not one of them is who I'm looking for. It'd be much easier if I had my ghost powers. Reo looked at his uncle, who nodded and let the orb of ecto energy pass into Reo, who smiled as he began searching for Izuku's unique dimensional signature. I guess it's fine if I go out of control, not like I'll be able to stop everyone here anyway. Looking around, the ghost teen finally got a lock on Izuku. He began flying in the direction of the signal, in which he began realizing something else. Not only were there multiple different versions of Izuku, but there were also a vast amount of different one for all users. He spotted an older version of Kirishima, another of Bakugo, to his disbelief, and even a version of Melissa. With everyone all in one place, it would be a bad idea if a villain ambushed them. Who the hell is even in charge here? As he said that, he phased through a floor, and not seeing Izuku, didn't transform back. It probably wasn't a good idea to detransform at all until they got home. Yo, Izuku, where are you? We have too many doppelgangers here, it's really confusing. Let's go home already, I really don't want to be here longer than I need to be. Don had eventually caught up with him, having gone to see an old friend, and he pointed out the tall, skinny, but also nicely dressed man with gray hair that was in a ponytail. I would appreciate it if you did not yell while here. The frequency of your dimension is quite annoying when used at a loud volume, the man said, swiping across a few holographic screens and not turning around to look at Reo or Don. Nice seeing you again, Fruit Loop. How's your parole going? Chuckled Don, earning a groan from the other man. You and your brother are insufferable. I am doing well, Donald, how is young Daniel doing? Government names huh? You still haven't changed, Vlad. The man smiled a bit as a black and red ring covered him. He became more muscular, a cape seemingly made of hair covering his back while skin wrapped around his body while a strange rock mask covered his face. His arms and hands were now bigger, his claws were made of the same material as the mask and he was intentionally glaring at Reo with his glowing red eyes. Reo Pav. As soon as Vlad transformed, I immediately knew that I was out of my league. This man was an absolute unit, was not afraid to kill if he needed to, and would possibly be a threat to Paradox as well. I didn't know what came over me, it's as if instinct took over when I felt my body shift. I transformed into my wrath form but I knew it wouldn't do much. I backed up, even if I accessed my Omnitrix DNA, I would have been screwed either way. This man, Vlad. Vlad was someone who I knew I'd never stand a chance against. My human half wanted to run, my ghost half wanted to fight, and the reasonable side was telling me that if I disrespected or attacked this ghost, that I'd not only die, but I'd be completely erased. The sheer power radiating from this man, was enough to kill on the spot. Vlad laughed a bit as he sensed Rio's fear of him. It was quite common for younger ghosts at this point. Young man, you have nothing to fear. I've been repaying my debt to the multiverse ever since young Daniel and the Prime Ben Tennyson helped me realize that I was on the wrong side when assisting Eon so long ago. Detransforming, Vlad levitated down to greet both of his fellow Halfas. Vlad Masters, or Plasmius depending on who you ask. You were looking for Izuku Midoriya, from the Nexus World. He's right over here, please follow me. Don hummed a bit and floated behind Vlad. Reo hesitated, he could open a portal and escape this man, but that would have been rude, and he didn't intend to harm anyone as far as he knew. He followed behind his grandfather, still nervous but not minding as much. Why did you take him away from our world? What threat is so bad that you need everyone here all at once? All in due time, but I can answer your first question. Vlad sighed before stopping in front of a door. Dan Phantom has escaped custody. Assistance is non-negotiable. Reo froze at those words. He immediately took every second to thank the fact that he was a ghost. There wasn't a single person in the ghost zone or beyond who didn't know about Dan Phantom. Forgive me for interrupting, but why are we not hunting him now? He could go after any other ghost and absorb him just like he tried to do with Clockwork. Wouldn't it be better to catch him by surprise? Vlad chuckled, enjoying how much his company knew despite only awakening a few months ago. That would be the case, but we've had a difficult time tracking him down. He's gone beyond ghosts, you see. This is the reason why I decided to remove Nexus Izuku from the equation. Speaking of. Reo, did you get a chance to meet a few people? This place is amazing. You should come check it out. As soon as he was close enough, Reo grabbed his cousin and embracing him in what would have been a bone-breaking hug if the green-haired teen hadn't activated his quirk. I'm so glad you're okay, don't ever do anything like that again. Izuku chuckled and nodded, before pulling back and looking at his ghost cousin. What are you doing here? I thought Vlad said he'd be keeping you away from this. What? Asked Reo, looking at him then back at Vlad, who sighed again. I only wish to keep young Raymond away from the possibility of being absorbed by Dan, Vlad transformed, making Rayo jump back a bit. He's gone after more than just ghosts considering he's found a way to travel through dimensions. We don't need him to have access to anything close to celestial sapien DNA, especially not yours. So you intend to keep me here like a prisoner? Asked Rayo, transforming once again and feeling the familiar feeling of the codon stream flowing through him. Rayo, calm down. We don't need to escalate this further than it already is, said a familiar voice, making Rayo turn around and chuckle. So you're the elemental Midoriya from my mindscape, aren't you? You've seen my memories. You know how this will end. Unfortunately, you won't be finding out. Rayo was about to turn around and see who was talking to him, when he got lifted up into the air by another Izuku, the one with the infinity gauntlet, and he kept the teen in place using the blue stone. Some knockoff all for one, huh? Seems pretty pathetic if you're trying to contain me. Fortunately that's not my assignment. A pink bubble immediately was wrapped around him as he began floating involuntarily, and he was soon pinned down by a man wearing a suit and tie as well as a mask. Once he got a good look at him, it was obvious who he was. So, you're a version who decided to be a villain, spat Rayo, despite being restrained. I prefer the term, chaotic neutral, if you don't mind, said Izuku, you can call me the anarchist. We've got no interest in harming you. But we've got our orders. And I rather not deal with Vlad when he's pissed. He removed his hand from the boy's chest, and sighed a bit, look, we have no intention of starting a fight. But you need to understand that we can't allow you to leave this place. And what do you expect me to do, hide here like a damn coward, shouted Rayo, absolutely seething at Anarchist and the others. No, but there's someone here who you would at least listen to. Like hell. Rayo. The boy froze in place, 100% recognizing that voice. It wasn't possible. No matter what, it shouldn't have been possible. But the human side of him wanted to have hope, and he looked at who called his name. Rayo, please. We don't need to do this. You're not thinking straight. Just, calm down and let's talk about this. Standing in front of him was Momo Yaoyorozu, the love of his life. She was alive and healthy, slightly scarred but he didn't care at the moment. Running over to her, he hugged her, absolutely delighted to see her again. I'm so glad you're alive, I'm so sorry, I never meant to hurt you, I didn't mean to. Momo held the sobbing boy, patting his head while looking behind him as she nodded. Thanks for keeping him occupied, diva. I've taken his quirk, he should be easier to deal with now. Hearing those words, Rayo looked at Momo, before using the remaining connection he had to one for all to scan her, and growled a bit as he pushed her away. How fucking dare you, you used my Momo against me just to take my elements. Rayo turned his head to look at the quirk stealer, who in all honesty, would have run if not for the fact that he was frozen to the floor. Let me guess, you're all for none. I'm not an idiot, I know the multiverse exists, so why wouldn't I make sure any other versions of the potato head weren't thinking about coming to my home? All for none looked at him, confused and very concerned, how? I took your quirks, everything including one for all, you shouldn't be able to use ice. Maybe not, but I'm a ghost. And I've learned to be cold, and calculating. Now return my quirks and I'll leave you alive. Immediately feeling the killing intent, as well as knowing what he was capable of, All for None returned both OFA and Elemental. Now get the fuck away from me. The quirk stealer immediately left, not daring to get close to him again. Rayo, please, began Diva, before he grabbed her neck, lifting her into the air and choking her just enough for her to be conscious. You ever pull shit like this again, and I will personally remove every trace of you from your world. He threw her back at All for None, and walked away, bumping into Vlad. Young Raymond, I advise you choose your next action very carefully. Rayo just chuckled, having been sending out constant geo-pulses and feeling more people come closer. You know, I was initially afraid of you. But it seems like every universe you're in is the same Vlad, a coward. Smirking a bit, Rayo turned intangible once Vlad tried to grab him, and turned his skin into ectoronium for insurance. He then accessed Clintar DNA, and unleashed a massive attack around him, knocking back everything around him. If you guys haven't noticed, then you should know that you screwed yourselves. Turning invisible, the boy used his web shooters to get out the building and phased through it, fully aware of everyone chasing after him. Spotting the Izuku with a scarab, he smirked, grabbing the armor before immediately jumping down and heading to the bottom floor. Green and blue armor wrapped around him as if it were legs, and the armor was otherwise identical to the original, with a slight difference being the flames that were coming out of the ends of the armor. This'll do nicely. You know, you really are a pain, man. First you mess with my watch and now this. You're gonna turn everyone against you. The ghost beetle turned and glared at Omni, this doesn't concern you. Go home. Shooting a giant stapler at him, the amalgamation flew down, trying to find an exit before ultimately blasting a hole in the wall. I've gotta find a way out of this damn dimension. Rayo. Turning his head, he saw Vlad, Dawn, and Izuku chasing after him. Izuku extended Black Whip and tried pulling. I need to find a damn way out of here, said Rayo, donning his evolved amphibian wings and flying off, heading to find the nearest portal to the ghost zone. This had to be in a different dimension in order to keep it out of Dan's grasp. And since the ghost zone was between dimensions, it couldn't be here. Seeing some closed doors that were designed to keep ghosts out, Rayo reached out his tail as he flew, forcing the ectoronium and metal to crumble as he flew over it. Turning back to his ghost form, Rayo sighed and started pressing a few buttons, before ducking down as he sensed an incoming object. Catching it, it was revealed to be a wrench, with none other than Mei Hatsume, who had pink lightning surrounding her. Rayo, right, I heard of you, you're that guy who's not only really strong, but you make your own tech and gear. I'm so glad I caught you, you can help me with my babies. No thanks, I need to get out of here. Sorry, but you need me to get you out of here. And I'm not helping until you do. Sighing, Rayo just turned around, seeing Vlad as he tried to do his best not to seem hostile. Young Raymond, while I do understand your issue here, I didn't bring you here as a prisoner, explained the older ghost, destransforming and putting his hands up. Then explain or I'm cutting that shield down and leaving, Plasmius, growled Rayo, growing too thick, prong claws from his wrists as he glared at the man, fully aware that he was now out of his league. I separated you and Midoriya for a reason, sighed Vlad. Dan would have come after him as well as others in your world that would make him an issue for even Dawn, Danny, and myself. However, he's not going for just random dimensional targets, he's looking to find ones that are personal to anyone he had a personal grudge against. And since I'm one of those people, he would have gone after me, Izuku, and potentially the rest of the heroes too. Correct. Nodded Vlad. Now, I do have an alternative, young Raymond. While you could sit here, planning and being protected, that would only make you angrier than you already are. Therefore, I'm offering you a spot on my task force. Rayo blinked and stood up a bit before looking at Vlad with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, no. I rejected Waller a few years ago. I'm rejecting that. No need to get a bomb in my head. Vlad laughed a bit before turning around, pressing a button on the wall, which changed, revealing it to have been a hologram this entire time. I know how you think, child. Hatsume here wanted to be tech support, so she'll be assisting you all. This isn't exactly that, Raymond. You'll be on the team, but I'm not forcing you. Do you remember anything about when you got captured? Closing his eyes, Rayo hummed and thought back to that night, before realizing what the older man was saying. It was you were the vampire ghost that Shigaraki mentioned, gasped Rayo, his hair turning red again, but why? Katsuki Bakugo needs to survive in order to help with the incoming war. I needed you to be ruthless when necessary. While Izuku is the pure side of heroism, it doesn't always work. Which is why I allowed you to be present in order to eliminate Copycat from your reality. Rayo shrugged, before thinking about how that actually made sense. I'm still kinda lost here. You my boy, do what's necessary, said Vlad. It's partly why I haven't said anything about your recent activities. Now, if you agree, this team will be made of you and 2 others. It needs to be a small, stealthy team that is strong enough to handle themselves against Dan if it comes to it. May I introduce to you, Agent X and Tempest. The walls opened as May pressed a button, and 2 men stepped out from the shadows, one with long, green hair and a feminine face wearing a green and black suit made for combat, stealth but also dressing nicely. The other man was a black-haired Caucasian man with a visor on that had covered everything except his eyes. The visor had thick, horn-like sides on it with a mouthguard that extended to it, with red circles connected to it. His suit consisted of a black shirt with short sleeves, a vest that crossed over his chest, forming an hourglass, a black belt with 2 pockets for utilities, dark gray cargo shorts, and leg bracers that had knee pads and red shin guards on each leg that had 3 black stripes on the side and 1 long one in the middle, along with metal plating on his shoes, and 2 gloves on his arms. The right glove was black with red lines right where his fingers were. The left glove was exactly like the right one, but it also had a thick, red line around the center of it, with gray lines and a circular, red device with an hourglass in the middle of the lines with 6 vents on the side of its metal frame. Began Rayo, before getting interrupted by Agent X. We don't have time to wait, kid, said Agent X, you in or out? 'Cause if we can't stop Dan, then the entire multiverse is at risk. I forgot to mention, Tempest here is also here to keep you in check, Rayo, sighed Vlad, earning a glance from the team ghost. Wait, why would I need to be kept in check? Because of her, said Tempest, pointing behind the boy, who turned around and saw Red, immediately growling.